Everyone, and welcome to LAIC. This is our preview show for Championship Sunday. We are live here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, for such an incredible day of competition across all of our titles. Hi, everybody. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Ye to the ha, and I am joined by all of my Unite casters, Doob Snacks, Soph, Zoinks. We're going to be talking to you about what's coming up for our grand finals here. It's going to be so exciting. We have a lot of changes that happened with Pokemon Unite just recently, and I cannot wait to get into it. Doob Snacks, what a grand finals we have.
Absolutely. Completely framed up with Dignitas, formerly TTV, a staple in the NA community without a doubt. And then you have CACM from LATAM North, a bunch of players that we are familiar with in North America because we queue into them all the time, and they dumpster us very, very well because they are very, very good. They've been around the block for a while too, and this is their first big breakthrough tournament in my opinion.
And Soph, you know, we were talking a little bit about this yesterday. Of course, we have 3 teams that won an invite to this huge tournament coming up, ACL. One of them being a hometown team here from Brazil, getting 3rd place. Talk to me a little bit about how Brazil did this weekend.
Of course, we had so many teams that played from Brazil in LAIC this weekend, and I love to see it, especially because we had the 3rd place match being Brazil versus Brazil in Force Gaming versus DreamHack. It was a very competitive match, but Force Gaming at the end of the day did wrap it up, if I'm not mistaken, at a 3-1, and with that, they actually got themselves into a position to get the ACL qualifier.
Amazing. Now, Zoinks, I was talking about a lot of the changes that have come to Unite. We just had Worlds in Anaheim. It felt like yesterday, but there are so many big things for Unite. Big things coming. Kyogre is coming as a new part of the map. We have new Pokemon coming all the time, but we have to talk about one of the biggest changes we have had since maybe the first year of Unite. Groudon is now the final boss in our map.
Yeah, I see Doob Snacks is already sporting the pin for the Groudon. I like it a lot. It's brought a ton of changes to the game, not only in how the final team fights end up happening, but also what happens after. That brand new buff that Groudon applies is a whole lot of damage, increases your scoring speed, notably no more shield like Rayquaza did. However, if an enemy Pokemon knocks you out while you're holding that Groudon buff, then all of a sudden that opposing Pokemon now has the buff. So it is a really interesting endgame where things can go back and forth at any given moment, and we had quite a few matches today that felt like even if a team secured that major objective, that match was not over. At any point, the tables could turn, and we saw a brand new result. So really, really exciting stuff. LAIC was an awesome kickstart so far for this event, or for the season as well, and I can't wait to see more amazing Groudon matches.
Yeah, there's no question that the way to play a match has changed completely. I think teams are adapting to it quickly, but you can see some, like even our world champs, had a really rough go at it on this new map, so there are some big changes. So, as a play-by-play caster, how does the end of the game feel with Groudon compared to Rayquaza?
I would say it's much more intense, Jake, because when we had Rayquaza and one team took it down, it kind of felt like the other team got a little demotivated, sometimes feeling like they couldn't really turn back around. But with Groudon and that possibility of getting the transferred buff, it just feels like teams are really going for a quick rip so they can try to get that buff as quickly as possible. That's a very Brazil-coded kind of a strategy that we saw here at LAIC. I love to see it, but still, I feel like there's a lot more competition and ways to come back.
Now, we have a lot of new Pokemon coming. Moving off of the map here for a second, Doob Snacks, we talked a lot about this one before the tournament, during this tournament. Latias has been a real difference maker.
Yeah, a great support Pokemon that's actually used not only just as a support Pokemon, but also in that key attacker role that'll be going into that bottom path. And exclusively, not exclusively, but exclusively brought to prominence this weekend, in my opinion, by Dignitas, who is in this grand finals, finding a way to leverage it a little bit better than every other team. And as Ender mentioned in his interview, any percentage point that you can pick up against great squads is something you will need because these margins are razor thin.
Yeah, I love that as the game continues to evolve, we start seeing roles that really are a blending of multiple things. This is a supporter that has a bit of an attacker vibe. This is a defender that has a bit of a supporter vibe. Zoinks, tell me a little bit about Palmont, one of our newest all-rounders.
Yeah, a Pokemon we didn't see too much use of the competition in day 2, but we did see a little bit of Palmont in day number 1. An all-rounder that does have a big impact when it starts getting to those later stages of the game. It feels like a Pokemon, when it jumps into any backline, you don't care about how many opposing Pokemon are in front of it. Palmont can take that fight. It's got the self-sustain, huge bursts of damage, and it feels like we're starting to see a few often top path players start to master this Pokemon already.
Yeah, now, Soph, we talked about some of these Brazilian teams. One of them used this next Pokemon, Empoleon, in some really interesting ways. Hit me with it.
Yeah, we saw Force Team, our top 3 team going to ACL, that basically used Empoleon on the central area. It was Falb, the player who did that. And he was a little bit confused as to why people didn't use that Pokemon throughout the tournament, considering this is the first time that this Pokemon is available in competitive for Pokemon Unite. And he feels like it's a very powerful pick. And honestly, on his hands, I cannot deny that.
Now, the next couple Pokemon we have to talk about, the Megas that have come to the game. We have Mega Lucario, and then we have Mega Charizard X. We have more Megas that are coming to Unite, and these have already proven to be huge difference makers in our meta. Snacks, I mean, it's been so up and down. Originally banned out every single match, now to the point where they're actually letting them through and almost baiting their opponents to picking some of these, because while they're extremely powerful picks, they're also something that you can play around. Mega Lucario, however, has been looking really good in the hands of Dignitas.
Absolutely. So Zealot, their top path player who typically picks up all-rounders, and Mega Lucario slots into that role, has found a way to hit a second gear with this Pokemon. Throughout the texture of a tournament, the ecosystem changes, and with the prioritization of Pokemon changes. Whereas you might have seen it banned completely in day 1, now in Championship Sunday, we might see it actually get into the Thea Sky Ruins. But yes, once you fire off that Aura Cannon Unite move, you immediately hit into Mega Lucario, and then your close combat power-up punch gets cranked to the 9s, and you can rip through opposing squads, no doubt about it.
Zoinks, Mega Char. I mean, where are we with this thing? Is it unbelievably broken, or is it super counterable?
I think it's a case of it's hard to stay at the top. You know, when you are the biggest, baddest thing on the map, so many people have a plan to take you down. But overall, still having a very positive win rate on this tournament. Mega Charizard certainly has a lot to say in a lot of these matches. But like you said, there are starting to see some counterplay to it. But I think Mega Charizard, well, maybe some teams have an answer. It feels like Mega Charizard's turn to come up with an answer.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the answers for these Megas has been our draft system. We have bans in our draft system. So the way it works for Unite is if one team picks Pikachu, you cannot see that on the other side of the map. But before that even begins, teams start banning Pokemon that they don't want to see at all. If I know that Zoinks plays an incredible Inteleon, I will ban that away from him. If I know how Zoinks actually plays Inteleon, I hope that he picks it and brings it into the match against me. This is one of the exciting things that happens with Pokemon Unite and with our draft phase. And now we have 3 bans going back and forth. I want to talk about this weekend. I want to talk about kind of everything that led up to our grand finals. If there are any moments that really stick out to you. Snacks, what was a series or a team that you got your eye on that had you really excited?
I have to, in my mind, I'm thinking of just the Game 5 run of Dignitas yesterday. I mean, they took a tough Game 4 loss, bounced back, and was able to win big in that 5th game, keeping their composure. We got a lot of interviews because Dignitas, of course, keeps winning, and the faith that they have in each other, and really, as we mentioned, the power of friendship, getting this team into a grand final.
Now, I have to ask, before we get to our show, I cannot wait. We're about to get started. One last prediction from the group. Who's going to win this thing? I'm going Dignitas 3-1. Snacks?
Everybody knows, that's been watching our broadcast, I'm a big homer, #DigWin.
All right, so.
Well, I'm going with CACM Latam North on a 3-1 victory.
And
Ooh,
Zoinks.
I think it'll be a little closer. I'm also going to go with CACM 3-2.
Amazing. We have got Championship Sunday kicking off here in just a moment. It's going to be incredible. All of your games are going to be exciting. Pokemon Unite is up first. I cannot wait. We will see you there in just a minute. Goodbye, but don't go anywhere. The show begins.
Welcome to the 2026 Latin America International Championships. We're coming to you live from Sao Paulo, where the best trainers in the world are meeting to fight for the title of LAIC champion. Last year, two-time world champions Luminosity started their historic season off with a dominant win to start their 2025 IC sweep.
Has just been buckled in Brazil!
Your former world champs are your LAIC champions!
Regional hero Marto Galde persevered with unmatched resilience, withstanding one final brave bird attack before rising tall as the LAIC champion.
He might be the greatest of all time!
Miloslav Posledny proved that patience pays off. His highly calculated plays laid the groundwork for an inevitable victory and achieved status as TCG legend.
Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand.
Defending LAIC champion Marco Silva devastated his opponents, burning through the competition and searing his name into Pokémon VGC history.
As the first three-time international champion in the Masters Division.
Welcome to the Latin America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Hello, everyone! I'm Skarzig, this is Zoinks, this is the Latin America International Championships, and we are proud to welcome you to Championship Sunday!
After an amazing weekend packed with thrilling action, it all comes down to this, the moment we've all been waiting for.
Today, we're going to be crowning our first 8 international champions of the season, starting off with Pokémon UNITE, into Pokémon GO, then the Pokémon trading card game, and ending with the Pokémon video game.
Yeah, let's dive into this. So Championship Sunday is going to be starting with Pokémon UNITE. We have an incredible grand finals lined up. We're going to have Dignitas stepping into the spotlight for the first time to challenge CACM Esports.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be an awesome grand final. Both of these teams have already earned that spot at the Asia Champions League later this year, but now they get to contend over an international title here at LAIC. Get ready for high-stakes plays, bold strategies, and a clash that could truly redefine competitive Pokémon UNITE for this season.
But we aren't alone, folks. Helping us set the stage for this momentous occasion, we've got Spraggles and Doob Snacks in the booth. We're going to send it over to them real quick.
That's right, here we are live in Sao Paulo for LAIC, and we are heading to our grand finals in just a moment. I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy, Yee to the Ha, joined by the one and only Doob Snacks, and we are going to be bringing you these grand finals in just a moment. Before that, up on our big stage, we have some interviews with these teams, the teams that are going to be facing off in this competition, so we are going to send it up there in just a moment. Doob Snacks, what an exciting time.
It's absolutely amazing. Both of these teams on a great way to start the season, first off, of course. This is the first big stop of the UCS Unite Championship Series. Dignitas, formerly TTV, picking up an org and making them look good off the jump. CACM, a collection of players, Stamina last year, also world qualified squad. but this is their first international deep run. So they are looking to close the door on this, crown themselves champions, and represent their region well, and they certainly have already.
Now, I know if you haven't been watching Unite, it might be a little different. We're on the main broadcast right now, oftentimes on our own Pokemon Unite Twitch. So if you're new to the game, don't worry. We are going to walk you through some of the most exciting moments in these grand finals. And if you are new, I mean, you're in for a treat because these two teams are incredible. And I also think they're pretty evenly matched. So this should be a really exciting grand finals for everyone at home. What are some of the Pokemon to look out for today?
We have to start with the Megas, right? Their encounter rate, which for us means banned or appears in game, so either banned or selected, for both Megas is upwards of 99%, almost.
Mega Lucario and Mega Charizard X, by the way.
Exactly right. So obviously you can't say Pokemon to watch without talking about the two most prevalent things going.
Yeah, no question. We also have a lot of new additions to the game, like Latias, that has been making a real splash as we have our teams heading up to the big stage right now. We have CACM Esports, and now we have Dignitas making their way up there. Otter, by the way, a player we just saw. Little heart right there. I believe that was directly to me, by the way. That little heart right there.
Directly to me.
Oh, it was directly to you. Yeah, it was one of us for sure. He was on this stage last year with Luminosity Gaming, and they won LAIC. So he is used to this kind of pressure.
Absolutely. Not only did they win, they dominated, right? A big-time 3-0. You're taking advantage of the fact that I'm
giving it to you. That's for you.
Oh, wait, how do you do it? You do it like that.
We're going to send it up to the big stage right now for this interview between these two squads, and we'll be right back with some intense action. Take it away. The stage is that way, by the way.
Right over there.
All right, thank you so much, Sprinkles and Doomstacks. That's right, I'm here on stage with a chance to get to talk to these teams a little bit before we enter into an incredible grand finals. I can't wait. We're going to make this quick so these teams can get set up and ready to go. So, first question for CACM. Latin America North has yet to win an international title. How important would it be for you, your team, to win it for your region?
Sería muy importante porque seríamos los primeros en lograrlo y yo creo que seguiremos demostrando el por qué hemos sido el mejor equipo de Latinoamérica.
It will be really important because there will be the first ones to get it, and it will be the first Latin American team being an international champion.
All right, thank you so much. Now, we do have a pretty powerful opponent standing in your way. We'll see how this matchup ends up going. But Inder, of course, representing Team Dignitas this season. New banner, new season. I mean, how good would it feel to start with an international win?
It feels pretty good. We're feeling pretty confident. And, I mean, we're going to have some buddies in Japan either way, no matter how it ends up.
Awesome. All right, we can represent the West together, but right now we got to see who can win the title of LAIC. Spraggles, Doomsnacks, back to you.
Have you ever had your back to the wall?
¿Y qué transa, gente? A mí no me tiemblan las piernas.
Give me my trophy.
One wrong move and you lose it all. Hey, we can win the day if we unite. Come on. Yeah. Hey, we can win the day if we. The day if we unite.
That's right, it is grand finals time here at LAIC. I gotta shout out Zugrug right there. Give me my trophy is one of the most legendary lines, and if you're deep in the Unite lore, it has so much significance for his team, and he might be getting that trophy right now, Doomsnacks.
He's certainly getting one. He just helps to determine whether it's silver or gold. And it looks like he wants that top prize, that gold trophy here at LAIC. Dignitas, CACM squaring off in a few short minutes in a best of 5.
Yeah, best of 5 is a really exciting situation for these teams. What we have noticed throughout this series, a lot of these best of 3s, they get in pretty quick with 2-0 victories, right? But our best of 5s yesterday all almost went the distance. We had a 5-game, a 5-game, and a 4-game, which is incredible. I mean, these are longer stretches of competition, and it's a longer time where you are figuring out what your opponents are bringing into the match and how you're going to play around it, how you're going to draft around it, which is one of the most important things in Pokemon Unite. And if you haven't played Unite yet or haven't played in a while, you may not have run into draft, but every single one of these competitive games has draft, where these teams are not only banning Pokemon on each side that won't make its way into the competition at all, they're also picking back and forth. So if my team picks Mega Lucario, Dupstek's team cannot use it, and on and on and on until we have 2 squads of 5. In a best of 5, I feel like the team that drafts better oftentimes wins the entire thing.
Yeah, we mentioned it on the pre-show. Any percentage points you can pick up of equity anywhere, whether it's on the draft screen, on the map on wild Pokemon, you know, to gain experience, or in critical team fights, every single point matters, and it really is. It begins on that draft screen, because we have seen teams this weekend pretty much lose before the game even starts.
Absolutely. You'll see a team composition almost, you know, checkmated before it really begins. They'll realize they have no answer to what their last couple opponent picks are, and it's all over for them. You see it time and time again, and the best teams are prepared for any scenario when it comes to this draft. And they're also using some of these bans early on to target their opponents, which I think is one of the most powerful strategies in our competitive landscape. Notice what is on the other side and see how you can pick that apart, how you can shut that down. Who is the weakest player on the other side, or I shouldn't say weakest, but maybe the one with the shallowest pool of Pokemon? You know, they are the support player that really only has a couple. They love Blissey, they love Eldegoss, but outside of that, they don't have a lot of options. You can target that player, steal away their Pokemon for your side, essentially, and then see how they can play when they're thrust into something that they didn't expect.
Yeah, we're going into this season with 3 bans, of course. That is another big change for this competitive year. At this point, if you want to compete at the top level, your Pokemon pool has to be at minimum 7-8 Pokemon deep.
Now we're seeing our teams, they're up on our big stage. Something that I love to mention is how some of these players soar when the pressure is on, and some players shrink. It's one of the most difficult things, this level of competition, playing for the title here of LAIC champion. And we're heading into our first draft between Dignitas and CACM Esports. Dignitas is going to be your purple team. So they're going to get the first ban and the first pick. However, CACM on the other side here, they're our orange team, they're going to get 2 picks right in a row. There is always a question as to which side you would rather be on, and I think it really depends on what you want to play against that specific opponent.
Yeah, taking a look at Dig right there, you can look at that Gengar. That is a specific pick against Reggie. They do not want Reggie to have the Gengar. This Slowbro, what it does with its Unite move is it locks a player in place where they can't act and allows your team to get a knockout. So Slowbro's there. Going across the board, Suicune, Darkrai, Latias, and Miraidon, but Mega Charizard, how we kicked off our conversation here, is on Dignitas and in the hands of 2.
And of course, CACM right on the other side grabbing Mega Lucario. So these are Pokemon that are extremely powerful, like very recent additions to the game, and they could have banned them out. But both of these teams have started allowing their opponents to get one of these and then trying to play around it specifically. Dignitas with Mega Char, this thing is going to brawl basically better than anything going in the game right now. Insane burst damage, especially once it uses its Unite move. Boom, right into Mega form for an extended period of time, and then it is an absolute menace. CACM is going to need to shut it down with lots of different stuns and knockups, things like that. Mega Lucario on the other side here for CACM doesn't brawl as well, even though it's really incredible with close combat, power-up punch. It is a secure tool monster, able to take down massive objectives and make sure that CACM can get some of the most important like objectives and experience value on the map.
Looking through these drafts right now, Mega Char, Hoopa, Crustle, Blastoise, and Espeon for the side of Dignitas. CACM, Mega Luca. You got the duck, side duck. You have a Scizor, but that actually can split right? It goes into the game as a Scyther, which you can evolve into Scissor, or you can stay as Scyther. Reggie is going to be playing Scyther today. Lapras for Ranma, and rounding this thing out, Donlux, Inteleon, with those long-distance snipe shots that deal a metric ton of damage.
Yeah, you know, the combination of Inteleon and either the follow-up power-up punch from Frank on the Mega Lucario or Scyther then moving in for that huge burst damage that it offers can really get rid of a threat on the side of Dignitas. And you know, all eyes for them is on this Mega Charizard, especially in the hands of a player like Toon, multi-time regional champion, had a very deep run at Worlds, was actually the alternate on the World Championship team year one, a seasoned player and a player that everyone has to watch out for as we are getting ready for our first game here of our best of 5. While these teams are both qualified for the Asia Champions League finals and they will represent our Western regions, they want to become the champion of LAIC right now. It would be a first for both of these squads.
We are getting ready to get in game, so say the thing that you say.
Dignitas, your purple team. CACM Esports, your orange team. Our first game of our best of 5 grand finals starts right now.
We see Zugrug and Otter are going to be moving into this bottom path, going to be fighting over what we call contestable farm, where it's split right in the middle of these two teams, and they have to try and get after it. Ranma putting pressure on, trying to secure back the other way. Donlux trying to hold it down. Ranma taking a bit of damage, but Lapras, pretty tanky.
Yeah, and look at that right there. They got everything for the side of CACM Esports, so a great trade for them in the bottom path. As we head up here to the top path, Zealot looking pretty good right now on this little Squirtle. They need a lot of experience to get online with Blastoise, but once they do, they have a game-changing Unite move.
Yeah, and they were able to secure all of that before Frank could step in and take it away. They're going to work on this Bunnelby that's on the safe side of the map here on their side, as the Clay Doll is being worked on by Frank.
A team advantage. Dignitas gets an average of 85 MVP score, while CACM falls behind at 81. But I don't think either team cares about the MVP as much as they care about the W here today. Wow, what a start for Reggie.
Huge engagement on Toon. That's a critical knockout there. Swablu and Octaria are on the map, which means they're going to get a boatload of experience because they're so low on HP on the side of Dignitas. Ranma can kind of run interference and let Reggie, the Pokemon that they're trying to scale up, all that.
You'll notice here, Dignitas finally Espeon and Crustle online here. They were behind for quite a bit at the start of this match. CACM in a commanding lead experience-wise, top and bottom, but Dignitas can get right back in this thing. It looks like Zealot doing pretty good up here with Ender, but in general, Dignitas is having a rough go to start.
We're playing Portal Hoopa here from Ender. So if one of those players stands in that portal, they actually get teleported back to home base. Their HP bar regains, and they can take the portal back through to enter the fray. Gargantuan knockout there by Frank. Great experience for them.
Frank chased that down, and another one for the side of CACM as they take down Ender, the Hoopa, in the top path. Everything is coming up CACM at the start of our match here. However, you can see Toon now online as Charizard. 2 more levels. They have their Unite move, and that is going to be very difficult for CACM to deal with, as this Char going in with the 1-2 punch on that goal zone.
Otter trying to find some space, firing off that was Psychic Blast to try and stun Reggie, and they miss just wide. Reggie still scaling. However, silently, Toon is level 8.
Yeah, they are funneling as much experience as they possibly can into this Mega Char. They realize how important it is, and it could have its Mega in just a moment. So close to ticking over to 9, and they almost do. Yes, they have level 9. They have their Unite move. Mega Char could come out at any moment, Tube Snacks.
Now they're pushing the pad, and I think Texas is doing the right thing, just fading back and giving up that goal zone, because there's not much they could do in the face of 3.
And look at Reggie here. Instead of engaging in this fight, he is taking away all of the experience on the side of the Dignitas map. That's the central area for Dignitas, and by the next time they go there, it will all be gone, and they won't know who stole it.
Reggie Alecki is marching towards that tier 2 goal zone, and so is the rest of Dignitas. Zealot left to babysit the top path by themselves with Frank. It looks like it's going to be a 4-on-4. Snipe shot is missed. Rock Tomb is down. Huge X-Scissor. Big knockout. How are they going to leverage this? Charizard Unite is out. Fire Punch engaged. They take the portal back, and they come back through. Can they push this? Reggie Alecki is on the doorstep. Rock Tomb is out. Doesn't catch anybody. Big X-Scissor reposition. Reggie uses their Unite move. Toon is getting chased down. It looks like they're going to get out of dodge.
Wow, what a chaotic exotic hyperspace hole there. I assume if you're Mega Char in that moment, you're extremely disappointed that you took that back through the portal. Of course, you get some HP. Whoa! Beautiful shot from Donlux. Those are those snipe shots we talked about. Toon, unfortunately, got to Mega Char, but went through their own team's portal and was not able to fight for the duration. By the time they came back, Reggie was ready to push them off pad.
Exactly. If you're standing there when the portal snaps, you are sent through. You don't get the choice. You physically have to not be standing on it.
Yeah, and you know, Hoopa is amazing, but this is one of the things that can go wrong with that hyperspace hole.
Zugrug babysitting Frank and Donlux. They're just farming up as they're waiting for Texas. The Psyduck to move up with them. Zealot sees what's going on. They're level 8. On the verge of getting their Unite move as well. That powerful Hydro Typhoon. Tons of crowd control.
And look at this. We have Mega Lucario as an option. Great trap here for Frank, but they could Unite. No, they decide to use their power-up punch, move past the Rock Tomb right there, back to the side of their team. Could have got dicey there for CACM for a moment. And even though some of these fights aren't going the way of Dignitas, we still have level 11 on this Charizard, and it has a Unite move ready to go.
So does Reggie, and Toon is eyeing down that Scyther, saying fire's pretty strong against bug type. Let's see what I can do. Reggie is now seeing that they're being chased by 3 players from Dig. The hyperspace highway is open. If you put that portal on a pad, you can switch lanes, and that's what they just did. A nice base there, and now we have the Inteleon Unite is out as they're putting the pressure on. That Mega Luca is down. Donlux fires a shot, but Zugrug eats it. Toon goes in with a fire punch, puts in a good amount of damage. Reggie's going for the flank. Unite move is there. Portal is there as well. Toon gets knocked out and can't take it. A huge Lapras Express by Ranma to prevent that reset.
Lapras making their way up to the top path, hitting that Unite move, knocking them up before they could head home, and in fact KOing them before they could take that portal. Look at the Psychic pulling them back right into the beautiful snipe shot. CACM is firing on all cylinders right here, and Frank has a good secure opportunity with this Mega Lucario. However, CACM is shutting them down.
Rings unbound, Hoopa pull them through that portal like the Avengers. You see everybody from Dignitas all of a sudden on the bottom side of the map, and Texas is finding themselves out-personneled right now. 5v1. Ranma joins the fray. Regieleki is marching. One player down Psyduck. Donlux fires an easy shot and clips Zugrug for half his HP. Looks for another opportunity, but they're just going to sit on pad. Regieleki's on the doorstep. Rock Tomb is down. Zealot Hydro Typhoon kicks up one. Snipe shot is there, but it doesn't hit anyone. We're spinning to win is the Blastoise. They're moving back towards the portal. They're able to eject button and take it, and the rest of Dignitas runs away. And what a snipe shot after this Phantom Force.
What a beautiful snipe shot. These snipe shots are incredible. Here comes the Lapras Express. They're chasing them down. They're looking for Charizard, and they're caught by the entirety of CACM. And now the goal zone siege is on. They're scoring points right here on the tier 1, and it is a 50 into this goal zone. 99 to 267. The team with the highest score at the end wins. Of course, there's a lot of time. There's the huge objective Groudon hitting the map in a minute, but CACM is in a dominant position.
Great call. The Lapras Express is up, which allows Lapras to travel the map very quickly, but what else it does is everybody on your squad can hop along for that ride. So it pulled everybody into that engagement for Toon. They knew exactly where he was. Quick knockout, quick work, quick goal zone gone.
What a beautiful play from CACM, especially chasing down that Charizard. Now, of course, Dignitas knows they are behind on score considerably. You could just see with how many goal zones are up. Tier 1 goal zone in the top path still there for CACM. However, they are not that far behind in one of these big fights. Toon almost level 13, Zealot level 13 on this Blastoise. So Blastoise and Mega Char ready to have a big moment in this fight if they can get a catch. Radman some trouble right here. This is a horrible time to get caught, Dupe Snacks.
10 seconds until Groudon hits the map. Lapras is gone. That is their big frontlining Pokemon. What will Dignitas do to adjust?
This is the question. Do they move in for this fight? We have Zealot moving forward. They're chipping at Groudon. Of course, they don't want to get it too low because that snipe shot is dangerous. Zugra getting hit right here, moving towards Texas. This fight is not kicking off. Mega Char not going in yet. Big Hydro Typhoon!
Mega Lucario comes out. Hydro Typhoon kicks up Donlo. KO Streak of 2 for the Inteleon. James Pond laying in shots on everybody. Big stun out of the rings unbound Hoopa, but Hoopa's on the verge of going down the R. Reggie finds their target. 3 players down for Dignitas. Otter's caught. Big Psychic Solaire, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Everybody's got the eyes on the Espeon. The Crustle isn't even back in the fray yet. They try to make a move, but they're knocked out for that insolence. CACM commanding that fight.
Look at this as all 5 members of Dignitas are taken down, now coming back, trying to make some sort of goal zone defense as we have CACM already ahead on the scoreboard. They don't even need to score right here, and it looks like they're actually deciding to peel away from this. If Dignitas can't get some of these KOs and transfer that Groudon buff over to their side, there is absolutely no way they can win. 1 minute left on the clock. It is not over, but it's looking bleak for Dig.
Donlux, big slap shot on Zealot, back HP. Texas uses that surf on that Psyduck. Portal is there, saves a player. Ender is low on HP, but they're not knocked out. Now this thing is razor thin. They're down by 54 points. How is Dignitas gonna go? Reggie gets a Hundo burger.
Whoa!
It's by Toon. If they can get this shield off of them, the Groudon buff, they're gonna be in great shape. Portal is down to keep them safe. They're eyeing down Ranma as well. Reggie needs to find an opportunity to go back in. They have their Unite move. The dual wing beat doesn't hit. Ranma low on HP. They're collapsing. 20 seconds left, and we need a counter score. The 80 is trying to go in up top. Can Zugrug stop it? No. Okay, that was a reset. That's how colors work. What am I saying? Tune back in. There's their Unite move. James Pond immediately eviscerates the Mega Char.
And it looks like Hoopa is scoring. They score 30 in the bottom path, but is that enough? The Hydro type move. They're looking to score in this goal zone. They're being put up. They're trying to put the points in with 2 seconds left. Can they do it? They're being stopped. Did anyone score? Who won this game?
I don't think anybody scored on that last push by CACM with the cheeky backhand by the Hoopa. It might have been enough. Let's see how it shakes out.
No way! Dignitas won!
Yes,
Dignitas won!
Yes,
Are you kidding me? Unbelievable!
You have no idea the deflating nature of that finish if you're CACM Esports. They felt like they were in control. They took a gargantuan team win, and it didn't take much for Dignitas with this new map, with this new Groudon buff, to find a way back into the game.
That was one of the most impressive final moments I have seen from a team. This Groudon map is insane. It is so exciting. You would never have seen that with Rayquaza. Never. They would have walked in and scored. But they didn't want to. They didn't want to give up those buffs and give Dignitas a chance. But instead, Dig found a way.
Yeah, we're looking at this team fight, and it really was CACM from start to finish in this Groudon pit. You know, Otter uses the Psychic Solaire, tries to pick up a couple players, slow this thing down. Zugrug's right in the middle, but they don't have enough secure in the kit of that defender. That's not really their job, right? But we take a look here, and Otter, 5 knockouts, 48,000 damage, and I'm taking a look at his face there, and that's the same one we just saw with that pop-off when they found out they won.
What an unbelievable finish for Dignitas. I mean, it's one of those games we could not have seen last season. CACM, I think, really intelligently made sure they did not give up their buffs. However, when both of them peeled off to score, when 2 members of CACM, I think it was Frank and Reggie, peel off to score, we have Dignitas base in the split-second nick of time land on both of them as they are trying to score. Stop them from scoring. The Hoopa sneaky score across the map. Like, what a finish to that game. I cannot believe that was game 1.
Heck of a way to start our grand finals here. And you can just see the anxiety level almost of successfully securing Groudon, knowing full well that that is not the end of the race. It's just the beginning.
Yeah. We're looking at Otter here. We've got this new heat map. If you haven't seen this before, this is really exciting. It just shows where this Pokemon is spending all of their time in the game. And this is our bottom lane attacker here, Otter on the Espeon. And you can see where they spent all their time, making sure that they could secure every piece of wild Pokemon they could in that bottom path. There's a lot of what your attackers are going to do, especially something like a long range, a burst damage special attacker like Espeon. So incredibly powerful early. And if you can get it online, some of these team-wide stuns that you can get from these Psy Shock, Psy Beam combo are so impressive they could win you a fight all by itself.
There's one thing I've noticed with this Dignitas team throughout this tournament is, 1, they favor attacking the bottom path first, closing out those goal zones. And 2, once they do establish that goal zone lead in terms of destroying a tier 1, having and moving onto the tier 2, they leave exclusively Otter in the bottom path to babysit and insulate their own T1 pad, the very first pad you can engage with. That's why his heat map is almost exclusively there, because that's his job. That is how Dignitas has formulated their strategy. Attack the bottom path bases as quick as they can, close as many of them as they can, and let Otter kind of babysit that bottom pad and make sure that it does not get broken back.
That's right, yeah, they're gonna stop their opponents from scoring, right? Continuing to put them behind, and at the same time, they're gonna try to take as much experience as they can, so every time they make it to a fight, they're an impact, and the rest of the time, you're right, they are looking for opportunities elsewhere on the map. It is a 5 versus 5 game here, and not every fight, not every moment is going to have all 5 of those players, because there are so many important things to consider. There are wild Pokemon that are spawning all over. You need to make sure you're KOing those wild Pokemon so you can get a level lead. You need to make sure you're scoring, and of course, showing up to objectives ready to fight with your Unite moves. Your level advantage is going to be a huge part of that. Dignitas now is going to be our first pick. CACM, after losing that game, they get to decide whether they want first pick or second pick, and it looks like they have opted for the second sort of 2-in-a-row pick.
We're seeing the same bands. Gengar targeted at Reggie. Slowbro is just what Dignitas has been doing. On the other side, Darkrai is targeted against Toon, but it's also incredibly strong. Latias is definitely just a Dignitas ban, right? They use that Pokemon and they put it on different people. Suicune is just incredibly powerful, take that off. But Dignitas, seeing the duck and seeing the work that Texas was putting in, says not again, and quickly goes to Lapras, but we see that the Crustle might be the difference maker again.
Yeah, we're gonna see how they want to start this draft off. I don't know if they want to grab that Mega Charizard X once more, if they would rather have the Mega Lucario. Seemed like their Blastoise was doing pretty good, but it's always good to be able to take something away from your opponents, and they want to make sure they get this Crustle. And it sounds like we're going to be remaking this game here on stage. We need to make sure that all of these players are connected together. If one player is not able to connect, we are going to reset things. Doobs next. I mean, tell me a little bit about how you would be feeling if you were Dignitas in that last match. Are you excited because of what happened? Of course, a little, right? You want the W, but wow, I would say 90% of that game was rough for you.
Yeah, you take it where you can get it, pretty much, is the long story short there. You essentially have to admit you got away with one, right? I mean, to their credit, they played immaculately. After they lost that Groudon team fight, they really, all of a sudden, pulled together with the power of friendship and found a way to win. Critical. So for them, you ride this high, you say, okay, we got away with one, now let's put the pedal to the metal, because as I mentioned, as soon as that game ends, that is a deflating way to lose a game. And CACM is who I'm more concerned about. How are they gonna bounce back?
Well, if I'm CACM, it's interesting, right? Because it's kind of two sides of the same coin. You've got Dignitas, who lost most of the match and then won. And you've got CACM, who won most of the match, then lost. If I'm CACM, my mindset is, hey, we won that. We made a couple mistakes at the end, couple big ones, you know, but we won that game. I want to head back into this next game with that exact same energy, and I just want to make a different decision after we once again beat them at Groudon, beat them at all of these objectives. I just want to head back in there and we have a change up as to how we are going to win this thing. I think that is probably the mentality I would be coming at it for CACM, but sometimes these crazy moments that really only Pokemon Unite has, I swear, because of these 10-minute matches, these crazy moments right at the end, some teams will start to tilt because of this. They'll start to play worse, they'll start to freak out. It's stressful. They just lost one in the grand finals that they shouldn't have lost.
But CACM has been in this spot before, actually a more dire one just yesterday. If you look at their semifinals, in game 4, they lost in a very similar fashion, right? Marching on that tightrope, they slipped at the very end and lost. That was yesterday against DreamMax. However, they bounced back. And I got to interview Texas after that game, and he said, we know we made mistakes.
Yeah.
You leave those behind us because we still have another chance in front of us, and that's where our focus needs to be. So to your point, maybe in the finals on stage, you know, it's a different day, the energy might be different, but in my heart of hearts, I think this team's got it in them to just say, you know what, we did mess that up.
Yes.
Leave that behind us, though. We know what those mistakes are. Our opportunity now is to just not repeat those, but keep everything else the same.
You know, story that we've been talking about throughout this weekend, of course, is this Dignitas team. There are so many teams that are coming back together for the start of our Unite season, but no team, I feel like, has more history, is more well-known, is more connected to the Unite community than this Dignitas team. This was one of the first teams and sets of players, albeit in a slightly different configuration, that people saw when this game came out and watched the tournament scene. Originally known as TTV with a different squad, they had Toon, Zugrug, Goof, Lutano, and Ender, and now 3 of those members are here still playing together after not playing together for years or in different configurations. Toon, Zug, Ender back together. Otter, a player that they know and love, is back on this squad after being with them on year 2, and the young upstart Zealot. I mean, this team really has a lot going for it, and the power of friendship seems to be winning out in all of these exchanges.
Yeah, I mean, since I'm dressed as a community college paleontologist, I will go ahead and say those 4 fossils needed some young blood in there, and they found a heck of a player to fill that for them. Zealot is incredibly strong. Zealot admitted yesterday he's incredibly nervous, but the support system within this team, within these players, has been enough to get him to where he needs to be, and his performance is showing. It's evolving, and it's getting stronger as the tournament is going on. As there's more pressure in these games, he seems to be rising to the occasion, despite the fact, self-admittedly, like I said, saying, I'm pretty darn nervous.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this is the biggest stage he's been on. A super solid player with a few Pokemon that are really incredible, clearly a great understanding of the mechanics and what's going on in a game, but he has never been at this level. He has never been in the grand finals of an IC. All of the rest of his team has won them.
Yeah.
So it's really impressive. So we're taking a look at some of the crowd watching our game here, taking a picture of himself up on the screen. I'd do the same thing.
I would too. I would 100%.
If we were on the screen right now, I'd be taking a picture of myself.
Don't put us on camera.
Do not.
The phones are coming up.
Because you know what we will do.
Taken. Guaranteed.
It's an exciting squad. It's an exciting time for Zealot, you know, as a player that's pretty green compared to the rest of this crew, but really rising to the occasion. One thing that I think is very funny about this Dignitas squad is I believe I have played in Zealot's position almost with this Dignitas crew when I tried to troll them as hard as I could by playing as badly as I could on their team, and they were still winning games.
Yeah, well, for some reason, that's just the methodology that you take into every match somehow, because we've been playing a lot
Let's
together.
see if my team can win if I do this.
You know what? We're actually trying really hard and still not finding a win anywhere.
That's the tough part. When you and I get together and we duo queue and we're losing, we're trying our best out here.
And it doesn't look good. It does not look good. And that's why we are here talking about it, and they are there on the stage actually delivering on good levels of skill.
Yes, I mean, these players are incredible. As it looks like we're heading into our draft screen right here. Dignitas, your purple team. CACM Esports, your orange team. Again, CACM having the option to get that first pick. They decide to go second, which will be 2 picks back to back. If you know that you want to force your opponent to pick something, this is a great strategy to grab 2 Pokemon right away that you want.
One thing that I noticed is Zarina is not getting banned out, and it's a Pokemon that Zealot was performing very well on yesterday. That was part of a key component in getting them to the grand finals, and it feels nowhere in sight. Yesterday it was getting a target ban. Now it's not getting banned, and it's not even getting picked by Dig.
Here we go. First pick over to Dignitas. We're going to find out where the issue in the draft stemmed from, and clearly it was that first pick. They wanted the Miraidon, and now we are seeing them grab that over to CACM for their picks 1 and 2.
I don't think Ranma's going to go to Venusaur. Mega Charizard makes a bit more sense, but they get 2 picks on the hop, and they have opportunity to go double Mega here.
Mega. And you know, Dignitas baited a team into this yesterday, and they were able to beat them, even with both of these powerhouse Mega Pokemon on their squad.
Actually, that's the one they lost.
We'll be right back.
We've never been wrong.
We'll be right back.
We've never been wrong. However, you have to think that they've at least learned something from that loss.
It was a learning experience. Now they're going to win.
Correct. You have to lose to learn and grow. And like you just lost with your knowledge of this game,
I don't think so.
We are now projecting and moving forward into a big win for you as a person and your growth as an individual.
Thank you so much. I will be going back to check that. I still think I'm right as we head to the rest of this draft right here. Final 2 picks over to Dignitas. The questioner, what kind of damage do they want to bring into this game? We saw Toon yesterday on the Mimikyu, and it was so powerful the teams had to steal it away from him. And yes, he is bringing it out into this match, as well as Zealot on the Zacian. Zacian, interestingly enough, has the highest win rate in this entire tournament.
Yeah, leading in today, it definitely sat on top of the pile. However, for Zealot specifically, it's kind of been one of his weakest all-rounders that he's been bringing in terms of performance. We are rounding this out with Dawnlux on that Mew, one of like a toolbox character. It can do so many things. You know, it has like Pikachu's Electro Ball. It has Venusaur's Solar Beam. It can do things from range. It has this crazy boosted auto that tracks you down, and a Unite move that puts Mew in this fog where it gets to just cruise around the map, either to safety or to get a cool engage. And then, of course, it has that beautiful surf it can pull out as well.
Yeah, Mew is one of those Pokemon that in the hands of a skilled player looks like the best thing in the game. It's incredible. Its ability to switch between its moves and have many different options for its team makes it a real force. So much so that you see it not only in sort of this attacker role, but also as a supporter for some of these squads.
Absolutely. Now, you know, Otter specifically on Dig, infamously known for that support Mew. However, CACM is taking it in its true position, the attacker role.
And here we go. Dignitas, your purple team. CACM Esports, your orange team, as we take a look at Thea Sky Ruins, the battlefield here in our grand finals. Dignitas up 1 game over CACM, and we're getting this second one started. And we're pausing.
Yeah, well, you said let's get it started, and
immediately
production said gotta make them wrong.
Gotta make them wrong twice. Production, am I wrong about Mega Char, Mega Lucario? It's gonna drive me crazy. Thank you.
Yeah, one of us is
actually
wrong.
I'm requesting this pause. I request the pause. Check the tapes. I swear they won in that exchange.
Yeah, if we could get just a splash graphic telling us what exactly happened. Because
can't wait to find out I was wrong.
Right. One of us is obviously wrong. And you know what? Historically, I will say this has favored you. I have been wrong way more.
Well, the confidence at which you corrected me leads me to believe I'm for sure wrong.
But unfortunately, that's how I make all my mistakes. It's just unfounded confidence.
At this point, though, even if I'm proven wrong, I'll never believe it. I'll believe some sort of Mandela effect happened. And
yes,
there was a split at some point last night, and I remember the reality where they won.
Okay, whatever. Let's find out. This is something that I know the folks at home and
don't
the people
care.
In the crowd, no, yeah. I was going to say they care a lot.
Oh, I agree. This is our heat map.
Yeah, put in the chat Team Dupes next Team Spraggles to see who is correct and who
everyone
you're
Team Zoinks, Team Zoinks, Team Zoinks.
Team Soap, Team Soap,
Team Soap, Team Soap, Team Zoinks.
Literally anybody but these two. Time for you to pull out Spraggles Fan 2019.
And here we go. Dignitas CACM, as we're getting ready for this next game. As soon as one of our players reconnects here, we will head back into this match. Dig up 1, as we've talked about, but now they're in a scary position. Whether they won or lost yesterday against these 2 Megas, this is so difficult to deal with. Even if you got a plan for it, these Pokemon are unbelievably strong, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, again, it's because they split your attention in 2 different ways. Charizard obviously has the ability to rip a player up into the sky with a big-time suplex back to Earth and then engage with Fire Punch, with the Fire Punch being just its damage cranked to 11 all the way up. However, it battles much differently than Mega Lucario, as you mentioned at the top of the show. Mega Lucario, once it fires off its Unite move and hits that Mega form, its close combat, its power-up punch, deal tons of damage. It can shred objectives. It can shred opponents. And of course, it can secure with the power-up punch. And throughout all of this, the close combat is getting HP back onto the Mega Lucario to give it that level of sustain that feels oh so good when you're hitting multiple targets.
We saw a fight yesterday from Dignitas Zealot as left Mega Lucario peeling away from a fight where they were almost completely caught, almost knocked out, then close combating some of the wild Pokemon to get enough HP to come back in the fight. That recovery that you talked about is so unbelievably important in some of these moments, and it's why it makes some of these Megas difficult to take down. Not only when they Mega are their moves enhanced, but other parts of their kits are enhanced also. And the close combat on Mega Lucario, the increased range of that thing, like how many punches they are throwing, it is insane.
Yeah, well, I want people to be aware of that. You know, we've mentioned it. Just kind of key into that whenever the Mega Lucario enters the fray and throws that close combat. Watch that HP bar. Just once, and watch it just immediately be rejuvenated if they can land on multiple targets.
Yeah, it's so impressive, and it's so scary, right? Because, of course, something like these Megas, you want to use a coordinated effort to take them down. You want to make sure that as a team, you focus the Mega, get rid of it, let it use its Unite move, and waste it essentially in some of these big fights. But if you can't get it down, and it picks up a KO, or if it just doesn't go down the right way, and you have multiple members of your team around a Mega Lucario all getting close combated, that fight could go catastrophically bad. You have to be very careful with how you fight these powered up Mega Pokemon.
I want to take a pause here and talk about, the game is paused, so again, take a pause for us. Talk about Dignitas, CACM Esports, and the resolution of that first game. I think if we went straight into game 2, maybe the momentum would have stayed with Dignitas, but now all the emotions have settled back out.
Yes.
Right? We had to, unfortunately, remake the draft. We have a pause in the game, which at least it was at the very start before the players even left the home base at kickoff. But now it almost feels like we're back to game 1 of the whole series.
Yes.
Everything is not flatlined, but has been brought back to parity, which honestly might be good for CACM right now.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Especially because they played so well throughout that entire match. Like you said, the heartbreak of how it ended could have worn off at this point, and now you're ready just to get back in there and beat your opponents in this next one.
Without a doubt. As we were working through, I think I saw a couple thumbs up go across the board, and we are headed into our game 2 momentarily. Any other thoughts you'd like to get into, Cowboy?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much going on between these two squads here. You and I talked earlier about what was going to happen. I think we had our predictions on stage. I said it was going to be Dignitas 3-1. After that first game, I'm a little scared for Dig here, because they were getting beat up and down Thea Sky Ruins. Everywhere on the map they ran into CACM, they were losing, except in that one final moment, which does show their resolve. It shows how even when things are bleak, they are playing to their win condition, which is what a champion does. But man, I would be worried if another game starts like that.
Yeah, especially now that they've given 2 Pokemon over to CACM in the Megas, Mega Charizard, Mega Lucario. It means that their early game feels a hair weaker for CACM going into game 2, and maybe that's what Dignitas is using to try and reestablish themselves in the early stages of the game, because CACM really took over early in that first one. So Dignitas giving Pokemon over to CACM that are powerful, yes, but are slow to get started.
Yes.
And they need to expose that, and they need to take advantage of that.
We're getting some thumbs up on stage, so it looks like our teams are just about ready to head back into Thea Sky Ruins. Nobody wants to be put on ice in a moment like this, especially up on stage. It just gives you time to sit and stew and wait and overanalyze something that might have happened in your previous match. For some players, it could be what brings them to the realization of what they needed to do. For other players, like we've talked about before, it could start to break them a little bit. And we have seen teams start off so hot in a situation like this, and then things just start to crumble a little bit. Little mistake here or there. Unfortunate moment at the end of the game. That one cost us one. Oh, that one cost us one too. And then before you know it, they're a shadow of their former team. They're not playing how they need to play at all. They're not playing how CACM Esports needs to play or how Dignitas needs to play.
Couple waves from the crowd there.
Once again, a heart. That one for Otter.
We're just heart trading over here. Just hearts to different individuals. Everybody should feel loved because you are.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love you.
I love you too, man.
What a time to be alive.
Absolutely.
Here we are in Sao Paulo, Brazil, casting Pokemon Unite. Amazing.
Yes, sir. And what else is amazing is this grand finals between Dignitas and CACM. Best of 5 still looms. One up is Dignitas. CACM needs to bounce back after what I can only describe as a gutting loss.
I gotta say, one thing that I love about this tournament, of course, with the 3 slots heading to ACL, is that we have an NA team, a LATAM North team, and a Brazilian team all going to represent the West in Japan. But before we get to that, we have a champion to crown today as we head into game number 2. Dignitas, your purple team, up 1 game against CACM Esports, your orange team.
Don Lux and Ranma playing 2 Pokemon that are also incredibly strong in the early game. Zealot, Ender are up against it here. This Mew has so many options in its toolkit that it's really tough to deal with everything it can do.
Yeah, Ender right now just trying to get in the face here of CACM to see if they can take away some of this. Nice secure right there, and Zealot's moving forward. Oh, that eject button really saved that Snorlax.
Yeah, forcing out the eject button is really solid because that's a resource Ranma might need as we see the Mimikyu is moving to the middle, but they just caught Eye of a Charmeleon in there on the chase. Ender immediately leaves path to try and help out. Zugrug is looking to evolve into Crustle here in short order. Reggie, level 5, sees 3 players and is trying to get away, but the chase is on.
Ooh.
Good little stun by Zug over the wall.
Yeah, Zug stuns right there as Toon makes their way down to the bottom path here. They're looking for Frank the Mega Lucario. 4 members of Dignitas at this goal zone.
Texas eating a bunch of that Miraidon charge beam, forces them to retreat. Zugrug kind of caught their only level 3. They burn the eject button. They might make it out. Now we're fighting scrapping. Franco straight in as this Mega Luca taking tons of damage. Solar beam from the backside by Don Lux, and Toon is down. At least they get the Charmeleon the other way. Otter's trying to escape. That big tracking boosted auto chases them down, but that's a KO streak of 2 for Otter.
You can just see how skilled both of these teams are, even in a moment like that where it feels like it's going to be bad for CAC. And we are trading KOs. Zealot, on the other hand, recognizing that no one's in the central area of CACM, going to go ahead and take that red buff and head back to the top path.
Zealot is looking to scrap over this Claydol, and now they're putting pressure. Snorlax takes a nap on pad, going to get that HP and shield up, as Zealot just keeps taking all these wild Pokemon.
Yeah, Zealot right now out securing this Snorlax, deciding whether or not they want to move forward and fight it. That big-time Metal Claw creates a huge damage opportunity, and they can just rip things off the map. Regidrago here being chipped up, but they have great secure for CACM out of that Power-Up Punch Lucario.
Nice Rock Tomb. Zugrug goes in. They're pinned against the wall. Big charge beam. Breaking down. Now Texas is on the retreat. Don Lux trying to work their way in. Boosted auto on Zug. Ranma goes over the wall with a heavy slam, but it doesn't find its target. And just that charge beam enough to let Dig get Regidrago.
And here we go. Dignitas scoring in this top goal zone. The first points of our match right here, and it's a pretty good one. Toon right now almost level 9 on this Mimikyu. Otter doing incredibly well. Also, this match looking pretty night and day from game number 1.
Huge Rock Tomb. Don Lux tries to secure with the Solar Beam. E-Ball is out. Ender hits the boosted auto into the Heavy Slam. Tons of damage on them. Now CACM is around this Regieleki. Good Rock Tomb by Zugrug. Goes in with the X-Scissor. Huge stun. Charge Beam into the guts of CACM. And however, CACM secures. It's so much damage onto their team, they can't even do anything with this Regieleki.
Yeah, it gets a double KO. Even though they don't get the Regieleki, it doesn't really matter. They rip it right off the map, and that was a great fight for Dignitas. However, Registeel in the top path, also heading over to Dig.
Now Ender is playing a trick Phantom Force Hoopa, and you just saw Otter go back through, rip through the Phantom Force. Meteor Storm hits the map just to create space. Otter and Ender peel back to pad. Toon looking for their next target.
Yeah, we're going to see how they want to play this fight. We hit the Shadow Sneak onto the Snorlax. They move right in. They're looking for some KOs. The Shadow Claw goes in. Otter picking up another one. The Mimikyu grabs one, moving in with the Unite move, and they are shutting down Reggie. Double KO for the Miraidon, and they are crashing this tier 1 goal zone. The Thunder's raining down, and Dignitas is raining points in. 14 left in this goal zone.
You might have thought Zealot overextended, but they know the limits of the character. Charge Beam providing cover for Dignitas to retreat. Heavy Slam is there, pins Ender back against the wall. E-Ball tracks as the rest of the team gets experience. They can't even take down the support player here, Cowboy.
And here we go. Dignitas peeling back 149-0. Dignitas has come alive in our grand finals, and they may have to let a a decent amount of this in right here as 5 members of CACM crash on this goal zone.
Great coverage by the Thunder. Charge Beam is out. Toon is looking for some action. They're moving forward. The Meteor Storm is landing on the heads of CACM, pushing them back. Ramma gets pulled back through, puts up a block, but stuck in the rock tomb. They're knocked out by Toon. Zugrug pushes forward just to get some space, eats that boosted auto from the Mew, but they're back on their side of the map.
Wow, I mean, at least some points on the board for CACM, but they are just so behind in this. Zealot actually in a little bit of trouble right here, trying to see what they were able to steal and trying to peel away from this fight. And man, if they are able to get out, that would be quite impressive. Toon showing in the top, showing in the center there, just seeing if that would scare them away, but it didn't.
No, I mean, good pressure by Reggie, just also moving with Frank to just at least secure one knockout on a critical component of Dignitas, but the experience lead's still in their favor.
And here we go. We have Ender now level 9, which means they can move the team through that huge Unite move at any moment. Regirock getting pretty low right here, goes over to the side of CACM. We want to see how Dignitas wants to fight this with that powerful Unite.
Now we're fighting through Phantom Force trick. Reggie with the fire punch into the back, picks up a berry, and now we're Rubble Rousing on the pad. Zugrug trying to line up the next Rock Tomb and their next opportunity to deal some damage. Ramma puts down the block, tons of damage. Solar Beam hits everybody in Dignitas in the face, but that Mew's just not strong enough right now. Charizard takes them to the skies. Getting away is Zealot. They're trying to dash. Boosted auto hits, doesn't matter. Zugrug ejects back onto their pad, and just look at that. The resources CACM just expended for no value.
Yeah, CACM really gets nothing out of that. Mega Char does not win a big fight. Of course, it pushes Dignitas around there for a moment, but expertly fought from Dig. And this is something that we were seeing a lot yesterday. They were getting in some chaotic fights, but the support core of this team, the Crustle, the Hoopa here, they were setting up so many amazing moments for their allies to get out, even when things looked extremely bleak. In the top path, things could be looking bleak here for CACM, as this Mimikyu has the opportunity to start chaining some of these knockouts.
Zugrug and Toon looking for an opportunity here. 3 players, Rings Unbound Hoopa right in the bottom path. Everybody's gonna nab that portal, save themselves, and then crash this goal zone. The block comes through, pushing a lot of players out, but it's a 5 versus 2 now. Crash landing on the pad is Texas, caught in the Rock Tomb is both players. And Reggie Alecki hits anyways. Are they gonna scramble to get their points in and potentially give up knockouts? It doesn't look like it quite yet. Ender and Zug looking for an opportunity, and Phantom Force is there. Pulls in Zugrug, X-Scissor on pad. They can't get their points.
But Ender is able to score just a little bit here. And when you're only giving up your defender and support in a moment like that, those points could be worth it, right, Doobsnacks? You know, if you're giving up one of your highest levels on your team, one of your carries, like your Mimikyu, your Miraidon, your Zacian, that might be a little tricky. Some of the catch-up experience your opponents would receive could be pretty brutal. However, giving up a level 11 for some points, I think you'll take it.
Absolutely. Heavy slam in. That big block is out. You see the light screen from the Mew, which cranks up the damage of every move that goes through it there. Heavy slam, bang, secured by Miraidon, putting the Thunder and Charge Beam on it, and Ranma goes down in that exchange. 15 seconds till Groudon.
I can't even believe it. I looked up at the clock just a moment ago and I thought, wow, Groudon is here already. This map has had so much back and forth action, but a lot of it won by Dignitas. Again, 224-67. Dig getting aggressive, heading to the side of CACM. Look to see if we can get a catch. Nice little X-Scissor on the Snorlax, not the target you're looking for though. Frank is going to go ahead and peel back. CACM wants to take this fight in an advantageous position. They definitely don't want to be X-Scissored into it. Mimikyu scoring another 100 in the top path. CACM so far behind. They need to make a play, and they're looking for it with this Snorlax. Looking for a possible catch, peeling back with block right here, and time is ticking away. They need to find their moment. They need to move in. Shadow Sneak on the Lucario, but they don't decide to move in for this fight. Zugrug looks for an X-Scissor and misses. The Rock Tomb, both teams just kind of dancing back and forth, but no one deciding to move forward here, and it is CACM that needs to make this decision, Doobsnacks.
CACM giving up ground. Zealot is kind of caught out. Texas knows where they are. They go through the wall with that Metal Claw. Now the Charge Beam is on Frank. Tons of damage. Does Zealot decide to engage? Mimikyu's in the back line. Solar Beam is there. They have to pop that Mimikyu Unite move. The Meteor Storm is landing on top of the Mimikyu, dealing tons of damage. Rebel rousing, but they're picked up by Reggie. Can they X-Scissor through Reggie so low? That would be a critical knockout. Charge Beam Wow. So many targets. Donlux is low. Donlux is gone. Ranma standing there and looking just the support core for CACM Esports. And in that exchange, Dignitas takes an easy Groudon.
That was really impressive by Dignitas. At some point, I think they just got bored of what CACM was doing. They said, you know what, we are going to win this fight, right, guys? All right, you catch him with that Shadow Sneak Mimikyu, and let's move in and win this thing. They were bunched up. Huge time for that Miraidon Unite move. You saw the rings unbound and the fists flying from space from that Hoopa, stunning multiple targets. All the while, Zealot, the Zacian, turns right around, rips Groudon, gives him a game win. A complete change from game one. Absolute domination from Dignitas.
Okay, now CACM back against the wall, without a doubt here. Dignitas, much more tempered after that win because it felt like they were in control. That's true, and they were able to deliver in that moment. Now, with Dignitas giving up Mega, now I'm not convinced they did lose, but they gave up Mega Charizard.
You know, either way, what an impressive game here.
Yeah, it was incredible. I mean, it was incredible. They had a very sound strategy, Mimikyu being a key component in that, in my opinion. But you can't undersell the traps that Zugrug was laying on this team.
Look at that hardware that they are playing for up on that stage. I asked if us as casters, you know, would get kind of an honorary trophy, and they said everyone but you and I.
Literally
every single one but you and I. They said they were just going to hand some out to the crowd. I thought it was insulting. They said that was the intent. They wanted to make it clear how they felt.
They were right. It worked.
You know what? I felt insulted. They were like, this is exactly what we wanted when we set up this scenario. But, I mean, that is such a big prize, right? Of course, there's a lot of money on the line. There's ACL, there's the glory, and man, being able to take something like that home, that hardware, being able to say that you are a champion, very few players can. And someone will here today. Dignitas just one game away from making that a reality. Give me my trophy. I'm doing a Zugrug.
Yeah. Give me my trophy.
I want my trophy.
I think now that's insulting.
It is.
That was real, and that was insulting.
I want him to have his trophy, by the way.
I agree. And he's playing well. He's showing that he wants a trophy. Like I was saying, those Crustle Rock Tombstones were invaluable. Always finding a quality target. Specifically, it seemed like Mega Charizard was the trap.
Yes.
Right? That's who they wanted to pin down, and they were incredibly successful.
In a coordinated format, I'm not saying it's not okay. I am not sold on Mega Char. I am much more sold on Mega Lucario. I think it has bigger moments in some of these games, and of course we've seen teams shut it down. Mega Charizard really doesn't seem to be doing it. I feel like the Mimikyu is more powerful in the hands of Toon than the Mega Char was. Now, of course, there are lots of different scenarios that make that possible, right? Many different team comps. There's some games a Cinderace is better than having an Aegislash, and on and on and on. We're comparing some different things here, but I am not fully sold on Mega Charizard as we're taking a look at this Groudon fight, heading down to it here. This was when we realized, wow, there's only 2 minutes left on the clock. These teams have been scrapping so much, and we had this awkward dance between these two squads, and at some point, Dignitas just decided to take the fight. I think they hit a Shadow Sneak right there. They hit that Shadow Sneak on the Mew, force out the Unite move. Here comes everything from the side of Dig.
Yeah, I mean, Mimikyu Unite on the Charizard, another quality target. Reggie doesn't hit the target they want because they snatched up Zugrug, the tank. So the damage that you'd like to see would have to be on a squishier member. That isn't quite the case. Otter, again, safely across the barrier, putting tons of charge beam damage. And just the spacing that Otter, Ender, and Zug were able to create gives plenty of time for Zealot and Toon to rip that Groudon off the map.
Here we go. The points rain in. Player of the game, Toon on the Mimikyu. 9 knockouts, only fainting a single time. But look at their entire team. Toon went down once, Ender once, Otter not even a single time, Zealot 1 time, Zugrug 1 time. They were really dominating this match right here. And wow, 24,000 and 23,000 damage from the Megas on the side of CACM, looking like a solo queue ally.
Not
my solo queue
ally. I mean,
ally.
Obviously Toon, a phenomenal player in that game. You got to shout out Otter, who had, I think, 3, maybe 4 KO streaks of 2 on that Charge Beam Miraidon, 112,000 damage. And when you compare that across the board, the two Megas combined didn't even sniff what these two players were getting done on the map.
I mean, look at this score line. Look at this heat map, the Mimikyu all over the place. Didn't get to spend as much time in the enemy central area as they probably would have liked, but look how active they were at the center of the map. It really did feel like we had a ton of moments where the teams actually clashed in the center, and Dignitas was taking every single one of those fights.
They were relentless.
Yeah.
They were relentless. They had a good strategy. We said it was going to be important for them to win the early game so they can leverage level leads on these naturally more individually powerful Pokemon. They achieved that, and they achieved it without a doubt.
One game away for Dig. And we see this a lot, don't we, where one team is just dominant in our grand finals. I will say this one has a very different texture, because that first game was not a Dig win, not a hashtag Dig win until the very final moments they pulled it out. However, game number 2, kind of like the exact opposite, right? I mean, that felt like exactly what CACM did in game 1, just completely dominating throughout the match, taking Groudon, heading to the goal zones and scoring.
Going into draft here, game number 3, CACM backs against the wall. They lose, they're going home. Spraggles will pack their bags personally as soon as that mismatch is over.
That's right.
Dignitas, on the other hand, on the doorstep for the first big win, for the first big tournament that this big org has been invited to.
Yeah, I mean, incredible, right? What a showing for Dignitas in their debut in the Unite scene. Incredible. CACM looking to ban out the Mega Char and Latias, very targeted bans. We've got Mega Lucario banned out here. That is what they are playing for, and if CACM doesn't get it together, they are definitely taking that silver trophy. They need to win this game. In fact, they need to win 3 in a row. Sounds impossible, but it's been done on the big stage many times. Come from behind victories happen all of the time in Pokemon Unite, especially in a best of 5, but this is going to be tough.
It is going to be tough. There's 2 types of teams in Pokemon Unite. Ones that treat every match that they're into as a standalone thing, and teams that feed off momentum. Dignitas does not strike me off a team that feeds off momentum, but can take every match as is. CACM feels more now like a momentum team compared to what we saw yesterday and to what we've seen so far today.
Well, I hope for CACM that's not the case, because their momentum is not behind them. The wind is not at their back. They are facing an extremely difficult challenge in trying to take down Dignitas right here. Draft looking pretty good for Dignitas so far. Grabbing that Miraidon, I think the Otters Miraidon is unbelievable. I mean, what a difference maker in that match. As I mentioned before, didn't get knocked out a single time and just spent the entirety of the match ripping through them with that crazy charge beam damage.
Now we're seeing a little bit more of what we saw game 1. The Psyduck, the Lapras, the Inteleon. Banned out are the Megas this go around. Before, one team got both. Now, one team, both teams banning each one respectively, but Zealot on this Zarina, and I was waiting to see when that would come back out.
Yeah, this was a huge hit for Zealot yesterday. Zarina is a Pokemon that is incredibly good, and especially some of the teams in our eastern regions pick this Pokemon up a lot and have huge success. It's also been on World Championship teams time and time again. Lately, a lot of these Western teams not really playing Zarina, instead deciding to go with a lot of other picks. Blaziken really seems like it's replaced it in a ton of ways, but Zealot Zarina yesterday looked incredible. The tricky part about this Pokemon Dubsnax is until it hits Zarina at level 6, until it evolves, it's really tough. And if you can shut it down, if CACM can slow its progression, it will be it's really not great behind.
Exactly. Reggie specifically with this Scyther again that we saw from game 1 and one of their comfort picks certainly has the ability to just shut down the progression, as you mentioned, of a Zarina.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. This is more the look that CACM had in game 1. And I think it worked out a lot better for them, right? Those snipe shots looking incredible. The Scyther looking good. I actually think without these Megas, they're probably feeling, breathing a sigh of relief, because it didn't work as well for them as this comp as we head in to our next game here. Surveying the battlefield that is Thea Sky Ruins. That is where we fight in Pokemon Unite. Dignitas up 2-0 in our grand finals. Reggie Drago making their way up and down the center of this map. And in a few moments, Reggie Drago will be there for these teams to fight over as we head to game number 3. Dignitas, your purple team. CACM Esports, your orange team. If Dig wins this, they are your LAIC champions.
We see the trophy right there presented in the Thea Sky Ruins as these teams enter their paths. CACM fighting for their tournament lives. Dignitas fighting for the tournament win.
That's right. Luna being pushed back right here. Frank just trying to get some of that experience there. Dignitas gets an early EXP advantage 52% of the time in the first minute. 52% of the time it works, 52% of the time.
Yeah, and we're talking about those slim margins, just 2% more than the opposing squads, right? Or excuse me, 4% more than the opposing squads. And that in and of itself makes a difference. Reggie with early pressure, you can see the big damage it can do in the first stage of the game.
And look at Reggie right here, not scared at all, trying to move in that moment, maybe deciding if they were going to dash forward and try to take that berry, but their HP just got a little too low. And Dignitas now, they are behind here at the start of this match. Zealot looking for their level 6, trying to get that secured. It looks like that does go over to the side of Dignitas. Reggie hitting with the dual wing beat, but actually deciding to head into the central area of Dig and try to contest some of this experience with the Zarina.
Yeah, going into the side of Dignitas's map, into that central area. We did get an evolution into Zarina. However, they're both level 6. We'll see if they're scrapping. Zealot half HP. They are playing Trop Kick here. And the Scavalier moves forward. Reggie lows, and it's going to be taken by Zealot, Reggie, what happened there?
Yeah, I think Reggie got it, but it was questionable, right? Because both of them already had a red buff, so it's really tough to say which one actually stole it in that moment, but I do think Reggie got it there.
Oh, Toon with a headbutt with a stun, can't follow up. Frank poaching Zugrug with the combustion. Zugrug puts the Rock Tomb down, but they're not long for this world. They're sent back to the Pokemon Center.
And here we have Toon and Ender trying to stop them as 4 members of CACM are crashing onto this goal zone. Nice scores here. 20 left in this goal zone. Luna could score an easy 7 if they wanted to, but no, they're going to push away from this goal zone. Obviously, players that have stacking items like an attack weight, Aeos Cookie, special attack specs, they want to make sure that they can use these early tier 1 goal zones to get stacked and get online. These items allow them to get more and more powerful every time they score, up to 6 scores. So you want to get that early, Dupe Snacks.
Don Lux, Snipe Shot Inteleon is online. We're going to start seeing these long-range shots try and deal some damage, and they find Zugrug the target there. Charge Mew is putting damage on Ranma. Zealot secures the knockout on the Lapras. Snipe Shot splits between Zealot and Zug. Zug puts the Rock Tomb. Nice X-Scissor for separation. Reggie sees Zug and gets the knockout, but the window to score points was bought by the Crustle.
And here we have Dignitas sending the Hoopa down to the bottom path, which allows Luna to score in the top path. Reggie moving in with that big-time Unite move, looking for Otter, trying to chase it down all the way to the tier 2 goal zone, and they do. Zealot now stomping them here, and yes, huge X-Scissor.
Wow.
Crustle picks up the KO.
Great one to get back, and you can see how important it was to knock out Otter. They went real deep into that flux zone that slows you down between those paths on the opposite side of the map. Regice is getting ripped. Ranma steps forward, so does Texas Luna. Don Lux is there, damage on Zug. Regice is getting low. Don Lux lines up the secure. Zugrug is there to body block it, and not only that, take the Regice.
Beautiful stuff there from Zug. That Snipe Shot can only hit 1 target if it is an enemy player, so you can stand in front of it when it tries to secure in some of these big moments, and hopefully you can block it while not getting KO'd yourself.
There's a fun little thing going on between Otter and Don Lux. When Otter is in that charge beam, it kind of gives you the bowling alley that you need to throw this shot down to have a nice crop of damage on a squishy target. And Otter and Don Lux are navigating this expertly.
And here we go. Hitting with the Snipe Shot there. Zugrug taking some damage. It looked like they had an assault vest on, so what they're able to do is actually kind of eat a Snipe Shot here and there, let that assault vest recharge while being out of combat so that they can get hit with another one.
Nice Snipe Shot is at least going to secure some farm. Here comes Reggie. They're looking at Zealot. The portal is down. Zealot doesn't take the portal. They want to fight. They use that Unite move to drag Reggie to the skies and kick him back down to earth. Don Lux is going into the invis mode, secret agent style, going straight towards Otter, whose half HP is gone. Zugrug is there. Nice X-Scissor on Don Lux. Zugrug wants this trophy, and they're playing like it. They're showing out right now. Hydro Typhoon kicks up Frank. KO streak of 2 for the Krusler.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Zugrug. What a playmaker on the side of Dignitas, just setting up so many huge moments. Reggie trying to move in here and get some damage, but a beautiful portal will send members of Dignitas back. They can take it to come back after they've recovered their HP, or they can head somewhere else on the map. That is the incredible power and the macro decision-making you get with a Pokemon like Hoopa.
You see the snipe shots are still trying to get to their target. Texas is keeping an eye on what Ender and Zug are doing. Portal to reset Zug, get some HP. Zealot half HP, Trop kicking away, Frank's on the chase. Charge Beam on the Wild Farm. Frank is going to wait for that to dissipate, and we're going to see if they engage. Rezi going for the backdoor, right on top of Zealot, dual wing beat in. Trop kick saves the kid.
Yeah, just barely missed him, it looks like, with that combination. Had to peel back, trying to pick up a KO on that Zarina that was only at about half HP for the moment. Regieleki being ripped apart, snipe shot coming in. Can they secure? They do.
Don Luck's doing their job, securing that objective. Reggie has to flip away as they're low on HP. The Meteor Storm finds a target. The Blaziken is down. Texas is trying to defend this goal zone. Snipe shot hits Toon in the forehead, and they are buckled.
And here we go. Reggie in some trouble right here. Zarina having to peel back because the Unite moved the other way. Double KO for Donlux. As Donlux moves forward, make it a triple. Can they chase out the Miraidon? Barely missing with the snipe shot, just slightly going wide here as it looks like Texas is trying to chase this down. Otter getting extremely low. The snipe shot does miss, but Donlux is still looking for this KO, finally deciding that they need to leave.
Yeah, Donlux was like, I would love a fourth one here on the main stage. Zealot has the ability to close the gap, though, on a solo Inteleon, only using one Trop kick just to scare Don Lux away.
That was such a fun chase there for CACM. Don Lux really coming alive. Looked incredible earlier with their snipe shots, so this is a great game for them, and this is CACM playing a lot more like game number 1. Only 92 points for Dignitas, 184 for CACM. While this is a lot closer than game 1 for Dig and much better than game 2 for CACM, this is still a great match start for the team that needs to win 3 in a row. CACM now 1 minute away from Groudon, and they're up on the scoreboard. However, Dubesnacks, it's by less than 100 points, which is a very scary position to be in.
CACM Esports successfully gets any of the Reggie trio captures 84% of the time. Dignitas gets them 76. So their conversion rate on the basement Reggie, or what was formerly known as the basement Reggie, pretty good. Spinning to win here, Hydro Punt out of the Blastoise. Reggie goes down, and it looks like Dignitas is content with that. The chase happens from CACM. Zealot goes straight for the cutoff. They're going to be a distraction here. But now the snipe shot misses just a little bit. Ranma's trying to find their target. Zealot Trop kicks into the tall grass, and Don Lux doesn't know where they are. Fires a shot, misses wide.
Nice little skirmish there from Dignitas as they were able to push towards that tier 1, bring this game way closer, 171-84, pick up a couple of KOs, and then just kind of casually walk back and set up here for Groudon. We have CACM Esports setting up around the pit, using snipe shot to try to find multiple members of Dignitas as Dignitas gets extremely aggressive.
Zugrug X-Scissors Ranma. We got a portal down. Snipe shot is there. Right into the back line is Zealot. Picks up Frank to the skies. We're going to go for the double stop. Rock Tomb is down. The rings are unbound. Hydro Typhoon into the face of CACM. Everybody is forced to scatter. Nobody down yet, but Don Lux is getting chased. Zugrug's on the mission. Right back into the middle is Ender, Otter, and company. Toon is sitting there trying to screen out. Texas trying to find their way in, so is Ranma. But it's Frank looking for the opportunity. That big overheat out of Blaziken has a chance to win them the game. They're charging up overheat. Oh, it rings true. It's still Dig. It's still Dig. And now the Miraidon steps up. Otter, who's been a god on this legendary Pokemon, big-bodying Arceus themselves with a KO streak of 2, which at this point is a patented maneuver for them, is on their way to a Game 3 victory if they can score and maintain these buffs.
That's right, they do need to score, Dubesnacks, but they have a lot of opportunities to do so. Moving towards this goal zone right now. Points do head in 202, 184, but they don't know if that is enough. Huge charge beam comes out. We have CACM trying to push them back, but the X-Scissor from Zugrug pushing him off the goal zone. He's saying, give me my trophy.
The 4 players down for CACM Esports. Zugrug is seeing the pressure. Don Lux is feeling it. We are on the doorstep. Dignitas is on the doorstep. The new org is saying #Dig win in the chat. The whole team is scrubbed, and CACM's dreams are snapped away by the team that is Dig and the player that is Otter on this Miraidon.
A ceremonial moment could be happening. A lot of teams like to head towards the middle if they know that they have won this thing with only 15 seconds left. We see Ender, CACM trying to disrupt it here a little bit. Of course, the match is over. We know who our champions are. The portal is out. They bring Dignitas through, and they are your winners. Dignitas are your LAIC Grand Finals champions. TTV.
TTV with a heart from years past. A classic little clip from Ender, and he is reliving that moment right now as Zealot finally gets a big win. The rest of this team, bonded together with the power of friendship, finds their way to the grand finals, and despite a rocky game one, motor to the finish line.
Unbelievable. And it looks like we have a new all-star squad in North America, the team to watch. What a run through this tournament. When this squad got back together, I mean, of course, expectations and hopes were high, but they were coming into a tournament with the former world champions, with incredible teams from all over LATAM, multiple North America squads with world champs on them, and look at how good they performed here. You couldn't ask for anything more if you're a Dig fan.
15 seconds till Reyes for looking at these highlights, and at this point, the game was incredibly close. It was very close. There's actually level 13s on the side of CACM, so they're slightly ahead in experience. We know that. Able to take over and take good positions here, and in the middle is this Groudon, and the charge beam ticks are what gets it done for Dignitas, but that is not the story of Otter and this Miraidon.
No, I mean, Otter just absolutely on one in this match, and I love the decision here from Dig. You know, they are one game away from winning this entire thing, and they take the weighted flip there on Groudon, and they want to take the game right here. They want to end this series. They don't want to give CACM any opportunities to come back. They want to shut it down right now, which they did. Donlux, by the way, an absolute stud on this Inteleon. Zugrug, of course, loving to shut it down there with the X-Scissor. What huge plays from Zug.
I mean, Zugrug, I will say, took this game over.
Yes.
Without a doubt on this Crustle. I mean, getting multiple knockouts, trapping multiple players. Otter is your MVP, but I think it could have rightfully gone to any of the players on the side of Dig. They all played incredibly well to close out this game 3 and earn the victory. 68k damage, 8 knockouts, 2 feints, which is 2 more than last game.
Yep.
So this kid doesn't go down often, especially, or excuse me, despite the fact that they're playing these weaker in defense Pokemon.
I mean, Otter is, of course, a player who was here last year on Luminosity and won this exact same title on this stage, and you can see it. You can just see how good Otter is. I truly think you put any Pokemon in his hands and he's gonna make it sing. He played support last season and looked like a carry. Now he's playing a carry, and look at him dominate.
Yep. We talk about the heat map. We mentioned it when we saw Otter on screen earlier.
He was right there.
He lives in the bottom path, and he protects that tier 1 goal zone in the bottom path with his life. That's his job. That's how this team is operating right now and their strategy for this tournament. Now, let's hear from our LAIC champions in an interview up on stage with Dignitas.
Take it away.
The Pokémon UNITE champions for 2026. A very seasoned roster, formerly TTV, recently picked up by DNA org Dignitas with a 3-0 sweep. Zealot, were you coming here thinking they were going to go 3-0 sweep already? I know the confidence levels are good now, but tell me the truth.
Yeah.
Okay. 3-0 sweep, all right. But how did you feel on the first game, though, as a whole, as a team? Because CACM was very much on the lead before that final backup there by Ender.
Yeah, we were kind of running it down, to be honest. So we were a little bit worried that first game.
So, but that didn't shake you guys down, so still maintaining the confidence levels up until the next ones as well?
Yes.
All right, good. So a couple of the picks, excuse me, that I would love to talk about. We saw a lot of Miraidon coming through, but I want to ask specifically, as a group, how did you guys go from choosing potentially going for Miraidon and instead going for Espeon?
This is a Toon question.
What was the question?
What was the question?
I was about picking.
Why did you make the decision to go for Espeon as an alternative to Miraidon?
Espeon is opposed to Miraidon?
Yes.
Espeon is opposed to Miraidon? Well, Espeon's recently got buffed, so it's pretty good. And we banned Miraidon that game. Yeah, we were worried they would take the Miraidon on the 1-2 when we first picked Zard. So we banned Miraidon, and then we adjusted after that because we felt like they were going to 1-2 something else, and then we decided we were going to first beat Miraidon, and if they took both Megas, that was fine.
That's very valid. Thank you so much for some of the input on those picks there. But I also want to talk about just mentioning in general here, second time LAIC champion Otter last year on Luminosity Gaming. How are you feeling?
I feel good. I mean, definitely wanted to qualify for Japan, but winning as well is kind of crazy. 5 ICs.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. So we had all ICs from last year. You said 5 as well, so there's one on the last one too. And 2026 starting strong for UCS season. One last round of applause for Dignitas, your champions of LAIC 2026 for Pokémon UNITE. Thank you so much. Congratulations, boys. And we'll see you in Japan.
Wow, what a series for Dig. Congratulations to them, your LAIC champion, and like a lot of champions before them, doing it in dramatic fashion. 3-0 victory against an incredible squad.
Without a doubt. Otter got a bunch of MVPs on the big stage here at an IC Grand Finals. And he's right, he has won 5 ICs, which makes me wonder, when is he gonna start sharing those trophies? We've been waiting and they just won't. Otter is so dominant, and these games were a showcase of the skill level of that player and of course of this entire team.
This was game 1, Dupsnacks, that really went the way of CACM, and you know, after this incredible fight, this win, they decide not to score and peel away from these goal zones, and instead, they actually let Dignitas sneak a win. You and I were talking while they were, having that interview on stage, that probably was the turning point of the entire series. As soon as that happened, and they let such an easy match slip through their fingers, such a winnable game, it looks like it was all Dignitas from then on out. As we're watching our final moments here from Dig as they take an aggressive Groudon fight, push towards these goal zones, and win themselves that LAIC championship.
I don't think there's anything more synonymous with these grand finals than Otter and a KO streak of 2. When those charge beams were humming, they were burning down multiple targets at a time. And again, Zugrug, phenomenal job trapping the opposing members of CACM so that Otter could do that. I say they are definitely the ones that feel like they were the shining stars in that matchup, but it takes the entire team to make those moments happen.
And look at our top 16 here. I mean, from our group stage on day 1, we whittled it down to 16 amazing teams. CACM having to take down Game Over Esports, Mandakaru Esports, DreamMax out of Brazil to finally face off in our grand finals. Then all the way at the other end of the bracket, Dignitas starts their day against the world champs, Peru, and 2-0s them. 2-0's Infamous Gaming, heads to a game 5 against Force Gaming out of Brazil, finally into our grand finals here for a perfect 3-0 sweep. Such an incredible run, so many great teams, and 3 of them are going to head to ACL. It's going to be Dignitas, CACM, and Force Gaming out of Brazil. I love that we have representatives from multiple regions heading over there. It's going to be such an exciting time. That is happening in Japan in March.
That, again, it's exciting not only for these teams, but for those of you that follow the UCS Unite Championship Series, because Asia Champions League is the kind of the first big international test where you get some now 3 incredibly strong teams from the West that get to face off of just a crop of incredible teams from the East, and it's a huge learning experience and learning curves. What have these teams been working on? How do they play? How do they approach the game? What can we learn? What did we think would work that doesn't? And then that helps propel them into NAIC if you're in the West, and ultimately the World Championships in San Francisco.
Yeah, these international competitions really, I mean, you get to see some teams rise and shine, some regions rise and shine, and other regions and teams get exposed a little bit. You have someone who's coming in looking amazing, and all of a sudden you realize, uh-oh, they're playing pretty good amongst their own region, but when they run into Japan, when they run into Korea, when they run into Peru Unite, I mean, things are a little different.
Uniquely, NA almost always plays themselves incredibly strong and has difficulty abroad. That's not the case for everybody, but again, this is a perfect opportunity to find out what kind of team you are. And I want to jump back a little bit to these two squads. We talk about teams that feed on momentum and that they've gained throughout, and that was without a doubt CACM all yesterday. But you look at Dig, you look at how long they've been playing, the amount of times they've been in these moments, and the way that they keep coming back and exceeding their previous performances. And now finally, as this collective, getting a big win, you are finding out that this team is one match at a time. What is behind us is past. What is past this match doesn't matter. We are in this moment now. And after that game one, you're right, it felt like a tide-turning moment. They kept their composure, they win game one, and it really felt to me like the next two games were just kind of elementary.
It's a classic grand final situation too. We see it a lot where one team just, they head in and they start winning and never stop. It's very common in a Unite Grand Finals. We've had some that are absolute nail biters, but a lot of the times one team just starts to dominate and it feels like the other team falls apart. So much pressure and a moment going wrong, which we may have seen there in game number one, that one moment going wrong can really change things for a squad mentally. And if they can't recover, if they can't take it one match at a time, one fight at a time, one objective at a time, they can fall apart. And we did see that a little bit from CACM. A great team, and they had great moments. Absolutely. But Dignitas really taking control here in Grands.
Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday in day two, you know, in their semifinals game four, the exact scenario happened against DreamMax. And like I said, I was talking to Texas, and he said, we know those were mistakes, those are behind us. But the texture of that day was different because at that point they had won a boatload of matches to get to that point. So their confidence was up. They were feeling good about what they were doing. They understood exactly what was wrong in that moment, and it was easy for them to leave that behind them. But when you have nothing else to leave behind besides that one game, you have no successes to rely on the day to help kind of wash away that bad taste from your mouth of those mistakes in game one. Now it feels like they had nothing to build back off of, and it just kind of flatlined.
You know, Dupes, next, as we take a look further into the season after LAIC, Unite is getting very exciting this year. We have a league format coming to our Western region. We're already seeing some of these orgs here. Dignitas winning this entire tournament on their debut. Moving forward, we also have a map change. We just got Groudon. Now we have Kyogre coming very soon. I have no idea how we are going to possibly cycle through these maps. We have one that's featured for a tournament. It feels like the game is evolving very, very quickly, and a lot of these teams are going to need to figure out how they are going to keep up with it, because only the best of the best will be able to, and those are the teams that are going to win at an IC. This has been an absolute pleasure casting here at LAIC. I want to say thank you to all of you at home. A final word, Dupe Snacks.
Thank you to all of you at home. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for being here, and please stay tuned and enjoy the rest of the show after our closing ceremony. Cowboy, bring us to the finish line.
All right, we're going to throw it up to the main stage. We love you. Thank you all, and enjoy your trophy, Zugrug. You earned it, brother. Woo! Stage is over there.
And now it's time to crown our Pokemon Unite finalists and champion teams. So first up, give a big congratulations to our second place finalist, CACM Esports. First up, we've got Ranma. Next up, we've got Reggie. And give it up for Frank. got one more, Don Lux. And one more big hand for Texas. And one big more round of applause for CM Esports, folks. Very nice, very nice. And now, finally, a big round of applause for your Pokémon UNITE International Champions, Dignitas! We're gonna bring them out one by one. First up, Inder. And a big hand for Zealot. And a big hand for Toon. Their next member, Otter. And last but not least, it's Zugrug. And a big hand for your champions, folks, Dignitas. Raise those trophies up, trainers. Give it up. Let's keep it going for your 2026 Latin America International finalists. But to bring it down a little bit, seriously, folks, we can't thank you enough for just the incredible love and energy that you've brought to Pokémon UNITE this weekend. It is the passion of this community that makes moments like this, events like this, truly unforgettable. And of course, I think everyone on stage wants to give a special shout out to our LATAM community, all of our fans, trainers, and crew, everyone watching from home. It is your spirit, support, and hype that have made LAIC truly next level, and you've helped make this event something special. And of course, if you have any special memories of this event, don't forget to share those with us using hashtag PokemonLAIC, and stay connected to all of the Pokemon action using Pokemon.com/broadcasts. You can view all of the VODs of these exciting matches on Twitch and YouTube and relive the hype whenever you please. But with our Pokemon UNITE International Champions officially crowned, the excitement is just heating up. So next up, Pokemon GO is ready to step into the spotlight. They've got their winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals on the docket for you beautiful people today. So stay tuned. We've got Chris and Leonard ready to walk us through the action. So trainers, stay with us. There's plenty more to come on Championship Sunday.
After months of training for the first ever limited meta in the Pokemon GO Championship Series, we have whittled the competition down to 3 trainers. Meticulous mechanics and precision have separated them from the rest of the pack. Alongside Leonard Koenig, Chris Reisner on the call, getting ready to bring you Championship Sunday.
Nighttime Clasher, Marto Galde, and Pataman were far ahead of the rest of the competition, making it all the way to the prestigious Championship Sunday to no one's surprise. If you're asking yourselves, how does a Championship Sunday play out? We have the right video for you.
Let's dive into the format for Pokémon GO at the 2026 Pokémon Latin America International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokémon GO LAIC Champion. The competition has taken place over 2 days, with trainers battling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League limited format. Only 3 trainers remain to compete here today on Championship Sunday. Today's matches are best of 5. Each match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers craft a team of 6 Pokemon, but only bring 3 into each game. These 3 trainers are about to face off, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of LAIC champion. Let's finish this.
Nighttime Clasher and Marto Galde still undefeated, coming from the winner's side of the bracket, starting with 1 extra dive into the Championship Sunday.
You have players representing 3 different regions, fighting for those home players, those people supporting them across the way, and we are ready to get things going. Taking a look, as you said, the winner's side of the bracket is what we are going to see first. Nighttime Clasher representing the United States against Marto Galde, the defending Latin American international champion, trying to repeat for his home of Argentina.
Nighttime Clasher, for the first time in a Championship Sunday, has been in countless top cuts, has already won a regional across the pond, is from the US, but has so far only won in Europe. Maybe he can repeat it in LATAM.
And whoever falls in the winner's finals will meet Pato Man in the loser's finals. From Spain, Pato Man is making his 4th consecutive Championship Sunday, a feat unlike we've ever seen. This young trainer is a force to be reckoned with, and he will be awaiting the loser of Nighttime Clasher and Marto Galde.
And all of these 3 trainers and many more have something to celebrate already. They have gotten great prizes here at LAFC. If you want to hunt for those prizes as well, come get those at ICs. You can see first place gets $5,000, second place $3,000, third place $2,000, and it scales down all the way to top 13.
Lots of prize money on the line, in addition to the prestigious title of becoming the Latin American International Champion.
And now we're going to take a look at those matches here. You said it before, Nighttime Clasher versus Marto Galde is going to be the first match, the loser of which is going to have to overcome Pato Man, a player who seemed unstoppable yesterday, only being defeated by Nighttime Clasher. And then afterwards, the grand finals. One player is going to have an extra life, and the other trainer is going to be the one who won the losers finals.
You'll notice a lot of similarities in these teams. This is the first time Pokémon GO has brought a limited meta to the championship series. So some common Pokemon across these 3 teams going to be the Oranguru as well as the Gyarados. And these trainers will try to adapt and use the differences in their teams to try and sneak an advantage to become your LAIC champion.
Oranguru and Gyarados, yesterday they were the top dogs with 100% and 90% usage. Medicham was on about 56% usage on day 2, however, it got the 100% usage rate on day 3.
It seemed to be a pivotal pick for these trainers that maybe some overlooked it going into this meta, but what was once upon a time a staple in the Open Great League has now become a staple in this first limited meta. Trainers getting set to take the stage soon.
The most outstanding picks on day 3 are one of Marto Galde, Vespiquen, a Pokemon that nobody had on their radar. This Pokemon has not really performed super well in previous tournaments where it wasn't in a limited meta. But of course also the Dusk Noir and Togekiss from Pato Man, waiting in the losers finals.
The story of this meta and how it's played out, we weren't sure exactly what to expect, but it's been so much neutral play. Sometimes in the Open Great League, there's a greater risk of having that poor alignment and having a game you feel like there's no chance to win based on that. That has not been the case this weekend. It feels like every game is a matter of who plays the best, and we are going to see who utilizes their picks. You talk about the Vespiquen for Marto Galde. I think it has some play here in this matchup against Nighttime Clasher. It's really just afraid of the Turtonator. Of course, the Dugong isn't ideal taking super effective Ice Shard damage, but you also have that super effective Power Gen that you can use to fight back.
Again, this is where Medicham also shines. This Pokemon seems to be so neutral into 90% of the meta, except for Dugong. There it is, incredibly powerful. A Pokemon that really beats Medicham here is the Metang, which is nowhere to be found on the side of Marto Galde. So maybe there the Metang might play a role, because there's also no Turtonator. Actually, now thinking of it, looks like a very, very decent pick for Nighttime Clasher.
And the Metang's role as a Medicham counter, I think, has been its best place we've seen in this meta. We're seeing trainers able to counter swap it into a Medicham swap, knowing how that plays out, because you can withstand 2 dynamic punches and then overfarm potentially and use that Psyshock energy for whatever comes in. Metang is acting as perhaps the Medicham check for Nighttime Clasher.
And it is also an Oranguru check. Yes, Brutal Swing deals super effective damage, but it is a charged attack, takes quite a bit of time comparably in this meta, and also doesn't do that much damage. Also, Confusion, it is known for its damage output. That is not happening versus Metang. It is double resisted. So 2 of the most dominant Pokemon, the only 2 Pokemon that have 100% usage rate in Championship Sunday at LAIC, are countered by Metang.
And Marto Galde, the sole trainer remaining in these top 3 with Runerigus, a standout Pokemon through the first 2 days of action. Not only is it a ghost that can dish out super effective Shadow Claw damage to that Medicham, but it also has that Rock Tomb coverage. And if you look at Nighttime Clasher's team, that Rock Tomb is going to hit hard against not just the Dugong, the Turtonator, but also the Gyarados. So you have to be weary of the Runerigus, otherwise that energy can go everywhere.
Some people might say that Dugong is a great answer to it. Yes, super effective damage with Ice Shots, and Icy Wind hitting for super effective damage as well. However, Rock Tomb outpaces the Dugong. Runerigus doesn't take too much damage. It is a rather bulky ghost type, not in comparison to Dugong, but Dugong doesn't dish out a lot of damage. First Charge Attack will be debuffed, and therefore Runerigus has quite the fine matchup there.
It does, and players now getting set to choose their lineups to lock in very shortly. And this is where legends are made. The moment that they've been preparing for. Marto Galde, once again, your reigning LAIC champion, looking to repeat and defend the home crown. Nighttime Clasher, a former regional champion. It's his first time, as you said, making a championship Sunday. So this is a new scene for him, and he'll try to take down perhaps the favorite, you could argue, in Marto.
Yeah, it is crazy to say that a previous regional champion and one of the most consistent top cutters might be the underdog in this story. But of course it makes sense when you're seeing the competition. Marto Galde, he is so accomplished, as you said. Previous LAIC champion, has had the season with the most major event wins ever in Pokemon Go, and on the loser side, waiting nobody else other than Patoman, the World Championship runner-up, EUIC champion, NAIC top 3, 4th consecutive Championship Sunday.
And in addition to simply wanting to win, right? Remember, Pokemon Go follows the double elimination format, so whoever is able to win this match, securing a spot in the grand finals, they will have a advantage going into those grand finals on the winner's side. They can afford to lose one match to reset the bracket and then have another go. Versus if you're coming from the loser's side of the bracket, you have to win to keep yourself alive. Otherwise, it is the end of the road.
Now, Pokemon Go is a game where you have to be meticulous. You have to be precise with your plays. You cannot afford to lose to your own nerves. Patoman and Marto Galde, they have already built a legacy. They have made Championship Sunday once again. There is nothing that they could do to come out of this as losers. But we're going to see the lead here. Gyarados versus Medicham. Quite the neutral lead, you would think, but Medicham in the Zero Shield scenario have the edge.
Here we go. The winners finals underway. Gyarados versus Medicham, a common matchup we've seen throughout the weekend, and the crunch is going to next. Now, most Medicham trainers have been opting to stay in here and throw the double dynamic punch, threatening to knock out the Gyarados. Although it's resisted, you may be wondering why not the ice punch. The dynamic punch is a more efficient attack. It does more raw damage than the ice punch to the Gyarados.
5 damage in total. First shield being put up here against a not super effective attack. Swap into the own Gyarados of Marto Galde. Wants to put this pressure on with Dragon Breath. Threatens a possible farm down when he shields. Here, Nighttime Clasher's switch clock is up. However,
wow, the Dugong swaps in this bulky water ice type, going to take the energy from the Gyarados and attempt to farm it down aggressively. Gyarados firing off the crunch. The switch clock from Marto is not up yet, so he is stuck in here, and Nighttime Clasher seems content just absorbing all this energy in exchange for a big farm down.
I think this is a very nice win condition for Nighttime Clasher. Of course, the Medicham in the back. Defense debuff here is not going to matter in the Dugong versus Gyarados matchup. 1.5 icy wins already. We're already at 2. Can throw all of this energy into the Medicham.
And although this is a bad matchup for the Dugong, on the Psycho Cut variant of Medicham, there is not a lot of fast attack pressure. Nighttime Clasher actually saving one of the icy wins for later. Swaps into the Metang. It's met by one of its counters, the Runerigus.
But how important is it going to be to counter that Medicham here, that Metang as well, because Runerigus will be facing an Icy Wind later on in the game. Both trainers are at 1 shield. Nighttime Clasher, even though you take super effective damage from everything from Runerigus, you're pacing fast to those Psyshocks.
And with the 45-second switch timer, this will come up eventually, and Nighttime Clasher was able to preserve some health on both of his remaining Pokemon. He's allowing this Brutal Swing to connect. This is super effective damage, going to put the Metang very low, and he can't escape quite yet, but Marto actually decides to throw another Brutal Swing.
That looked like it could have been a potential farm down. Marto is throwing charge attacks, not games, goes for the Brutal Swing immediately, says he can win with the Runerigus. Does one Ice Shard here on the side of Nighttime Clasher. Precise counting by the US player. Another shield has been put up here. Dugong is in a dangerous farm down range. Nighttime Clasher will have to swap out immediately unless he wants to get farmed down. There's going to be a charge attack here. We're going to see a charge attack priority event. Gyarados wins this. Is going to Aqua Tail down the Runerigus.
That was the question, whether Gyarados could reach this Aqua Tail first. It does so. Knocks out the Runerigus. Maybe a slight miscue from Marto, and Nighttime Clasher takes game number 1.
Take a deep breath. The underdog is in the lead. Nighttime Clasher has been looking fantastic this entire tournament. I think he said something about a 14-2 run into the championship Sunday on the winner's side is absolutely phenomenal. Precise plays by him and Marto Galde. Maybe even with a little slip up there, this could have been a farm down on the Metang with the Runerigus.
He's been on fire, Nighttime Clasher, and Marto Galde, we got the chance to talk to him a little bit before we started today, and he feels like he's got no pressure. He feels like this is his chance to repeat. He's already proven himself, and he's just gonna go out there and give it his best. And we saw, I think, what was a rare miscue from Marto, where it did appear like he could have gone for the full Shadow Claw down here against the Metang before it reached another Psyshock. Maybe he was afraid that Nighttime Clasher would switch out and the switch timer was up. So it's a rare mistake from Marto, and Nighttime Clasher able to capitalize here, looking composed, looking locked in, taking that 1-0 advantage.
It is such a signature move in the LAIC meta that the Pokemon you're beginning the game with also finishes the game. Gyarados in the lead, being swapped out later on with red HP, is farming down that Medicham behind a shield. Medicham was at the charge attack, but I even think even if Nighttime Clasher had used a previous shield, the Dugong could have farmed down the Medicham.
Absolutely, the Medicham was extremely low on health. Nighttime Clasher going to be happy taking this 1-game advantage, obviously, and especially the way he was able to maneuver. It seemed like he was perfectly on point with his counts, and he was ready to go. You got to think about the preparation of these players that went into this matchup, trying to devise certain strategies. And do you come up with strategies beforehand, employ them, stick to what you planned on, or do you adapt? Here we go. It seems we have a lock-in for game number 2, and it's going to be the Gyarados mirror in the lead.
We have seen plenty of versions of how this matchup plays out. Do you bait an Aqua Tail? Seems like Nighttime Clasher is going straight for the crunch. Wins charge attack priority. Marto Galde reaching for the Aqua Tail.
The Pokemon with the higher attack stat is going to win the charge attack priority. Crunch is let through, and Marto opting for the Aqua Tail. Now, you may be wondering why. This is a strategy we've seen employed throughout the tournament where you actually just go for the resisted, cheaper Aqua Tail because you can get to another one first, and you still put the pressure on Nighttime Clasher. Will he use the Protect Shield? He's debating. No, he's going to let it go.
He does, in fact, not. Does he get farmed down? Now it looks like it can reach the Aqua Tail. Stores it, swaps out into the Medicham. Medicham is now going for a farm down. Does not quite get it. Gyarados is being swapped out. Can Marto Galde reach an Aqua Tail later on in the game? Or is this just a Gyarados for a sacrificial swap?
And we didn't only have just a Gyarados mirror in the lead. We have a full mirror team here.
Oh, wow.
So Nighttime Clasher preserving that Aqua Tail could be a huge factor. He's also ahead on energy with his Medicham. Now, another question is going to be, does Marto Galde's Gyarados that he preserved have the potential to reach an Aqua Tail later? I think it might have been one Dragon Breath shy.
If you get the Gyarados onto that Dugong, you can get off an Aqua Tail because the damage doesn't register yet. However, how effective this is, that's a different story.
And one scenario that we have not seen this tournament is the potential for a timeout strat. Now, in this match, if there is a Dugong mirror, both Dugong are dealing double resisted Ice Shard damage to one another. It's a matchup that plays out for quite some time. Once a Pokemon Go match reaches that 4.5 minute mark, the timer starts to become a factor. Will it here? To be determined. But as of now, Marto Galde actually gets a huge charge attack priority against the Medicham.
Gyarados wins this for Nighttime Clasher. Marto Galde wins it with a Medicham. Does not knock out the Medicham of Nighttime Clasher though, so that one got some damage off, but will now feint to an Ice Punch. Everything might now be on the Dugong for Marto Galde. With the 1 HP on the Gyarados, Nighttime Clasher is swapping in his Dugong as well. Marto Galde is going to reach that Icy Wind first. Is going to debuff Nighttime Clasher's Dugong.
Leo, if you're a Nighttime Clasher, you have 3 Pokemon. Marto has 2. Do you ever consider just going straight Icy Wind here and trying to stall the clock to win this game by timeout? I think it's a viable strategy.
I think I can see that because you're always going to be debuffed first. They're throwing those drill runs. Does not seem like it is going to matter too much. Also, however, if you're stalling the clock for a little bit more, I think you can win in other ways. You can swap in that Gyarados and throw an Aqua Tail, deal some more chip damage, which is really important in the Dugong mirror match.
Opting for the drill run now because Nighttime Clasher recognizes Marto could clear debuffs if he keeps going for the Icy Wind. The first Protect Shield is finally employed by Marto, and he'll be happy to successfully shield a drill run. And both trainers building up. You also have to be weary of the potential for a catch. Nighttime Clasher still has 2 Pokemon hanging around as well.
I think Marto Galde is, after one of those charge attacks, going to try and go for a Gyarados swap immediately, trying to catch the Dugong off guard, get an Aqua Tail off, clear the debuff on the Dugong. But I think you would have to do this rather soon to get rid of that debuff. Get the most efficient charge attacks off. Is any player going for a catch soon? Another drill run connecting here. It is so intense.
So many charge attacks being thrown. Another Protect Shield is used, this time by Nighttime Clasher, and he no longer has any Protect Shields remaining. But keep in mind, this Dugong is still debuffed on the side of Marto. A single drill run will not be enough to knock out the Dugong. He will need at least 2. You can kind of gauge the damage by how much that drill run just did to Marto's. Oh! And the catch onto Gyarados.
Marto Galde deciding he doesn't want to get the Aqua Tail and he wants to catch a charge attack and clear this debuff. Gyarados being knocked out. Now it's time for Dugong to shine again. We're getting so close into time. Another catch from Nighttime Clasher brings in the Gyarados, soaks the energy. It still gets knocked out, but now it is Dugong mirror match time, and the timer is getting lower and lower. There's 2 Pokemon. You were right. This is a timeout.
And Nighttime Clasher, the first time we've seen in the entire tournament, he waits to the winners finals to employ the timeout strategy, and he is your game number 2 winner.
He's just chilling there, chilling with the ice and water type Dugong in the mirror match. Every time that happens, you have a slow, fast attack, quote unquote. No damage at all in the mirror match, chilling.
You have 10 seconds to bring in a Pokemon once Pokemon faints from the battlefield, from the field. And Nighttime Clasher, he understood that. He's locked in. He knows I don't even need to really bring in my Pokemon here. I can just wait out this full switch clock, but was careful, I think, to bring in the Dugong to make sure that he kept both Pokemon still in the game. And if you're wondering how do you decide who wins by timeout for those tuning in, whoever has more Pokemon remaining on the field, and we saw that huge catch from Nighttime Clasher to really just seal this game, whoever has more Pokemon remaining will win when the game goes to a timeout. And if there is the same amount of Pokemon remaining, it is whoever has the most combined health will win.
I just also want to mention, he caught that charge attack on the Gyarados that had a full charge attack loaded and not on the Medicham that had nothing.
Right. And I think he could have probably withstood the drill run right onto his Dugong, and maybe could have swapped to throw that Aqua Tail to also stall the clock. So multiple win conditions there, but Nighttime Clasher doing it in style with the double resisted drill run catch onto his flying type Pokemon.
Before that, there was a Gyarados catching an Icy Wind that seemed a little bit random throwing that Icy Wind at that point, but it did not really matter. I think at that time, Nighttime Clasher has definitely decided. Oh, and that is an interesting matchup. Gyarados in the lead again for Nighttime Clasher versus the Vespiquen. Does not look like it should be the best matchup for Vespiquen because it is a bug type versus a flying type. However, you have Power Gem.
And it is so difficult to no-shield a potential Power Gem if you are Nighttime Clasher. This would do incredible damage, and Marto understands that. He understands the pressure to commit the Protect Shield, so he's going for the cheaper energy cost X Scissor and grabs it from the Gyarados.
Also, it is very, very funny that Nighttime Clasher has neutral damage on Dragon Breath versus Vespiquen. Vespiquen has resisted damage with Fury Cutter on Gyarados, but deals more damage percentage-wise. Both fast attacks deal 2 damage only, but that is much harder to withstand for the Gyarados. Another charge attack being queued up here. This time it is the Power Gem. Both shields down for Nighttime Clasher early in the game.
And Marto staying in, and incredible counting by Nighttime Clasher, throwing before a potential X Scissor is unleashed. And Marto actually putting up his second Protect Shield here. He wants to win the switch. Oh, but a slight miscount, and another Aqua Tail is employed. This Vespiquen's going down.
And this Gyarados is at 40% HP. This is a miscount that could cost Marto Galde the winner's finals here. Brings in his own Gyarados. Can the Gyarados of Nighttime Clasher reach a crunch? Yes, it does. Goes for it. Deals a lot of damage. Marto Galde knows this is not going to be a charge attack priority, but tries to go for a full farm down here.
The neutral crunch connects, and a defense drop on top of it. This looks like an incredibly difficult situation for Marto. The swap into the Medicham, met by the Matang, and he is fighting with his back against the wall right now.
Nighttime Clasher, everything favors him now, has played this lead matchup to perfection, got to the charge attack priority versus the Vespiquen here, and now Matang is countering the Medicham, while Medicham has countered years back everything else in the meta, and now another Dynamic Punch being thrown. It won't deal half to that Matang.
Marto the opportunity to throw 2 Dynamic Punches first. The problem here is the Matang paces at the same rate, going for another Psy Shock. This is going to put Medicham extremely low. I think Marto's trying to see if he can get out to save the Dynamic Punch, but he's forced to throw it here, and he's going to have to swap out.
This is going to be one Fury Cutter for Matang to win this Medicham matchup there. Oh, it is a... Oh no, it Fury Cutters down, actually brings in the Dugong. There is not enough HP on the side of Marto Galde. Overfarms, concedes the Met. Nighttime Clasher 3-0 advances to the Grand Finals of LAIC!
Who saw this coming? Nighttime Clasher with a 3-0 sweep over Marto. However, the players are still sitting. It seems like Marto may be asking the judges to check something, just to double check, make sure that there was no inconsistency there that perhaps could cause a miscount, cause something of that nature. So we will hang tight right here just in case there is a review of this game.
Yep, that's his good right, because usually those miscounts, they don't happen to a Marto Galde, so maybe there was something happening. Pokemon Go is an incredibly fast-paced game. Every 0.5 seconds something very important happens. That is damage registration and energy registration. If there is just a little teeny tiny thing that's not going as planned, can change the outcome of a game.
Right. Go appears to be a live action type game, but it is still turn-based. Each turn is just a half second. So these trainers going to wait here, and Nighttime Clasher looking so locked in, composed. It's very rare that we see the miscount from Marto, so he is double checking it. Could have been his own misplay, but perhaps there was some sort of inconsistency there that caused it. And they're just gonna double check, make sure, as Nighttime Clasher patiently waits what the judges are going to rule.
Nighttime Clasher led the Gyarados 3 straight times in a row, which is a strategy that we have seen countless times in the beginning of the tournament and at the end of the tournament. And now there's another trainer in the race for this title still. That is Patoman. Yesterday, we've seen everyone basically being forced to lead Gyarados versus Patoman. So I think maybe for the entirety of this tournament, we can only see Gyarados leads from Nighttime Clasher. That would be funny.
That's possible, and we have seen that. We saw our 4th place finisher, It's Axon, leading the Dugong every single time. We've seen Patoman leading the Dusknoir. So players employing these strategies of leading the same Pokemon, kind of daring their opponents to adjust to it. And it looks like we're getting word that the review request from Marto is he wants to check if there was an over tap or if he queued up his chart attack first. Maybe he feels like he queued up his chart attack first and just wants to double check that it was in fact the chart attack priority, but it looks like not yet. Took off the head, so he's waiting for the official ruling, and it looks like the players are going to shake hands, and Nighttime Clasher has secured a spot in the grand finals.
Relief on the face of Nighttime Clasher. A 3-0 is such a statement at the beginning of Championship Sunday, going into the grand finals with another victory that didn't give up a single game. This should be 17-2 now for Nighttime Clasher in one of the most skillful methods ever. Now, this is only the beginning of the season, but maybe he's a candidate for a possible world champion title, huh?
Well, he's already secured his invite, right, by this placing, and he has been on fire this tournament. We talked about going into the first ever limited meta. Sometimes you expect players that are OGs of the game from the grassroots days that are used to these limited metas. Would they be the ones to shine? Well, Marto has been one, but Nighttime Clasher, a newer competitor to the scene, joined around the 2022 season and has just skyrocketed, improved so quickly, becoming one of the top trainers in the world, and he has now secured a spot in the grand finals here at LAIC.
The Togedemaru master always keeps his favorite Pokemon by his side, even if he's not bringing the Pokemon to tournaments that much anymore. But now Marto Galde can basically stay at the place he was before, because he is now going to the losers finals, and there is none other than Patoman, EUIC champion, NAIC 3rd place, Worlds runner-up, and another Championship Sunday appearance. 4th one in a row. Patoman seems unstoppable on the international big stage.
It won't get any easier against Patoman, and before we get to that match, we're going to take a look back at some highlights of our winners finals there. Nighttime Clasher with a clean 3-0 sweep, and it was spearheaded, Leo, by this Gyarados.
Yep, with the potential miscount there from Marto Galde, the Gyarados won the 2-shield matchup with 40% HP left, dealt a crunch, got the defense debuff. That was fantastic. And then Nighttime Clasher also did not swap out. No, I have enough of an advantage so I can guarantee good alignment and not possibly align my Dugong onto a Medicham, which was brilliant.
So much energy there, but Marto understanding that the game was essentially decided at that point. And it's not often we've seen in this meta such a commanding position out of the lead matchup. Normally, we're seeing very soft wins and losses in the lead scenario, and then players trying to adapt in the back line, try to find any sort of advantage. But there, Nighttime Clasher with one of the more dominant sets, to be honest, that we've seen, and he is going to I'm sure, be watching closely this next matchup here, awaiting his next opponent, Marto or Patoman.
I think he's chilling for a little bit now. He's going to watch this closely, as you said. Now, Patoman versus Marto Galde. Patoman has looked fantastic in this tournament and has only been defeated so far by Nighttime Clasher. Those three trainers can only beat each other. Nobody else can hold a candle up to them.
Exactly. Maybe it was just their time this weekend, and we hope you're having a good time watching. And while you are, make sure to get some Twitch drops featuring It's Axon's Araquanid-inspired NAIC team. Yes, you can get the Araquanid, some Dewpider XL candy, but what my eyes are on are that Elite Charge TM. Those are so valuable for TMing legacy attacks onto your Pokemon, and also 15 charge TMs, 15 fast TMs.
Dude, and more. I'm hyped for the more, dude. I love more stuff. That is really where my heart goes racing, right, when I get more stuff. But yes, Araquanid is really strong in the Open Great League. Sometimes you can still see it pop up in tournaments, so it's a little bit of an evergreen, even though it never was the Pokemon dominating the entire scene, except for last NAIC. But now, Marto Galde versus Patoman. Patoman with the spiciest team here. Funnily enough, the spiciest picks in the top 3 are picks that you see regularly in the Open Great League tournaments.
Right, the Dusknoir and the Togekiss, two Pokemon that in the Open Great League do shine, but we haven't seen as much in this format. But that Dusknoir has been a game changer for Patoman. If you look at the team of Marto, as well as the team of Nighttime Clasher, it's really only afraid of one Pokemon, the Oranguru. And that is an interesting thought process, right? Because it's the most common Pokemon. It's on every team, literally 100% usage rate on day 2. And it hard checks the Dusknoir, but Dusknoir has strong play against every other Pokemon.
Yeah, it really forces your opponent to bring that Oranguru and possibly that Gyarados. Gyarados, a little bit of an advantageous matchup as well. But look at those accolades. What is this? Regional champion, LAIC champion, World's top 4, World's finalist, NAIC top 4, EUIC champion, regional champion. Those trainers are on fire, trying to get into the grand finals of LAIC, adding another one of those big accolades to their names.
The success of these two is almost hard to fathom. For context, Marto Galde won 4 tournaments in a single season last season, one of which was this one right here. He's your defending LAIC champion. For Patoman, a World's finalist. Also, his 4th consecutive day 3 at an international competition. He's won regional titles, he's won EUIC, and now he's trying to win LAIC. Players getting ready to lock in.
And Patoman, he is a trainer who has almost done it all, but he's one whose hunger never vanishes. He keeps on locking in for every tournament. He just wants more. His greed might consume it at some point, but another Dusknoir lead!
This has been his go-to strategy. He is daring his opponents to lead the Oranguru. He's playing the odds, and he's going straight for a dynamic punch in the lead, not messing around. Marto Galde going to respect it with the Protect Shield.
Getting the first shield, of course. Doesn't get a debuff here like in the Rune Rodriguez matchup, so the matchup gets less good the more shields are being used by Marto Galde. Decides to let it go, does a decent chunk, but you're definitely going to reach another dynamic punch.
Now it looks like the Dugong could actually... Oh! And a catch from Marto, anticipating the dynamic punch. This will be resisted on his Gyarados, as well as debuff from that Icy Wind.
That is still going to chunk a little bit. Patoman now shifting strategy, brings in the Oranguru, a Pokemon that can farm down Gyarados like nobody else. First Aqua Tail is being thrown here. Patoman, are you risking to take damage from a super effective Crunch? No, takes the bait.
A great bait from Marto, preserving some extra energy, grabbing that Protect Shield, and Patoman opting for the Trailblaze. This attack will boost the Oranguru's attack by 1 stage, and it also knocks out the Gyarados before it gets to another attack. And now, Dugong trying to fight back against the Oranguru.
Marto Galde is neutralizing the attack boost that Patoman has. However, he caught a charge attack on the Gyarados. That's great and everything, but look at how strong this Oranguru is looking now. The shields are even in this scenario. He is so far ahead in terms of HP. The Oranguru throws a super effective, non-debuffed charge attack here. Almost knocks out. Won't get to another Icy Wind. Swaps into the mirror match.
Ramping up is the Oranguru. This brutal swing, threatening, super effective damage. Marto doesn't like this position, and this connects, doing about 50% damage to his own Oranguru, and there's still a fully healthy Medicham lurking in the back.
It is absolutely insane how much pressure this Dusknoir puts on other teams. It got a shield, then forced Marto Galde to give up switch, have another positive matchup with the Oranguru onto that chipped Gyarados here, and now the Medicham wants to clean up this match. Oranguru now boosting its own attack up for Marto Galde.
A lot of energy for Marto and his shiny Oranguru, but there is a very healthy Medicham that stands in his way, and the brutal swing coming through will draw that final protect shield from Pato Man, and we see the quick swap. Marto, tried to get off the icy wind, but it's not going to happen. No shields remain. This dynamic punch will KO, and Pato Man is looking to take game number 1.
Marto Galde hoping to catch something in this matchup of Oranguru versus Medicham, but Patoman dominating here. He is locked in 1-0 for Patoman.
The stoic nature of Patoman is something I feel like we haven't seen from. It looks like a different Patoman, and it's the same in terms of his play, right, and his success, but normally he's someone that gets really fired up, wears his emotion on his sleeve, looking at the crowd. He has seemed so locked in. We've seen barely any emotion across his face. Yes. I wonder if there's something different from him. That hunger just seems a little bit extra this weekend.
Yep, he has been locking in so much for this tournament. You could really tell he has been outplaying his opponents left and right, and he just knows that he might have the best Pokemon on his team that might be left in this tournament. Dusknoir, a Pokemon that has been seen so few times this weekend, but it is dominating against the team of Marto Galde, and it is also looking really good versus a potential match versus Nighttime Clasher.
Overlooked because of the Oranguru, I think, because Runerigus, maybe a more common ghost we saw in this tournament, has that brutal swing coverage to make the Oranguru uncomfortable. Dusknoir, however, Shadow Punch, Dynamic Punch, you're heavily resisting the ghost type damage. You have to rely on that neutral Dynamic Punch, which is not same type attack bonus. Maybe that discouraged people from bringing the Dusknoir. However, there's really only one check to it that we've seen, and this has proven to be a critical strategy from Patoman, and could it be the difference maker here on day 3 going forward?
This reminds me of a tournament in Europe where Paulasha won with a Shadow Magnezone. She led it every single game. The opponents kept on leading weak to it, hoping she would one day not bring it in the lead. This time around, it is what happens. Patoman leaving the Dusknoir on the bench, even while Marto Galde really heavily prepares for it.
Finally changing the strategy, and like you said, Marto bringing 3 of his best responses to the Dusknoir, but it's nowhere to be found. Dynamic Punch incoming from the Medicham as Patoman looks to play out this relatively neutral lead.
Medicham is all swaps in. The Runerigus doesn't get another Dynamic Punch on it. Was hoping for a catch. Patoman immediately throws a Charge Attack. Ice Punch. Instead of double resisted, it's super effective.
You could tell from the expression, Marto was trying to catch that Dynamic Punch unsuccessfully. Great patience from Patoman, and now the Runerigus met by the Oranguru. Brutal swing coming through. It's not the hardest hitting attack, so Oranguru takes it quite well despite being super effective, and now Oranguru actually overfarming, looking to build up energy before throwing it.
Do you think Patoman can farm this all the way down? Confusion damage is going to register after this one, but are you going to reach another brutal swing? No, Patoman says, I really unfortunately need to give up some of the energy I have on Oranguru. Throws a Trailblaze, goes unshielded, you're boosted, you have a brutal swing stored already, throws it immediately, charge attack priority, well played from Marto Galde, avoiding the residual energy on that boosted Oranguru.
Going to force Patoman to expend the Protect Shield to get off this boosted brutal swing, and keep in mind, Marto has 2 charge attacks loaded, so he wants to preserve his Gyarados as well. He's going to put up the Protect Shield and look to maybe farm down, but Patoman's not going to give him that advantage. He's going to aggressively swap into the Medicham.
Wow, another Aqua Tail being thrown there. Patoman is always at his almost at his last charged attack there. Aqua Tail is being thrown, would knock out if you throw another one. Now the Oranguru is being swapped in. Patoman is reaching to that Dynamic Punch. Marto Galde is possibly hoping for a Dusknoir in the back, but will be faced by Gyarados gives up a Protect Shield that opens up for a crunch later on and reaches another Dynamic Punch. Patoman's Medicham is doing work.
Devastating Dynamic Punch for Marto, chipping the health to his Oranguru around 50%, and there's a full Gyarados to get through. He does have a lot of energy, but Gyarados can take a Brutal Swing fairly comfortably and is approaching that crunch, which will be enough to knock out the Oranguru, but not before Marto unleashes another. He does still have his own swap available now.
Marto Galde's Gyarados also has a lot of energy. We'll have to keep that in mind. Patoman is shielding, so he doesn't get into the crunch range. Aqua Tail, CMP won by Patoman, is going to deal some damage, but does it knock out? It is resisted after all. This is a very low Gyarados. It hangs on to 1 HP. The charge attack priority goes off. Crunch is going to put this Gyarados of Patoman devastatingly low.
Gyarados barely hanging on for Marto, puts the opposition in a range where it is able to hang on. Here we go. Does he have energy on the Oranguru? He does not. This confusion is going to knock out, and Marto is looking to potentially take back game number 2.
Finally, Marto Galde is online, puts himself on the drawing board here with the game versus Patoman.
And maybe that is what he needed. Asking for some water from him. That's some good sportsmanship right there. These two friends, you know, asking, hey, can I have some water? No problem, man. And ties up the series. And maybe that's what he needed. A tough set. If we asked Marto himself, I'm sure he would say maybe he wasn't perfectly pleased with how he played against Nighttime Clasher. And finally getting a game on the board. Is that the lift? Is that the confidence bolster that Marto needed to get himself back in this series?
He's back in lock-in mode, and I'm really happy that we're having a game here. Patoman can't sweep Marto Galde here. It is 1-1. The Medicham was putting in over hours there for Patoman, but in the end, the Gyarados living on 1 HP made the big difference.
And you saw the expression from Marto there. He was like, he did not like the position he was in, but then he said, oh man, okay, I lived on 1 HP with my Gyarados. I still have a chance here, and gets the confusion down with the Oranguru. So a very close game number 2. Marto able to even up the series as these players look to lock in for game number 3.
It was also really important that the Gyarados only lived on 1 HP, because if you got 2 confusions in on the side of Patoman, I think Oranguru would have won it for him, even though I do think that you then just get farmed down by Dragon Breath.
Trying to maneuver in such a similar matchup in this meta can be quite difficult. The mind game there from Patoman, not bringing the Dust Noir. Marto did try to gang up on it as best as possible and was still able to find a way to win despite it not being there. Here we go. What adjustments will we see employed? Marto, Patoman, head-to-head, game number 3. The Togekiss makes its first appearance of the series, and it finds a solid matchup against the Oranguru.
Patoman hoping, of course, for maybe a Medicham or a Vespiquen in the lead, but he's going to throw an Aura Sphere here. You would think, looking at the attack typings, that Togekiss has a massive advantage, walling all the energy, but look at the confusion damage. Marto Galde immediately throwing a Trailblaze to ramp up the confusion damage, and in scenarios where shields are used by the Oranguru, it actually has the edge. Now Patoman aggressively swapping into this boosted Oranguru with the Medicham, taking some confusion damage.
Gyarados swaps in behind energy here. How will that affect how this matchup plays out? Patoman electing to go for the Ice Punches. Maybe wants to get to triple Ice Punch in this matchup as opposed to going for the double Dynamic Punch here. Outpacing, throwing another one. Marto already at 2 Aqua Tails.
Marto will have to throw very, very soon. I think he can do 1 more Dragon Breath and then, decides to put up a shield. That gives him way more time. Does 1 Dragon Breath. Reaches for that Aqua Tail. Patoman does not have to shield it unless he wants to desperately keep HP on the Medicham. Not the case. This might be Aqua Tail range. Throws a Dynamic Punch. Now Marto Galde deciding to Dragon Breath. Does not want to let any Psycho Cut damage go through for free.
Patoman wanted to make sure he got off that attack before the switch timer was up, but Marto actually able to double up on the Aqua Tail here. So not only can he potentially knock out the Medicham, but we see protection. Maybe Patoman see the Psycho Cut go through, and it eliminates the next Aqua Tail from Marto.
That is a full fast attack, or full charge attack stolen from Marto Galde. Patoman in a decent position now. Now the first Exacerbate is being used here. Togekiss double resists it with the Fairy and Flying typing. Barely barely any damage. No fast attack pressure. Oranguru is being swapped in. He has to farm this Togekiss down. Togekiss can throw on perfect timing here. Aura Sphere, who is going to deal a lot of damage, would knock out the Oranguru, is being shielded up.
Farm down opportunity here, but not before another Aura Sphere is delivered. Marto, his Oranguru with energy is going down, and does he have any opportunity here?
But that could be a nasty farm down for the Vespiquen. In the back, there's only a full HP Oranguru. This Vespiquen is loaded with energy. Yes, there is Protect Shield, but this is a bad matchup for Oranguru. Pataman maybe needs the help of Medicham. Reaches for an Ice Punch, actually connects it. No Protect Shields remaining. Dangerous HP range for Marto Galde. How many confusions can you take?
Puts the Vespiquen so low, and although this is a positive matchup, it's not gonna matter when you're at 10% health. Oranguru, confusion's down, its hardest counter, and Patoman is one game away from the grand finals.
Vespiquen taking so much damage in every single matchup it is being brought in. Patoman maneuvering around it. The alignment looked promising for Marto Galde. This time around has the Vespiquen on Oranguru, but Patoman is not bothered. Togekiss actually being insanely good in this matchup.
The critical decision to me was protect shielding that Aqua Tail when Marto had doubled up, because he saw the Psycho Cut had snuck through. Was that Gyarados within one Psycho Cut range? That's a tough call in the moment. Psycho Cut does very little damage, but it paid off. It eliminated that second Aqua Tail and also preserved the Medicham for Patoman, where it delivered that Ice Punch, which was really the final blow to that Vespiquen.
And this was incredibly close there. If this Vespiquen could have gone to double Accessor before being knocked out by a confusion, I think it would have farmed down the Medicham.
I agree with you. And Marto, now down 2-1. Patoman has looked in control in this series. The games in which he has won have been a little bit more convincing, and that game that Marto held on to 1 HP with his Gyarados was very close. So it seems like Pato is in control. Marto, if there's anyone that can do it, it's probably him. One of the most accomplished trainers in our game's history, and he's trying to find his way back to the grand finals like he did last year as these players get ready.
This is a very dense meta. Not too many different picks are in the games, but Patoman is running so much spice, not bringing any of it in this matchup. First lead is going to be Medicham on the side of Patoman versus Oranguru, but Patoman is having this dynamic punch advantage because it is such an efficient charge attack.
Battle of the psychic types, but because of the dual typings, this dynamic punch hits for some heavy neutral damage, and Marto opting to stay in. He's going to fire off the Trailblaze quickly to ramp up the Oranguru's attack, wants to do more damage to the Medicham.
Now Patoman is reaching for that next dynamic punch, can do one more Psycho Cut, and is now almost threatening a knockout. Depending on how good this Oranguru is, it will hang on. I think this might be a 1 or 2 HP scenario here. Oh, this is not too much. Swaps out into the Gyarados immediately. Wants to preserve the Brutal Swing in the back there. Now Patoman is just staying in here, reaching for the next dynamic punch.
You see Marto bank the Brutal Swing, swap into the Gyarados. This is what you are seeing in this meta. The counter swap into the Oranguru, putting on the confusion pressure as Marto opts for the Aqua Tail bait. We've seen this Protect shielded before. Is Patoman going to do it again? Yes, he is.
But this is a strategy that has been applied multiple times. Whenever you chip onto a Gyarados, you can bring in your Oranguru, confuse it down. Patoman, this time it is going to be the super effective crunch. Is going to put up another Protect shield. Everything on Oranguru. Let's go. Do more confusion. Throws a Brutal Swing. It could have potentially farmed down. Maybe an Aqua Tail could have been reached.
Patoman perhaps senses it could potentially be the Runerigus in the back, and he doubles down, investing both of his Protect shields in his Oranguru. Marto wants some chip damage. He figures this may be the best opportunity to use this Brutal Swing that I have banked, so he's going to chip the opposing Oranguru, putting it close to Brutal Swing range for his Runerigus.
does not use the Brutal Swing on Oranguru to finish off the game, which gives one free confusion. Sometimes one free charged attack, one free fast attack is all that matters in a game in this close meta. Now, Patoman is going to throw another one, another Shadow Claw, going through for Marto Galde. He can control the Oranguru, but can he control what's in the back? Because Patoman has a Gyarados. Keep in mind, yes, water versus ground type, but if you have a lot of energy, Patoman throws in the Meta Chip. He tries to reach for the Ice Punch. Brutal Swing is being thrown, but there is so much energy already through the Shadow Claws.
Marto not convinced the next Shadow Claw would have knocked out, so he decides to throw the Brutal Swing to avoid taking an Ice Punch. We saw the catch attempt on the Brutal Swing for Patoman. He actually waited to try and catch that, and this has so much energy. This Runerigas, it's gonna throw the Rock Tomb. Marto understands he's still switch locked. He cannot catch this, and this Rock Tomb is gonna deal a great amount of damage to Gyarados. Can it still reach an Aqua Tail?
Gyarados is so bulky, apparently it is still in the yellow. You can reach it, but he goes for the Aqua Tail. It is one stage debuffed. How much damage is this going to make? Is this game for Patoman super effective? Gyarados is such a heavy hitter, deals so much damage. Runerigas still has energy, it is hanging on. It is going for the Brutal Swing, but it gets farmed down. Patoman wins the game and advances to the grand final of LAIC.
Patoman on another championship Sunday and another grand finals for this trainer. Unbelievable. Marto, if you're wondering why he couldn't throw the Brutal Swing there earlier, he understood that the Oranguru was approaching a Brutal Swing of its own, so he needed to be at least one Shadow Claw away in order for that to be successful, playing to his win condition, but it wasn't quite enough. The play of the young Patoman, stellar in nature, and he finds his way back to the grand finals.
Patoman, you are unbelievable. What a trainer. First place at EUYC, goes to NIC, third place, and now second place at least still has a shot. The only trainer who defeated him is Nighttime Clasher, but also congratulations to Marto Galde. Won LAIC last year, now goes to Championship Sunday. Sure, he lost the 2 matches he played today, but still, this is an incredible achievement and he has every right to be proud of himself.
Your defending champion, Marto Galde, such a good sport in defeat, and so much respect for this trainer. Has done things unlike we've ever seen in the game. A 4-time champion last season alone, 5 championships in his career. Was also one of the top finishers at the World Championships a couple of years ago. So much respect to Marto Galde. But what this means for Patoman is for the first time ever in Pokemon GO for the Play Pokemon Championship Series, someone outside the home region is now going to win an international championship as Patoman and Nighttime Clasher look to square off in the grand finals.
It's the US versus EU. Again, for EU, it's Patoman representing the region at NIC. And I want to say that Patoman's playstyle has been incredibly this entire weekend, because so many trainers said, yeah, I've brought some spice picks, but I rarely ever brought them. Sometimes these core breakers were kind of strong. A Vespiquen has been used here and there. From Patoman, you see Togekiss or Dusknoir in most of the games, and if they're not coming, it's the big surprise for the opponent.
And when you talk about this limited meta, Nighttime Clasher opting for one of the more standard teams we've seen. The unique picks for Patoman being the Togekiss and the Dusknoir. Nighttime Clasher's gonna have to find a way to handle that Dusknoir, whether it's brought as a core breaker or whether it's lurking in the back as bench pressure, and he will try to take advantage. This meta, there's a lot of questions coming in. What's it gonna look like? How common are certain Pokemon gonna be? But what we've seen has been so much neutral, dynamic play, a frenetic pace, and unleashing the real skill potential of Pokemon GO PvP.
This is also why the best trainers in the world are there. They are on top of the game. There you can see the loser side of the bracket. So many big names in the beginning already. Such fantastic trainers. But in the end, it is Patoman who reigns supreme here. He only dropped into the losers bracket rather late, then defeated its Axon. Double NAIC champion, world champion, 2-0, then went on to play on Championship Sunday for the 4th consecutive time to beat Marto Galde 3-1.
Axon looked unstoppable in this tournament. He was dissecting players of the highest caliber, making it look easy until he ran into the young wall that is Pato Man, who now has a date with Nighttime Clasher in the grand finals. Nighttime Clasher will have the advantage being on the winner's side, so Pato Man will have to defeat him not just in 1 best-of-5, but 2 to become your grand champion.
And if you're looking at these semifinals on the winner's side, Nighttime Clasher has defeated Pato Man 2-0 already. He's running a very standard team, as you have been saying. So it has some problems handling the Dusknoir, but he did that just fine in the winner's semis.
And you can look at this in 2 different ways. Nighttime Clasher is the player that sent Pato Man to the loser's side of the bracket, so maybe he has the advantage. But you could also say Pato Man had a set to learn from. He's the one that can make the adjustments. He's the one that can make things difficult, knows what to do differently this time around from Nighttime Clasher, who will adapt, who will become your grand champion.
We've seen that plenty of times already in the Play Pokemon history, just like in Vegas the last time, where a player was defeated in the winner's semifinals and then got all the way from the loser's finals to reverse sweep.
As we await the grand finals between these 2 titans, let's take one more look at the Twitch drops for you guys watching along. Once again, it's Axon's Araquanid, the TMs. Anything from these amazing Twitch drops?
I want to find out what and more is. This really gets me going. But again, you can see it's Axon over there lifting that trophy as he has done many times. 4th place this time, so another one for the collection.
Another trophy to the collection. It'd be interesting to tally up how many trophies there were in the top 8 of the players in this tournament. It did seem like in this first limited meta, it was really the cream of the crop that rose to the top and was our top finishers here. And we've got Nighttime Clasher, one of the most consistent trainers. Nighttime Clasher nearly set a record last season when he had 5 consecutive top 5 finishes. I think only a few players have been able to maintain that level of consistency in the volatile game of Pokemon Go. And Pato Man has been no slouch either. 4 consecutive championship Sundays. I can't get my head around how impressive that is.
But also I remember that Nighttime Clasher, when he almost set that record, was crying for a medal, was really asking for it, said, hey, I know I'm performing well consistently, but I just can't get my hands on a medal. Now a trophy is secured, the first in his Pokemon Go career. Is it going to be silver or is it going to be gold?
Well, he sure hopes that it's going to be that gold medal. Yeah, Nighttime Clasher. He's an incredibly funny character. He's got a great personality. He's a world traveler. And I don't know if I've ever seen a player improve so quickly from his first tournament ever in Arlington a few seasons ago. He's quickly become so consistent and not only has the consistency, but has the ability to take down top trainer after top trainer like we've seen.
And also no trainer in the world impersonates travel far and wide like Nighttime Clasher does. He has been playing everywhere in Oceania, in LATAM, everywhere in APAC probably as well, but here, if you want to participate in those tournaments near you, but maybe also far away from you, if you want to travel a little bit, this is where you can find them. Just scan this QR code and it will lead you directly to the next tournaments you can play.
A player like Nighttime Clasher, these local events are part of what helped him get started. I remember when locals were first added for Pokemon Go, there was a mega weekend in Chicago with something like 7 local tournaments, and Nighttime Clasher was actually one of the first 2 players to qualify for the World Championships off championship points from that season, thanks in part to these local events.
Yeah, I can only recommend going to those local events. I have started going to the Netherlands, to the southern parts of Germany with my friends, having a great time there, meeting so many new trainers, meeting so many... I mean, Dutch locals are crazy with an Adequins, Tactical, Triptando, Statistan. It was so stacked Colin as well. You could just learn so much from these trainers. If you want to get better at this game, if you want to participate in tournaments, just go do it. You'll learn so much.
Nighttime Clasher in Pato Man, 2 of the very best, that's for sure. They're going to get things going here soon, and I can't wait to see what types of plays we see in these grand finals. Both of them looked so dominant, and they made it look dominant against a player in Marto that is arguably the GOAT of our game. He's certainly in that conversation, and we're going to be crowning a new LAIC champion this year.
Yep, and I can't wait for it. But for the moment, we're going to give it over to Adam on this big stage.
Hello, everyone. We are just about to start the grand finals here for Pokemon Go, but first, we've got to get hyped for your first finalist, Nighttime Clasher.
Wake up in the morning, grab a Pokeball. Got a feeling that today I'ma catch 'em all. From my cap to the back and I strap on my pack. Every challenge that I face is looking laughable.
Congratulations to the 2026 LAIC champion.
I've got a feeling it's gonna be a good game.
But this is, of course, not your only player to round out the grand finals. Give it up for Patoman.
Wake up in the morning, grab a Pokeball. Got a feeling that today I'ma catch 'em all. From my cap to the back and I strap on my pack. Every challenge that I face is looking laughable.
For whoever I'm playing, I wish you luck. You won't be able to run Galarian Monsters today.
Feeling it's gonna be a good game.
There he is, Patoman. Before we get started, any final thoughts you have for your fans, the audience, maybe your opponent? What's in your heart right now?
Of course, I want to thank everyone supporting me. This means a lot to me. So yeah, thank you all for the support, and I hope I can give you a good show.
Nighttime Clasher, I'll give you the last word. What are you feeling right now in this moment?
I'm feeling pretty good. I know Pato's played against my iteration of the team at least 5 or 6 times by now, but I'm just excited to see like what I can do differently, what he'll maybe do differently, and I'm excited for a great set.
Excellent. Patoman's got a lot of experience in the matchup. Nighttime Clasher's going to try to throw him off of his rhythm. We're going to send you over to the table and get this grand finals underway.
First time in Pokemon Go Championship Series history where we will have a player outside of region winning an international championship. From North America, Nighttime Clasher, and from Europe, Patoman.
These trainers have faced each other before, but it was right here for the very first time at LAIC.
2-0 for Nighttime Clasher. Patoman knocked down to the loser's side of the bracket where he beat previous world champion, It's Axon.
Nighttime Clasher, the 2024 Liverpool champion, has made it to top 6 at this last year's EUIC, but has come short of that trophy. He will earn his trophy today, but the question is, will it be silver or gold?
Nighttime Clasher, with only 1 championship under his name, looking to make his mark in international competition. We have an interview with friends and family before the show. Let's go to that interview.
In the grand finals of LAIC 2026, and I'll start with the Nighttime family. Harry, how are you feeling right now, seeing your brother up on the big stage?
I'm insanely proud. He's really worked hard for this moment, and he's really wanted a trophy, and I'm so happy that he finally got to have this, and he's feeling good, and I'm feeling good, and he's ready to go.
All right, that is very promising. And now, Papa Patoman, how are you feeling? Are you at this point used to your son being here and you are on the interviews?
¿Cómo te sientes?
Bueno, me siento muy bien, muy orgulloso del recorrido que está llevando, de Pokémon, de la cantidad de personas que están apoyando su carrera, y nada, que siga los triunfos y yo viéndolo, la familia.
he's really happy, really proud for his son, and basically he's expecting to see his son winning.
All right, that was my next question. Are you worried a little bit that your son is on the loser side of the bracket and has the disadvantage of having to win twice?
No estoy preocupado. Él lo hará lo mejor posible y ya está. Eso es importante. Y que gane el mejor.
He's not worried at all, so he's only expecting to see the best place, and that's all.
All right, the best place, of course, we're going to see. Now, your brother has never been this far in an IC tournament before. How was he at night yesterday? Was he nervous or was he just excited?
Yeah, he was actually studying for a test that he has to go back to take on Monday. And then he did some scrims with a lot of our friends. Shout out to Sergio and Lyle, who always help us, and especially him this last run with blinds, prep, all of that stuff. So it's been really good watching him just get ready for this, and I think it's time to go.
If you had to call out a score that we're going to see after this match, what's it going to be?
Hopefully it'll be a fast 3-0, but the comp isn't the best, so we'll see what happens.
All right, okay. So, Father Pataman, what do you think is going to be the end result of this grand final of LAIC?
Es el resultado final de la final.
Hombre, a mí me gustaría que ganara Pato, pero evidentemente que lo hagan los dos muy bien, disfrute y que todos disfrutemos del espectáculo.
Basically, he's expecting to see his son winning, but basically he wants to see the best place ever.
All right, you heard it here first. We're going to see the best place ever here at the Grand Finals at LAIC 2026. Nighttime Clasher versus Pataman. We're going over to the table. Let's get the finals started.
The best plays right here on this stage. The family and friends are waiting in the crowd, and you out there watching, waiting all over the world to see who will be the first trainer in Pokemon Go history to claim an international title from out of region. Will it be Nighttime Clasher or will it be Pataman?
Let's take a closer look at these teams and identify the key differences between them. For Nighttime Clasher, he is running Turtonator, and of course Turtonator has options of 2 fast attacks. Incinerate, dealing a little bit more damage versus Ember. Ember a little bit quicker, shorter duration. You have a little bit more play in the mirror match, but it's worth against almost everything else.
These two trainers have battled it out so much during this tournament, and I am excited to see how they are going to go. Pataman coming from the loser side of the bracket, he has to win just not once, but 2 best-of-5 finals with this team. Dusk Noir being a key pick, as well as that Togekiss.
And of course, on Pataman's team, he is running that Ember Turtonator, so he's going to have a slight advantage for that Turtonator mirror match. But as you called out, Stephanie, Dusk Noir is going to be a key piece to this puzzle. It has an amazing matchup against Medicham and Metang on Nighttime's Clasher team, but it needs to avoid Oranguru on all costs, and that's what we see right here. Dusk Noir into Oranguru, first game of Grand Finals.
Dusk Noir hiding in the back, needs to stay far away from Oranguru, so Pataman throws out Medicham instead to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Metang.
Metang, not a Pokemon that you see very often in the Open Great League, but it is extremely prominent here in the LAIC meta as a great counter to Medicham. It has very good bulk and is able to survive 2 dynamic punches, as you'll see here. First one, it's not even into the yellow yet.
Medicham continues trying to garner as much energy as possible. Metang is really prevalent because of its fast attack Fury Cutter. To be able to garner all of this energy, it's able to time out. Nighttime Clasher throws the Psyshock right into the Medicham just before it is able to throw its next attack. No shield from Pataman, and Medicham goes down.
In comes the Dusknar. It needs this energy, but incredibly important, Metang is able to reach a last-second Psyshock here before it faints from that fast attack pressure.
Side shot comes through and does not do too much to the Dusknoir, but it has to go out and hide again. It just cannot compete with the Oranguru. This gives Nighttime Clasher a great position, aligning the Gyarados onto the Turtonator. Gyarados is Turtonator's strong, like it's the strongest counter for that Turtonator.
In comes Dragon Claw. This is no shield, but this is going to be a harder hitting move. However, it's not super impactful because of the resistances from the water typing into that fast attack of Ember. Ember, a little less damage than Incinerate, so Patamon might be feeling that pain right now.
Brutal Swing needs to be shielded by Nighttime Clasher. We are coming down to the final matchups of this game. That Oranguru looks so good in the back against the Dusknoir.
Patamon unable to win switch advantage from this matchup. In comes the next Aqua Tail. I have to imagine we see a shield come up, going to try to preserve this Turtonator for maybe some play later on. Brutal Swing, a charge attack tie, but no, that's won by Gyarados. It has one of the highest attack stats in this entire meta.
Gyarados unleashes an Aqua Tail to wipe away the Turtonator off the map, and then finally the Oranguru still has a Protect Shield to hide behind, but doesn't need it. Patamon going for a full undercharge. You can actually see him pretending to swipe just in case Nighttime Clasher looked up.
Yeah, swiping at the very top of his screen, a little bit of an interesting play. However, I have to imagine he recognizes the direness of the situation. Nighttime Clasher has a shield still for this Oranguru, so he's going to pick up the knockout with that charge attack, and that's going to be game number 1 of our grand finals, going over to the winner's side, winner, Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime Clasher needs to claim 2 victories more. That's it. If he can secure these 2 wins, he is the LAIC champion. But that came down to a really strong lead scenario, aligning the Oranguru with the Dusknoir. Dusknoir just cannot get to those dynamic punches in time.
Shadow Punch, not the move you ever want to throw in that matchup. Oranguru's a Psychic and Normal type. Normal double resists those Ghost type moves. The Psychic typing takes super effective. In Pokemon Go, there are no immunities, so those 2 things combined together means that Oranguru takes resisted damage from Ghost type moves.
Nighttime Clasher, this is the first time he has ever been on the International Grand Finals stage. However, Patamon is no stranger to it. He was the world's finalist this year, 3rd at NAIC, the EUIC champion in 2025. He has been here before. If anyone can turn the momentum around, it is Patamon.
And I know in the crowd we have It's Axon, former world champion, watching on, seeing his 2 friends compete on the stage for glory here in Sao Paulo.
Patamon actually the one to defeat Axon and knock him out of the tournament. I wonder who It's Axon is cheering for in the crowd.
Maybe a little bit of bad rivalry here, given he was knocked out. But I know all 3 of these compatriots are good friends within this community. They're just rooting for the best battles possible, just like Pato's dad.
Best battles possible, and that is what we are going to get. This is Nighttime Clasher's first trophy, and he has it all. He has the advantage. He only needs to win 2 games. He gets to decide, is this going to be a gold trophy or silver? Patamon has to work so hard to be able to win not just this grand finals, but to trigger a bracket reset and do it a 2nd time. It's a long road ahead.
I'll be curious to see if Patamon still decides to lean into that Dusknoir, given how poorly it performed in game number 1. Of course, there was some bias there, right? It landed into its worst matchup of the Oranguru. We'll have to see if he decides to continue to believe in that Pokemon, given how much benefit it's given him in previous matchups.
Our trainers are getting locked in and ready to go. Game number 2 of Grand Finals. 2nd verse, same as the first. Dusknoir has to hide. Patamon is going to be playing keep away this entire game with his Dusknoir.
And we're seeing this play out very similar to game number 1, a Metang meeting this Metacham, Dynamic Punch coming through. We saw Patamon not play for switch advantage, but try to garner some energy afterwards. But key difference here, Nighttime Clasher left Gyarados on the bench. It's actually Dugong in the back for game number 2.
So bringing the Dugong in and leaving the Gyarados behind. Patoman just trying the same strategy again with that Dusk Noir lead. We'll have to see if he can position it somehow differently.
Next Dynamic Punch coming through, not going to pick up a knockout. Psycho Cuts from these Metachams are double resisted by the Psychic and Steel typing of Matang. Next Psyshock coming through is likely going to pick up a knockout. No shield from Patoman.
Metacham goes down just as it did before. This gives Dusk Noir a nice opportunity at an energy advantage, but Patoman has to decide, is this where he wants to invest resources right now? No. Dusk Noir can handle a Psyshock just fine, but here again, we're playing keep away from Oranguru.
And we see a slight difference in this game, right? Patoman decided to shield that Psyshock last game. This time, no shielding, putting 2 shields into his Turtonator. In comes the Dugong. This is a more neutral matchup than last game. Gyarados is water typing, resists the fire damage, but Dugong is water and ice time, so it takes neutral damage.
And Turtonator will take neutral damage as well from this Icy Wind, being both a fire and dragon type Pokemon. The first time that Turtonator is really getting to show off here in the championship series.
Another Brutal Swing coming through here. This is a bait, and it's going to do a lot less damage than Patoman would like. He is 1 stage attack debuffed, and it's not same type attack bonus.
I am so curious. The Dusk Noir comes in, using it instead as an opportunity, using the Dusk Noir as a sponge to soak energy instead of using it for its heavy-hitting attacks.
2 more Astonishes come through before the Dynamic Punches reach, and I like Patoman throwing this immediately. He was under threat of getting knocked out from those neutral confusions coming in from Oranguru.
Uses the Dusk Noir just to absorb energy and get a little bit of chip damage onto this Oranguru, but now it's Turtonator against the world, and it only has 1 Protect Shield remaining.
Things are looking a little bit dire for Pato here. In comes the Brutal Swing, going to do about half the remaining health of this Turtonator, and another Brutal Swing comes through before Turtonator can act.
Turtonator has expended its final Protect Shield, only with the shell on its back. Needs to try to Brutal Swing through not just the Oranguru, but the Dugong as well.
Yeah, that Dugong has so much health left in the back. It is over 50%. The next 2 Embers do not pick up the knockout, and this is going to be game number 2, going over to Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime Clasher, game point here, is so close to his very first international title. I wonder how he is feeling. He's got his brother out there in the crowd cheering him on, as well as trainers from all over the world, especially those coming from North America.
Patoman's back is up against the wall. He's on the loser side of this grand finals. He is down 2 games to 0. He needs to find a way to either maneuver the Dusk Noir differently in this game number 3 or leave it behind. It has gotten aligned into that Oranguru every single time it's been brought in this grand finals.
Nighttime Clasher is showing that he has beaten Patoman before earlier in this tournament, made quick work of him, and he says, I am going to do it again. Nothing is going to stand between Nighttime Clasher and that gold trophy, that international title, the first place.
Nighttime Clasher's brother, Sustenance Eater's in the crowd as well, looking on at his brother. He's up 2-0 already. Sustenance Eater did say that he was expecting a quick 3-0, even though his brother was spending his evening studying for a test, as opposed to studying Pokemon Go.
Perhaps this is the true test for Nighttime Clasher. Can he take the international title against Patoman, coming from the EU region, coming from Spain, trying to work his way back? This is tough for Pato. He needs to find a way to keep that Dusk Noir far away from Oranguru. Maybe he puts it on the bench this time.
And this is, in LAIC, our very first time where we have a limited meta, and game number 3, Patoman sticks to the formula, bringing Dusk Noir in the lead, and he's rewarded. This is a really good matchup for Dusk Noir into Dugong.
Now Patoman is in the driver's seat. He can decide, he can set the pace with this Dusk Noir, that using a bait, using the Shadow Punch, draws the first Protect Shield from Nighttime Clasher. Could this be the turning point?
Icy Wind coming through from Dugong, going to lure the attack of the Dusknoir. Dusknoir, though, is going to outpace a little bit because of that Shadow Punch bait. It's going to be able to reach a Dynamic Punch before the next Icy Wind, and it's going to be able to land potentially super effective damage into this Dugong.
Not only did he stick to the formula with the Dusknoir, but he did change up what's in the back. Look at that Togekiss.
Togekiss is a pesky Pokemon in this LAC meta. It paces to its charge attacks quite quickly, and it's got amazing coverage with Aura Sphere and Psyshock.
Dugong continuing to stick it out. The defense, the fall on the Gyarados, it's a little bit weaker now. Its attacks won't do as much.
And Patoman, I think, has made a really great line of three, right? He's brought in this Gyarados to try to mitigate the remaining health of this Dugong, and Gyarados only takes neutral damage from the Ice Shards and Icy Winds from Dugong, whereas the Togekiss in the back takes super effective damage. The Togekiss now has a lot that it needs to do. I have to imagine that it comes in here to get an energy advantage. Can it get a fast attack down?
I don't think it can. The Icy Wind, it was not reached. I'm surprised.
Just barely in time. Now that is a ton of energy for this Togekiss, but the Togekiss has two fairly bulky Pokemon in the back that it needs to take care of. Aura Sphere #1 coming through.
Can Togekiss secure a kiss of victory, or will it be the kiss of defeat here in this battle of grand finals?
The difficult thing for Nighttime Clasher and for Patoman at this point is that there are only resisted charge attacks coming in for Oranguru. In comes another Aura Sphere. I think this is going to be enough to pick up the knockout, but Patoman's down to only about a third of his remaining health on this Togekiss, and Dusknoir in this back is on its last legs.
Matang doesn't even have any legs to be on at this point. Togekiss throwing the Aura Sphere. This is a massive amount of damage to do to Matang, but the Dusknoir in the back, it has potential to do a lot of damage, but does it have enough health left, or is the clock running out?
Nighttime Clasher has a Psyshock loaded, but he needs to overfarm. He needs energy for that Dusknoir, but there's still a shield remaining for Patoman, and just two more Astonishes secures Patoman's first game in Grand Finals.
Togekiss was the answer to victory there for Patoman. It was the key. Patoman stuck to his lead. He stuck with Dusknoir, saying, I'm not going to put you on the bench, and Nighttime Clasher perhaps outmaneuvered a little bit, switched up his lead from the Oranguru, put in the Dugong instead, expecting Patoman to change his game.
A bit of a mind game between these two players, right? Patoman leading Dusknoir 3 times in a row now, and 2 times game #1 and game #2 got an awful lead. In game #3, he finally sees the lead he wants, and Nighttime Clasher is immediately put on the back foot.
Yes, Patoman in the driver's seat the entire time of that match, able to set the pace using Dusknoir and putting Togekiss in what is a tough matchup. Nighttime Clasher was so close to the Icy Wind. Had Nighttime Clasher reached the Icy Wind, that would have spelled defeat for Patoman, and that would have been his victory.
Yeah, really importantly, at the end of the game, Patoman only had 1 shield remaining and had very little health on his Pokemon. We saw a Psyshock was loaded and almost a second one, so had that shield not been there, I think Nighttime Clasher wins that game.
Yeah, this Nighttime Clasher had the gold trophy in his grasp, but Patoman inched it a little bit further away, saying, I am not giving up. This is not over yet. I have my dad believing in me in the crowd, so Patoman has to find a way to wrestle back 2 wins. Nighttime Clasher just needs the 1.
Reverse sweeps in grand finals have happened before. We'll have to see if Patoman's able to do it here. It's so incredibly tough to take an opponent that's beaten you twice in a row and then return the favor 3 times in a row yourself.
Patoman has to decide, will he continue with the Dusknoir lead to be able to set the pace, or will it be that Oranguru lead from Nighttime Clasher? We've seen it twice before. We see it again in game #4. Patoman sticks with his Dusknoir lead, Gyarados and Medicham. This is a strategy that did not work out well for him in the first 2 games.
Patoman sticking with his Dusknoir into game #4. Crunch coming through from Gyarados. Will we see a defense drop?
I do not hear it. I do not see it. That Dugong's defenses stay intact. However, on the other side of the field, Gyarados is about to have its attack stripped away by one stage.
In order to win this matchup, Gyarados needs 2 crunches as well as an Aqua Tail, and because of the little bit of chip damage that came through from that original Ken Fusion, I don't think it's going to be possible for Patoman to reach an Aqua Tail here.
No. So the Dugong is doing so much damage with Icy Winds, and Nighttime Clasher not taking any risk, expending the energy to make sure that this Gyarados gets sent back to the Pokeball.
I have to imagine that Patoman comes back in with the Dust Noir, gets a few Astonishes in to get the farm down. Will we see an Icy Wind?
I do not think so. The Dust Noir has energy loaded, but where is it going to go? Actually going to send it into the Oranguru, perhaps trying to get Nighttime Clasher to spend a shield, but Nighttime Clasher says no. Oranguru can handle a Dynamic Punch just fine.
In comes the Gyarados to counter the Medicham. This is a fairly neutral matchup, even though Gyarados is a flying tech, because of how bulky Medicham is compared to Gyarados.
However, Nighttime Clasher has the true advantage in this situation because he still has 2 Protect Shields. He still has 2 Protect Shields in this 2-shield scenario. Gyarados looks really good.
Gyarados' Aqua Tails are same type attack bonus, so they put on a punch there, even though Medicham is the one throwing back Dynamic Punches.
Charge attacks flying here in this game. Nighttime Clasher trying to secure himself a victory, but it looks good for him with the Oranguru and Dust Noir in the back.
Nighttime Clasher has the decision. Does he prefer to save this Gyarados, or will he let the Dynamic Punch through? Dynamic Punch does not pick up the knockout.
No, Nighttime Clasher able to secure the Gyarados with energy in the back. Now we have the matchup that Patoman has been struggling with this entire grand final set. Oranguru and Dust Noir. Nighttime Clasher has 2 shields but to hide behind, and these Astonishes just don't do enough.
Good timing from Nighttime Clasher here, throwing the Brutal Swing out from Oranguru. Shield has to come up from Patoman. This is his last Pokemon with any sensible amount of health.
Dust Noir going to be throwing a Shadow Punch. Nighttime Clasher has to decide, is this worth a shield? He decides it's not. Allows some damage to be done to this Oranguru. Looks like Nighttime Clasher is just going to be relying on fast attack damage to get this done.
Nighttime Clasher, his Oranguru is so low, I think it gets knocked out in one fast attack. No, in comes Medicham, knocking out the Gyarados, which had the charge attack loaded.
Oranguru has knocked out. The Oranguru is knocked out. Patoman, you can see it. Shaking his head. Nighttime Clasher left scratching his head, figuring out what he did wrong.
2 shields remaining from Nighttime Clasher. Although the Shadow Punch is resisted, I feel like he needed to shield that in order to secure victory.
It did hardly any damage to the Oranguru, but it was just enough to allow a fast attack pressure to take over the game.
And I thought Nighttime Clasher was in a really dominant position.
He
was! That Gyarados wins charge attack priority against Medicham. However, he wasn't able to throw it in that endgame because the Psycho Cuts were able to pick up the knockout before the Dragon Breaths.
That was an intense endgame, and we have ourselves, trainers, a tied series in this grand finals. If Patoman can win this final game, he wipes the slate clean.
We have a decisive game number 5 on our hands here in the grand finals of LAIC. As a reminder for those of you who are just tuning in, or for those of you who don't really know how double elimination works, if Patoman on the loser's side of this grand finals is able to secure game number 3 here, we will have a bracket reset. Slates wiped clean, 0-0 for each trainer, and a new best of 5 takes place.
Nighttime Clasher was hoping, his brother was hoping for a quick 3-0 victory in the grand finals, but Patoman saying no. He has the support of EU behind him. He has the support of family and friends in the crowd and is going to put on a show for us here in Sao Paulo.
2 times Patoman brought his Dust Noir and it failed him. 2 times Patoman brought his Dust Noir and he has succeeded. Will we see a 5th Dusknoir lead in a row.
It has been crazy, but it has been crazy to see Dusknoir lead every single time. Nighttime Clasher has to be sitting there. He's maybe thinking about the test he was studying for. The teacher never puts the correct answer being A 4 times in a row, but maybe that's what Patoman is doing here.
We have to imagine that Patoman and Nighttime Clasher are super focused on the lead. Here we go, game number 5, a much more even lead, Oranguru into Oranguru.
For the first time, Patoman puts Dusknoir on the bench. It's nowhere to be seen. Nighttime Clasher trusting in this Oranguru lead that has worked for him so well in the tournament.
And one thing we haven't really had the option for before this point is to see which Oranguru wins the charge attack tie. Patoman's Brutal Swing going off first, that is great information for him to have going into later of this match.
Patoman pulling out the Oranguru, saving health and energy. Nighttime Clasher switching in the Dugong, maybe daring, maybe trying to see, do you have that Dusknoir back there, or is it on the bench?
In the back for Nighttime Clasher, we see Matang, and in the back for Patoman, we see Togekiss brought another Tide. Really importantly for that matchup are the shielding scenarios. If there are no shields remaining, the Matang can land a super effective Gyro Ball.
Gyro Ball, super effective, but we will not see it quite yet. Gyarados queuing up with a crunch for the Dugong. We've been seeing this matchup play out a lot in this LAIC tournament. It's rough for the Gyarados. Dugong gets to the attack, but Patoman being allowed to throw the Aqua Tail first, undercharges.
He's not hitting every single bubble, must not want to pick up the knockout, and must want to get some farm down afterwards. One confusion comes through, a second one will be necessary in order to pick up the knockout.
Oranguru stands firm, stands tall. Patoman knows it can handle this icy wind, and we see Togekiss come through, but this is not really what it wants to see. Fairy type going into Steel, flying type fast attacks going into Steel.
Nighttime Clasher goes for the Gyro Ball immediately, and it picks up a shield. Great shield call from Patoman.
That would have spelled disaster had the Gyro Ball landed. Now Togekiss has an opportunity to start throwing Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere is going to land neutrally into Matang, but not this one. This one picks up a Protect Shield.
Aura Sphere is going to do about half the remaining health of this Matang. Second one coming through. You can see just how quickly Togekiss paces.
And the Aura Sphere peeling the final Protect Shield from Nighttime Clasher in this grand final set. The Matang going for the Psyshock, trying to pick up some damage, but instead pulls the Protect Shield. No shields remaining. Every charge attack at this point will land, and Patoman makes a quick swap into Brutal Swing Oranguru.
Brutal Swing going to be super effective damage as opposed to just the neutral damage of Aura Sphere. However, this does allow Nighttime Clasher to gain some energy here. However, it looks like Patoman's going to get another Brutal Swing in for free.
A free Brutal Swing. Nighttime Clasher scratching his head a little bit, trying to think about his win conditions here in the final matches of the game. Oranguru cannot throw any super effective damage, cannot throw any neutral damage into Togekiss.
We saw some really heads-up plays from both trainers there, undercharging time and time again to try to get more fast moves in to gain energy. Patoman winning the charge attack tie with the Matang. Aura Sphere coming through. I believe this picks the knockout.
Matang is knocked out. Patoman wins in the grand final, secures a bracket reset. It's not over yet. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting started.
A new best of 5 is now necessary in order to determine the champion of LAIC. Everything is reset. We only saw the Dusknoir lead 4 times in a row. How many times are we going to see it in the grand finals reset?
We may see it another 4 times. We may see it no more times. Patoman perhaps recognizing that the Dusknoir lead is just too easily countered by the Oranguru from Nighttime Clasher.
And really importantly, we saw that final matchup play out between Togekiss and Matang. Matang going for the Gyro Ball at first, then a Psyshock after. Had Nighttime Clasher potentially gone for 2 Psyshock baits and then the Gyro Ball, he might have been able to outpace and be able to secure victory, but it's a really tough place to be in, right? Your opponent has 2 shields. They're maybe unlikely to shield the first, but Patoman in Nighttime Clasher's brain there, recognizing, I think he's going to go for the Gyro Ball first. I'm going to put up a Protect Shield.
And the Matang, we will see it here the moment Patoman pops off. We typically see no emotion from Patoman. He is calm, cool, collected. But we saw just a moment of victory, a moment of excitement for Patoman. The slate is clean. It's a brand new best of 5.
Looking back at that last game, I still can't get past the Matang from Nighttime Clasher being a little unfortunately positioned into that Togekiss with 2 shields. This meta is so focused around retaining shields for endgame. I feel like that means that Nighttime Clasher should try to lean away from the Matang a little bit, because if it gets paired up against that Togekiss, it really prefers to be shields down.
This is intense. The very first International Championship Series history is being written as we speak. No matter the outcome, no matter what happens, this is going to be the first time ever that an international title in Pokemon GO Championship history is taken out of region. The question is, does it go to NA? Does it go home with Nighttime Clasher? Or does it go to EU? Does it go home with Patoman? Where will the LAIC 2026 championship trophy land?
And it looks like it go either way, right? Nighttime Clasher looked so dominant in those first 2 games, but then Patoman really just swinging things back in his momentum, and going into this grand finals reset, he's the one with the momentum, right? He just reverse swept his opponent, and now Nighttime Clasher's on the back foot. He's gonna be looking to try to regain some composure here, reset his mentality, and try to reverse sweep potentially, or maybe just go for an immediate 3-0.
This is intense. The history books being written as we speak. Patoman looking down the field of play, deciding and taking notes. What is going to be the winning strategy against Nighttime Clasher? Nighttime Clasher looked great in that first grand finals. 2 wins back to back. His brother saying, I'm hoping for a quick 3-0 victory. It was inches away.
And really importantly, right, when that reverse happened, Patoman had stopped bringing that Turtonator, and I think that might be a interesting bring for him in this grand finals reset, right? Nighttime Clasher was really starting to lean into the Matang, and the Matang really does not want to get lined up against a fire type, right? Fury Cutter going to be resisted by that fire type, and then Ember coming in from Patoman going to do super effective damage, and because it's not a 5-turn fast attack, you just have so much more maneuverability in any other matchup.
Patoman also started bringing Togekiss in Game 3. So remember, I talked about the kiss of victory or the kiss of defeat. Perhaps that Togekiss is what Patoman is going to use to fly to victory. That's what he may use to fly his championship trophy home.
And funnily enough, both of these trainers are on actually the same flight out of Brazil, even though their home locations are nowhere near each other.
So these trainers are going to have a lot to talk about on that flight home, but it all starts here. Matang versus Gyarados, grand finals bracket reset.
And in the back, we see that Patoman has brought the Turtonator. It didn't lean into its ideal matchup of this Matang. However, Gyarados into Matang is very fine. Although the Dragon Breaths are resisted, Crunch is super effective and does so much damage.
Matang generating a lot of energy with Fury Cutter, but Gyarados can turn the tides. It is a great closer. It is a great lead. It is one of the most powerful Pokemon in this limited meta. The first limited meta Pokemon GO Championship Series has ever had.
And because Patoman threw a Crunch that Nighttime Clasher shielded, Nighttime Clasher has amazing counting here. It goes over the Psych Shock because he knows that Patoman now wants to read for a Crunch. Second shield comes up. Nighttime Clasher cannot get a fast attack down because Patoman pivots out.
Dugong into Turtonator, and this is the Ember Turtonator. We've seen Incinerate Turtonator all weekend long, but Ember a little bit different. It works so much better into the mirror matchup.
It has a little bit more flexibility, but I think Patoman would prefer the Incinerate damage into this very bulky Dugong. A second charge attack being thrown by Patoman, interrupting the cycling time of Nighttime Clasher, who is trying to throw his own charged attack.
Yes, a 2-turn fast attack is so much more comfortable into a 3-turn fast attack. Were Patamon running the Incinerate, this would be a lot more awkward for him, but maybe this Turtonator attack set is what is helping Patamon in victory here.
I would have preferred Patamon to probably reach for the Dragon Claw here because I don't think the Brutal Swing is going to be enough to pick up the knockout. However, he does pivot into the Gyarados, trying to catch a Drill Run. However, all he's doing is giving this Oranguru some free energy.
The Aqua Tail going down with a charge attack loaded on Gyarados is heartbreaking. That is crushing. Bringing in the Turtonator instead, very much an energy dry Pokemon into the Oranguru.
Brutal Swing coming through here. I'm not sure it's not, I believe it's not enough to pick up the knockout. It is going to leave the Turtonator quite low. Dragon Claw is going to be able to be reached before Confusion knocks out.
Dragon Claw will connect. No shields remaining for Nighttime Clasher. Dragon Claw takes Oranguru down under half health, but that's okay for Nighttime Clasher. He still has all 3 of his Pokemon remaining, just has to get through this Medicham, known to be one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Pokemon GO, an OG of the Championship Series.
Trailblaze coming through, going to raise the attack of the Oranguru, which is key here because the Confusion damage is where a lot of the damage is applied from these fast attacks.
Medicham landing the Dynamic Punch and knocking the Oranguru out, and now it is on Metang. Metang versus the world. Metang versus EU, trying to get through the Medicham.
Patamon is going to be taking some neutral damage here from this Psyshock. Dynamic Punch is not going to be enough to pick up the knockout. Psyshock now coming through before the Dynamic Punch. This is going to be a knockout for Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime Clasher secures the victory, secures the victory against the Medicham, and secures game number 1.
We do see our players talking a little bit with the judges, so there might be a potential match under review here. Gonna have to wait and see if that is the case, or if our players decide to lock into game number 2.
We will give you all of the information as we get it ourselves, but in the meantime, we can talk a little bit about how that first game went. We've got Metang. We had a Metang lead from Nighttime Clasher into the Gyarados, both doing resisted fast attack damage into each other. They played out Gyarados and Dugong on the side of Nighttime Clasher, Patamon relying on Turtonator and Medicham, leaving Dusknoir on the bench.
And we do have an official match under review here. Patamon's going to be asking to see if there was a game error and if it had an effect on the outcome of that match.
These trainers are now on freeze. They have some time to sit and think a little bit about the last match, about how this story has played out. Nighttime Clasher taking a quick 2 wins against Patamon, really striking fear into that Dusknoir, but Patamon flipped the script. He was able to win 3 games back to back to back to trigger this grand finals reset.
And I think one of the negatives for Patamon in that matchup is that placement of the Turtonator, right? It did not land on its ideal matchup of the Metang. Gyarados did struggle a little bit, as we saw. Even though it was taking resisted damage from those Fury Cutters from the Metang,
this just in from our team, Turtonator lost a turn. Turtonator might have lost a turn. That is what Patamon is talking about. He is hoping that that might have affected his ability to throw a charge attack.
We'll have to let our judges make a decision on if that did occur and if that eventually affected the outcome of the match. That's going to be for them to decide and for us to tell you eventually.
Let's really think about what is all on the line here. This is the title. This is the very first time a trophy an international trophy will be taken by someone out of region. We have the trophies here. There is so much to play for. The pride of your region, the pride of North America, the pride of EU.
And even though both of these trainers are going to receive a direct qualification from placing 2nd or 1st at LAIC, I know that both of them don't really care about that at this moment in time, right? They want that 1st place trophy. They want the glory of getting 1st place.
There's also so many prizes on the line across this entire tournament. There was over $500,000 of prizing, and these two trainers want to stake their claim on that prizing, on the trophy, on the glory of an international title.
Yeah, a little bit more detail about that interaction and what's being discussed by the judges. When the Turtonator got brought in, it lost a turn, or this is what Potoman's arguing, that he lost a turn, and because of that, he lost a charge attack. And very critical in these games, even one turn or a half of a second can be the end-all be-all of each match, because charge attacks and fast attack damage can interact on the same exact turn. If a single turn is lost, that means you could lose an entire charged attack, and if that's something like a blast burn into a Metang, that could pick up a one-hit knockout.
Even if it's not, even if it's just a brutal swing or an aqua tail, these trainers we have seen all weekend, these matches have been down to the wire, down to one turn, down to one moment, one half of a second. These trainers are the highest caliber that we have seen ever.
And realistically, I don't think anyone needs a reminder of that, right? We saw that in losers finals, that a number of those games were down to just a couple of HP, almost simultaneous, or not almost simultaneous knockouts, actual simultaneous knockouts, and only having one Pokemon in the back was the reason that Potoman was able to win losers finals.
And some of these matches come down to something like the timeout strategy as well, which can rely on having just a sliver of health on your Pokemon in the back. That can be all it takes to win a matchup.
Right, we saw that in winners finals, right? Nighttime Clasher, the Dugong Mirror is one of the matches that can go very long because the fast attacks are double resisted by the ice and water typings of those Dugongs. The charge attacks, Drill Run is not an amazing charge attack. It's not super hard hitting. It's not super cheap. It's not the best charge attack out there. It doesn't add up that quickly, and we see those mirror matches from those Pokemon take a couple of minutes, and the clock in Pokemon Go is only about 4.5 minutes. Each charge attack animation takes about 10 seconds, so those start to really add up.
As our judges are making their decision of not, remember, the decision being made is not just did an error occur, but was the error impactful to the end of the match? And that is what is up to our judges to decide. We are so thankful to all of the staff and all of the great judging team that makes these LAIC tournaments happen. All of our regionals, our local tournaments, our regional tournaments, internationals, and worlds could not happen without the amazing staff at these tournaments.
And one of my favorite things after each of these tournaments, I know that usually the people who are putting on the tournaments take a photo of all the judges, whether it be on day one or whether it be on Championship Sunday. They post that online for everyone to see. And I think a lot of people who are maybe watching at home, or maybe even if you're at the venue themselves, you don't recognize the total number of judges across all 4 of our games here, right? You've got Unite, you've got VG, you've got TCG, and of course, you have Go, right? The best game of them all. Surely not biased. Because we have so many games and because we have so many players here, there are so many judges, and it takes a village.
It does take a village to raise a champion, and we will very soon have a new champion here at LAIC. Neither of these trainers have claimed an LAIC championship before. This may be the first time. Looks like we're having some discussion here.
All right, and of course, after any judge decision that is made, either player has the opportunity to appeal that decision if they do not agree. That appeal goes to a head judge, but I'm going to do a little bit of body language reading here. I think after the no rematch call, there's not going to be an appeal, so that is going to be a game win, game number 1, going over to Nighttime Clasher.
We've reset and we are ready to go. Nighttime Clasher 1-0. Let's pick up where we left off. Metang going into Medicham. Let's get this started.
In comes the Dynamic Punch, going to do neutral damage to the Psychic and Steel typing of Metang.
Medicham launches the Dynamic Punch, taking a giant chunk out of the Metang, setting the pace here in game number 2 of the Grand Finals reset.
Psyshock coming back, also neutral damage because of the Psychic and fighting typing of Medicham. However, this matchup is leaning towards Metang because it has a little bit better damage coming out from its fast attack.
Dynamic Punch locks and loads into Metang again. Nighttime Clasher not willing to use a Protect Shield yet. A lot of times these matches can be determined by how early you use your shields. Nighttime Clasher wary with his resources. Potomon deciding though, this Medicham energy is valuable.
Medicham actually pivoting out, and I like that play from Potomon a lot because there's so little health on that Metang. The charge attacks would be more useful landing into any other Pokemon. Dragon Claw coming through for this Turtonator, going to go into Gyarados. Good neutral damage, but pulls a shield.
Gyarados has so much energy here, but it has to get a chance to utilize it. Those Dragon Claws would be a serious threat to this Pokemon. Aqua Tail's going to be neutral damage. Potomon decides this is not the time for the Protect Shield, perhaps saving it for his own Gyarados in the back.
A charge attack tie now occurring. Gyarados has a sky-high attack, wins that interaction. Aqua Tail going to be shielded, and Turtonator going to launch a Dragon Claw of its own.
Dragon Claw will land on Nighttime Clashers. Gyarados, this is all getting us set up for a Dugong matchup in the back. It looks like Dugong may connect with the Gyarados, and that is a really good matchup for Dugong.
Potomon has no shields remaining, but this is just an Aqua Tail. However, the Aqua Tail is going to still do pretty reasonable damage. I like this from Nighttime Clasher, an immediate pivot out into the Dugong, but because there's still a shield on Nighttime Clasher's side, this game is over.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher, this is a victory for him. He launches the Icy Wind, though it is not quite enough to knock out. He is able to make a quick swap here, throws the Dynamic Punch.
Yeah, I take my words back. I forgot how much energy Potomon had on the Medicham. Dynamic Punch coming through. Can he reach a second?
He can. The Dynamic Punch is going to land onto the Dugong. I believe this Medicham is a little bit deep off. Oh my goodness, that is heavy damage.
Dugong able to get the fast attack down, goes into the Gyarados, but we've seen this time and time again. Gyarados wins the tie of that charge attack. It has a higher attack stat, which allows it to win that interaction.
Ooh, but it's not enough to knock out, unfortunately, and with no shields to hide behind, Gyarados is going to be knocked out. It looked promising for just a moment. There was a glimmer of hope for Potomon in that Medicham, but that would have been rough for Gyarados to be able, because it had to get through all three. It had to get through the Metang, the Gyarados, and the Dugong in the endgame.
Potomon had enough energy for Crunch, but I agree with his play, right? He really needs to make sure that that Aqua Tail knocks out so that he can retain some energy for those two Pokemon in the back. He's not really going to have the opportunity to fast attack down the Metang. I believe it had a little bit of energy remaining from that initial matchup, right? And if it wins, if the Gyarados wins the charge attack tie with a Metang, then it's able to ensure the knockout and hopefully get a Dragon Breath down into the opposing Gyarados.
It was a great strategy from Potomon, but not quite enough. Gyarados just needed a little bit more health. It needed a little bit more energy to be able to get through those last three Pokemon. It is match point, Alpha Phoebe, in the Grand Finals bracket reset. If Nighttime Clasher can secure one more victory, he is our champion. Potomon needs a reverse sweep. He's done it once. Can he do it again?
We've been here before, right? Just as you called out, 2-0 for Nighttime Clasher, but then he lost 3 times in a row. Potomon needs to make the same magic from the Grand Finals original match and bring it into the Grand Finals reset.
Nighttime Clasher, the gold trophy in his reach, relying on Metang, Gyarados, and Dugong. They have been the key for him. He's left Oranguru on the bench, a Pokemon that was key in the original Grand Finals Best of 5, has left it alone here in the reset. Potomon using Dusknoir 4 out of 5 matches in the original Grand Finals battles, has not brought it once, has not brought the Togekiss in the reset.
You know, I really like the Pokemon Dusknoir. I think it provides a lot overall. However, we're not in the Open Great League. We have a very dominant normal type in Oranguru. So I'd love to see Potomon bring the Togekiss to this match as opposed to the Dusknoir, because I feel like it has so much more neutral play, right? It is a pesky Pokemon, and in this game number 3, potentially pivotal, we see Nighttime Clasher once again lean into his Dugong.
Nighttime Clasher, again, it is Dugong, it is Gyarados, it is Matang. He has found the recipe and is sticking to it. Patamon, though, brought the Togekiss. We saw that it can get through unfortunate matchups. I don't know if it can get through this one.
Patamon waiting to throw the crunch until after the Icy Wind was loaded. Nighttime Clasher did have the opportunity to try to lower the attack of the Gyarados. However, both trainers opting for garnering more energy.
Patamon has been leaning into this Medicham every single game, hiding it in the back, hoping to be able to do some big damage with those dynamic punches. We saw it once. Can he set the Medicham up for success again?
In comes the next defense drop from that Crunch Icy Wind, going to be launched in return, wanting to make sure that Nighttime Clasher wins switch advantage, but given this meta and how safe it is, I expect him to pivot out.
And the Medicham going for a Psycho Cut down, and Nighttime Clasher allows it. He allows his Dugong to go down. He allows the Medicham to garner so much energy.
And I love this from Patamon. He listened to me. He brought the Togekiss, and Togekiss looks so good into Gyarados, double resisting the Dragon Breaths and able to output so much damage with those Psyshocks. Psyshock in return coming from a Tang into Medicham, going to do neutral damage.
I was nervous for Togekiss. I was looking at the Matang. I was looking at the Dugong. Those are not super favorable matchups, but great into Gyarados. So we will have to see, can Togekiss turn it around again? It comes in. We're seeing resisted damage. Matang almost to the Gyro Ball, but it's not quite there.
I do like this from Nighttime Clasher. Going for the Gyro Ball, I think would have been a mistake because so much more energy would have gone to this Togekiss. Instead, only 4 pecks have gone through, and that limits the amount of energy potential this Togekiss gets while still stripping away a shield.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is all Togekiss needs to get to every single one of its charge attacks. It's just counting to 5 to get to the Psyshock, but Gyarados, it gets to these Aqua Tails a little faster. It gets to them in 9.
And because there's no fast attack pressure from either of the 2 remaining Pokemon from Nighttime Clasher into this Togekiss, Patamon feels very comfortable no shielding a singular Aqua Tail. Everyone afterwards will need to be shielded because it would pick up a knockout.
Gyarados doing its very best to output the pressure. 9 Dragon Breaths to the Aqua Tail, 10 turns to get to the attacks from Togekiss.
Togekiss going to farm up a little bit energy. No overfarm possible. A switch from Nighttime Clasher, not able to reach the Psyshock. This game is looking like it's going to Patamon.
Patamon throws this Psyshock, and he is 1 peck away, I believe, from another Psyshock lands. It connects. Gyarados almost out of energy and out of time. Patamon rips a victory away, and we are now 2-1 in this Grand Finals reset.
1 peck away from the next Psyshock, 1 peck away from knocking out the Gyarados. Patamon on his first steps towards a repeat of the Grand Finals. First victory of 3 that is necessary to reverse sweep.
Togekiss coming in for the first time in the reset here was able to prove to be worthy. It was able to fast attack down that Matang. It was able to throw the Psyshock, putting the Gyarados dangerously low. Togekiss proving to be the kiss of victory here for Patamon. Can it be the Pokemon that turns the tides for Patamon's victory, or will Nighttime Clasher secure the 1 singular game he needs to call himself the LAIC champion?
I really like that Patamon has almost always left the Togekiss in the back over the course of this entire tournament, right? Togekiss is a Pokemon that thrives off of energy advantage. Its charge attacks are powerful, but they very rarely pick up a 1-hit knockout. So having energy advantage so you can get to 2 charge attacks before your opponent gets to 2 is very key for that Pokemon to excel.
We are still at match point, Nighttime Clasher, one game more, will call himself the LAIC champion. But if Patamon can win one more, we will be at a decisive Game 5. And to keep his championship dreams alive, these trainers are playing for the title, the gold, the first place, the glory of LAIC champion, and the history books. Their names will be the first time ever in GO Championship Series history that an international title is taken out of region.
And what a thing to do. International competitions are so fierce, so ferocious. Game number 4. This is an amazing lead for Patamon. Dusknoir into Metacham, and once again, believing in the Dusknoir.
The Dusknoir returns from the bench. You said ferocious. This Dusknoir looks ferocious. Heavy Dynamic Punch damage coming Nighttime Clasher's way.
Dynamic Punch super effective because of the ice typing of that Dugong. Going to get shielded up. That would have done so much damage.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher bringing in the Metacham for the very first time this entire Grand Finals, and it did not work out well for him in the lead. Can it save him in the back?
I'm not sure, because in the back, Patamon does have his pesky Togekiss again. It's so good into Metacham because Metacham takes super effective damage from Pex, and it takes neutral damage from those side shocks.
Still bringing the Metang as well, hiding in the back. Nighttime Clasher is going to really want to try to align that Metang onto Togekiss. It's the Metang's best chance.
However, Nighttime Clasher, he has no shields left, and Patamon has 2. So Gyro Balls would not be able to land in that matchup. Ice Punch coming through into this Gyarados, going to do about half of the remaining health. And I love this. Patamon, he's saving his shields.
Saving shields in the back, that is going to be necessary to protect against those Gyro Balls and those Psy Shocks from the Metang. You need to protect against the Dynamic Punches from the Metacham. Save your Togekiss for victory. This is looking great for the man from EU.
And a great heads-up play from Nighttime Clasher in response, right? Knowing that he needs to throw the Ice Punch immediately, and a catch by Patamon into the Dusknoir.
Nighttime Clasher recognizes the catch, completely undercharges to get 2 Icy Winds of energy back to try to reclaim from a disadvantage.
Dugong still has plenty of health. Patamon will need a charge attack in order to pick up a knockout, and those 2 fast attacks of energy will be very crucial. Throwing it immediately into the Gyarados, Patamon might opt to no shield here, right? Oh, he actually throws it up, not saving any shields for that Togekiss. Now Metang's starting to look good.
Metang is looking really scary in the back. So Patamon recognizes with no shields left to hide behind, he needs to rely on energy.
And maybe making a decision from previous games in this matchup right now, throwing the Crunch instead of the Aqua Tail to ensure a knockout.
And there is Togekiss, and there is Metang. One singular Gyro Ball is going to do so much damage. Patamon does outpace to the Dynamic Punch, but should not be able to get there before the Metang gets to Gyro Ball.
Gyarados does have enough energy for a charge attack in the back. The question is can the Metang come out of this matchup with energy, or will Togekiss end up winning it? Gyro Ball not going to be enough to pick up the knockout, and those fast attacks are resisted.
Resisted fast attacks, that gives Togekiss enough time to launch another Aura Sphere. The Fury Cutters are resisted. The Pex are resisted. Metang has a little bit more health left. Can it farm down? It can.
There is so little health. Is that one Dragon Breath? He does not get knocked out.
No, the Dragon Breath does not connect. It was not enough for the KO. Nighttime Clasher rising as your Latin America International Champion.
Nighttime Clasher, the first to do it, win an international competition outside of his region. Congratulations on an immense victory.
What a series of games. Nighttime Clasher taking decisive game wins early in these series, but Patamon wrestling them away consistently, but finally was able to claim that game victory.
Preventing the reverse sweep the second time, only allowing Patamon to take a singular game in the Grand Finals reset. Congratulations again and again on the international win.
the first time it is written in the history books. The international title, the Latin American international title, taken from someone out of region. That trophy is going home to the United States.
And we saw the emotions from Nighttime Clasher yesterday when he got his win in winners semis, and we're seeing them again here as he takes victory on the big stage.
Let's hear it for the first time. Our 2026 Latin America International Champion rise to occasion. Let's hear the interview.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I'm here with your 2026 Latin American International Champion for Pokemon Go, Nighttime Clasher. How does that sound?
I can't even believe it's real. I am still like just taking it all in. I led Medicham with Metang in the back against a Dusknoir on the match point. And as soon as I saw a Dusknoir in the lead, I was like, well, here we go, game 5 again. I just couldn't believe it. As soon as I saw like him staying in, I was like, oh my gosh, it's Gyarados and Togekiss in the back. We actually have a chance for once. And it's so poetic. I started out my first set against him yesterday, leading ABA to Dusknoir, completely disrespecting his best pick. In the best of 5, he played Dusknoir lead 4 times, and to finish the series, I led weak to Dusknoir one last time to close it out.
How did you manage to keep your composure? You had to face off against Martogali, the defending LAIC champion. You made it look easy with that 3-0, and then against Potsman, up 2-0, he manages to reverse sweep. We know how great of a player he is. What was your mentality like? How'd you have the mental fortitude to get things done in the end?
I was just thinking, yesterday I just got the right team reads against him, basically RPS'd him 2 games, and my whole mindset today was like, at some point today, if I can RPS him 3 games out of 5 in one of those sets, we're good to go. So every game, I was just thinking, okay, Dugong on the Gyarados. I need to swap my Metang into his Medicham and then just shake his hand. That'll be that.
I still remember back in the earlier seasons, Arlington, your first tournament, you brought a Togedemaru as your signature pick. You were just having a fun time, and you've had this progression to become a regional champion and now an international champion, recognized as one of the best in our game. Take me through your evolution as a player.
So I guess for those who don't know, I basically started playing in August 2022, the PvP. I was at the Go Fest in Seattle because my parents took me for a trip there on the weekend. I was like, hey, there's so many people like on their phones playing this game. Like, what is going on? So I got in, did one day of that, caught like 9 shinies over a day. I was thrilled. I mean, now 9 shinies in a day is a little bit heinous for a Go Fest, but we did that, and I was like, yo, this thing is like really fun. And over the next couple of months, I noticed that there was a tournament in Arlington, which is Dallas, where I live. So I'm like, okay, next 3 months, we're just gonna lock in, and we're gonna play this tournament and just try to like win. Obviously, insane expectations. I thought I could make day 2, at least. I just don't have that many Pokemon. I bring like Togedemaru, as many people know. I think Medicham, which I had the best buddy because I was level 39, and you literally cannot power it up with all the XLs. So I had the best buddy of Medicham just to get to level 50. And then I go to Arlington, I feel all good, and I see my round 2 is against yourself on stream. I'm just like, there is literally no way this is happening. And I was like, okay, we're just gonna try Togedemaru against him. I don't even know if it was actually good against your team, but in my head I must have thought it was like good against Trevenant or something like that. It's really not. And I tried that, went horribly. I won like 5 more matches that day and then played him again. And since then, I've just been absolutely hooked. I had the honor of casting in Bochum in 2023. I was invited to cast there after applying in December. And honestly, like, I was so grateful to be able to do that. I casted with Leo, who is actually one of the casters of this tournament. And it's been such an honor to work with him, work with you, and just all these great casters along the way, which just gave me more and more interest in this game over time, and it's just been really exciting just to be playing, and having the opportunity to go to all these tournaments is just something I'm so grateful for, and I'll never take it for granted.
Such a great story in Nighttime Clasher. Archant, any last words? And thank you. I know you have a great support system before we let you go here.
Yeah, honestly, I just want to start. I never give a shout out to these people, but my communities. I went to college in St. Louis, in Washington University. I was so lucky to be able to meet some of the friends I consider my best friends today, and they took me to tournaments. They took me to tournaments when I was really bad at the game They drove me 6 to 9 hours just to watch me play. They would go 0-2 and still watch me. They would keep bringing me to tournaments. I'm Eric and Kevin, I'm so grateful. I wouldn't be here without you. Shout out to Teresa and my brother who have been so supportive. They even continued to play the game just to be more supportive of me. And both of them actually made Worlds last year, which I'm so proud of them. They've been here for me every step of the way. My family as well. Just everyone I've interacted with. In St. Louis, I went to college there, of course, and I met the amazing St. Louis community. Every time I would go on Wednesday, they would trade me literally whatever I needed. Galarian Corseless, Tinkatinks. I was on my knees begging, and they would always help me. I went to the Netherlands to do some more studying, as many people know, and I met some great friends there. Kevin and Tace, who would basically the Netherlands community in the South, they just traded me whatever I needed, and they were just so helpful. Similarly, they traveled with me at all the tournaments in Europe, and I just can't believe I could do it with all this support. And obviously today, I just want to shout out everyone who ran the same team as me. We talked about it a lot. Thank you to my brother, obviously, for giving us all the team. I don't know where I would be without it. And then last night, Sergio, Aiden, David, Lyle, nickname Colin, Emmy Weedle, literally everyone who has talked to me, who has supported me along the way. Just, yeah, I genuinely have no words. It's been such an amazing experience to be here. I'm just beyond thrilled. And anyone who I probably forgot to name, it's been a long rant already, but you know who you are. If I talked to you on the last day and you helped me at all, I appreciate you more than you could ever know.
Can we get one more round of applause for Nighttime Clasher? Congratulations, man. That is our Pokemon Go champion, Nighttime Clasher. Steph and Nick, let's wrap this up.
From Arlington with Togedemaru to Sao Paulo with Oranguru, what a journey it has been for Nighttime Clasher.
I remember him going to tournaments wearing a chef's hat, just being so silly. And we have seen him evolve. We have seen him grow here in the championship series into our LAIC 2026 champion.
With one regional win under his belt before this to an international champion, him, his friends, his family must be so proud.
And again, his name is going to be in the history books. The very first time in Pokemon Go Championship history, he is the one to take an international title out of region. He will always be remembered for this very win.
Let's see how he did it with the winner's bracket here, taking down a Latin American star, Ashton Ash, another American player, Stud Muffins, and of course, Patoman in the semifinals to knock Patoman down.
Nighttime Clasher, our champion of LAIC. Let's take a look at our winners here of the tournament. Nighttime Clasher taking first. Patoman, no stranger to the IC stage, taking second. And we cannot forget about Marto Galde and his Vespiquen taking third.
It seems like Matang was the call here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the final standings. Here are our top 8 out of pocket, just falling short of a trophy, with Itzaxen claiming his trophy here in Latin America.
So many great trainers taking home such great prizes as well. We are so excited to see these trainers continue forward. They can go take their prizes home, and we wish them the safest of travels, taking their prizes, taking their wins, taking their glory back home to friends and family to share.
I know both you and I will be keeping our fingers crossed for both Patoman as well as Nighttime Clasher to make their flight out. I know it's going to be a little bit tight.
Yes, they are going to have to run through and grab those trophies. We are going to be so excited to see them.
Gosh. I know you and I were both getting a little bit emotional over that interview. We've had the pleasure of working with Nighttime Clasher in the past. Let's go ahead and take a look at the meta that we had here. It was the first time that we've had a limited meta in LAIC. It's the first time we've had a limited meta here in Pokemon Go in the Championship Series as a whole.
Yes, Oranguru is no stranger to the video game series as a champion, but due to this limited meta, this is the first time we can see it as a champion here for Pokemon Go.
You know, Gyarados was a definite strong second contender. We saw it in so many different games. Metang, Vespiquen, as well as that Dusknoir. A few additional interesting Pokemon that were sprinkled throughout that gave this a little bit more excitement.
We actually have a very quick video to show you. I'm excited to see the surprise.
Let's go ahead and take a look.
What's up, guys? Chris Reisner, Alpha Phoebe here. We hope you've been enjoying the Latin American International Championships with the first ever limited meta here at the Play Pokemon Championship Series. And this just in, we got an exclusive announcement that we're going to reveal to you. A brand new meta coming to EUIC. We got all the details. And Phoebe, let's start off with the allowed typings for this meta.
So first off, we have bug typing. That means Golisopod might be running down the meta. Dark typing, so bulky Pokemon like Umbreon could be taking place. Dragon typing, so Goodra might be coming back. And, you know, this last one, normal typing, maybe Oranguru is going to be coming back.
Maybe Lickitung as well, making a return, a resurgence. And some of the prohibited typings going to be fighting, flying, and steel. So no steel types to counter these dragons and these normal types. Oh my gosh.
We also have prohibited categories such as Ultra Beast Pokemon like Guzzlord, Legendaries, Mythicals, and you cannot bring those Pokemon on your teams of 6.
In terms of Pokemon that are going to be allowed in addition to these typings, we have Frostlass, a former powerhouse in the Open Great League, one of the few ice types it looks like in this meta. Milotic, a Pokemon that has access to Dragon Tail, a water type that can counter the dragons. We also have Politoed and Seaking. Now remember, Seaking has access to Peck, plus that Legacy Icy Wind. That could be a player as well.
Absolutely. We also have a handful of banned Pokemon because we don't want any singular Pokemon to be too dominant in this meta. It's going to be Araquanid, no Chansey, Crustle, Diggersby, Morgrem,
Morpeko, Turtonator. So you're not going to see so many Turtonator at the next international. Wigglytuff is gone. I know Wigglytuff, some people love it, some people not so much. And Rebombi is also going to be prohibited in the next meta.
So Rise and I did a little bit of studying to try to figure out what might be some top meta. Rise, why don't you start first with your pick?
I think Dragonair is going to be one of the top picks in this next meta. It's very spammy, and it's a dragon that can fight back against Frostlass with that Aqua Tail coverage.
For me, it's gotta be Arctibax. It's an ice type, one of the best counters to dragon types, but it is also unfortunately a dragon type, so it's gonna be pretty dominant as well.
Well, it's exciting to reveal to you guys this exclusive insider information. Maybe share it with your friends, get cooking, start building those teams for EUIC. We hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Hope you at home are excited to hear about that new meta that will be taking place in London for EUIC.
I hope you all were taking notes so you can go create the new recipe for EUIC. We want to thank everybody here for watching Pokemon Go. We could not do this tournament without you. Let's kick it over to Adam to award our champions.
That's another big Pokemon Go finals on the books and another step forward for Pokemon Go history. Don't forget that the top 4 competitors from this event have earned their direct invitations to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California this August. I can't wait to see them compete even more, but for now, it's time to give credit where credit is due. So let's take a moment to recognize our first finalist in 3rd place, Marto Galde. And congratulations to our 2nd place finalist, Pato Man. And finally, a huge round of applause for your 2026 Pokemon Go Latin America International Champion, Nighttime Clasher! Raise those trophies, trainers. Drink it all in. One more round. Keep it going, folks. These are your 2026 Pokemon Go Latin American International finalists. Great crowd, great crowd. And up next, our spotlight will now shift to the Pokemon trading card game. We're diving right into the Junior, Senior, and Masters finals, folks. And we'll see which competitors have what it takes to rise up and become an international champion. So now let's kick things over to the TCG caster desk, and they're gonna bring us all home.
Let's dive into the...
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to LAIC. It's Championship Sunday. It's me here, Juancho Sedana, and I'm joined by the amazing Pablo Meza. It's going to be quite the weekend. Oh, quite the day, Pablo.
Quite the day. We are closing out the weekend with a bang. We have 3 finals coming up, starting with our junior finalists. I'm very excited. I know we don't get to see the kids too often, but I love every Championship Sunday where we get to see these high-level matches from our lower age division.
Oh, the kids are so talented, and it's so lovely to see them grow into like juniors, into seniors, into masters. But first of all, how about let's check out the format video for this tournament.
For the Pokemon trading card game at the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon trading card game LAIC champion. The competition has taken place over 2 days, battling head-to-head through Swiss rounds and a top cut bracket. Only 2 trainers remain in each age division to compete here today on Championship Sunday. These trainers are about to face off, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of LAIC champion. Let's finish this.
Let's finish this, as this is the schedule. These are the matches we are going to be seeing today. Just a quick note though, as a result of a post-game ruling, there has been an adjustment to our TCG Masters finalists this weekend. So today we'll be starting with our juniors finals though, Reed Hartman versus Haruki Okunushi. Then of course the senior finals right after that, Camille versus Luca. And then to end the day, Masters finals, Sebastian Lashmet versus Pedro Pertusi. Jam-packed day we have here for Championship Sunday. A lot of talent, a lot of Pokemon. I'm excited.
3 high-level matches for us to enjoy. Of course, me and Juancho will be in charge of guiding you through the junior and senior finals, and our fellow casters, Jesper and Mike, will be guiding you through the Masters finals. So make sure you stay tuned. It's going to be a pretty good time here, Juancho.
It's going to be a blast, and I honestly could not think of a better partner to enjoy some Pokemon watching the juniors finals. Well, we're going to be doing more than watching. We're going to be talking about it, and it's going to be exciting. There's so much talent here in this one picture. The journey these players had to do to make it here today, fight 2 days of top tier Pokemon against the best players in the world, and only one game is separating them from becoming an LAIC champion.
And becoming a champion, right, comes along with quite a few benefits in terms of prizes. We have so much money to play for right here. Our junior and senior players are playing it out for a $7,000 prize Of course, if you end up losing this match, you still walk away with $5,000. I think that's a pretty good consolation prize, if you will, Juancho.
As a junior or senior, if I was a kid walking away with that much money, I wouldn't even know what to do with myself. That's a lot of allowance, if I have to say so myself. But of course, then our Masters, though, coming away $25,000. Just playing a weekend of Pokemon, and suddenly you're going home thousands of dollars richer. And of course, with the prestigious title of International Champion. I don't know what's more important, the $25,000 or being part of Pokemon history.
I mean, I genuinely think if you're already at this stage, right, you've made it through a whole field of very talented trainers, you've grinded through the rounds, it's been a hectic 2 days where you've competed, where you've beat some of the other best players in the world, you are en route to become one yourself and cement your place in history. I feel like at this point, the title has a lot more weight, right? Because you know you've already earned quite a bit of money. Of course, the $10,000 difference is important, but I think many players are just looking for the prestige at this point. They want to be called the champion.
Oh, yeah, I definitely can see that. As I'm sure, you know, we've been able to look at IC champions in the past. When people want to look back at the Mega Evolution format, I'm sure they want to say, oh, it was this deck. It was him. This is the best deck in format and all that. But right now, let's take a look at the bracket, though, for the junior division. What the journey has been here for the kids.
Yeah, Reed Hartman. We had a 15-player top cut, and Reed Hartman had to beat Noah, Ethan, and Charles to make it all the way to the finals, whilst Haruki had that round 1 bye in the asymmetrical top cut, and then took down Colin, Luke, and is now looking to face off against Reed. Of course, all of these kids very talented to make it all the way to the top. We even had the Ono brothers up there as well, making it through. Annabelle falling short in the asymmetrical top cut, and Kenji advancing to top 8, but losing to Luke, was then defeated by Haruki. So plenty of talent here, plenty of regions represented as well. Matias Chavez, the Chilean player, representing Latin America. But we have Reed against Haruki right here until the very end.
Yes, Reed versus Haruki, quite the journey they've had to go through, and it definitely looks like a true international. And again, if they were able to again, our NAIC champions and finalists had to be taken down to get here, that's quite the journey, Pablo. Definitely tough.
Yeah, I'm sure they went through a lot of very talented players, not only in Top Cut, but also through the Swiss rounds. I wonder if they faced off during Swiss themselves. I believe they have played once before in this tournament. So yeah, I mean, this could be some sort of rematch for them after facing off in I believe it was phase 2 where they faced off. So now they get the chance to rematch in the finals one last time to determine who becomes the LAIC champion.
Yeah, just something of note. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Pablo. Reed is actually, 1-2 against the Marnie's Grimstar. His 2 losses were to a top 4, and here and his opponent in the finals, Haruki, he did get his, a little bit of vengeance there, his comeback, and he beat Charles in top 4. But now, let's see if he can do it again, though, against Haruki. It's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a fun-filled and very driven match, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure both kids must be very excited to be featured on stage, right? Make it all the way. I always find it very cute, because obviously kids are a little shorter, and therefore the table ends up being like, in order to ask for discard pile or asking for a hand, sometimes they have to sit on their knees as well on the chair. So I just love seeing like the contrast between when we have massive players with their serious faces, completely locked in, trying to make the best possible play, and of course the kids are also doing that. It feels like there's another level of enjoyment that comes more naturally when you're 8 to 10 years old.
Yeah, I mean, Pablo, that's why they call it the big stage, the grand stage, because that's what it is. It's massive to be there, and just see, I like it. Just seeing all these the small kids really trying their best though, and honestly, just seeing them play like they're masters too. If you take your time and walk yourselves over to the junior and senior divisions, even just the junior divisions, seeing them, the way they shuffle, how they handle themselves mechanically, they might as well be masters. Honestly, when I was what 6, 7, or 8, I couldn't shuffle that well. You could see them shuffling as fast, keeping pace, making sure they finish on time, playing correctly, following all the rules, and I think it just shows how much talent has really grown in the past 20 years we've had this game.
Yeah, I'm sure many of these kids are looking up to many Masters players, right? They're watching the streams, and so they're trying to play like them and be like them, and of course pave their own way through Pokemon history. And that's what Reed and Haruki are trying to do in this first final that we have. Both players have done pretty well already. Reed, I think, already won a regional championship with a very unique deck over in Monterey. Haruki has been pretty successful at internationals this past season, getting top 8 at NAIC, I believe, and then getting top 4 at Worlds this year too. So no stranger to the pressure. Both players know what it takes to become champion, to play at the highest level, and I'm really hoping we get to see a very fun and entertaining and high level match here, Juancho.
Yeah, how can you have so much experience as a kid? It's like looking at them and they have so many titles already under their belt, and now they get to add that both of them were finalists here at LAIC, and one of them is gonna be LAIC champion, an IC champion at such a young age. That fills my heart. I'm sure that adds so much to their development.
Yeah, and I'm sure their friends and family are also very proud of them, right? We have plenty of people out there in the crowd supporting both players, so it'll be really cool to hear from them later. But yeah, I mean, as a kid, you can't do this without a good support, letting you travel the whole world, right? To compete, to go to a different country. So yeah, I mean, they're generally living the dream at this point.
No, yeah. Make sure you thank your friends, your support system, your coaches, your mom, your dad, because as a kid, how can you do all of this by yourself? Honestly, impossible, right? But yeah, right now, though, I want to remind folks at home that we're giving away stuff. Yes, of course, we have all these drops just on Twitch. Just by watching some Pokemon here on Twitch, you get all these amazing goodies. The Mega Venusaur jacket, the Mega Venusaur coin, deck box, and sleeves, and 2 special Illustrator rare cards, the Mega Lopunny EX and the Dawn. These are amazing, amazing things just for watching the stream. That's great.
Just for hearing our beautiful voices for a bit of time, enjoying some high-level matches. And I mean, those 2 cards are very competitive, right? But you also get a few packs in-game if you use the code LAIC26 Phantasmal Flames. That is a brand new set that is coming out, or that is already out, right? It has already been released. It will be legal for tournament play next weekend. So you want to make sure you get your cards, you get your booster packs, and you get your deck ready as well.
Yes, make sure you grab maybe a couple more copies of that Lopunny. Maybe we'll see some Mega Charizard EX action. Yeah, these extra packs are definitely gonna be useful for the Pokemon trading card game live. But yeah, again, a ton of fun here. Again, just by watching the stream, you get all of this. You get the enjoyment of seeing amazing gameplay. You learn a little bit of what it takes to be a champion as well. Like, I think the best way to really improve in the game is watching the best of the best and how they play.
Yeah, I mean, learning from them, figuring out why they are doing the things that are doing, right? Because I think on a superficial level, the Pokemon trading card game is a very beginner-friendly game where it's very easy to learn the rules. The rules are quite simple overall in terms of being able to enjoy. You can build decks with multiple different Pokemon that you like or whatnot, but playing at the very top, right, at the highest level of the game, that requires a lot of intricacy, that requires a lot of foresight into what you could possibly do next turn, what your opponent could do next turn as well, preparing for that. So playing this game at the highest level, seeing that happen live is just amazing, and that's the best way to learn as well.
Exactly. But right now, I'm very, very excited to start this match. So I think the juniors are ready. Take it away, Adam.
Welcome back to the big stage, everyone. We're ready to get our junior finals underway, so let's welcome our competitors to the stage. We've got Reed Hartman and Haruki Okunishi. Bring them on out. Let them hear it, folks. There they are, there they are. Keep it going, keep it going. They're getting hyped up for their match. They're here to provide some entertainment. And I can't wait to see them compete. Go ahead and take your seats right over here. Let's get the action underway.
Where they are without the support of those around them. I'm joined by some amazing people here. I've got Yuki, who's Ryuki's dad, as well as Brett, Heath, and Kobe. And Brett, obviously the father here, as well as the brother and testing partner, who are both junior regional champions in their own right. I'll start off here. How are you feeling about this moment right now? The dream of any junior and senior is to make it to that final at NIC. How are you feeling?
Feeling excited, also a little nervous. We played Haruki yesterday, and that didn't go our way, but we're hoping for a little revenge, so we'll see.
Well, Ryuki playing the Grimmsnarl, played it at NAIC last season, as well as making a top 4 at Worlds. How is this experience for Ryuki being competing at the top?
Haruki is practicing every day so much, and then now he likes Grimmsnarl, and then he wants to show Grimmsnarl is the best deck in the world. Yeah.
Well, for those of you who know, Grimmsnarl is my favorite deck, so I'm very excited to see that. I'm not biased, I promise. It's just I love the deck and I really want to see it do well. And as you mentioned, it's a really tough matchup for Charizard. I guess for you guys, you test a lot with him. What is the testing process for you guys?
Really, it's just we practice the matchup, and then after that we see like what cards work and what cards don't, and find out strategies.
And for you, Kobe, how much do you guys practice together?
I mean, we see each other at locals like every week, and Reed usually beats me, but sometimes it's really close.
Well, I mean, we got Reed, who's an incredible player and has won multiple regionals and won a regional already this season, so hoping to try and make it that IC. But if you're going to give these guys one piece of advice, what would it be? For you, for Ryuki, what bit of advice would you give him right now?
I think so. This is a Pokemon card, no difference. Just play as usual. Yeah.
Play as usual. And for you, what would be your bit of advice for Reed right now?
I'd say just take your time and play clean.
Well, I think that's the reason why these guys are here is they got amazing support around them, the advice from the peers as well as the parents. These guys are going to have an amazing final now. So everybody here, give it up for your juniors entering the final!
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Reed Hartman versus Haruki Okunushi. It's going to be just one game. One game separates this kids from becoming an LAIC champion.
Hopefully it's 2 or 3 games, Pancho.
One match. Okay.
One match. Potential 3 games. Grimmsnarl versus Charizard. We hadn't mentioned the decks just yet. Now that our players are seated at the table, we can talk a little bit about their history so far in this tournament. They have played against each other, as the parents shared with us, with Haruki coming out on top and Reed beating Marnie's Grimmsnarl in top 4, right? So yes, Marnie's Grimmsnarl can be a little on the tougher side for Charizard, but he has beaten it already, and it's time to do it again in the finals if he wants to be crowned the champion. But wow, Pancho, look at those accolades.
Wow, looking at Reed, again, regionals in Las Vegas, top 8 just last week. Again, a lot from just this year and last year. Top 8 in Milwaukee as well, top 8 in Pittsburgh, and the Monterey regional champion. And looking at Haruki, though, was top 4 at the Anaheim World Championships. A lot of international level placements there. New Orleans, NAIC top 8. And of course, top 8 in the Perth regional. Those are really great accolades. These are very, very young players. But again, only one can come out on top. Talking about Haruki, though, Haruki is actually 4-0 against Charizard EX.
Oh, wow.
So he is very, very practiced in this specific matchup. He's, yeah, again, we mentioned it earlier, he's even beaten Reed in Swiss. But again, Reed is a little bit different between Swiss and finals, the grand finals in a international.
I have to imagine that Reed beating Marty Scrimshaw in the semifinals of this tournament probably gives him a little bit more confidence in terms of heading into this game, right? Just need to do what I did again, no problem. And Haruki also on the other side, being 4-0 against Charizard, having already beat Reed previously in the tournament, probably also feeling extremely confident heading into this match. So yeah, I think confidence definitely leads to the best decision making possible. So I'm really looking forward to see what these kids have in store for us, Juancho.
Both of them made it here to the finals of LAIC. I'm sure they're breathing with confidence right now. So we're going to see peak gameplay from both these kids. And Charizard EX versus Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Both these decks almost seem fairly similar, right? They're both Dark-type Pokemon that power themselves up, that do damage, and they're both almost like scaling damage as well, right? Damage starts to ramp up with Charizard based on the amount of prize cards, while yes, Marnie's Grimmsnarl has a set amount, but damage starts to ramp up if the Frostlass is in play. So very similar gameplay, game styles. It's all going to be about the pilot.
Now, why is the matchup a little on the tougher side for Charizard, though? Even though both decks, as you mentioned, ramp up the damage, it's the damage manipulation that is available for Haruki through the continuous use of Monkey Dory, right? We have 4 copies of Monkey Dory, plenty of Darkness energies to get it ready, and because Marnie's Grimmsnarl is self-sustaining with its own ability, your 1 of energy attachment per turn can be dedicated to Monkey Dory.
While Reed's Charizard, exactly the same, does also generate the energy into itself, self-sustaining, and Reed's deck is actually, if I have to say, it's Charizard Monkey Dory. Does play a couple of Monkey Dory, 2 copies, and 3 Luminous Energy. So there's going to be a lot of monkey business in this matchup. Got a lot of flinging back and forth, but whoever sustains the most damage should come out on top.
Seems like Reed is going to be going first in this game. That makes me think that Haruki won the coin flip this time around and chose to go second. Both players probably want to go second. That way you get to play item cards and supporter cards, which is a much more powerful combination than just an item card on your first turn. Yeah, I think we're heading to our game very soon. Both players have found a basic. We're going to be seeing those prizes being set up right now. Will there be anything crucial here, Juancho?
Prizing supporters always feels a little bad because you want to see those early, but a couple of balloons might have flown away to the prize cards for both these players. Air balloon means there's not that much means of pivoting. Let's look at the counts, though, for Haruki and Reed. They should be only 1 air balloon apiece. It is this 1 tech card, just so that you can move in and out of the active.
And I think the major cards for me in these prizes are the ghost effects at the very top. So a counter catcher at the very top for Haruki. Grimmsnarl is a deck that doesn't mind going behind in prizes. Can happen because your damage output is limited. Sometimes you're purposely letting your opponent take prizes as you set up multi-KO turns through the use of Adrenaline Brain or whatnot. And Reed, on the other hand, will probably want to be ahead in multiple times of the game and could need that last boss's orders that's at the top of the prize cards to seal a game that he could easily win if that was available. So I feel like those are the cards that I have an eye on in terms of what could possibly affect the outcome of this match.
I like it, as here we go. We are starting our final match here, and looks like Camille, yeah, you mentioned, is going to start us off. Does open the Buddy Poffin. Great opener there. Like to chomp on some bread as you find your basic Pokemon. And when you have that on the first turn of the game without having your supporters to search for it, it's a good time. That means you are able to set up this despite the fact that you cannot play these supporter cards. And Buddy Poffin, of course, able to find stuff like Pidgey and those Charmanders.
Can you imagine if Buddy Puffin set up your Pidgeot right off the bat? That would be crazy.
That'd be a fun format, Pablo.
All right, so yeah, we're being very thorough with our prize checking at this point in time. Of course, we want to set up Pidgeot. That's the key card. I feel like setting up Pidgeot is the key card here. For Camille, that's like the big advantage. Luca has to rely on finding supporters over and over to find the cards they need, whereas the names are wrong. Pardon me. Haruki will need to rely on the supporters in order to find the cards he needs. However, Reed will have to rely, or will be able to rely on Pidgeot for more specific search. Now, 1 rare candy is priced, does play 3 copies, and he plays 2 copies of Charmeleon, so setting up Charizard should be pretty good.
Yes, 2 rare candies. That is enough for a rare candy Pidgeot, rare candy Charizard. Do you think, if you go that route though, is there any downside to that?
Yeah, Technical Machine Devolution, a key card for Haruki, a core strategy for Grimmsnarl decks. Every time you go up against a Grimmsnarl, you know you're going to be playing against Technical Machine Devolution shenanigans, right? Which combined with Monkey Dory, combined with Frostlass, sometimes those high HPs don't really matter if your basic on stage 1s just have a measly 70, 90, or 100 HP.
I like it as, looks like double Pidgey, double Charmander hits the board. Again, great Pokemon. Those are the exact Pokemon Reed wants there. And again, I believe those Pidgeys, the Pidgeys on the board, they only have 50 HP, not even the 60 HP Charmanders. So a little bit less. That means it's going to take a little bit less to knock them out potentially.
Yeah, and 10 HP could definitely be the difference overall in getting a Pokemon knocked out or not. So maybe that decision could be costly for Reed. Of course, he's wanting that extra benefit of the Golfer family attack in exchange for that little bit of extra HP, which can be worth it in many instances. But being in range of all these Monkey Dory, Adrena Brain damage with the Frostlass piling up and the Technical Machine Evolution, that could be costly later down the line.
Yes, as we start Haruki's turn now, buddy for buddy. Haruki opens up with his own Buddy Buddy Poffin, so should be able to set up his own basic Pokemon. We should be seeing some Impidimps hit the board and maybe some Snoruns.
Now, only 2 Buddy Buddy Poffins in this list compared to 4, so I feel like this is something, like as a Grimmsnarl player, when you see that Buddy Buddy Poffin in your hand, you always feel quite lucky, right? It's like, because you're not playing maximum odds to starting it, so anytime you start it, it does feel like a huge advantage you gain in the beginning of the match, and that's always welcome.
Man, without having to play a supporter card too, it makes sense seeing these smaller lines just because they're the Grimmsnarl decks have so many consistency cards in a form of a stadium, right? The Artazone and especially the Spikemuth Gym, able to find any line of these Marnie cards, as we do see the Snorunt and the Impidimp hit the board, and importantly, the Dark Fighting Energy onto the Monkey Dory. That means technically Haruki here is ahead in the Monkey War if it comes down to that.
And this is where the Air Balloon will probably come into play of it being priced, right? It's not available, so we always have to pay that energy on the Monkey Dory to retreat to start attacking with Marnie's Grimmsnarl, which means it's 1 less Adrena Brain ability available to us in order to pile on the damage over on the whole field. So yeah, that lack of mobility, like it's a lack of mobility not having the Air Balloon, but it's also a lack of conservation of resources on the board, a lack of pivot later down the line. So I feel like the Air Balloon for Charizard is not as impactful overall because you have the free treating Pidgeot EX, but it's definitely a lot more impactful for Grimmsnarl.
As Arvin was the supporter of choice, grabbing a second Buddy Buddy Poffin, and just Haruki being to really establish the board. The tool for choice, of course, Air Balloon is prized, but more importantly, on the first turn, the Monkey Dory is going to be holding the Technical Machine Evolution instead. So he needs a CD over a balloon right now, and Evolution is going to be the attack, which is such a powerful turn 1. This is the ideal turn 1 for both these players, really. If you go second, you want to find your Arvins and start evolving. And just like that, there is the Morgum and the Frostlass that hit the board.
I mean, speaking of ideal, Haruki plays 2 Buddy Poffin and 1 Nestfall, and that's exactly what he played in the first turn of the game for a picture-perfect setup right here. Basically just missing the Air Balloon to move that Monkey Dory next turn and have double Monkey Dory set up and start the Marnie's Grimmsnarl aggression. So now, Reed does have the opportunity to go Rare Candy Charizard, possibly if that's available, or Rare Candy Pidgeot, start being aggressive. That Serendipity hitting the board will start taking some Frostlass Freezing Shroud damage in between turns during Pokemon Checkup, and now a big Lily. This could let Reed start the aggression or might force him to take another slower turn, making sure he gets to that final setup.
Big 8 cards here. 8 cards is a lot, but it's, you know, not guaranteed. Not when you're not playing something like Arven to grab rare candy to guarantee your Charizard or your Pidgeot. You're at the mercy of these 8 cards. So 8 big ones here. Can he match Haruki's picture-perfect start? Just a Charmeleon to the active.
Yep, found Charmeleon, found Pidgeot, no rare candy or Pidgeotto in sight, which could be a little problematic perhaps. And I see another Lily in the hand. I see Pidgeot, I see Stadium, I see a Body Puffin as well. But no, it's just gonna be a pass with double Charmeleon in play.
And this is where possibly the 50 HP Pidgeys are going to be punished. Because right now, because the Monkey Dories were established very, very early on, there's actually damage on the board to move. Plus the attack from the Grimmsnarl that does 30 to the bench. That's 50, Pablo.
Yeah, 50 is the exact HP of the Pidgey, so that could be problematic. However, we see the Iron Bundle bringing this Fezandipiti to the top. That could actually let Haruki also take down Fezandipiti instead of Pidgey, which I really like that, right? If you take down one Pidgey, there's still the other one available. So using the damage to just ensure the Fezandipiti is knocked out seems like a pretty good deal. And I love how Haruki used the Iron Bundle before committing the Grimmsnarl onto the board, right? That means his opponent made a decision possibly expecting the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, but not knowing for sure that it was going to hit the field. So not giving your opponent information is just as key as trying to get as much information as possible before you make a decision.
Are we sure these are juniors? That's a master level play. As again, Marnie's Grimmsnarl with a punked up ability, able to accelerate up to 5 basic. Doesn't need 5, just accelerated 2 onto the Grimmsnarl. And of course, the Shadow Bullet attack is what we're looking at. Gets the Morgem as well. All that's missing here is, there it is, the second Darkness Energy. Pablo, you were talking about maybe it's better to knock out the Fezandipiti instead of the Pidgey. How about we go ahead and knock out both? Because there's 2 Monkey Dories, 2 energies, and Haruki is freed to move the damage now before retreating.
Yeah, there we have it. 1 damage counter only, trying to get as much damage counter left over for future Adrenabrain plays. And now this second Monkey Dory Adrenabrain, as you mentioned, Juancho, could utilize to take down a Pidgey, could start setting up some damage on a Charmeleon for future technical Machine Evolution plays, or just be able to take down a Charizard in 1 hit. We could also conserve the damage, perhaps we want to do more next turn. I really like just putting yourself 3 prizes ahead, half the game won already at the finals of LAIC. I love the idea of that.
Yes, 3 prize cards ahead. It's only turn 2 here, or Haruki's second turn potentially. Again, here we go. Second Monkey Dory. It is going to be committed to, is that the Charmeleon instead?
Seems like it is the Charmeleon. So another, a sort of disadvantage of getting too eager with the prize cards, right, is every time your opponent plays an Iono, you draw less cards, right? So Haruki, no rush, knows that he's playing the longer game, right? And so taking it slow but steady can also win the race.
Yes, so 2 prize cards ahead now. There's also the note of if you race your prize cards a little bit too fast, Charizard's damage actually increases based on the amount of prize cards your opponent has taken. And Reed has multiple ways of damage manipulation as well as damage, as well as adding more damage onto his Charizard in the form of stuff like Kiernan or maybe his own Monkey Dory.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's actually probably the main reason, right? If you are 3 prizes ahead, Charizard does 270 damage. And with the Freezing Shroud damage attacking your own Grimmsnarl by the time it's your turn, it will have 20 damage on it. And then if Reed sets up a Monkey Dory, which he already has, right here, then that's exactly 300 damage plus the 10 more from Freezing Shroud. That would be a knockout on the Grimmsnarl. So perfectly well executed. Clearly they know what they are doing.
Exactly, as Reed Hartman, though, plays the counter catcher, opting to knock out a smaller Pokemon as opposed to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Potentially, we don't see a Charizard just yet. We haven't seen that many evolution, but surely it should be incoming as Lily is played once again. No prize cards have been taken, so this is another full 8. What pieces is Reed looking for here, Pablo?
One Ultra Ball or one of the two Charizard EXs in his deck. That's 6 possible outs in order to find them. There is one Ultra Ball in the prize cards, so 5 total available right now. Of course, if you could set up Rare Candy Pidgeot and then search for the Charizard, that would be even better, but at the very least, you want to start matching your opponent's aggression and start taking some prizes.
So if I got you right, bare minimum, Charizard EX. Ideal, Rare Candy Pidgeot with a Charizard EX. 8 cards is a lot. But again, with the 1 Rare Candy prize, it is a little bit tougher when you're not finding these out, finding them, tutoring it out with the Arven, just trying to draw into it. Does have the Charizard EX at the very least. And we are going to see the Infernal Rain come into play, accelerating 2 fire energy. And just that. No extra fire energy just yet.
He also drew 2 fire energy in his hand, so sometimes with awkward pricing, if you have too many fire energy in your hand, it can get a little awkward with the Charizard ability because it needs the energy to be in the deck and not in your hand. But so far so good. Reed will be able to match this aggression, will take down the only Morgrem in play, limiting any potential future Marnie's Grimmsnarl for Haruki, so setting up another Impidimp will probably be a priority. However, there's an Artisan in play, so as long as the Impidimp is not priced, which it isn't, should be fine.
Yes. Again, the Marnie's Grimmsnarl line is a little bit tighter, right? Only playing a 3-2-2 Grimmsnarl line and only 1 Rare Candy. So taking out this key middle piece, maybe it might be tough to get into a second Grimmsnarl once this active one is knocked out. And maybe that's Reed's Hartman's way back into this game, or to take the lead here. But again, very key knockout. All about the board state over the prize cards.
I really want to highlight Haruki's play. He's taking a pause, right? He drew his card, he's analyzing the board, taking a pause, asking Reed how many cards in his hand. He's making plans, and I'm sure once he's sure what his plan is, what he's going to try to do, he is going to start executing, right? This is something I always try to advise players, because I see many people who are very eager to start playing cards, right? Their turn starts, they can't play a supporter, they can't play an energy, and they're playing and then thinking and then playing and then thinking. However, this whole analysis, Haruki makes a plan, and now he's executing flawlessly, very fast as well, which is a treat to see at this level.
And his plan, like you said, he asked about the opponent's hand size. His plan includes whatever is happening in his opponent's side of the field. Not just what he wants to do, but what he has to interact with in his opponent's play. Yeah, again, this is a junior. He's doing absolutely amazing. This is what I expect from the highest level of our masters. And once these kids do age up, they're gonna take the world by storm, really.
Oh, for sure. Now, Lily, 6 fresh new cards, Double Monkey Door established, Impidimp established as well. We can heal our Marnie's Grimmsnarl. We're probably not going to take a prize again this turn. We could take down either of the Pidgeys, but I have to imagine Haruki will once again choose not to, because that indirectly keeps his Marnie's Grimmsnarl safe. And because both players have played before, I'm guessing Haruki knows that Reed is not playing maximum build. As their ace pick of choice, it is actually Heroescape, which poses a different sort of problem for Haruki in terms of damage output, knockouts and whatnot, but he knows there's no extra damage burst, and his Marnie's Grimmsnarl is very, very safe here.
Yeah, playing the safe way here. Oh, something of note we have to mention is Reed Hartman's ace pick of choice is the Heroescape with adds 100 HP. That definitely could come into play, especially if you want to have multiple turns with this Charizard. But what I want to talk about here is, how about the damage placements from Haruki? We were talking about, hey, let's go ahead and prize cards. Let's take a knockout on some Pidgeys. We end the Pheasantipity. But right now, if you look where the damage is, it's on the Charizard and the Charmeleon. And possibly after this attack, do you expect 30 damage now to be on the Pidgey? Or are we going to continue hitting this Charmeleon, Pablo?
I have to imagine it's going to be Charmeleon to not increase the damage that the Charizard does to us, indirectly protecting the Marnie's Grimmsnarl for sure. Yeah, we see the damage being piled up onto the Charmeleon first. Now maybe it's going to go to a Charizard. Nope, just more Charmeleon. Now the Charmeleon is in range, so we could take that down. And okay, seems like it is going to be the prize this time around. and it's also a way to like protect your damage in the sense that it could also, if you don't KO the Charmeleon now, then it just heals by Monkey Dory, and you know your opponent probably has the possibility of a second Monkey Dory, right? So now Reed has pressure. There's no more Artisan in play, so he needs another Charmander down. There's the Artisan immediately hitting the field. However,
maybe Reed here just taking a minute, just thinking a little bit. But yeah, again, right now on the board, Charizard with 100 HP remaining and no Charmander yet in sight. Until now, there's the Artisan. But yes, 100 HP remaining on the Charizard. But Reed opting to grab Monkey Dory as opposed to another Charmander. No third Charmander isn't prized. Hero's Cape can help here. Again, on the Charizard, give it 200 HP, but that's still in range, isn't it, Pablo?
Yeah, I do believe at this point it is in range, but we do have double Monkey Dory, right? So we can heal 60 more damage off of this Charizard that will leave it with 140 HP remaining, 150 after the Freezing Shroud. That's 280 left over. That's going to be a little tough for Haruki to establish. However, with Artisan, if we find the Darkness Energy, maybe triple Monkey Dory can get us there.
Triple Monkey Dory, so just able to throw back 90 damage. But Reed Hartman's double Monkey Dory, so that's moving 60 damage over, and right now with 3 damage counters taken, 3 prize cards taken, this Charizard is doing 270 damage, actually has the knockout on the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, and that means Haruki needs to find his own Rare Candy and Grimmsnarl. Is there any other way, any other attacker he can go into to maybe take down this Charizard?
I mean, I don't think so. There could be a TM Devo play perhaps at this point in time. The Hero's Cape does not save this Charizard from being taken down. The Charmeleon would have 200 HP. We can still get there with the Monkey Dory damage. Cards flying everywhere, damage flying everywhere. Now, what did Haruki find off of the Iono? That's the question.
There are supporters to be played. There's at least the Arven, so the TM Devolution play should, at the very least, be available. The Devolution not as, well, it's strong in a way that you're taking down the lone Charizard EX and the Hero's Cape, your opponent's A-Spec. But again, you're not devolving anything else besides that, since Reed wasn't even able to set up a Pidgeot. It seems worth it, but we'll have to see if Haruki goes for it. Or maybe has even the Grimmsnarl triple Monkey Dory play, like you mentioned. But
yeah, the thing is, do we have Rare Candy Grimmsnarl available to us?
Yeah,
that doesn't seem like it is. I mean, if the stadium hadn't been countered, then perhaps I see Haruki's eyeing up a stadium to the front, an Ice Stretcher, the Air Balloon. Maybe it's time to see the secret box. We haven't seen Haruki play his A-Spec. He does move the secret box to the front. Like I said, Haruki plans and then executes. It's really, really interesting to see the way he's very methodical with his play, planning out everything, has the Arven in hand, but hasn't played the Arven. He only plays the card once he is 100% sure of everything he's going to do.
Yes, as the secret box and the Air Balloon that was grabbed off the prizes is now in the hand. So the Monkey Dory in the active is now maneuverable while keeping its energy. In terms of the Monkey Dory war right now, both players are matched. 2 Monkey Dories to 2 Monkey Dories.
The Air Balloon had to get discarded at this point in time to pay for the cost of the secret box. We're going to see the stadium. Are we going to see the Rare Candy? There is a nice stretcher at the very front. No, we see a Technical Machine Devolution. I think that is going to be the plan here, Juancho, whilst we establish a more Grim perhaps that takes down the Charizard. Right now, it has 180 damage on it, so we need 2 more damage counters before we Technical Machine Evolution. So 1 Marnie's Grimmsnarl ability needs to be dedicated towards that. Now we see the stadium getting utilized, countering the Artisan, grabbing that Marnie's Grimmsnarl from the deck. We do have Rare Candy Grimmsnarl, actually.
Just a lot of options here for Haruki. The lone rare candy. Night Stretcher was a grab for the third energy too on the Monkey Dory.
All right.
This is everything.
A picture perfect board for sure. Now, do we go for the straight up KO instead of technical machine devolution? Is that better? Can we get the KO? Is it game now?
Yes, Haruki with only 3 prize cards remaining. There's a Pidgey on the bench. It depends on how much. Can we knock out both the Charizard and the Pidgey potentially?
We are 10 damage short, Juancho. We are 10 damage short. No, we can. Never mind. The 50 HP on the Pidgey comes down and 180 damage. Freezing Shroud seals the deal on the Charizard. The Pidgey goes down, and we are moving on to game 2 now.
Yeah, the 10 damage is going to be provided by the Frostlass, the Freezing Shroud. Haruki takes a 3-prize turn and takes the first game here at the LAIC Finals. Very masterfully played.
10 damage. 1 damage counter knocking out that Charizard at, what, 420 HP? And then one more does it during Pokemon Checkup, along with those 50 HP Pidgeys. That 10 HP lacking on PG has definitely played a role in game 1 of our finals.
Yeah, we talk about how every damage counter counts. I think this was just the perfect example. Just, it was perfect. It was just the right amount of math to win the game. And oh boy, now I can see why Haruki has already taken down so many Charizards in Swiss. Or I know now why he's here in our finals. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at a replay though. This was it. This was the start of the Haruki onslaught, just being able to take 2 prize cards almost immediately. The Serendipity didn't draw any cards. He was the first one to get knocked out.
Yeah, Reed was trying to preemptively bench that Serendipity, expecting perhaps an Iono and a knockout. Turns out that Serendipity was the one to get knocked out. Haruki did have a picture-perfect setup, multiple Monkey Dories, the early Grimmsnarl, the technical machine evolution play, the Frostlass slowly but surely chipping away at his opponent. And despite Reed matching, or almost matching Haruki's Monkey Dories 1-for-1, that wasn't enough. It's the whole damage spread, it's the manipulation, the fact that Haruki's deck is definitely built to have more Monkey Dories, whereas Charizard Pidgeot enjoys having Monkey Dories, but it's struggling to set up the 2 stage 2s, whilst also needing to have the Monkey Dories to match his opponent's Monkey Dories.
Exactly. I mean, just so much damage was flying around there, so much math we had to do. Pablo, when we were kids, I don't think I could have done that much math in my head.
I'm not a kid and I'm struggling with the math sometimes today. So yeah, very impressive play from both players. Haruki taking that calculated knockout, knowing, yes, my Grimmsnarl will possibly go down next turn, but I can win the next turn if I knock out this Charmeleon. Also make it hard for my opponent to have another Charizard set up. Yeah, it's up to Reed to make something different happen in this game too, and we're already going to have an important difference where Reed will be going second in this game too. Haruki will be going first, and this is where, without that Arven finding the Puffin or whatnot, this is usually where Marnie's Grimmsnarl is at its weakest point, the early game. The lower item card counts, relying so much on the stadiums. There's no real draw engine in the deck as well. There's no Serendipity even for later down the line. There are 12 supporter cards though, so those are the key, but you cannot use any of those 12 supporter cards in the beginning of the game.
We'll have to see here. Again, yes, Haruki is going to go first. I just want to mention real quick, Haruki Okunushi is from Malaysia, actually from the Southeast Asian circuit. He actually doesn't get any championship points for this, for being here in an IC. So he is in here. He flew all the way here to compete for the love of Pokemon. And now he...
And for the World's Invite.
Oh, yeah. Now he has
I think
a World's
that's
Invite.
a pretty good motivator. Now he doesn't need any championship points because he already has his Worlds. I mean, actually, he already had it because he got top 4 at Worlds.
That's true. That is true. So right now, Haruki is going to start us off. Did draw an item, Pablo.
The 1 copy of Nestball in the deck. Very nice find. Did start Iron Bundle, right? Which honestly was the MVP from the previous game. That's what pushed the Serendipity X to the active spot and started this prize scramble that Haruki ended up winning in.
Looking at a prize card, though, something of note is that one rare candy in the prize card. That is Haruki's only copy of rare candy, while everything else, not much else of note. Just really want to focus on that rare candy. Monkey Dory, again, we've seen how important that Pokemon is, but luckily Haruki is playing 4 copies of that. Oh, also the only copy of Artazone, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, Haruki's playing more copies of Monkey Dory than Impidimp, right? And you can see how important Monkey Dory is. It almost feels like Monkey Dory and Frostlass are the core threat of the deck, and Marnie's Grimmsnarl is a very nice to have, but it's like you can do without it sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Monkey Dory Frostlass, that's a deck in itself, but 180 damage is not that bad. 180 plus 30, that's pretty good. Now, to Reed's turn, does open up the ideal turn. Arvin is going to make us a couple of sandwiches, some buddy poffins, and he's going to be able to set up here, find some Pidgeys, find some Charmanders, and more importantly, find the CD, the Technical Machine Evolution, to turn those Pidgey and Charmanders into their evolved form, Pidgeotto and Charmeleon.
Are puffin sandwiches, Pancho? I'm generally asking. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm generally asking. They could be, right? They definitely could be. But yeah, Monkey Dory and Luminous Energy Prize, that could be problematic later down the line when it's all about the Monkey Dory damage spread. And it's basically Monkey Dory is a way for Reed sometimes to add damage, but mostly to heal some of that damage that is getting thrown over on his side of the field. But a Technical Machine Evolution going to be very key. Will probably allow Reed to have access to Pidgeot throughout this game, despite one being prized. I'm sure we can eventually find one for sure. It's just making sure he has all the pieces that he needs in his deck. He's already putting the Stage 1 Pokemon at the forefront of his deck to make sure that he can get everything down, get established, and hopefully get a much more powerful and impactful start in this game too.
At the very least, would love to see a Pidgeot come down. That's something we haven't seen in the last game. Pidgeot's such an integral part in any matchup, really. It's an amazing consistency start with the quick search ability. Also, importantly, has 280 HP. Not 50, 280. Let's protect these baby Pokemon.
Yeah, that is going to be very key in making sure that you have access to any key cards. You have that extra HP so you don't go down immediately. The Technical Machine Evolution play will be live though, especially if you rare candy into the Pidgeot. The 50 HP still remains relevant at that point in time, right? But the Technical Machine Evolution get attached this time around, finally getting that ideal start for Charizard. I mean, if you ask a Charizard player, what's your ideal start? What do you want to accomplish on your first turn? It's Technical Machine Evolution, get Pidgeotto, get Charmeleon, get them both evolved and ready to go for next turn.
As Haruki now just starts his turn, immediately evolving into Marnie's Morgrim. No reason to hold back that evolution. Though one rare candy is prized, we are not going to see a Marnie's Grimmsnarl hit the board this turn just yet. So not going to be not taking knockouts, that's for sure. But what do you think the ideal second turn here is for Haruki then?
I mean, clearly with no access to rare candy, I think it's just establishing the Frostlass, right? A couple Monkey Dory perhaps, a backup Impidimp, if you will, in order to have a solid board and just be patient, right? We see the Frostlass, we see a Puffin, so there we have it. Ideal start already. We're just missing that Monkey Dory. That's where you would probably want to attach your energy to, but starting to get the Freezing Shroud, I mean, even starting to get Freezing Shroud damage on your side of the board is just as important as getting Freezing Shroud damage on your opponent's side of the board.
Yes, that's exactly why we saw Haruki immediately bench double Monkey Dory on his first turn and just start to get those ticks, start to get the ammo. But right now, without any Monkey Dory, even if Frostlass is in play, the only one getting damage is this Iron Bundle. That is technically still damage on Haruki's board, but it's more ideal on the Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory sticks, Iron Bundle, goes away, takes all his damage counters sometimes. But let's see what else Haruki can put together.
Yep, not going to go for that second Snort. Has one in his hand. And I think there does feel, there's definitely a tipping point in this deck where you can set up double Frost Blast, but sometimes that can be overwhelming on your own side. That's where your own Monkey Dories are being put at risk. The damage piling up on Marnie's Grimmsnarl is a little too much. You're effectively reducing your HP of every single Pokemon by 40 HP each turn, right? So Haruki being very measured this time around, knows that for the overall matchup, I mean, he's 4-0 in this matchup in general, right? That means he's won at least 8 games usually. Against Charizard, he knows exactly how to go about this. And that's where maybe if Reed knocked out the Frost Blast, there would be less damage heading over on his side of the field, and he could manage it better.
Yeah, Haruki was able to put down the Monkey Dory at the very least with the energy. So when we were talking about ideal turns, there we go. That is a very ideal turn as we move now to Reed, who has quite a few things to be played. A lot of energy in hand, but I do see the Ultra Ball. Could we see a Pidgeot or a Charizard hit the board? Probably Pidgeot first and then the Charizard.
Yeah, that quick search ability being live finally for Reed. Now he will be the first to take a prize card. Probably not gonna be able to take down the Morgrim. Maybe he can. He did discard another Ultra Ball. So yeah, I mean, he could have used Ultra Ball for Pidgeot, Ultra Ball for Charizard perhaps. No, he has 2 cards left in the hand. So no, not enough cards to go. Get both and then get a boss's orders. But now it's just gonna be the early aggression. A Charmeleon as well hitting the board. That's pretty important. And the Monkey Dory already established. That's the key. Match his opponent's Monkey Dory 1-for-1, and any damage heading over on Haruki's side of the board can also be sent to Reed, but Reed can send some of that back.
The Monkey War stalemate. Definitely want to match monkey for monkey, damage counter for damage counter, as Haruki does have the Spike Muth Stadium. This gets to find, again, any Marnie's Pokemon. Doesn't have to be a basic. So we are going to see, at the very least, a Marnie's Grimmsnarl hit the board. Haruki just, again, making sure he has every bit of information before making his plays, asking Reed how many cards in hand. Checking out Counter Catcher.
There we have it. Both players being very aware of how the Monkey Dory dynamic comes into play, and Haruki just wants to take that down. Now, I'm wondering why we are not going for the Grimmsnarl, thinning the deck a little bit more. Perhaps Haruki wants to give himself the chance to find the Marnie's Grimmsnarl off of this Lily's Determination, and that way he can use the Spiked Muth Gym to find the Morgrim and have an easier time, especially now that I'm sure he's aware that the rare candy is not available to him.
If I had to guess as well, once you do evolve into Marnie's Grimmsnarl, you have to attach energy from the deck. Maybe Haruki wants to have energy in hand for even more Monkey Dories to be drawn into, since it is a full 8 here.
It is a full 8. Did we find either of the pieces? I don't think we did.
Is that an Ultra Ball?
Oh, it is the one copy of Ultra Ball. There we go. It's effectively a third Grimmsnarl at this point in time. But yeah, we're going to be able to either search for a Monkey Dory and establish that. We can search for the Grimmsnarl and get the Morgrim with the Stadium. That also works too. See the Monkey Dory being put to the front. Yep, so you were on it, Juancho, wanting to keep those energies in the deck so that they were available to be drawn, knowing that the Grimmsnarl was guaranteed.
Yes, Haruki here just saying he does not want to have a stalemate, to have that Monkey Dory stalemate. He wants to be winning that Monkey Dory war. He wants to be able to move more damage counters than his opponent, and even shows to why he chose to counter catcher the Monkey Dory, just really having that dominance.
Yeah, it used to be 1-1 for the Monkey Dories. Now it's 2-0, and that's gonna be where Haruki's damage will start overwhelming Reed's board. And now the lower HP Pokemon that Reed could possibly bench are immediately threatened, right, by the Shadow Bullet bonus damage plus the Adrenobrain. So a lot of pressure over on Reed's side, despite getting that pretty ideal start this time around.
Yes, right now there's, well, it doesn't look like a lot, but there's so much damage counters on the board. Yes, they're on these big HP Pokemon, the 330 HP, the 280 Pidgeot, but you also have to look at what's underneath. So sometimes the clock is actually what is underneath those Pokemon, the Pidgeotos, the Charmeleons. But again, Haruki has so many lines. Reed right now, again, has access to everything he wants in the deck. Has his Charmeleon, has his Charizard, Pablo, if you could do one play, what could it be?
I mean, seems like Reed has chosen to now take down the Frostless, right? I think Monkey Dories are way less of a threat if your opponent doesn't have that damage, that Freezing Shroud piling up on them. So I love this. I feel like this is almost an adaptation from the previous game where Reed was in a similar situation and chose to take down the Morgrem instead of the Frostless, right? This time could have done something similar, could have taken down the Impid Imp, let the damage pile up, let Haruki or wait for Haruki take a few prizes perhaps, and then one-hit KO, try to one-hit KO the Marnie Screwsall, but this time around he's like, okay, I don't want you getting any more damage counters than you need to on my side of the board. The only damage counters you'll have to work with are the ones I place on you.
I like it. Despite Haruki having the Monkey Dory dominance here, there's not much to throw with only one pip on each of his Pokemon.
There we have the damage now. One more damage counter heading into that Charmeleon. One more damage counter heading now. 70 damage on it, 30 HP remaining, and what a coinkydink.
Hey, that's enough.
We have Shadow Bullet dealing 30 more damage onto the Charmeleon for another prize card.
Very scary to think of the amount of math you have to consider, right? You have to consider the fact that how much damage can Monkey Dory throw at me, and you have to add into the fact that Grimmsnarl is also throwing damage to the bench. And again, that was enough to take a knockout on the lone Charmeleon. Right now, Reed is sitting on just Charizard and Pidgeot. That's the name of his deck, Charizard, Pidgeot. Yeah, but we're gonna need a little bit more.
Pretty good top deck there for Reed with that Supra, because it's not just Charmeleon going down, right? It's the Charmander resource, it's a Stage 1 resource, it's a Fire Energy resource, which these Charizard decks are really skimping on lately, right? They play a 3-2-2 Charizard line, they only play 5 basic energy, so any cards you lose out of those can be very detrimental. Now, Reed does find the Heroescape, which could be utilized right now to give extra HP to the Charizard. Is that enough to save it from the essentially 240 damage Shadow Bullet next turn? Probably not, right? If there was a Monkey Dory as well, maybe it would have been the case, but he would have had 230 HP remaining on Charizard EX exactly, right? So no point in attaching it there. Now Reed is able to establish another Charmander at the very least, but once again, the Shadow Bullet damage, if he doesn't get 2 Charmanders down, or if he attacks the Marnie Screwsall, then all that Adrenal Brain damage just keeps piling on and would allow Haruki to knock out the Charizard and the Charmander, not winning the game, but leaving Reed with nothing to threaten.
I just have to think, is that the downside of, yes, the cape doesn't really protect Charizard EX from getting knocked out. It will have 230 HP, but it is taking away heat from it, right? It forces the Monkey Dory damage to be placed on the Charizard. That means you have at the very least a Charmander to play with, but
I think we could have also maybe attacked and attached the Heroescape to the Charmander as well. That definitely would have protected it, but Reed choosing not to attack, right? So choosing not to put damage counters on Marnie Screwsall, that also means Haruki takes a knockout, right? There's exactly 2 damage counters on the Pidgeot, right? And Haruki will be at 2 prizes remaining. Charizard will be doing 300 damage total. So if Reed is able to establish a Monkey Dory and have Rare Candy Charizard, he could one-hit KO this Marnie Screwsall. So it almost feels like a bad situation for Haruki to take a prize card. So pretty well done there by Reed.
I like it. The Charizard EX potential trap. And with the support of Pidgeot, things can definitely come together as Haruki, though,
flying through.
Yeah, getting another Monkey Dory, grabs the Iron Bundle now. Hyper Blower is going to force the Charizard onto the bench. Very tough choice here for Reed.
Yeah, I love this. You promote the Pidgeot, now you're in prime technical machine devolution, bad situation. You promote the Charmander, Haruki only takes a prize card, which means his Grimmsnarl is still out of range of a Charizard EX's Burning Darkness despite a Monkey Dory. So it's going to be the Pidgeot getting promoted. It's going to be 30 damage to the Charmander. Reed against the ropes in a situation where if he attacks, it's not great, and if he doesn't attack, it's also not great.
Yeah, Haruki did not fall for that Charizard EX trap that you mentioned earlier. Instead, had the perfect counter, and now damage all over the board. Rare Candy Charizard, though. Second Charizard now coming into play, a little bit healthier with only 30 damage on it, 300 HP. But it had to be Rare Candy into that Charizard.
And it's going to have to be a quick search for an Iono. I can't imagine any other play. Reed knows the Technical Machine Devolution is in his opponent's hand, so if he doesn't take that away, then it's essentially game over if Reed attacks. But if he doesn't attack, how do you win the game? It's going to be a boss's orders here.
Well, that's a way to attack where you're not leaving damage counters on the board at the very least.
That's another option for sure. It's just the susceptibility of the Technical Machine Devolution is there, right? In order to compensate for this, you're going to need another Rare Candy in your hand. And if this is combined with an Iono, perhaps, it's going to be tough.
Terrifying board as Marnie's Grimmsnarl hits the active. Haruki has so many options. Is it 180 damage to the active, 30 damage to the bench? Devolution.
Just trying to confirm we have already drawn for turn. Arvin off the top. So if we had Iono and attacked into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, we definitely would have been able to find the Technical Machine Devolution. Now, as Haruki probably just needs to, as long as there's Monkey Dories established, Reed essentially can't leave damage on the board, right? But we're heading into a situation where Haruki can just now attack, and now all three Pokemon are established. So knocking out the Monkey Dory essentially delays the win, but we need to get rid of that Technical Machine Devolution as soon as possible from Haruki's hand. Can't wait another turn, I don't think. Yeah, Haruki just attacked. Oh no, he's asking how many cards in hand.
And 3 cards on Reed's hand. Haruki still has an option to play a supporter, could still potentially play something like the Arvin so that he doesn't have to shuffle in the TM Devolution. Opting to Artazone first, though. Maybe find some options, recheck what's in the deck.
Secret box. Yeah.
Eyeing up the secret box, but right now doesn't really need too much. Maybe just the Darkness Energy, at least, for the Monkey Dory. Do you think he ever tries to reset up the Snorunt? Probably not. I mean, it's a little bit too... it's a little late, and right now you're really depending on your opponent giving you the damage counters.
Yeah, I think you're in a situation where you don't want to overdo it, right? You want to like make sure you keep your outs. That's why maybe even playing this Arvin, if your hand's going to get attacked, that's one less out to Technical Machine Devolution. Yeah, I mean, weird spot. I think you would enjoy having another Marnie's Grimmsnarl in play. I think that's definitely something you would like to have at this point in time. But yeah, definitely a convoluted turn, right? You can see even Haruki. Now we're seeing a bit of more of like, I need to play a card to continue to think, to continue to make sure that I'm planning this out. We do see the secret box get grabbed, so we're going to see a lot of deck thinning, which is also very important, right? If we grab a lot of cards that don't help us find Technical Machine Devolution eventually, then that's going to help us in finding Technical Machine Devolution in case we do get Iono'd.
I have to think, too, though, is this almost like a secret box for a lot of useless cards I don't want in the deck in case I get Iono'd? That would be an interesting way to go about this. I mean, of course, grabbing the stadium is always great. Like you said, setting up a second Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Maybe at this point, like you grab, 2 items you're not going to use, supporters you don't want to see. And looks like it was just the counter catcher, boss's orders, and the Spike Muth Stadium.
Okay, counter catcher. Oh, okay. I mean, taking out Pidgeot is a way to protect your Technical Machine Devolution in the hand, right? We take out the Pidgeot. We no longer care too much about our Pokemon getting KO'd, with establishing a Monkey Dory as well to knock out the Grimmsnarl with 20 damage being moved from Adrenaline Brain is also pretty hard. Yes, Charizard will now deal 300 damage. That's still not enough of damage on Marnie's Grimmsnarl because there's no Frostlass damaging my own Pokemon anymore.
Right now, again, after this turn, Haruki is going to be taking down Reed Hartman's main support Pokemon, and then leaving Reed with only double Charizard. Can't even really take the knockout just yet. What do you think he needs to find to put it together, though?
You need to find Monkey Dory and Luminous Energy, right? Move 2 damage counters to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. and be able to take a prize that way. But the Luminous Energy is prized. The second copy is not available. I'm not sure if we already exhausted one. I think we did, right? We took a knockout on a Monkey Dory, so 300 damage is not possible. If Reed attacks, probably ends up losing the game. There's a boss's orders in Haruki's hand as well, I believe. That was the grab from the Ace spec, right?
I think there might be at least one Luminous Energy.
Oh, okay, yeah, we play 3. Yeah, you're right. So there is one energy
there's
available.
A chance. And he draws into it.
All right, so we can take a knockout. Is that enough, though? Isn't there a boss's orders in Haruki's hand? Was that not the grab from the secret box?
Oh, yeah,
I
that
can't
was.
remember. So
that was the grab from the secret box. So the Charizard on the bench right now, very, very susceptible. What? There's nothing stopping Haruki now from just taking this game and taking the crown here at LAIC.
Yeah, maybe I'm misremembering the boss's orders in the hand.
I remember
but
it was
I think
full
it
art.
is. Yeah.
130.
It's Cyrus.
It was. Again, 130 HP on the Charizard is going to heal a little bit. 30 damage move. That means 160. 160 is less than 180. No cape, no anything. Boss's orders. Ladies and gentlemen, Haruki Okunushi is your LAIC champion.
What a game, perfectly executed by Haruki. Either you attack the Charizard, set up the technical machine evolution play, or you took out your opponent's Pidgeot. They lose all the flexibility to find whatever they need, and sure, they found the knockout, they got down to one prize card, but Haruki felt under control for that whole game, Juancho.
So well deserved by showing us such a master class in Grimmsnarl, and again, coming from a junior player, someone who has not as much experience as someone from the Masters division, but played perfectly. Very masterful plays, very planned. Again, took time. I really liked it when you pointed it out. When before he makes a decision, he has to know all the facts, what his opponent has, what he has to work in, what the situation he is at right now, and now he finds himself LAIC champion. Very well deserved.
A game, every damage counter planned perfectly. We saw games decided by single damage counters for sure. Marnie's Grimmsnarl with a very good setup, very consistent overall, and it was just too much damage being sent to Reed side of the board. Took down the Charmeleon, made it difficult for its opponents to establish pretty much anything, and then the two Pidgeys, which were never able to evolve, ended up allowing Haruki to have just enough damage in order to take that final KO on the Charizard, despite having 430 HP with the Hero's Cape, 190 left, 180 from Shadow Bullet, and then the Freezing Shroud. That's so many dice on the Charizard, Pancho.
So much dice, and it was the perfect knockout. It wasn't even a knockout on Haruki's turn. It was a knockout in between turns with the Frostlass. Beautifully played. And of course, game 2, where we got to see Reed set up. This is what we like to see when both players have access to the max power of their deck, right? And Reed, with a Pidgeot, with the Charizard, with the Charmeleon in play, has everything he wants in the deck because of the quick search, but Haruki still put on the pressure, won the Monkey Dory war, has 2 Monkey Dories, took down the lone Monkey Dory on Reed's side, preventing any healing, and that left Reed with that damage. Charizard, 130 damage, 130 HP left on the bench. Couldn't heal it enough for Haruki to just take the knockout.
Yeah, having boss's orders in hand, that secret box, you can see how powerful it really is. Gave him the counter catcher to take the knockout on the Pidgeot, and gave him the boss's orders to become LAIC champion. Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX showing the world that they can be the champion.
I love it. That was a game. That was such a fun game, Pablo, and seeing the juniors really play their heart outs, play their best. Even I learned something from that match. The amount of plays the Grimmsnarl player was able to do, not taking the knockouts. Again, we were talking about, oh man, the Pidgeys have 50 HP, let's move it there. But Haruki was thinking, no, I'm going to put damage on the Charmeleon. That's a little bit more important. And then because he established so many Monkey Dories, was able to take that knockout instead, but much later down the line. Patience is the key.
And you know who's been very patient? Juancho, our senior finalists. However, they are getting ready to start our finals. Let's take a look at the bracket of what went down yesterday that led us to Championship Sunday with Camille versus Luca. Camille had to take down Kobe, Nathan, two Nathans, Ostercats, and Voss in order to get to the finals, whilst Luca went up against Roman, went up against Gabriel, went up against Henry, and made it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, I truly think that this is a stacked top cut. Again, the name that just pops out to me immediately is Nathan Ostercats, who I think is one of the best seniors playing out there right now. He did just win Las Vegas last weekend, if I remember right. Yeah, he won Las Vegas last weekend, has 10 regional championships to his name, 3 ICs, but gets taken down here by Camille. So Camille, a force to be reckoned with. Very curious to see this matchup, and it's going to be a fun one, Pablo. This is going to be probably the most interesting matchup in LAIC. I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Yeah,
we're
definitely going to be seeing a lot of creative plays. We did have a pretty full top cut here for our senior players. Only one player, Nathan Ostercats, was the one to go ahead and get that asymmetrical top cut by. Everyone else had to play for their spot for top 8 into semifinals, into the finals. But here we have them, Camille versus Luca. And it's going to be Golden Go versus a very unique archetype, Pidgeot Control.
Yes, I'm looking at the deck list for both these players at this point. Golden Go, I'm familiar with. You know, the lines are there. It's like a 4-4, a lot of 4-4s, a lot of 2-2s, a lot of consistency cards. And then you look at the other side. It's it's the Pidgeot Control deck, and it's a bunch of 1-1-1-1-1-1-1.
It's a very long deck list for sure.
It's one of the tougher ones to fill up, but look at these accomplishments now here from our seniors. Camille, top 4 at Milwaukee, top 16 at Yokohama, EUIC top 4, and a finalist at Vancouver. So is looking for that big win. No stranger now to Top Cut, but now very, very close to his first big IC win. But Luca here, a regional champion, multiple-time regional champion, finalist. Now he's been a finalist on every type of IC. Finalist at NAIC, finalist at EUIC, and right now finds himself in the finals of LAIC.
I'm sure he's not going to be looking to add another finalist accolade. He's going to be looking to crown himself IC champion. We see both players have accolades in the junior division, which means they are young, but they have been playing for a multitude of years. And here they are at the biggest stage of the game, once again, to prove themselves and prove everyone that they can be the champion.
Yes, and it's going to be an interesting match because these players have actually played before. They have played in Swiss, and I believe Luca did win the game against him. So, you know, this is one of those cases where there might not be that much surprise, but we'll have to see. Again, knowledge is always power. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the prize cards, because these are very important.
Yeah, LGM being very key to manipulate energy, the handheld fan to take hits. It's all going to come down to how can Camille stop Luca from attacking, right? Camille has a very distinct and different approach to this, to the games in general. He's going to essentially try to stop Luca from taking the 6th prize card. If Luca is able to take 5 along the way, that's completely fine. But Camille wants to reach a point where Luca can no longer attack him, can no longer apply any significant pressure. If your opponent is using Soul Rock to deal 70 damage and you're moving damage back, or you're healing, that's perfectly fine, right? The whole idea right now is to stop Luca from attacking consistently, from taking that prize number 6, can be accomplished by having all metal energy in play and not letting Golden Go attack whilst it's active. can also be accomplished by utilizing Ethan Sudowoodo trapping attack perhaps to trap something in the active that is not a threat and cannot apply pressure, forcing Luca to commit energies to the board, leaving himself with not enough energies for Golden-Go to discard and attack with. So it's going to be very interesting to see this combination. There's also a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon that Luca will have to go through in order to win this match. Most likely it wasn't priced, and I'm not seeing Mega Mowal nor your favorite Mega Lucario here, Juancho.
Hey, maybe Mega Mawile is still my favorite. You didn't let me change my caster pick, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the senior finals here at LAIC, and Luca is going to start us off, and it's going to be that Fighting Gong gonna be able to find either a fighting energy or a basic fighting Pokemon.
Gonna start us off with that Soul Rock. Obviously, the Lunatone Soul Rock engine gives you a lot of cards, but that Lunatone has an attack that's a little underwhelming for this specific matchup, right? I'm going to predict that Lunatone will make it to the active spot at least a couple of times during this round, and you might be thinking, well, there's plenty of Airballoons in the deck, or there's Professor Sturo scenario, sure. However, if your opponent's using Ethan Sudowoodo to attack your Lunatone, it won't be able to retreat. And if your opponent has a Milotic in play, then they won't be able to play Professor Sturo scenario. So that could be something where Luca could be put in a situation where if he draws too many cards, because these decks don't play any deck replenishing options, that could be problematic to where even though the Ethan Sudowoodo would eventually take a knockout, there just aren't enough cards left in the deck. So there's many ways that this match can go. I'm sure we're going to be trying to predict what these players are going to be doing, and they're then going to do the exact opposite, because that's how this matchup plays. Every turn is going to be both players improvising and adapting to what they can do. But starting off for Camille, getting that Precious Trolley right off the bat is huge.
Yes, I predict that Pokemon are going to hit the bench, Pablo. That's my prediction for this turn. As also finds, again, with Arvin, you get to find a tool card as well, and Camille has a couple of tools he can choose from. Opts with the Bravery Charm to increase HP. Very interesting choice there. Maybe wants to prevent an early knockout. Again, has options in like something like Luxurious Escape. You don't want to give an extra prize card. Or the Handheld Fan is always interesting. A great way to disrupt your opponent just by taking a hit. Taking one energy and moving it to another who can't even use it is always great.
So here's what I'm thinking, Juancho. A general game plan that we could see here from Camille is establish the Milotic, right? We see the Feebas getting put into play. We see the Pidgey, because Pidgeotto EX is very key to the control strategy of this. You need very specific cards to accomplish very specific things, and that's where Pidgeot comes in. And we also have the possibility to item lock, right? So one way we can do this is we can put Cornerstone up in the active, force our opponent to attack into it, try to deal with it, we can heal it, and with the Handheld Fan, those metal energies get transferred to Pokemon on the bench, which can't use them, right? A metal energy on Soul Rock is useless. A metal energy on Lunatone is also useless, and if they're in play, they cannot be recovered from the discard pile. That leads to a situation where a Golden-Go that can't be Professor Turo to the hand could not be moved from the active spot. Now, we don't see the Cornerstone just yet. We might not see that either at all. It could also be a situation where you put up the 3-prizer up front, right? You force your opponent to utilize many resources, and then you item lock them with plenty of energies in the discard pile, which they can no longer recover, and that Freelish having the Luxurious Escape that, remember, we talked about, it's almost like the Bodyu strategy, but Freelish has even more HP than Bodyu, making it even tougher to take down.
Yeah, right now, though, the baby Golden-Go hits the board and is only going to strike it rich, doing 120 damage onto the Pheasantipity. Again, not trying to be too explosive. And the nice thing is this Golden-Go can actually go back to, can remove itself from the field.
Yeah, I mean, not a very explosive start, but that's because Luca's hand is just really bad at this point. He has nothing in his hand. He's not trying to conserve resources. He just doesn't have anything to work with. This was his best possible play. Yeah, I mean...
Well, he's not in any rush, so...
He's not in any rush, that's for sure. Like, in terms of attacking pressure, sometimes Pidgeot control decks can win by, if your opponent's drawing that badly, you can power up a Pidgeot and just start attacking them that way. Yeah, I've definitely won games doing that before. That is an option. This Iono will give Luca a fresh new hand. Camille trying to prevent that Fizz and DPD from going down. And a big pain point here for Camille was that the Latias EX was prized. So that allowed him to not have the ideal setup of promoting the Mega Kangaskhan EX to start drawing cards with Run Errand. Latias EX is problematic if it's not available, but this deck needs so many resources to deny an opponent's resources that it can't afford to play multiple copies of any card, really.
Yes, and I think it's also just very important for Luca to force the Psyduck to the bench. You don't, not taking that knockout, it does take up a bench space, and that's one less support Pokemon or very annoying Pokemon that Camille can use, right? It's just sitting there doing nothing. There's no Dusknoir for the Golden Go, so just damage on the Festivity, great. And right now, does have the Arven, so Luca is now going to at least be able to set up and is choosing to flood the board now with a couple of gimme goals.
Yeah, now we have that explosiveness that, like I said, Luca would have loved to have, but just did not have access to before. Now we get to surf back, choosing not to shuffle the Golden Go back into a deck. Usually a 3 energy attachment for Golden Go second attack is really rough to have, but there's been no pressure, and it was Luca's best play, and now he's up ahead 2 prizes without any resources exhausted. That's the key thing. And now 2 energies prize, the Lana's 8 at the very top. Those could be cards that come down that could affect the later stages of the game. And I really want to highlight how, like, being behind in prize cards for Pidgeot, like, that's how the deck plays. The deck will not be trying to win by prize cards. So it's on Camille to make sure that Luca can't draw the 6 prize. If they draw 5, that's perfectly fine. They just cannot draw the 6. As we see, the Milotic hit the field, which will prevent any future Professor Turo scenario.
Yes, that means Luca can't pick up his Pokemon unless, of course, by surfing back. But right now, going for the boss's order. Are we going to start the trap here? The Mega Kangaskhan's too big. It's too hard to move out of the active. Maybe just trying to prevent Luca from, getting a free attack. Or trying to keep the energy stuck.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's the main idea. It's like, okay, if you want to attack with Golden Go, you can go ahead and do it. If there's an air balloon, you can easily retreat, right? And you can surf back the energy into the deck. It will take away your Golden Go, it will take away your attachments, but that is something that Luca could try to do here, and it's something that Camille might be forcing. But this is a way to protect essentially your Golden Go, because if the other Golden Go was in the active, to protect your Kangaskhan, because if the Golden Go was in the active, you can retreat those energies. Now they're in the discard pile. Now they're accessible for your Golden Go EX to take a 1-hit KO on this Kangaskhan. It has a lot of HP, but Golden Go laughs at those high HPs.
Yes. Again, 300 HP might seem like a lot, but that's just 6 energies for the Golden Go. I believe Cypher Maniac's code breaking now being played. Luca gets to choose and pick what he's about to draw. I'm not sure if there's any Golden Go EX just yet to be able to draw these cards right this minute. There is, of course, the Lunatone to grab it right now. But yeah, if I was Camille, I'd be a little bit scared here. My opponent got to double quick search, essentially. Will he be able to knock out this Mega Kangaskhan and then go down to 1 prize card almost immediately?
I mean, there's definitely a possibility. There's already a good amount of energies in the hand. We're going to draw 3 off the top. And look at taking a minute to read the Milotic's ability that Mentally Calm does prevent Pokemon from getting picked up from play into your hand. So Professor Turo scenario can be played. It just will not work at all. Now we do see 1 Golden Go. We see a Fighting Gunk drawn off of that. See an air balloon. I think we're gonna be surfing back this game once, or this turn rather, and trying to get a little bit of damage. I think 100 damage.
Do you ever jump up though?
Do you ever what?
Do you ever now move the Golden Go into the deck?
I would imagine so. I feel like having those energies available for future discard use can be important. Or, I mean, having the natural Cornerstone counter already powered up could be good as well. Attacking, like, the way to beat Pidgeot control is continuous pressure without resource usage. That's like the main deal, right? But Pidgeot thrives on you discarding energies, using your superior energy tribbles, using up resources, because then that way I know you don't have those resources for later down the line. So keeping the Golden Go powered up, just doing 100, 100, 100, it's not a lot of pressure, but it's significant enough to where Camille without a Pidgeot could struggle later down the line.
Right now, though, Camille looking at the hand, there is a lot to work with, but also still has the run Aaron Kangaskhan to be able to keep drawing more cards, has the Brock Scouting. It's a slower way to find your Pokemon, but the flexibility of this card is exactly what Pidgeot Control loves to play, right? Can opt to find more basic Pokemon if they whiff the Precious Trolley, or can slowly establish a Pidgeot one piece at a time.
Damn, that's the issue right now for Camille. Establishing the Pidgeot one piece at a time could be a little too slow. I did see Luca already has the Prime Catcher in his hand for possibly the next turn. And if he's done his homework, like, you could KO the Kangaskhan right here, go down to one prize card, and then go after a single prizer. There's definitely plenty on the board. And the trapping strategy is way less effective against a deck that plays that natural item-based switching card, which not many decks play these days, but Prime Catcher is available to him.
Yes, Prime Catcher. You do get the gust effect, but sometimes the switching effect is just as important as counter catchers now played. Leaving the Lunatone into active, but it is not trapped. It can still retreat, but to retreat does force an attachment or an air balloon.
And if you force an attachment, you can't attach to Golden Go to attack, right? That was part of the issue with shuffling those energies back. You no longer have an attacker ready, and one air balloon has already been committed to the Golden Go, right? That's the key piece here. You can't play Turo to dedicate your attachment to the Golden Go. You can't play an energy to the active, because then, I mean, you can, but then you're not doing anything this turn. But Luca does have access to the Prime Catcher. Professor Turo is not live because of the Milotic, so that's not an option. But we do find the Air Balloon immediately, and we should be seeing this Mega Kangaskhan possibly go down. And with Prime Catcher available, I mean, it could easily come down to an easy knockout on that poor Psyduck with a Soul Rock.
And at that point, it's only a matter of time. I don't think there's a way. I'm trying to think. Again, there's so many lines here for Camille to be able to for Camille to do. Again, there's the Cornerstone, but I guess a way to stop Prime Catcher is, hey, let's just stop all items with the Oceanic Gloom.
Yeah, Oceanic Gloom would stop all items. Milotic does stop Professor Turo, so that could be a way to trap something, right? But there's enough energy available, I think, after this knockout to where the Frillish could just go down at some point. If you trap the Soul Rock, you attack, and yep, there we have it. Camille realizes that this game is just not going to work out, and Luca takes the first game. And now, not only does Camille need to win 2 games back-to-back, now he's also playing against the clock, right? Because if you're not a deck that takes prize cards, even if you have them in a complete lock, you win game 2 and your lock is perfect in game 3, if time runs out and Luca has taken even a single prize card, he'll be declared the winner of the match.
That's the downside sometimes of playing these control decks. You're not taking prize cards. Yes, there is more time here in the finals, but if it does come down to game 3 and all it takes is a singular knockout, it's looking very, very good here for Luca. But we'll have to see what Camille can put together. Again, I would love to see more of these tricks. On paper, Pablo, if you think about it, as a Golden Go player, you don't like to see a lot of the cards that Camille is playing. But real quick, let's take a look at the replay. We got some surf back action.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. There's an interaction I'm curious to see, but we have, because I honestly don't know what could happen. What if you surf back into a handheld fan?
So I believe because you are shuffling the cards back into a deck, like both, well, I mean, I don't want to say I believe. I'm not entirely sure. I would imagine both effects are happening at the same time. So Honestly, I don't know. I don't
Let's
know what
see,
would
and then
have
let's see if it
priority.
happens, and then our judges on the floor will confirm it for us. But yes, again, very interesting interactions. That might be a way to play around that specific handheld fan.
Yeah.
But again, so many options for both these players. Camille, again, with so many of these 1-1-1 off lines, would love to see him actually get to use it. Instead, he did get stuck with a lot of his Pokemon because the Latias was prized.
Yeah, Latias took away a lot of maneuverability. Fezandipity going down immediately also took away a lot of the potential extra draw options, which limited Camille's possibility to establish Pidgeot, to find the right cards for the right situation. Now it's going to be Lucas starting us off this time around once again. Gonna get an Artisan, gonna get a Gimmighoul into play, a Solrock as well. And yeah, looking pretty good. Though, those prizes are not looking very good, Juancho.
Double superior energy retrieval. If he's looking for the knockout on the Kangaskhan, it might be a little bit tougher, especially later in the game. But again, Kangaskhan EX, 300 HP apps is absolutely massive. Camille did have the Bravery Charm the last game, but opted not to attach it just yet. Maybe thinking he might want to use the fan just to move some energies around. Because again, Mega Kangaskhan is a tank, but when Golden Goat can do possibly unlimited damage based on the energy, it's a scary card.
Very scary card indeed. Losing your energy to another Pokemon. Because if they're in the discard pile, that's fine. Just get them back. You have multiple cards to get those back. But if they're in play, that's so problematic. Now we're going to see Camille draw 2 cards off the top. Does find Arven as the second card. And now he's going to check for that Precious Trolley, which he will be very, very happy to see.
Yes. Looking at his prize cards now, Team Star Grunt is prized. That's something... that's not a card you see every day, but I don't think it's going to come into this matchup. Or the Shuckle, unfortunately. 2 very fun cards, a lot of one-ofs. Besides that, there are multiple copies of Pidgey, Iono, Brock Scouting. Night Stretcher should be fine as well. So prizing is okay. So we might not have to see something like the redeemable ticket being played.
So I'm going to say the Team Star Grunt can be utilized in a way where if your opponent only has 1 energy in play, right, and their air balloons have been played, then you can take away that attachment from whatever has it, let's assume a Goldengo, and then you bring something else up that requires an attachment to retreat. And that way, that leaves your opponent in a weird situation where if they attach to retreat, they have to retreat, and then they're susceptible to more gusting, because you can only attach either to retreat or to attack. And if you preemptively attach to attack and then wait for next turn to attach to retreat, that's where the energy moving effect of LGM comes into play. So I do think that Team Star Grunt, like, it's priced, so we're not going to be seeing it probably in this match in particular, but against these low energy cost decks that want to save their resources, you also have to be very careful, because if you overdo it and you are too careful, then you could get punished with the Team Star Grunt.
Okay, that made a lot of sense, Pablo. In my mind, I was thinking of his cute little combo of Team Star Grunt and then the Durant to discard, just a pseudo crushing hammer.
That's a very expensive crushing hammer for sure. Your supporter for turn, a bench space as well. Yeah, I mean, it's a combo that exists, absolutely. You would be getting rid of the energy essentially permanently. It's probably very effective against Dragapult, right? With the A-Spec energy just getting completely removed from play. But if you just move it to a body, right? I mean, that's good enough.
That's true. As right now, Camille has access to the Skyliner ability now with the Latias, so there is a lot of movement, and this is one of the cards Goldengo hates to see. The Frillish with the Oceanic Gloom attack. 20 damage plus the item lock. This is what I was trying to allude to earlier, Pablo, where as a Goldengo player, there's a list of cards you don't like seeing, that you don't like playing against. And it's Cornerstone, you don't like playing against Item Lock, you don't like getting trapped by the Eviltal or something like that. And Camille plays all of those options.
Quite literally all of them. Now, also played the Lively Stadium into play, making that Frillish even harder to take down. We've seen Goldengo play that 1 copy of Vitality banned in order to attach to Solrock and deal 80 damage, which is just enough to kill those Freelishes. But as long as the Stadium is in play, that is not going to be an option. We do have the Vitality Band in Luca's deck, but we're not going to be utilizing anytime soon. Or at the very least, we need a counter Stadium. We do play one copy of Arizona, so never mind. For the rest of the game, Juancho, every single basic Pokemon will have 30 extra HP for that lively Stadium.
That's a really powerful Stadium, especially when you can't bump it. And this Frillish now is just massive. The extra 10, too, means that Gholdengo needs not 2, but 3 energy. 3 energy to take the knockout.
You want to take out a Kangaskhan, you need 7 energy as well instead of 6. You want to, yeah, it's definitely impactful. And with Bravery Charm on top of that, it could even get worse.
Yes. Are you more afraid of the Bravery Charm or the handheld fan on the Frillish right now? I'm more afraid that every time I hit into this Frillish, I have to say goodbye to one of my metal energies.
Yeah, I think it's early handheld fan into late game. Difficult to take down once resources have been exhausted. We do see the Pidgeot established finally off of that Brock Scouting and the rare Candy, 2 copies of Rare Candy in the deck. Seems like we're going to immediately go for that Milotic, just take away the Professor Turo scenario option immediately. Prime Catcher being shot down as well. So Luca is going to have to manage his bench pretty perfectly if he doesn't want something awkward priced in the active spot.
Yes. Again, this is what Camille wanted to do in that first game. Establish the Pidgeot, establish the Milotic, and then have access to retreat in the Latias. And such a terrifying board. Oceanic Gloom just hitting for another 20. Could even knock out this Gimme-Go potentially. But right now, Luca's going to get some help. Going to be able to draw some cards. And this was, again, tutored up with the Cypher Maniac. So the second card was also something he was able to hand pick.
I believe that was the Genesect. Just make sure that you can search for your Goldingos later down the line. But Genesect could be a little problematic because it has that high HP. It doesn't have a very energy efficient attack either. And we're going to see that hit the board. We're going to go find our Goldingos, but now we're missing metal energies, Juancho. So I think we're going to go for a minor errand running this turn.
Minor errand running. Not too bad. And again, since it is not hitting the Frillish, doesn't have to worry about yet fighting energy getting moved. So even if it was moved, not the end of the world. It's the fighting energy. The metal energies are the ones we have to keep track of. There it is.
And we have 2 energies ready to go in the hand. I mean, the hand could get attacked. We know there's Iono. There's only 1 copy of Iono. That's another thing for these decks. They do play Iono, but it is prized. So there won't be any hand attack anytime soon. Or there could be if we play that copy of Redeemable Ticket, essentially switching our 6 prize cards with 6 other random cards from the deck. However, I think it's going to be a long way. And like, Iono is important, but it's sort of important to prevent a deck out scenario. You play 0-6 Machinations first, then you play Iono. Both players shuffle their hand, but your opponent's hand just went to a very small number. So I don't think the Iono will be the key card right here, but Luca is probably aware that his hand could change sometime soon.
Yes, right now, with the quick search, can have access to anything he wants from the deck. I wonder what supporter was grabbed there. Oh, not even using one.
Yeah, just, I mean, we did play Brock Scouting this turn.
Oh,
no, that was last turn. That was last turn. Never mind. Just gonna keep applying the pressure, keep shutting down the item cards. Taking a prize card for Camille is actually not ideal, right? Because then Luca can take a prize card and still not be susceptible to counter catcher, so it's not really ideal. Now this Gholdengo, the non-EX Gholdengo, can take this potential first prize card. We could evolve, attach the middle, but we might finally see the interaction that you want to see, Juancho, with the handheld fan, not with Surf Run. And we did get confirmation that it's the effect of the attack first into the effect of the tool. But yeah, we see the Boss Sorters taking down that Milotic, which doesn't get the extra HP and is knocked out by the Strike It Rich attack.
Strike It Rich, 120 when it is evolved into the Gholdengo. Just perfect math there. And losing to Milotic, that's pretty big. That means Luca has access to Turo if he chooses to use it. Let's see what Camille can put together. Gonna draw a couple of cards first with the Kangaskhan. It is free. Has access to counter catch, has access to so many cards in hand. What do you think the play is here? We can trap something the active now?
We could, but without the Milotic, it's a lot weaker. Our Night Stretcher's price, right? So we're gonna have to rely on Lana's aid, probably in the later stages of the game to pull that off. There's still both air balloons available as well. Now the 2 Professor Turos are live, so sure trapping something is gonna be as effective. And yeah, I think it's gonna be LGM time. We need to move those energies away from the Golden Go. And if we send Metal Energy to Lunatone, the Metal Energy is as good as useless. If we send another Metal Energy to Solrock, that's going to be useless. And this will prevent, like Luca can only attach 1 energy per turn, right? So we're never getting to power up enough for Surf back.
Yeah, I don't think, unfortunately, now we're not going to see that interaction, Pablo.
You're not going to see the interaction. Did you want to change your caster prediction to handheld fan now, as we are about to finish the tournament?
No, I'll stick with the Mega Mawile. Thank you. But right now, again, counter catcher is played. And what energy is that on the LGM right now?
It's a Prism energy, providing every type of energy, but only 1 at a time. That allows the deck to have a lot of flexibility with Sudowoodo's attacks, with that Light Shift from the LGM, with the Oceanic Loom from the Frillish. You can even attach 3 energies and have an aggressive Cornerstone, taking knockouts. But yeah, we could see the impound attack from Ethan Sudowoodo get powered up at some point. And this is what I meant when right now you have to dedicate a resource for the air balloon to potentially retreat. And if it gets to a point where there's nothing powered up and there's something trapped in the active, like this forces an air balloon here or a Professor Turo usage. And that's 1 less resource that Luca has for later down the line that Camille is sort of like checking off his checklist in order to, okay, once you run out of X resource, then one of the locks becomes a lot stronger.
Yes, again, name of the game is make Luca use stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Use up as much stuff as possible. And now we're in a completely different situation than the previous game. Luca has taken 1 prize card. Camille has a perfect setup board with essentially, if a Pokemon gets knocked out, he gets 5 extra cards to work with that turn, along with any card he needs off of the Pidgeot. Now, we could see the knockout on the Pidgeot eventually. I think that's something that Luca is going to try to do. But as Camille accumulates resources in his hand, it does get to a point where you don't need Pidgeot, just because Golden Go don't play any sort of hand disruption, and you just have like 25 card hand. So it's very unlikely that you end up missing something. So the Pidgeot ends up serving its purpose, and it's okay for it to get KO'd. You'd rather the Pidgeot get KO'd, because the Pidgeot is just going to try to search for one of these resources anyways. So if you lose the Pidgeot, you get to keep the disruption resource active.
I like it. Almost like Pidgeot taking the heat there. But right now, Luca has a lot of cards in hand. I believe I did see the air balloon. So this Genesect is going to be able to move. And the LGM only having 90 HP should be fairly easy to knock out, but it does dedicate at least a Metal Energy on the Goldengo potentially. Fortunately, Solrock is not enough to take a knockout on the LGM because of the Lively Stadium. So here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to keep count of Metal Energies in play. Luca only plays 3 Metal Energy. 1 is now onto the Solrock. If he dedicates this one now onto the Goldengo, that's 2. That means he'll only have to deal with 1 more somewhere in the deck.
Yeah, 1 more Metal Energy available, 1 air balloon available as well. We just see the pass. So this is great by Luca. This is a full understanding on essentially the matchup. Basically, Luca could just go out of his way to knock out the LGM. Right now, LGM is not very impactful, right? LGM, any energy they move, it doesn't matter at this point, because no energy is attached to our relevant Pokemon. And Luca is generally 1 Boss's Orders and 1 Prime Catcher away, or 2 Boss's Orders from winning this game, right? Could take down the Mega Kangaskhan could take down the Pidgeot and win that way. It could come down to the Lana's 8 providing just enough energy to be able to win, but we see the Xerosic's Machinations, which is another way to get rid of resources from your opponent. And those free energies are very valuable.
And this is exactly the way to punish a inactive turn, right? Yes, Luca was trying to prep for that big, I'm Gust plus a lot of energy knockout on some better Pokemon. Well, if you're not going to use your cards just now, and you're leaving me free to, instead of searching for ways to disrupt you, like searching for ways to recover my LGM, recover my Frillish, instead, I'm free to, he's free to use the Pidgeot to get this Xerosic Machinations and attack the hand, that massive, massive hand, even forcing down the Professor Turo scenario and a couple of energy.
And the Super Rod. Yeah, all of those cards are very key. Luca definitely needs those for later down the line, or would need those. Now they're no longer available. So yeah, the passive turn does force something like this now. Luca definitely needed a bit of time to make sure that he was keeping the right resources available, keeping everything that he thinks he will need. Energies can be recovered unless you're under item lock, right? So now I'm starting to see plenty of paths that are opening up for Camille to win. One Turo here, a bunch of energy getting discarded and utilized for KO. The Air Balloon already there, so now the amount of times Luca can move an active Pokemon, the amount of energy he has available to take big knockouts, and yeah, Camille follows this up with an item lock. So these two energies are now permanently stuck here. That there's 2 energy in play as well. That's 4. I wonder if there's any more energies in the discard pile. Yeah, there's a metal energy in the discard pile. That means the metal energy in Luca's hand is the last metal energy available as he... Oh no, that was a deck then. Sorry, that's my bad. There's 3 fighting energy in the discard pile. There's 1 metal energy in the deck. There's 1 metal energy in the hand. So 2 available to still continually attack. Yeah, it's gonna be rough, and we could see more Xerosic's Machinations. There's 2 copies of Palpad, so we could see something like this turn, and you can't keep every good card in your hand, so these could be very punishing.
Yeah, it almost forces Luca to start putting pressure, start using cards, or else fall in. He does not want to fall into that trap once again, and it's a very simple way to get back those Xerosic Machinations: a Palpad and then a Pidgeot.
Yeah.
To search it again.
And there we have it, another path for the turn. Item lock being too harsh at this point, requiring 3 energy, as you mentioned, Juancho, in order to take this knockout. Unless we find the Vitality Band, right? That could be an option, as we're going to see the quick search. Now, like I mentioned, Camille has a much stronger chokehold on the board than Luca at this point in time. But with the clock dwindling down, we have 43 minutes. Luca still can very likely win this game, but if he doesn't, all he needs to do is be 1 prize ahead. And we could honestly see that aggro Pidgeot strategy in game 3, where or powering up Mega Kangaskhan maybe, or powering up Cornerstone as a way to take prizes and be ahead when time gets called. So that's something to watch out for in the future.
It's going to be interesting, as I didn't quite get to catch what he quick searched for, and he has so many cards in hand.
I think it was either Lana's 8 to recover the Milotic to continue to take away Professor Turo scenario as an option. I think I might have seen an Airy as well, but I think Camille's going to be content letting Luca accumulate more resources in the hand, and sure, now they don't get to pick, right? You get to pick 2 item cards, and of course you're gunning for those superior energy retrievals.
Looks like now, Camille opting, instead of, it's pick your poison. Do you want item lock, or do you want me to move your energy around? Opting to prevent the surf back attack. Again, a little slight shift.
A little slight shift from the LGM, and also has the handheld fan attached. So we could see, if this LGM gets KO'd, we are definitely seeing another metal energy get moved somewhere. And that would leave Luca with only 1 metal energy available. Or we could attack with Soul Rock, right? But you also don't have infinite fighting type energies, right? So that's also a risk, and you wouldn't even be taking a KO. So Camille could easily penny, essentially lose the turn for, make Luca have a worthless turn, and then continue to be annoying, honestly.
Yes, as right now Luca has access to items, is going to opt to use superior energy retrieval. This is one of 2 that are in the deck he has access to, because again, 2 are prized. And Is he going to start swinging? And he is going to swing here onto the Latias.
We saw how important the Latias was last game. We are seeing how important the Latias is this game as well. And the key card, Night Stretcher, being prize Wancho, which we thought would be okay. Lanacade cannot recover Pokemon with rule box, I believe. So that Latias EX, until we see the redeemable ticket, will be leaving in the discard pile.
Yes. Luckily, Pidgeot EX does have free retreat, so that is still an easy pivot. However, it's going to be a little bit tougher to move between Frillish and the LGM, which Camille has really loved to do. So now he is going to have to make a decision here. Is it going to be item lock, keep the energies in the discard pile, or do we start attacking the metal energies?
Let's see a Ruffian, not a very common card, removing the Air Balloon and then bringing up the Genesect, and then we are going to go for the item lock. A lot of energy were expended last turn to take a knockout, and I think this is a way as well to protect yourself from the Mega Kangaskhan get taken down. I'm sure Camille will be pennying that up very, very soon. And you do this turn, you shut down item cards, and you bench the Feebas. Yeah, so that's going to be pretty impactful right here.
Right now, though, I mean, Camille does not have the Milotic set up. Right now, it's a lonely Phoebus. Luca does have the Professor Turo in hand, can opt to maneuver this turn if he chooses to. And this might be the only turn he has access to it. Is he going to use it, though?
Right. Did not use it. Now the Milotic hits the field. We can just knock it out again, right? We do have another Balloon. We could go after it. 6 fighting energy in the discard pile does mean there are definitely not enough energy to take a knockout on the Mega Kangaskhan, so no rush to penny it up to remove that potential win condition. But if we ever break the item lock, we probably need to prioritize that. Unfortunately for Luca, 2 superior energy retrievals are in the prize card still, so we're gonna need some help here. Run it back isn't even a KO on the Frillish at this point because of that extra 10 HP. So that could be, yeah, I mean, Luca just running into more and more walls, and this is exactly how Pidgeot Control wants to control everything, right? Alternating between the disruption.
Yes, but right now, disruption is you can't play your item cards because Oceanic Gloom, once again, 20 damage, item lock. Back to Luca. Has a couple of cards to work with in his hand. A lot of energy on the board. 3 triple and fighting energy on the Goldengo is interesting. Looking at the hand, again, the Turo's in the hand, the Arven, like you mentioned. There is still an Air Balloon in the deck. Yeah, there's only one discarded. Again, Luca did get hit by that giant Cirrosic, so I wasn't able to keep track of all the resources we're missing.
Okay, 1 Air Balloon's in the discard pile. That was off the Ruffian. There's the second copy available now. All right.
Luckily, Air Balloon can still be played under item lock because it is a tool, not an item. But I believe that was still just a pass.
Now, how do we go from here? I don't know. I think we're still... No, yeah. We're straightening out our Golingos. We just see the pass. And the Air Balloon in hand. Vitality Band gonna come in clutch here, Juancho, and this is a great way to take a prize and also keep energy available.
Vitality Band does add 10 more damage, and hey, I was thinking Frillish was a little safe there with that extra 10, but and we get to see that effect happen, the dodging the handheld fan.
This was a key turn for Camille. Basically, he could have slight shifted the energy away from the Goldengo to prevent the surf run, but that opens up the possibility of superior energy retrieval. We see the Lanacade get played, 3 fighting energy get recovered, and as we now know, the energy should be going back into the deck before they get moved from the active. I think that's exactly what Luca is asking. He's going to shuffle the Pokemon back. And I mean, the judges will know we did get a confirmation on it. All right, so we are taking the KO. We're doing exactly 110 damage with the Lively Stadium. And Luca is going to use the Surf Back effect to shuffle this Pokemon and all cards attached to it into his deck. So now we're just getting a full confirmation on whether the handheld fan effect activates prior to Golden Go getting shuffled into a deck, or if the energies go back and there's no disruption. So
yeah,
sometimes these sort of effects are resolved by the owner of the card. Yeah, like historically, I definitely don't know. I feel like both effects need to be resolved before we check for knockouts. For example, neither effect revolves around a knockout. So yeah, honestly not sure. I have to imagine it is the attack first, because if this was, for example, one of those tools that damages you back, then I'm pretty sure even though you get the damage back because you're shuffling into a deck, you're checking for a knockout on a Pokemon that is no longer there, right? So I would imagine, but we'll get confirmation from the judges. And hey, Juancho, you did get to see it on stream.
Yeah, and again, you know it's gonna be a tricky scenario when someone like Pablo isn't even sure, right? That's why I didn't know at all, so I had to double check with you. But right now, we're getting to see it, and it's so important as well. Getting those 3 energies back into the deck. I believe Luca only has 1 energy left, right? But now
there's 4.
There's 4, thanks to the Lana's aid, plus the 3 that got moved back into the deck. There's actually a lot of energy. Luca has a lot of energy access.
And you know what? There's not only 4, Juancho, but with the Night Stretcher being prized and the Lana's aid already being utilized for Camille, we need a Palpat to recover the Lana's aid, to recover the Frillish, and we need an energy in order to continue the item lock. Otherwise, we're gonna be in trouble. Camille will go into that Ultra Ball, make sure he knows exactly what the contents are of his deck. I'm not seeing any sort of super or anything else like that to be able to recover. So if our plan is to recover item lock, then we don't have access to a Night Stretcher or the Lana's aid just yet. And another important thing is, I believe Camille has used both counter catchers at this point. So if we Lana's aid back the LGM, then we cannot boss's orders something like the Soul Rock or something like this Golden Go.
That is going to be tough. Yep, there it is. 2 counter catchers. Ultra Ball being played, though, grabbing the Durant. How many cards does the Golden Go player have?
Oh, there's plenty. Yeah, the Durant is mostly thinning. Probably not going to be seeing it anytime soon. Okay, there we go. Redeemable ticket. We are going to be putting that Night Stretcher back into the deck. We can see how essential that is. That will allow us to play boss's orders and recover the Frillish in order to continue to establish the item lock.
Yeah, so right now, these are the old prize cards that get shuffled in. We should be seeing the new prize cards fairly shortly. But now, again, game has changed now. There are new tools that Camille has access to and new tools that he doesn't. A Palpad being prized might definitely be tough. That means less things can be reused. The Cornerstone is now prized. That means there is no more access to a hiding behind the Cornerstone. But again, that's probably not the way to win in any case. If I had to guess, it is still the energy movement, or maybe if it's too hard to get the energy movement, what about a trap? Maybe trapping something on the bench.
I mean, yeah, we could definitely go into the Ethan Sudowoodo at some point. We are going to continue with the Frillish lock just yet. Maybe force Luca to take one more prize card. I mean, okay, now the Frillish with this Bravery Charm and the Lively Stadium has how much
160 HP?
160 HP, yep. So that means Luca needs 4 energy to knock it out. So do we have, and we don't have Air Balloon. Professor Turo scenario does not work. We have 2 fighting energy in hand. Do we have a metal energy and 4 fighting energy to take down this Frillish, Juancho?
Maybe not this turn, but we have seen 3 fighting energies get shuffled in. So there's at least 3 energies in the deck. There is still 1 more metal. And I believe, thanks to the Lana's aid, the 2 energies in hand. So there is still a way to knock this out, but it does involve drawing a little bit more. Maybe not this turn. So that definitely going to buy Camille some time here.
And the question is, Juancho, can you do it twice? Because if you knock out this Frillish with all these resources, sure, but you go down to one prize card. And then what happens after? Camille will now have a bit of an opening to play Palpat, recover the Lana State, as he's about to do right now with this Palpat. And then once the Frillish gets KO'd, he can get it back and continue the item lock. And sure, Frillish will now only have 110 HP, but I don't know if Luca will have enough energy left over by then. Yep, Zerozix and Lanas getting grabbed. I think this is Camille's game to lose at this point.
Yes. Again, it's going to be very scary as now Zerozix is going to be played, discarding so many cards. I can't even see how many cards Luca has in hand, but I know how many cards he's going to have after. 3.
Yeah, so just want to reiterate that Camille put the 2 supporters back and then he quick searched for the Zerozix. That's why that card did not get shuffled back. So now Luca is making the decision, keeping the energies, of course, available to him. And we are going to go for that Oceanic Gloom. Continue the item lock. Luca's deck has to be running thin. There's a Metal Energy off the top, so we could see this knockout. We need 4 energy though, Juancho. Oh no, with the Vitality Band, we only need 3.
3 energy, and then you could still have a fighting left over for your Soul Rock to potentially close things out. Soul Rock can't even close things out because the LGM has so much HP too.
That Lively Stadium is probably the biggest card right now. The early Arzon form, Luca ended up being needed, right? But the extra 30 HP just makes every single Pokémon in Camille's side just that much more disruptive.
Camille here taking the time to use the penny, picking up the lowest HP 2 prize Pokemon in play. No more Pheasantipity. But yeah, right now, Luca, can he put together maybe a knockout on the Pidgeot? Is there enough energy for that? Oh.
Okay, we're going to see attachment to the Pheasantipity.
I feel like every time I'm with you, Pablo, we have to announce Cruel Arrow at some point.
It does feel that way. With no Professor's Tourism available and no more air balloons, how are we getting that powered up, though?
I mean, again, so Luca has access to at least 4 energy, so an attach plus 2 more. Attach on the active, 2 more, attach 2 more on the bench. It is tough to get into the LGM.
Okay, so I think we might be in a weird situation where that Zerozix might have been a little over-eager from Camille. If he had just waited until Luca draws even more cards from the deck, then you play Zerozix, and then you play the Iono, then you essentially force your opponent to deck themselves out, right? But Camille's deck only has 3 cards left, as we can see here. His hand is pretty big, but after he Ionos, he will redraw 6 cards, and Luca will only draw 2. So 4 cards left in Luca's deck. Okay, I think he might be safe overall from the deck out. Oh, and he has another Palpat, never mind.
What if...
He plays 3 Palpat? Wow, he plays 3 Palpat. Yeah.
What if this is the Team Star Durant time? Take out the energy from the Goldango and discard it, preventing the Goldango to retreat.
It generally could be, Juancho. It generally could be. Team Star Grunt putting that energy to the top of the deck. Durant EX's ability discarding the top card. Juancho, you could have your moment right here. Both the interaction from the Goldango getting shuffled and the Durant plus Team Star Grunt combo, that sudden shearing ability could factor into this match.
Something again, if I had the opportunity, obviously, to have access to all the cards we have in the format, that interaction is not something I had in my bingo book, and sure enough...
I mean, it was an energy. The Team Star Grunt did not get played, but there was an energy. We're actually going to go for a double sudden shearing off the top. Possibly, if we rebench that Durant. Seems like we are. Or we're debating it at least.
Again, with 3 cards remaining.
This was not on my bingo card for LAIC Finals, Juancho.
Durant
there
here.
We go.
Second energy!
My goodness. That is huge. Useless Prime Catcher. We bring up the Mega Kangaskhan.
Well, Mega Kangaskhan in the active cannot retreat, but what is it? Just one more penny? Any case?
Yeah, and we do have Pulpite in hand, and we can quick search for the penny. We see the attachments already. We see the Pheasantipity in the active spot. I mean, Pheasantipity doesn't win us the game, though. We need 2 back-to-back attacks.
I'm pretty sure that's one card left in the deck. It's going to be a penny for the Durant, decking out Luca Levain and tying the series up. Camille takes the game with a hungry, hungry hand.
Wow, 3 cards off the top with Durant to close out this game. Perfectly well done by Camille. Found the perfect lock. But can he do it with the time that is remaining? That was a very, very long game 2. Game 1 was quite short. And so one deck is very aggressive, the other is very passive. The time limit for sure favors the aggressive deck here, Juancho.
That's going to be tough. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Camille has options to attack in the Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn, in the Pidgeot, potentially aggressive Pidgeot, but I think Luca's deck's a little bit more aggressive, just a little bit.
Just a tiny little bit more aggressive. Yeah, it's not like they have a basic Pokemon that can attack, an evolution that can do unlimited damage, just very slightly more aggressive.
Yeah, but let's go take a look back at that game, and one of the MVPs has to be the Sorosic Machination. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take it back. There's no MVP in this game. This is a deck that literally requires complete synergy. So much teamwork to put things together. I mean, we got to see the Frillish. We got to see the Elgem. We got to see the Milotic stopping Professor Turo. Kangaskhan draw cards. Pidgeot picking cards from the deck. Durant discarding cards. Am I missing someone? Is there a roll call I haven't done yet?
All right, Juancho, I want your next caster predictions for the next event you work at to be Durant and Mega Lucario. Sorry, if I see anything else, I'm gonna think you're a traitor, Juancho.
That's gonna be a while, but you know what? Camille is making me a believer here right now, but opening the LGM against a Solrock.
And no Lively Stadium to help it. There are a couple tools to help the HP, Bravery Charm, and Luxurious Escape, so should be pretty okay overall. And we have that Mega Kangaskhan already in play. Latias being priced once again, though, and the Feebas to no longer stop Professor Turo. We could see the redeemable ticket get played a lot earlier.
Yes, as right now.
Wow. All the item cards getting played, finding plenty of energy, finding that gimme goal, being able to draw extra cards, starting off with the aggression. I think Luca knows that the more aggressive he is, the better it is for him. The farther he's ahead in the prize cards, even if Camille somehow manages to power up, for example, a Cornerstone to start combating that aggression, if Luca is far ahead enough, it won't matter.
Yes, and again, with these 3 Pokemon now in play, I was starting to think maybe like Lone Cornerstone could be an out. Yes, it is susceptible to the baby Goldengo, but oh, Luca went second. That's already a knockout.
Yeah, Luca chose to go second, got the turn 1 knockout, which is not very common. Camille will be able to draw an extra 5 cards this turn, which is a lot of extra cards to start off with, but no Pidgey inside, so not a lot of control overall. And no Precious Trolley this time around. And Camille will be about to get the bad news that Latias EX is not available.
Well, no Precious Trolley, but we do have Brock supporting us. Again, Brock's scouting, finding 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution, but with no basic Pokemon just yet, it has to be that first effect. It's a Buddy Poffin in a supporter, almost. Well, not Buddy. Buddy only finds less than 70 HP. This can find anything.
Double Nest Ball, right?
Oh, double Nest Ball, yeah.
Or a very costly Ultra Ball in the sense that it takes your support to return. We're going to see the Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo is actually something that I hadn't thought of. You could have Sudowoodo trapping Lunatone for 6 turns, slowing everything down, and then all of a sudden you take that prize on the Lunatone, and maybe that's how you are ahead in the prize cards before your opponent is able to accomplish much. But with the draw power, with the Goldingos, and with the Feebas not being available, if you can't lock down the Professor Turo, he'll just get picked up eventually. So in a possible strategy, sure. A viable one, I don't know.
Maybe if Luca here benches something like Genesect, right? Even then, actually, I was thinking, first, Camille has to be able to get the Milotic in play
Yep.
And then if Luca does ban something like the Genesect, to spend most of the time trying to knock that out, and when time is called, be up in prize cards. But right now, Golden Go in the active.
Luca,
I'm gonna see 300 damage.
No, we're not.
Okay.
Luca was debating on whether to retreat or not. He definitely wanted to get there, right? He might have been one Earthen Vessel away from getting knockout, but I don't think he has access to a melee energy just yet. Has already used both abilities, so he does have Cypher Maniac, but he will only be able to put 2 cards to the top. Will not be able to fully draw them at all this turn, so he'll be setting up for a very strong next turn. I think he probably has an idea of the Lattice EX being prized. Now, we do see the Pheasant DPT get attached once again. Very interesting.
Yeah, typically Pheasant Dippity is only here to support you. When something's knocked out, you draw 3 prize cards. Against control, most likely than not, nothing's going to get knocked out. But that cruel arrow attack, 100 damage. It's a great way to pick off something on the bench, maybe a Pidgey, but also hits Frillish for weakness. So even if you do all the damage buffs, HP buffs, it is going to be able to knock out something like the Frillish.
Luca had a Boss's Orders in his hand. I don't know why we didn't go after the Pidgey with our Soul Rock. We had the play already. I think he got a little greedy, wanted to KO the Kangaskhan this turn, but was not able to get there. Now he's putting an Herballoon and an Earthen Vessel to the very top. So if there's an item lock, this could get problematic, but if there isn't, then Luca could be taking 3 more prize cards next turn onto the Mega Kangaskhan. Can Camille make something happen to prevent that, though?
Kangaskhan drawing 2 more cards. Nothing else established. The only way to move this Kangaskhan is either use the penny or redeemable ticket nest ball. Oh, Durant! Oh, you put something on top? Perfect.
All right. You put the best card, the crucial card you need on top? Nuh-uh.
Again, the sudden shearing. Just making a jump scare there. And another card we don't see every day, Erica's Invitation. Yes, opponent reveals his or her hand, and then you get to choose a basic Pokemon and essentially gust it to the active.
All right, now is the time, Luca. Now there's 2 Soul Rocks. Your opponent has brought it active for you. I think now is the time to go after the Pidgey. Okay, you could take down the Kangaskhan maybe, but your Herballoon is now gone. You can't attach to the Soul Rock and attach to the Golden Go. And with the second Herballoon gone, unless we Professor Turo scenario the Soul Rock in order to KO the Kangaskhan, I don't think it's possible. So I would love to see the Pidgey knockout. Put yourself ahead 2 prizes. The clock is dwindling down, less than 20 minutes left. And Pidgeot control without Pidgeot is so much weaker.
At that point, you're just control.
Yeah, and you're random control, right? Because you can't really control what you are going to do each turn. You're just hoping to draw the cards you need.
Your Kangaskhan control, because that's the only way to really replenish your hand a little bit. Drawing those 2 extra cards. Maybe Pheasant Dippity helps out as well. That's 5 extra cards, but getting that targeted, getting anything you want is just so powerful, especially in a deck where you're playing, I'm not even going to count how many one-ofs. 20, 30, 30 one-ofs?
All right, Arvin off the top. I hope Luca price checked and knows that there isn't a second copy of Herballoon. I feel like he's going very, very fast, of course, which is very important. But also, he needs to make sure that he doesn't do any sort of misplay. We see the attachment onto a Soul Rock. We have Boss's Orders, or I mean, maybe I'm not seeing right, because I don't see him considering it. No, okay. I mean, I must be not seeing right, and there isn't a Boss's Orders in his hand.
Maybe, but right now that's 70 damage on the Kangaskhan. That's going to take a couple more to take that knockout, but 70 damage helps out in the math with the Golden Go as well.
Yeah.
Counter catchers in hand, another Pidgey. Can we get to the rare candy Pidgeot?
I think the answer is no, Juancho. Otherwise, we would already be seeing that take place. We're going to see a counter catcher. We're going to bring up the Lunatone, and I think it's just going to be a pass.
Oh, it's a pass with a fan, though. So, yeah. So it is handheld fan plus a pass. So it does, you know, a little bit scary. Now we're hitting into, if you hit into this Kangaskhan, you are sacrificing an energy card.
Yeah, now it's a lot scarier to do so. And this just is even more more motivation to play a Boss's Orders, play around the Mega Kangaskhan for sure. I'm very clearly seeing a Boss's Orders in Luca's hand.
It might be all three in hand now. Now that I'm thinking about it.
There's a Professor Turo scenario as well, so we could actually just knock out the Kangaskhan if we had the right amount of cards. And 70 damage is huge because 70 damage means you require 2 energy less, right? In order to take... No, it's just 1 energy. Never mind. It's 1 energy less. That's still pretty good. We're eyeing up the Arven. If we play Arven, we are not taking a knockout this turn because the Herballoon is not here. And we see a pass. All right, maybe we didn't have the superior energy retrieval to take a knockout. I mean, control players love this. If you are purposely being too conservative and you cannot take knockouts, I am happy with that. I am absolutely happy.
Okay,
Maybe
this is a new Pokemon that has hit the field that we haven't seen yet. It is the Fermented Juice Shuckle. Very cute Pokemon, to be honest. Fermented Juice. If it has a grass energy attached, it may heal 30 damage from one of your Pokemon. So similar to Monkey Dory, where it requires an energy to do something, this heals 30 damage. You may be thinking, why not just play Monkey Dory, which moves the 30 damage? This just takes out the damage from the board. If I have to guess, that's more of a Monkey Dory counter than anything.
Yes, absolutely. It's a Monkey Dory counter. It's a way where you can make it so that if you trap a Monkey Dory with Sudowoodo, for example, against Gardevoir, they can deal 60 damage back to you, but you heal 30 of those damage. And that can be very impactful. Means you could possibly take a couple of hits, and with the Handheld Fan, you make it so that Gardevoir expends all their energies. They're all on the board, and they can no longer pressure you. But we're finally going to see the Golden Go probably take a knockout on this Mega Kangaskhan, putting Luca at 2 prizes left to go. And with 15 minutes on the clock, it could be enough time for Camille to deck Luca out if something odd happens, if Luca overdraws or whatnot. I mean, I could see that. We're going to discard a Boss's Orders and a Gimme Goal, valuing every other resource we have. This will give Camille 3 extra cards from the Serendipity, and maybe finally we get to see the Pidgeot EX.
There you go, superior energy retrieval. It's a lot of energy in the hand. Drawing even more cards too with the Golden Go.
Vitality Band to take away the healing that Fermented Juice made happen. We need 5 energy. One of those is going to be a Metal Energy, Juancho, and with 1 more Metal Energy here, things could get a little scary, perhaps.
Yeah, so that was a Metal Energy discarded, and now a Metal Energy moved to the Soul Rock, which can't use it. So there's what? 1 Metal Energy left in the deck?
Yeah. Now, with no Milotic established, though, we can Professor Turo this Soul Rock to free the energy to the discard pile and then recover it with something like Superior Energy Retrieval. But we cannot do that under item lock. So this last Metal Energy, 2 consecutive item locks with a Handheld Fan attached could actually lead to Luca just being out of possibilities to attack with Golden Go anymore. But I don't think we got Pidgeot. The hand is huge and there's no way to establish Pidgeot. That Pidgey has been living the dream, honestly.
It's just nesting there. Just enjoying his childhood, being a junior, you know. But right now, it needs to turn into a Pidgeot. It needs to start picking out cards from the deck. There's so many cards in the hand. There's even the A-Spec. Looks like Boss's Orders is going to be the play here, forcing up the Lunatone.
Do we even have energy to item lock? I'm not seeing it. That energy on the Shuckle might have been an overextension from Camille's part. We healed 30 damage, not as impactful as we would need it to be. I don't see an energy, Juancho, so no item lock is just going to be huge.
So many cards in hand, but very, very tough here. Now Luca, free to use items, free to get energies back from the deck.
Prime Catcher is there, Juancho. I think we're about to see game over. If we find one of those superior energy retrievals, we can take down that Durant or that Fezandipity with only 4 energies. We have the last Metal Energy in our deck. We're going to draw a bunch of cards. If we can find Arven or Prime Catcher and superior energy retrieval, okay, we're going to super out back. No, okay, yeah. We don't want to make the deck thicker. We want to draw the right cards. We need Arven and Superior Retrieval, and Prime Catcher. Or, sorry, so any combination of 2 of those 3 cards wins us the match.
Let's see it.
3 cards off the top.
Ooh, I think that's a pink card.
Yep, there's a Prime Catcher. We still need Superior Energy Retrieval, though. We're not fully set up yet. We're going to go Super Rod, put energies back, which we can Earthen Vessel. Oh, maybe that's enough. If we have enough energy in our hand for Earthen Vessel, maybe a couple Earthen Vessel.
And Earthen Vessel gets 2 energies into the hand. Is there a metal energy?
There's the Arven! There's the Arven to get the Superior Energy Retrieval. We can take out Fezandipity or Durant.
Just like that. Superior Energy Retrieval gets 4 energies in hand. There's the Metal Energy attachment. Prime Catcher on the Durant. Ladies and gentlemen, Luca Levain is your LAIC champion for the senior division. Powerful, powerful game.
Golden Go is just too powerful, too many cards drawn, too efficient of an attacker. And it doesn't matter how much HP you have, Golden Go will find a way. So Luca walks away the winner. Well played by both players. Excellent display of both decks. And Pigeon Control making it all the way to the finals, I'm sure, was not in anyone's bingo card.
Oh, just the Durant. The Durant being such a key card. I wasn't expecting it to be that important in this matchup.
Yeah.
But just to show how flexible Camille was with his deck. It's there for that specific combo, but sometimes you can use it to finish a game off.
Yeah, I mean, he made sure that his opponent had 3 less cards to work with, which was fantastic, but in Game 3, that did not matter. The aggression was too much for Camille to handle, and yeah, I mean, that first knockout in Game 1 on the Fezandipity with the Golden Go was brilliant.
Yes, massive, very, very massive here, but right now in the replay, this is one of the MVPs as well. This Golden Go that was attacking efficiently, strike it rich, surf back, and preventing energy from being moved into a Pokemon that doesn't need it, and keeping it in the deck. But of course, the big Golden Go is no slouch either. Just being able to take those big one-hit knockouts, always very important.
Yeah, that Make It Rain attack, so powerful. One of the many, many reasons why Golden Go is such a good deck, and now Golden Go is an LAIC champion. Luca losing that game too, of course, the lock was perfect for Camille towards the end, or maybe it wasn't perfect, but it was disruptive enough to where Luca just ran out of resources, right? Ran out of Professor Sturos. Those Erosics kept hitting really, really hard. And even though Luca was able to be aggressive, like we talked in the beginning, Juancho, even if your opponent has taken 5 prize cards, it doesn't matter. That is not Game 1. It doesn't end until they take the 6th, and Pigeon Control is an expert deck in order to prevent that 6th prize card from happening.
Yes, and in order to prevent it, it really does take so much synergy. We saw so many new Pokemon, so many new attacks, so many new abilities used, so many new supporters as well. It's definitely one of the most mixed deck out there. Really depends on that synergy, while Golden Go, one of the more consistent decks in the format, is able to get those big knockouts. As here again, Handheld Fan just doing its work, moving those metal energies. We were curious, is there enough? But without the item lock, with Goldengo, it free reign, A-Spec Prime Catcher, Superior Energy Retrieval, everything in hand and drawn, leading to Luca becoming the senior LAIC champion.
Incredible game, incredible display by both of our senior players, and we do now have the Masters Finals coming right up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Pokemon action.
LAIC 2026 has surely been one of the greatest LAIC so far, the most players we've ever seen, as well as some incredible juniors and seniors final. My name is Mike, and I'm joined by our 2016 Seniors World Champion, Jesper Eriksson, who's going to give you that insight that you need to know to find out how this final is going to go. How are you feeling about this upcoming match?
I'm feeling very 50-50, Mike. As I look at the list, we've got 2 Gardevoir variants. Most of the cards are the same, so right now we're going to see a testament of skill here in the finals. We do have our players already set. We have from the United States, Sebastian Lashmet versus the local town hero, Pedro Pertusi, hailing here from Sao Paulo.
It's going to be an amazing fight. As you mentioned, very similar decks, and we'll see how that pans out. We'll talk you through all the games as they go forward. We have 75 minutes, a best of 3 to decide who will be your LAIC 2026 champion. And they'll be kicking things off shortly. But before we do, let's talk a bit about the tournament, Jesper. We had over 2,000 players, which narrowed down to 360 in Phase 2. And now we just have 2 remaining. It is very much that crunch time. These players, so much more on the line. The CP, you've got the prize money. What are these players going to be going through at this moment?
These players are going to be going through a ton of nerves, Mike. Telling you a mirror match. Pedro Pertusi, already a seasoned champion, 3-time regional champion among that top 8 on the top from Curitiba. Playing as Sebastian, you know, no slouch himself. A previous World Championship finalist in the seniors division in London, and have a few top cuts here, there in the ICs and regionals, but not that winner's medal yet. So, I mean, this is a great opportunity to get out and finally cement that champion status.
Exactly, and actually Sao Paulo seems to be the place where Pedro has the most success, getting a regional champion here, as well as multiple LAIC top 4s and top 8s, so really has had a great amount of success in this city, as you mentioned, local to the area, so very much looking to try and make it a big win here. On the other side, Sebastian having a strong start to the season with 3 events, all of which with Gardevoir as well, so has a lot of experience with the deck, and had that previous top 8 at NEIC in the Masters Division. That was with Gardevoir. That was back in 2024, so has a lot of experience with this deck across the last few years.
Yeah, the first iteration of Gardevoir with that other Gardevoir, with the Shiny Arcana, unfortunately that got hit by rotation there, but I mean still Gardevoir has been proving so strong. Rotation can't hit it, rotation can't knock it out of the format, and now we can see Gardevoir again. Another Gardevoir mirror match on stream again. Another chance for Gardevoir to cement itself as one of the best decks.
Well, I know a lot of you at home really do love or hate the deck. Many of you playing the dark type attackers that have been prevalent in the current format to try and punish it. But it's not about the deck. We want to find out which of these players you guys at home think are going to win. We've made our predictions already. You and I, Jesper, against each other. I've backed Pedro, and you've gone for Sebastian.
Yeah, there are a few list differences here. We're going to get most of that while we're going, but I think the one big difference there is between Pedro and Sebastian is Pedro running that Drift Loon, where Sebastian is running that more defensive tool in that technical machine Devolution. And I do think that is going to be one that's going to be super important alongside the amount of Monkey Dories we get into play on each side, both of them playing those 3 Monkey Dories each. But yeah, as soon as we can get those Monkey Dories online, those Monkey Dories can be setting up for TM Devolution and basically removing Gardevoir.
I'm excited to see the gameplay pan out later on. Sebastian, actually, fun little fact about him, is the coach of our finalist in the juniors division. So I'm sure Reed will be watching in the crowd, supporting his coach after an amazing performance here earlier today. But of course, both these players will have huge amount of support. I think Sebastian is one of those names where when you talk about North American players that are due a win, I think many players would put him on that list.
Yeah, agreed. Sebastian, one of these players that are playing in tons of online tournaments too, and really been grinding out Pokemon TCG Live, and that goes to show, right? The amount of games you can get in on Live, the amount of games you can get testing with, it goes somewhere, right? In Sebastian's case, it takes him to the final.
Well, neither player here will be wanting to make a mistake on the big stage. There's a lot of pressure, but both of them had such strong runs playing through 14 rounds of Swiss. And we took a chance to look back at those rounds to see what kind of decks they were playing against. Both of them playing against a lot of Gardevoir.
Yeah, and if we're looking at Sebastian's side to start off, it was 3 Gardevoir decks playing in the total amount of 14 Swiss rounds. Although there were different variants, only one of them being that Gardevoir with Jelly Scent, which is the one, actually 2 of them. I noticed here there was also the Chow variant of it. A little bit different with a little bit more aggressive item lock variation. Whereas Pedro was also playing against a few, not as many though. But it just comes to show that both of these players have magnificent experience into this matchup and have been winning those matchups.
I think Sebastian had a gauntlet of top players. It was, like you said, Henry Chow, Brent Tonneson as well, Gabriel Smart, and really managed to take most of them down. So very much earned this spot at the table. And I think that's really the key with these players. When you make it to these late stages, you have to take down a top player at some point, as there's so many great ones out there. On the other side, Pedro, we've seen him on stream and just seems to be so clinical with the numbers, has made some incredible plays with the maths. We saw that amazing 240 plus the 60 from the Monkey Dories onto that Mega Kangaskhan. None of us saw it coming, but Pedro was playing for it for multiple turns.
And Pedro playing for that mathematical, you know, almost science there. I got a hold of him after top 4, congratulating him and saying that there's a reason why he's in the finals here with that great mathematical ability. We do also have to bring in a stat for Pedro. Lost in round 1, but hasn't lost in the tournament since. So 13 rounds in a row just in Swiss, where he went undefeated. Then going on with, you know, top 8, top 4, also being undefeated there.
Yeah, losing to that Grimmsnarl, which won in the juniors division. Obviously not the same player, different age division, but it was the deck. And that's really what's the challenge for Gardevoir in the current format, is there are many dark type attacking decks like Charizard EX, Enzoroark, Grimmsnarl, Mega Absol. But even though there is that weakness, they still have a way to victory, and consequently has led both these players to making to the final.
And the most played of those have been that Mega Absol box. Both of these players have been facing their amount of Mega Absol, but yet has come through, and both are sitting here in the finals, having both beat these dark attacker decks that were made to beat them.
Well, last weekend in Las Vegas, Mega Absol box, piloted by Tord Reklev, won the tournament, and consequently the popularity of it, especially amongst those top players, was up at this event. And those top tables were full of them, and the Gardevoir had the matchup down. And it was really the stream game that highlighted how much skill is required for Gardevoir to take down that kind of matchup, as Pedro had one of the best matches of the tournament when we saw him against Yoshiyuki in top 4.
And that is why it was so hard for me to put who I think would actually win this. We've seen Pedro in that top 4 especially, both games coming from the back foot and getting back into it. But I have to admit as well, Sebastian must have had his amount of games during this tournament where he was on the back foot and yet still come back. That's what Gardevoir does.
Both these players earning their spots for the World Championship by getting into the top 4. But there's more on the line here in this final. The glory of being the champion, as well as $25,000 going to the winner. There will be that CP in conjunction with it, but with the automatic invite to Worlds, that's purely just going towards things like travel awards. So these players really want to get going, as they seem to be putting their prize cards out. So let's get ready for the finals here. It's 3 Monkey Dory. My goodness. LAIC, your world final is kicking things off.
Kicking things off indeed. Triple Monkey Dory for Sebastian Lashmet in the prize cards. And there's going to be such a nasty surprise waiting once he gets to search his deck.
The crowd has gone wild for that, as Sebastian will be kicking things off. Going first, and LAIC final begins now. The Masters Division had over 2,000 players. Now there's 2. Who will take this best of 3 final?
Getting to this finals match here, Mike, we have to remember it's important who gets to go second, who gets to set up first, who gets to set up best. Although already at the offset, Sebastian on the back foot.
Let's talk about the strategy of these decks. Gardevoir, such a well-known archetype in the format now, and it's all thanks to that Gardevoir EX with Psychic Embrace, setting up all of these Psychic type attackers.
Setting up that damage counter, those damage counters on board, as well with that Adrenaline Brain from Monkey Dory, typically working as almost an extra attacker. But if you don't have it, you're going to be behind almost a single attack every single turn. Triple Monkey Dory, Mike. That's 90 damage you're letting go off every single turn, which means that when Pedro moves damage is over, it's just going to stick.
And the other prize cards aren't too great either. That one of Professor Turo's Scenario, which could be huge to remove damage from play. Sebastian won't know until this deck search, which he's currently going through. As our players get their first chance to look through the deck, they work out which prize cards they have. Sebastian, with his own unique technique to do so, gets a pretty good grip of what's missing, and I wonder if we'll see a reaction at some point soon as he recognizes they all seem to be missing.
There are not going to be any monkeys, and as you're saying with the Professor Turo scenario in the prize cards as well, yeah, no defensive tools. No defense allowed here. The technical machine devolution is there technically, but that's not going to be a defensive tool when you don't have Monkey Dory.
One thing that's quite unique when you prize all 3 of a certain card is you can often miss it in your prize check, because as you're going through, you don't see one of them to then go, oh, there's only 1 of 3 here, so I'm missing 2. You're missing all of them, so you might just go straight past it and completely not recognize they're gone. But Sebastian going first here. And what's the difference between going first and second in this matchup?
As we saw in Pedro's prize cards, there is that technical machine evolution. Typically, when you're playing Gardevoir, you play Arven, search out a Buddy Puffin or a Nest Ball, attach an energy, and use that technical machine evolution. That is what's so great about going second with Gardevoir. Although we see here from Sebastian, searching out a Frillish, that's also another great attacker when going second.
And with both of these players having the Frillish, one of them has easier access to it. Oceanic Gloom denying item cards. We often see that in the form of Budu with Itchy Pollen and lots of the other decks, but Oceanic Gloom been a great addition to Gardevoir since it was released in White Flare.
Yeah, and a great addition at that, you know, basically giving Gardevoir the best medicine you can against these Dragon Ball Dusknoir decks that we're using Budu against them with great effect. Now here, get the attachment onto Ralts, and not a lot going on in that hand.
Yeah, there is a Curlier and a Technical Machine Evolution, but we'll be hoping for an Iono potentially this turn, as the Earthen Vessel kicking things off for Pedro will now get to do his own deck check. And why do we see Earthen Vessel here? It's to find those energy cards, which are so important to get into the discard pile. You see the negative effect, which we normally see on cards, is having to discard them. But actually, that's a benefit here for Earthen Vessel.
It's a benefit because you're able to power up that Psychic Embrace from Gardevoir. The ability from Psychic Embrace lets you put energies into play as well as damage counters following along with those energies, which means you're powering up not just your attackers, but putting energies onto them, but also your Monkey Doors are getting powered up.
We just see Pedro noting down the prize cards. In a game of Pokemon, you're missing 6 of your cards at the start as they're face down to your side. As you take knockouts, you will be able to put those into your hand, but at this stage, it's really important to find out what resources might be missing, and the Curlier and Gardevoir aren't ideal. Technical Machine Evolution might become a bit of a problem. So same too to the Mew EX, which could be a useful attacker at some point, but really you can just see how incredibly meticulous these players are to get to this stage.
Both sets of prize cards are not great, and we're typically measuring it here in who has the worst prize cards. By far, Sebastian won that competition, but looking at Pedro's prize cards, it's not going to be easy getting out that Gardevoir. Only plays 1 copy of the Technical Machine Evolution that is in the prize cards, meaning that that Gardevoir has to either be evolved naturally through the stages without any help, or has to be reliant upon those red candies that he also plays.
When you've got an archetype like Gardevoir that constantly evolves and changes event and an event, and it's often how easy it is to get the Gardevoir is a big factor in that, as Rare Candy, a huge item card that allows you to get into Gardevoir quicker. And if you're in a format where item lock is available, it can make it even tougher. So this event, it seems to be that hybrid, somewhere in the middle where people are leaning into a little bit of Technical Machine Evolution, a little bit of Rare Candy to have that versatility, but definitely not the easiest it's been in Gardevoir terms to get an access to a Gardevoir EX.
We see here Lily's Determination along that Mystery Garden being played here, getting, you know, a new tool to be playing with in that Mega Evolution set, but most importantly, almost every single deck in the format has been using Lily's Determination to great effect. When you have 6 prize cards left, you get to draw 8 cards after you shuffle your hand in. If you draw any prize cards, you draw 6. A fantastic consistency boost.
All of these evolving decks want that early game consistency. Once they're set up, they tend to do so well. Gardevoir, a deck that happily comes from behind, but when you're in a mirror match, that battle of who goes ahead, who gets the control of the board is such a big factor. And you've mentioned the slight differences between the 2 lists. There's not many differences at all, but one leaning slightly more aggressively, one slightly more defensively.
And we were talking very slight at that. We saw that Drifloon being discarded. Both of these players are running that Jellicent EX, which is about item locking and tool locking your opponent, right? But the differences are here that Pedro runs that Drifloon, Sebastian running that Team Evolution, and then it's just a very few amounts of cards afterwards.
And the Ralts in the active just drawing a card with Collect. The new Ralts from the Mega Evolution set has added a little bit more utility to the Gardevoir and allowing those early turn consistent attacks should you have a slower start. As the Technical Machine Evolution with that Curlier, we'll find another Curlier and a Jellicent. So Sebastian having not many options in hand, but has got access to somewhat of a board.
Yeah, a better board than we would be thinking at the start here, with not many cards to be able to help anything. Although here, still looking like if Pedro can be putting some pressure onto the board here from Sebastian, right? Just going to come that Jellicent now. And we have to remember, Pedro is not running bundle, Sebastian is either. So that means when the Jellicent goes into the active spot, none of them are able to move it.
So the Jellicent is a key component for both players, which is why they both evolved into it so soon. The Oceanic Curse, where Frillish has an attack that turns off the access to items. Oceanic Curse from Jellicent switches off items and tools being played from the hand. And as Jesper alluded to, that turns off Counter Catcher, which is the only way to Gust to the bench. So by putting that in the active, you take away so many options from your opponent.
Yeah, you're basically forcing your opponents to say, okay, take this Jellicent out, or it's just going to stay there forever. And it also brings in a new thing where the only recovery card that is in these decks is either Super Rod or an Ice Stretcher. They both have that in common. They're item cards.
And their ace spec as well of choice is the Secret Box, so having that Jellicent in the active would completely turn off that. Each deck only has access to a singular card with that ace spec text on it, and they are incredibly powerful. Secret Box has been the best friend of Gardevoir ever since Henry Chow popularized it, along with many of the other versions of Gardevoir. You know, the name that stands out whenever you talk about Gardevoir is that man, and both these players, I'm sure, have been inspired in the past by him and taken ideas from his deck list. But it is that Secret Box being played now by Pedro. Really helps with the consistency, as it allows you to find one of each type of trainer, a supporter, an item, a tool, and a stadium. And that means Pedro's early turn here will be mighty fine.
Mighty fine indeed. You're able to get that Lily's Determination, being able to draw a lot of cards next turn. Artisan is going to be able to search out the basics, and that Rare Candy is going to be able to get that Gardevoir into play, helping Pedro massively.
Our first Gardevoir in the final here, as well as a Dark Energy committed to a Monkey Dory. And now we see the Jellicent lock up the active spot. Sebastian has a lot to do facing down this exact Pokemon as 2 energy committed. That will put 4 damage onto the Jellicent, and with that Monkey Dory on the bench, the Adrenabrain will allow that to move across into the Curlier and take a clean knockout here, using that power press of the Jellicent. The first KO here for Pedro Patusi in our LAIC final.
One step closer for the hometown hero in this final, and Sebastian already so far behind. Has that Jellicent in play, but a hand to follow along with it, that's not what he got.
Did see a Gardevoir in there, so we'll have access to that, but not... Oh, that Lily's Determination off the top. Definitely going to help get out of this situation. As we see the Gardevoir go down, is there enough energy in the discard pile too? That's another question you're going to see. Is Lily's Determination, shuffle your hand into your deck. Even when you have no hand, you can still play it, and we'll now get a fresh 8 cards. And where it looked like Sebastian was going to be drawing off the top there for the rest of the game, a draw supporter came out of nowhere.
The draw supporter came to save the day. Although we were talking in prize cards, and we constantly get to talk about it because it's going to be, you know, the whole story about this game is going to be exactly that. Now, with the Lilies to draw 8, what Sebastian is looking for is to draw these prize cards ASAP, but it's going to be difficult to do that. You only have 2 Psychic Energies in discard pile.
And we see that Secret Box drawn off of the Lilies. Won't be able to use that thanks to the Jellicent in the active, nor will that Technical Machine Devolution be viable. So it's going to be really tough to get things set up here.
Festivity Flip the Script can draw 3 cards, and what can we even get here to have any help? But 3 item cards is definitely not going to be the answer.
And with that Mystery Garden in play, this is a great addition from Mega Evolution that's allowed Gardevoir to draw cards by discarding energy. But the only way you can play it is if your hand size is lower than the amount of Psychic Pokemon you have in play, as you discard an energy and draw cards up until you have the same amount of cards as you have Psychic Pokemon in play. And without the access to the items like Ultra Ball and Secret Box, you can't get that hand size down. And so at this point, Sebastian's going to be limited to those 2 Psychic Energy that are currently in the discard pile.
And those 2 Psychic Energy are going to go onto that Jellicent, being able to use that Power Press. And besides that, the whole hand is useless in this stage because of that Oceanic Curse from Pedro's Jellicent DX here, having to attack into the opposing Jellicent DX for 80. But we do have to remember, Mike, Pedro has access to Monkey Dory.
There we go, a Power Press for 80. Just a Psychic and a Colorless to do 80 damage. If you are able to get 2 more Psychic Energy onto that Jellicent, it will do 160. But that's going to be slow going for Sebastian at this stage. As we now see the Artisan go down for Pedro. Just going to look to try and find more of those Monkey Dory and really get things going here. And there it is, the second Monkey Dory. And this is often a story of the Gardevoir mirror. Who gets ahead in the Monkey Dory battle on the bench?
Like I say, this race of Monkey Dories is definitely going to be on Pedro's side. As said, Sebastian not going to be able to have any of that monkey business going on. And efficiently here, Sebastian, if Pedro hits a Darkness Energy here, has only done 20 damage to this active Jellicent.
With 75 minutes here in the Masters final, both these players will confidently play out all of their matches as far as possible to conclusion. But you wonder if this was in the Swiss stage where we only have 50 minutes, whether something like prizing your 3 Monkey Dories would be enough to go, Joe, you know what, I'll have better chance next game.
I think in a certain situation like this, exactly, you'd be thinking in Swiss if you want to be winning that Swiss round. Yes, but we do see the Darkness Energy here from Pedro Pertusi, and it's going to be cementing that lead.
We'll be able to move 30 damage over ×2 with those Adrenabrains. And as Sebastian attacks, it's only going to add fuel to that monkey business. As 6 damage moved across from the active. And we'll be able to attack as well. See all of that damage. Now 180 damage sustained by Sebastian's Jellicent. And that's going to be 1 swing away from a knockout next turn.
1 swing away from a knockout, and Sebastian, again, cannot be healing this Jellicent. It also means that Pedro's going to be the one in the driver's seat, the one with the item lock going on. Is Pedro ever going to be retreating this Jellicent? No. Does he have to? No.
And there's no way to get more energy into the discard pile at this stage. That's why the Jellicent's so good in the mirror. If you can lock up the items, it really takes away options. So you can see Sebastian trying to think through what options there actually are. Earthen Vessel gets energy out of the deck. Discards energy too. You got the Ultra Balls and that Secret Box, the ace spec of choice.
But Mike, you can't use those.
Can't play any of them.
Just an attachment here to the active Jellicent. Once that goes down after that Power Press from Pedro's side, he's going to be able to reuse those energies. Although, when we're looking at it from outside here, Sebastian is only running 1 Jellicent DX. When that Jellicent in the active spot goes down, or if, rather, it's not going to be able to be recovered until Pedro moves out the Jellicent EX.
With only 2 energy to play with, that's going to be tough. Hoping for some manual attachments now. That's about the only way Sebastian can confidently get rid of energy, is attach them to a Pokemon and either retreat it or let it get knocked out.
Yeah, but letting it get knocked out is not very great here. Did bench that Foolish, so can keep up that item lock on Pedro, but doing 20 damage with your own Oceanic Gloom versus almost an assembling army of Monkey Dory with those Adrenabrain is not going to do you any good.
Yeah, just trying to work out what the line is here. Has got plenty of cards to play with. Had a huge hand, but with the least determination, shuffled a lot of them back into the next hand. So we'll just be attacking there for another Power Press. Did commit an energy to the active spot. As we now see 110 damage on Pedro's Jellicent, but every Monkey Dory he put in play just reduces the sting of the Jellicent's Power Press by 60.
Yeah, and reducing that sting immensely here. Still looking at the best way of tackling this situation here. Now, can remove 60 as said. Not a lot of pressure on, and when you're removing that 60 damage from that Jellicent there, you know, it just feels like every single effort that Sebastian's putting into it is for nothing.
Of course, we're watching with perfect knowledge, knowing that Sebastian doesn't have access to Monkey Dory, but Pedro will be thinking about it. He'll be thinking about playing around it, knowing that Adrenabrain can very much counter a lot of this damage. So he might not even want to leave damage in play, which is typically a strategy.
Which is very smart to hear from Pedro, but you have to be thinking about it though. Sebastian chose to not use that Artisan on the last turn, which kind of gives a little bit of a wink towards maybe we're sitting against an opponent that does not have any access to Monkey Dory.
You see actually using the Professor Tyros scenario to reset the Jellicent. And I think part of the reason there would have been to open up a bench spot too, so he can now even get more Monkey Dories on the go and heal some of that damage. So the Professor Tyros scenario, which we alluded to being vital on Sebastian's prize cards, has come in as an important tool here to take another 2 prize cards. Pedro racing ahead.
Racing ahead halfway there towards getting that game 1. Sebastian has to find an answer right now, otherwise this first game is going to go in the way of Brazil.
When we say locked up, I think we can definitely say that Jellicent EX from Pedro has locked up this game. The Oceanic Curse denying Sebastian from any of the resources he's wanted to play. Denying items has been a theme in the Pokemon TCG for years. We've had a lot of fun at this event talking through previous winners, and our 2018 winner had item lock in the form of a Vileplume. That was a lot of fun to find out about, and now you can see that exact effect right here. So, LAIC, history repeating itself thanks to that item lock.
Potentially repeating itself, but Sebastian on the wrong side of history here perhaps. Gonna Artisan out for that Screamtail, play the Iono, which is the perfect combat card here, potentially able to remove some of the Monkey Dory setup that Pedro has in play here, which is gonna be the only way that Sebastian can claw his way back into this game.
Well, it's been a long journey up to now for both of these players. 14 rounds of Swiss, a top cut followed by this final. At each step of the way, more and more pressure as more and more prizing and reward is on the line. But all they'll be thinking about right now is this singular mirror match. And the strategy here for both of them, very similar. But Sebastian, now behind, has to find a unique route to victory, and it's going to be targeting those Monkey Dory.
And when we're speaking of route to victory, there is a little bit of a potential to Pedro to really cement it here. That Bravery Charm is going to be one of them. You are able to put damage into play with the Gardevoir here on the Jellicent, and then you're able to move it over to that Screamtail, take the knockout, get your own Screamtail into play, and take the last 2 prizes as well.
Pedro Pertusi winning game 1 here in the final as he set his precedent with that Jellicent from the off. But it was the 3 Monkey Dory in the prize cards that at that moment Sebastian was able to finally reveal. Kept a straight face as he prize checked, but at the end there couldn't help but laugh at it. You know, it happens to all of us at some point in the Pokemon TCG, these crazy prize cards, but none of us expect it to happen in our finals.
Sao Paulo, your local player, Pedro Pertusi, is just 1 game away.
It's going to be a good one. Gardevoir EX facing off against each other. Pedro trying to make it another victory here in Sao Paulo. Won a regional back in 2024. Has had many amazing finishes at LAIC, but never won LAIC himself. And those were the prize cards. The crowd went nuts for that.
And the crowd went nuts for it indeed. And we saw Sebastian on that first deck search, not even breaking a little smile as we've seen in the past. But that Jellicent in the active spot for Pedro was there to stay.
Both decks relying heavily on item cards. Earthen Vessel, Ultra Ball, Secret Box. Pedro was able to play all of those just before locking things up. And that left Sebastian in a rough old spot where he couldn't really find a way to set things up.
In a rough spot where Artisaning, not being able to grab that Monkey Dory and showing that high 5 there after pricing triple Monkey Dory. Sebastian shuffling up and wanting not to repeat history here. But said again, 1 game for Pedro, still 54 minutes to decide, and we could still be going to a game 3 here.
Well, as the calm before the next storm happens, Jesper, you've been in a final before playing the Pokemon TCG. How does it feel when you win that first game to put you 1 game away from winning the whole tournament?
It gives you that excitement. It gives you extra nervousness, and you feel a lot more of that pressure that's coming to come on And with going first here, Sebastian Lashmed is going to try and reveal, like, take that pressure and move on. I do see a secret box, which is a fantastic start here.
Yeah, Sebastian with the secret box. Didn't get a chance to play it last game, but yeah, you could see Pedro, just the rush of excitement after that win there. You know, these players, during the Swiss rounds, they're very good at controlling their emotion because they know it's a long journey. But when there's one match, you've had a full night's sleep to wait for Championship Sunday, suddenly every game, every moment means so much more, as the first secret box here for Sebastian will allow him to set up a lot better. And look at those prize cards. That looks a bit better, doesn't it?
There's only one Monkey Dory in there this time around. We're going to have pretty much a lot better game here, Mike.
Well, we'll be doing that prize check again. And we'll be happy to see some Monkey Dory this time. And nothing too crazy in those prize cards. All of those cards there are in multiple counts in the deck.
Multiple counts in the deck, has access to all the darkness energy that he would like for these Monkey Dories. And the good part about the Monkey Dory being priced, it's at the bottom of those prize cards. So if he'd ever need to get that third Monkey Dory into play, it's going to be available here. With that deck search here, looking around, making sure that we have everything off availability.
And on the other side, Pedro's starting Pheasantipity EX. Not typically a card you want to put down early on in the game.
No, and not even at all in these Gardevoir mirror matches. With these Monkey Dories, with Screamtail, Pheasantipity is going to be one of these EX cards that can be so easy to knock out given the setup, right? So when you're looking at it from Pedro's side, the one Pokemon you're wishing not to start, but there are a couple, but Pheasantipity is definitely one of them. As well, it's also a Dark-type Pokemon, not a Psychic.
As we see that secret box just about concluding at this point, as the final card, the tool card, has been selected. You see an Artisan, a Lily's Determination, and an Ultra Ball. And in that hand, those two Psychic Energy held to be then discard targets for the Ultra Ball, so sequencing out this whole turn. And we mentioned before about how the game plan is really about getting the Gardevoir EX in play to allow yourself to use it. But we saw both players really prioritizing that Jellicent, and we saw exactly why that was the case. And so now, having that Ralts in the start, we can see the first decision is find the Frillish.
And find a Frillish because if you're locking down those items, you're locking down one of the best ways for your opponent to get that Gardevoir into play. With that Team Devolution, with that Frillish in play on the bench, if Sebastian is able to go into the Jellicent next turn and use that Devolution early, which is one of his strategies, you can get to take that Gardevoir and remove it from play for one more turn.
A great little combination, and one of the most effective decks to do it against is actually the mirror, other Gardevoirs. So just one card the difference between these two decks, but it really is a vital card. It's a significant difference. The Drifloon on Pedro's side, yes, it can take big one-hit knockouts, but it's a liability once it goes down onto that low HP. As we see the attachment to the active, and just going to be shuffling up here. And I think one thing that's really interesting for Sebastian's deck, has access to the Frillish, but not in the typical way we see in some of these Jellicent decks.
No, not in the typical Accents way, because you have to be thinking some of these lists that we have been seeing with the Chow list has been playing Latias and Air Balloon perhaps together as well to force a turn one Frillish. Neither of these decks are going for aggressive ones.
Perhaps that's why Sebastian chose to go first here, to allow that to be a potential way to get into the game. An item lock early on, as Pedro will be doing the first deck search now. The Artisan committed by Sebastian, yes, it will help Sebastian set up, but it will be a great use card for Pedro as he checks the prize cards. 3 energy prized, which could be somewhat effective, but with the strategy both these players are going for, it might only be that dark energy, which could be effective.
The dark energy, the Iono to disrupt each other. Gardevoir does not have a real engine in the deck itself. It's much reliant on setting up all the outs on the board. Has that Pheasantipity for some extra draw, has the Mew EX for the same, but not in that style as we see some of these decks like Zorark or that Charizard Pidgeot has.
As we see the Ralts committed from the Artisan. And then a Nest Ball being played there. And this will probably be that Frillish. Yep, there we go. The Frillish. We said the kind of strategy both players are going for. And this is what you often see in mirror matches. There's very similar strategies, but it's often the mid-game where the difference is really made, where you find that stability on the board. And for both these players, it will be all around those Monkey Dory. This is why we reacted so much when we saw all 3 of Sebastian's Monkey Dory prized in game 1, because it's such a key aspect of how to get ahead in this matchup.
It is moving damage over and taking over every single position you can on that board. If you're able to take out your opponent's Jellicent before they take out yours, you're in front, as both of these players are playing just one Jellicent. So in this mirror match, having to knock out your opponent's Jellicent may be the thing that sets you apart, as well as those Monkey Dories.
And neither player has a way to retreat into the Frillish and attach an energy to the Frillish. So we'll just pass with that energy attachment to the Pheasantipity. As we mentioned, no Latiasi X, no Air Balloon. So we'll see the first item lock be Sebastian this turn as he will go into the Frillish. The question is, will it be the Jellicent, or will he opt to try and commit towards the Gardevoir at this stage?
If you can get to Rare Candy Gardevoir and get into Frillish at this point, into Jellicent at this point, that would be pretty fantastic. And I think if we're asking the questions to Sebastian, he would like both of them. But I think the utmost preference here would be that Jellicent EX.
Because if you're able to attack as well as item lock, that would really start you going far ahead, and you'd require both Gardevoir and the Jellicent to be able to do that. As we do see an Arven in hand. Arven, such a powerful supporter in the current format, as many decks contain items and tool cards.
And there's a great question here what Sebastian wants to go for. Has that Arven, has an Ultra Ball in hand, I think I saw, so you could be potentially getting that Rare Candy if you were really going for that Gardevoir this turn. Or what you could go for is to Ultra Ball into a Jellicent and use this Team Evolution after having used the Earthen Vessel on that Psychic Energy you already have in hand.
That would be amazing if we could see the Jellicent in the active spot whilst getting the Gardevoir in play. It really just depends on how many cards are in that hand, whether there's enough to discard. You've got the Earthen Vessel and the Ultra Ball there. Should be just about enough to get going here.
There is exactly enough in that hand, Mike. You can get 2 energies off it here. And you can actually go ahead into that Frillish and use that TM Evolution if you want. Or actually, excuse me, you can go ahead and Ultra Ball yourself into a Jellicent and use that TM Evolution.
But does have to get rid of the Technical Machine Devolution at the same time, which isn't ideal, and does mean that now that hand is looking rather thin. Does have the Lily's Determination for next turn potentially, but might be looking to use the remaining energy in conjunction with that Technical Machine Evolution to get the Gardevoir in play. So as you can see, the slower start is actually viable thanks to the item locking aspect of that Jellicent. And there it is, the Dark Energy and the Technical Machine Evolution. A Gardevoir in play, the items have been locked up, and Sebastian kicks things off with an Oceanic Curse.
An Oceanic Curse plus an evolution from that Technical Machine Evolution. Pedro, you have to try and get into a Gardevoir without access to tool cards, without the access to item cards either.
So won't be seeing a Gardevoir this turn from Pedro. So that's really put him far ahead. And we mentioned how important it was last time that Pedro got the Oceanic Curse off first. And now it is Sebastian, by choosing to go first, has found access to it even quicker.
One of the things that we were looking at from Sebastian's side of the field here did go ahead and use that Earthen Vessel. Potentially was looking at, could have been searching out that secondary Psychic Energy. Those Darkest Energies on Jellicent are not going to do great unless we get a second Frillish into play. If we get an extra Frillish into play on the Artisan next turn, you can be attaching 2 more energies to this Jellicent and then move that Darkness Energy into this discard pile spot there to be able to potentially recover that for Monkey Dory later.
Maybe just the pressure of the finals really putting Sebastian on the back foot there as he realized he didn't have enough cards to discard, and so had to hold that Dark Energy as the energy of choice. Next time would love to have put that on the Monkey Dory, but as you can see, only had 1 card left in hand, so a slight miscalculation at this point. Meanwhile, you can see on the other side, Pedro has got great access to some Pokemon, but had to do that via the curlier attack of Call Sign.
Yeah, and Call Sign not really efficient here. If we can get to a point where we can get 1 more Psychic Energy, and there's a Darkness Energy.
What a top deck. Darkness Energy off the top, so we'll be able to get the Monkey Dory online. And just pointing out to Pedro the mistake he made last turn and how he's just managed to redeem it through the top deck.
And just for Sebastian, mistake last turn, not punished here. Going to be able to use this Monkey Dory right here. Move the damage that you're going to be putting onto this Jellicent here with these Psychic Energies and discard pile. Moving 30 over to the Curlia, plus those 80 damage from the power press is going to be taking out this Kirlia, thereby leaving the board, so Pedro cannot get a Gardevoir into play next turn.
A mirroring attack that we saw in the first game. Pedro was doing this exact strategy before. He took out the Kirlia with the Jellicent on that first turn. So really are seeing a mirror match in full swing here. It makes such a difference when you're able to get the Jellicent on board. Power Press might not seem like a lot of damage when you're seeing these massive 270 HP Pokemon, but in combination with Oceanic Curse and slowing down of your opponent, it is more than enough damage to tick them away.
I mean, more than enough damage. 80 is going to turn into 110 here. Going to be using that Earthen Vessel. One more Psychic Energy in the discard pile, just like we wished for last turn. And that Darkness Energy getting eyed up. That secondary Darkness Energy for that second Monkey Dory we have in play.
And this might be the last turn for a while that Sebastian gets to use items, as Pedro will likely be putting that Oceanic Curse back on him. So being able to get 4 Psychic Energy in the discard pile before that even happens is going to be huge. Might even be able to get some more here with that hand. Ultra Ball, using all these cards that will be unplayable later on as soon as possible. And it just opens up more and more options in this early stage.
And we can see it here. Sebastian knowing there's a Frillish on that bench of Pedro's, and it's just going to be using these item cards over and over and over again, getting a Serendipity out of deck, thinning that deck out so you don't have a lot of these resources left that you can be drawing in potentially that are going to be bad cards off an Iono. Sebastian is already looking towards that later stage of the game now.
Game 1, Pedro got an Oceanic Curse off, set up 2 Monkey Dory, and just looked far too far ahead for Sebastian to come back. And it looks to be Sebastian trying that exact strategy back at him. As we mentioned, both these players will have played the mirror match many times before, some already in this tournament. I mean, Sebastian had to play against Henry Chow of all Gardevoir players. So they are very familiar with the game plan, and it seems to be a similar strategy both of them opting to go for.
Going to be putting that first Psychic Energy onto that Jellicent. Just moving to 20 would be enough with that Power Press. Can put it up to 40 damage and be using that Monkey for full effect there. Moving that 10 damage. Actually, sorry, 30 damage down. And it could be to that Ralts, so you can open it up for 2. But you could also be using it to put more damage into play, so you can open up that Frillish for 2 Adrenaline Brains next turn.
We mentioned about 80 damage, but Power Press has the secondary effect of if you put 2 more energy onto this Pokemon, you do an extra 80 damage. So 160 to that active will be a knockout, and Sebastian takes the lead here in Game 2.
Taking what seems almost like an insurmountable lead, but we cannot stand and look at Pedro and say he's behind. That seems like it's going to be inviting Pedro right inside that door again. Pedro, the master of comebacks this tournament. A top 4 filled with comebacks. Are we able to see it this time around?
It's going to be slow going to get into that Gardevoir, but does have the Frillish ready to go on the bench. Has put the Serendipity into the active. Maybe trying to sponge an attack here to Professor Turo's scenario. I mean, you mentioned about the brilliance of Pedro we saw before. We saw him take lines that no one was expecting, and that's really what separates these top players from the rest. When they're behind, they find a way to return into the game. And when it's a mirror match, it's oh so much more difficult to find those lines.
It's oh so much more difficult if you're sitting in Pedro's shoes right here, where you're item locked. You have a Jellicent slamming 160 damage into you, guaranteed next turn, can actually be knocking you out with just 1 more Psychic Energy into play. Pedro has everything going against him.
Pedro actually aware there is a Dark Energy in Sebastian's hand as he searched for it last turn. So knows you'll have to disrupt, otherwise that Jellicent will be returning a knockout. And that's just going to be a pass there for Pedro.
We can't be seeing this Serendipity going down this turn. Or there isn't a line where Sebastian go ahead and Scream Tail this Kirlia. That's going to lead to item lockout, which is not too great here. But knocking out that Serendipity could lead us to a spot where Pedro is not going to be able to draw into the cards, just like Gardevoir or an attacker that he'll be needing.
I mean, it's not just about taking a knockout, but it's starting to build up those Monkey Dory. There's now 2 on the bench for Sebastian that can activate Adrenabrain each turn. So really very much swinging in favor as Sebastian racing ahead, not just in prize cards, but in board state. and can still play those item cards. We were so sure looking at the board that the items are going to be locked up this turn, but Pedro has recognized a different route to victory. Maybe something to do with disruption, using that Iono to reduce the hand size of Sebastian and come back late game.
There is also a spot where this Jellicent down here on the bench is going to be able to attack into this Jellicent here before Sebastian. We have to remember that there's only one Jellicent in each of our decks here, which means that typically the player who hits firstly into the opponent's Jellicent is going to be off the advantage. Although Sebastian has a line here on the bench with 2 Monkey Dories that's going to be able to remove some of these damage counters, which means that all of this disruption has to go incredibly well for Pedro, and it means that we need to be seeing a Gardevoir from Pedro, but it doesn't look like anything right now.
We speak about Iono, and it's actually Sebastian to play the first one of this game. A great card early on, as it gives you as many cards as you have prize cards remaining. So early on in the game, you'll get to see 6, and in Sebastian's case 5 here. But as the game goes on, it can be a way to pull back a victory, as both these decks don't really have a draw engine on board. So if you disrupt them down to low hand sizes, they can be incredibly limited on resources. So not only will Sebastian be thinking about going ahead now, but he'll be thinking about trying to set up to protect himself from any kind of disruption that Pedro pulls together.
We'll be thinking about any type of disruption that Pedro can be pulls up that Frillish here, and it just goes to show that that item lock you can be presenting your opponent with in these games is of the utmost importance.
So both players playing that double count of Frillish, but just the one Jellicent. And that's typically because you'll be recovering that Jellicent after it gets knocked out and evolving the next Frillish straight away. But if you get knocked out under item lock, that completely denies that route.
Yeah, there's no Lana's Aid, just like we saw in the Goldingo decks in the seniors of Luca Luvant. So it basically just means that whenever your Jellicent gets knocked out, it's gone for good until your opponent decides to let go of that item lock, which presumably never will happen.
And there's also the Professor Turo scenario, which can be a way to reset it too. Can be a useful solution here. And it's actually just going to be going into that Frillish and using Oceanic Gloom to item lock. But I think a lot of that was about getting the Dark Energy off of the Jellicent, able to now get that back into the hand whilst items are still available, and able to move some of that damage across with the Monkey Dories.
We mentioned it before, on the bottom of the prizes here for Sebastian, whenever we get to take prizes next time, we would have that Darkness Energy ready. And that's something that Sebastian knows. There's going to be maybe a Monkey Dory coming very, very soon, which says that, you know, having that Darkness Energy at your availability is going to help that out.
Yeah, great heads up from Sebastian to do that now before the item lock is put in place from the Oceanic Curse. As once a Dark Energy hits the discard pile, it's irredeemable under Oceanic Curse lock. It seems like we're going to be talking about that a lot, as it is the key pivot point of this matchup, whether you have access to items and tools or not.
Are you under that curse, or are you out of the curse? Currently, we have Gloom over the board of Pedro Bertuzzi, no items being able to be played. Plays down a Monkey Dory from that Artisan. Going to play a Bravery Charm, since that is going to be target number 1. A Darkness Energy as well.
Yeah, and getting these the tool cards in play now, as only item lock with the Frillish, where Jellicent denies tools as well. The Mystery Garden, an amazing stadium that came out in Mega Evolution that allows for some more draw support whilst you have those energies in hand.
And more draw support, which is definitely something that Gardevoir was gracefully needing here. Although, when attaching that Darkness Energy to the Monkey Dory, Pedro has kind of let it go to say, okay, this Fessendipity is going to stay in that active position. Not going to get out of it this turn. With having played the Lily, the only way to get out that Fessendipity is either attaching from your hand and retreating naturally, or using that Professor Turo scenario.
I think we saw that Secret Box in the hand, as well as the Gardevoir. The Secret Box not usable under the Oceanic Gloom item lock, but did get the Gardevoir finally. So now can start getting those attackers set up. Needs to find a way to get as many energy in the discard pile as possible to open up options. I'm not actually quite sure how many energy Pedro's been able to discard in the early game here, but now does have a Monkey Dory online. Just the 2 Psychic Energy available, and I think that may have just been a pass right back to Sebastian.
And leaving that Fessendipity stranded in the active position, discarding that Technical Machine Evolution. Sebastian Lashmed here is inching closer, trying to calculate what is the best way to map out my last remaining prize cards.
He's staring down Pedro, who has offered Pheasantipity EX in the active spot. And it's very clear that Pedro wants Sebastian to take the knockout at this stage. He's presenting it there, saying, go on, knock it out. Take some prize cards. And so Sebastian might be overthinking now, like, what is the game plan here? What are you trying to do by leaving that Pheasantipity there?
If you are to take out the Pheasantipity, it basically means you have given Pedro a switch for free. Although, yes, I do understand, yes, you're going to be taking 2 prize cards, but going down to 3 prize cards is also very, very dangerous when you get into an Iono spot, Oceanic Curse, and then being able to attack with Power Press right back.
We see the Screamtail going down to the bench. A big attacker in that first game to finish it off. Has been a huge part of Gardevoir since Screamtail entered the format. And it's because of that access to the bench with Roaring Scream, such a strong attack, as it means you don't have to worry about what's in the active. As we mentioned, it seems like Pedro wants that Pheasantipity to be knocked out. So maybe now Sebastian thinking, I need to go around it. I need to find a different target at this stage.
Needing to find a different target, needing to find a different plan perhaps. That Screamtail could also be just put into play since you want to be good against the upcoming Ionos, right? So if you're putting that Screamtail into play, that Artisan also being bumped can make sure that you could be picking up these last couple of prize cards. Potentially also you could be taking prize cards around the Pheasantipity, although that means you have to let go of that item lock if you'd like to do so.
Interestingly, the way these stadiums have been put into play, it's been a bit of a back and forth, and I think that Artisan now is going to stick for Sebastian. And when we talk about disruption, having your Gardevoir on board as well as an Artisan available, it's often enough to secure your attackers each turn. If they're in your deck, you can find them anywhere with any hand size. So Sebastian really just setting up, not getting too aggressive. Many people at home might be watching thinking, hang on a minute, Sebastian's been able to take a knockout for a few turns now. But really prioritizing that stability rather than aggression.
You have to make sure that your board can also follow along. If you step too aggressively into a matchup, you end up losing here. Maybe you might actually be able to go and take out this Jellicent on the bench with the Screamtail here. And if you're able to do that, Pedro loses the ability to have Jellicent in play at all.
And that could be a huge opportunity here. Just the retreat, 3 energy retreated off of that Frillish. What are you going to promote here, Sebastian? It is going to be that Screamtail. 270 HP for the Jellicent, minus the 5 already on it, as well as the damage moved right here by that Monkey Dory. And that's going to put it in range.
60 plus 160 is going to be that last remaining 160 damage into the 220. Being able to take that knockout with the Roaring Scream, bringing himself one step closer to getting us into a game free.
Sebastian taking his 5th and, second and third prize cards. I'll have me corrected there. Has 3 prize cards remaining, and it will be that Screamtail that did so. Roaring Scream. We were talking about how powerful an attack it is to get around the Pheasantipity, and it did exactly that. We mentioned how important the Jellicent is in this matchup, the Oceanic Curse, denying items. Pedro now has to go the old-fashioned way, get that Frillish back and evolve up slowly.
And having to potentially now play as if you're one of these more straight Gardevoir variants. Yes, can be taking a knockout with the Adrenaline Brain off his bench Monkey Dory onto the Screamtail. It only needs a singular damage counter. You can take that from this Pheasantipity just all right. But getting after that, it means you were taking 1 out of your 6 prizes. What do you do thereafter? You don't have a staple attacker in play. You still have a Pheasantipity in the active.
That's very true. And that's one of the downsides of Screamtail and Drifloon on Pedro's side, is you have to go down to such low HP to do these big numbers, and it puts them in range of being knocked out. The Professor Turo scenario, a way to get rid of this Pheasantipity EX from the active spot, is such a key pivotal card for both players.
It's such a key pivotal part if we're able to hit it, but we do see it in the hand of Pedro right there. That full art Professor Turo scenario we can see on our screen here, coming up here, going to be going to play that Nest Ball, and then has to be fetching an attacker. Can't be doing the reverse plan of getting a Screamtail into play, but is thinking about that Frillish, is going to be pondering a little bit, asking how many cards Sebastian has in hand. It also does depend on how much damage can we put into play, and how can we be the most aggressive possible. We could potentially say Monkey Dory goes to Adrenaline Brain onto the Screamtail potentially, and then use your own Screamtail to take out one of Sebastian's Monkey Dory, maybe turning the tide in this monkey business sort of race.
Sebastian only has one Gardevoir in play as well, which in most matches is a concern. You don't want your singular Gardevoir to be a target, but not an easy knockout for Pedro at this stage.
That could technically also been open for, you know, going for Drifloon, and if you really wanted to go after a small chance here, you could have gone something like Drifloon, Bravery Charm, Counter Catcher, and knock out the only Gardevoir in play. Although that would leave you still with a lot of damage counters in play from here on the footage as well, which you could be using with the Monkey Dories to be taken out at Drifloon in that case, meaning that wasn't probably the most high-risk plan.
You see Sebastian's left an energy on the Jellicent too, which could be quite a useful way to protect yourself from if the Gardevoir were to go down. But it's such a big target, so many resources would need to be committed to take out that Gardevoir that it just doesn't seem to be a worry for Sebastian at this stage. As you mentioned, the Monkey Dory is such a typical target in these matches, as it does seem to swing the game heavily in favor of the player who has 2, 3 Monkey Dory in play. As long as your opponent only has one or none at all, you tend to be ahead. And here we go, we start to see some aggression from Pedro, moving the damage across onto the Screamtail, taking a knockout. So Pedro taking his first knockout here in game 2. As we hear the local fans supporting their local hero, really wanting to see him find a way back into this game. It's now on Sebastian to promote a new active Pokemon.
The new active Pokemon is going to be that Jellicent, reinstating that Oceanic Curse. Pedro no longer can play any item cards, no longer can be playing any tool cards. Still yet stuck with that Festivity in the active spot. It's going to be able to attach an energy from the hand and go ahead and retreat, presumably into something like that Screamtail. Or could it actually be into Monkey Dory if you'd like to potentially go for a Mind Bend here, but is going to go ahead, ponder about that Screamtail, put that into the active spot, and use that as the attacker of choice for this turn.
And with that Bravery Charm tool, has got 140 HP, which opens up more HP to play with, as not going to need that full amount to be able to take the knockout, but will allow him to get in range. There's a second prize card there for Pedro. 120 damage, knockout on a Monkey Dory. And that might swing the Monkey Dory battle back in favor of Pedro at this stage.
And that Monkey Dory battle being so important in these matchups. We saw Sebastian not having access to Monkey Dory in that first game, meaning the ultimate loss of it. Now, Sebastian is winning on the front of the most Jellicent EXs in play. Now losing, potentially, they're equal now on that Monkey Dory battlefield there, but Sebastian not having access to that extra Monkey Dory, have been a very few amount of cards in deck as well. We do have to remember that this Gardevoir mirror match is also a very resource-intensive one of the kind.
And you might be looking at this and thinking, Sebastian could have gone ahead way sooner and started getting aggressive and taking knockouts, but he believed that stability on board was the way to victory and has still got a lead on the prize cards. Only 3 prize cards remaining where Pedro needs 4. Often Gardevoir likes to be in that sweet spot of just behind or just ahead. Doesn't want to race too far out into the lead. And now Sebastian able to kind of stabilize the board, take some more knockouts, and maybe at this stage get within range of a victory.
Getting closer to potentially getting to that game free, although now with Pedro looking at it this way, right? We're not seeing that extra darkness energy that Sebastian would be needing to get that Monkey Door online this turn. If Pedro can get himself into that darkness energy, which you have to remember, I think actually just took that off the prize cards one of these past turns, is going to be able to do that. Puts down that second Monkey Dory, goes for that Lily's Determination. It's time to hit a darkness energy, Sebastian.
And we just saw him Ultra Ball away a rare candy and a Psychic Energy to get the Rolts, and then just shuffled that Rolt straight back in. Why might we have seen Sebastian using that Ultra Ball at this stage?
Sebastian knew that he was going to be playing a Lily's Determination, and by using that Ultra Ball, you're actually getting rid of free cards you don't want to be drawing in this stage of the game. Really high skill sequencing play here from Sebastian, noticing I'm not going to be needing these cards, might as well get rid of them.
And having that 6th Psychic Energy in the discard, 1 in play, is pretty much fueled up now with every energy needed to do any kind of attack. So what do you get in that Lily's Determination hand? Does get the Dark Energy, which is huge, as the Monkey Dory is back online. 2 Monkey Dories for Sebastian with Darkness Energies committed.
This is why we have to start seeing Pedro pull in some different strategies to see that all I'm counting here is 5 cards left in deck. There might also be a way where to Pedro potentially can be running Sebastian out of cards in deck. And with the Festendipity, we're going to see 1, 2, 3 cards drawn, 2 cards left in deck for Sebastian now. Has to, within the next coming turns, we do see the Super being able to dig back potentially up to 3 cards in deck. Was spying a bit on that Darkness Energy, Monkey Dory, and Screamtail.
Just such great recognition of what's in the deck. Needed that Super Rod to recover some resources. Was counting out the deck, working out the chances of drawing into it. Used that Fezandipity and did find it. And you can see all of those decisions to thin the useless cards down throughout the end game here has allowed Sebastian to play exactly how he wants. And you can just really see how important Monkey Dory plus Dark Energy is, as they have been put back into the deck with that Super Rod. A card we've seen over the years. You can actually see Sebastian playing with quite an old version of the card. Such a useful resource managing tool to be able to put cards back into the deck.
Has had a few erratas in its time. I can say that this base set version of the card is older than Sebastian himself, but doesn't keep him off from playing it. Gonna be using Psychic Embracer to put 40 damage into play that can be used by these 2 Monkey Dories.
That Psychic Embrace, the engine of the deck, finding Psychic Energy from the discard pile and attaching them to your Psychic Pokemon. And it has the negative effect of 20 damage with it, but the Monkey Dory is able to move those over to your opponent's side, so it actually becomes a benefit.
Now targeting this Fezandipity here on the bench with the Adrenabrain took in that Screamtail from the Super Rod. This turn, gonna be able to use that Power Press here onto that Screamtail right here. Take 1 prize. Then Sebastian will be down to 2, and all you could do next turn would then be use Artisan for Screamtail if Sebastian gets a knockout happen on his board, and then we can get the Fezandipity for knockout, closing out this prize map. Sebastian really eyeing up how to do this, and it means that if Pedro takes a knockout here, even though they may be winning prize-wise, it's actually losing on the board.
So 2 Monkey Dories apiece on both sides, pretty even at that point. And there's that INO from Pedro. He's been looking to try and go really close to the end of the game here to disrupt his opponent. But as we saw, Sebastian barely has any cards left in deck. He has the Festendipity EX in play, which allows him to draw even more cards should a knockout be sustained. So really, Sebastian here has played this out perfectly to play around all possible win conditions for Pedro. It just comes down to whether Pedro can be a hero like he was in his semi-final game and find an unorthodox win condition in these final moments.
That unorthodox win condition can be to stall this Fezandipity in the active spot. Although we just saw Sebastian draw Turo and a Darkness Energy. Gonna go for that Psychic Embrace onto Gardevoir itself, leaving 60 extra damage in play, which means that on Pedro's side, you want to be building up a 4-prize turn. But it's going to be really difficult to do that when you only have 2 Monkey Dories. And I'm saying only 2 Monkey Dories, but you're going to get attacked right back from Sebastian still.
And Sebastian is bench locked right now, cannot get the Screamtail down, so doesn't have access to the win condition, requires Pedro to take a knockout. Only would he be able to do so if he finds that Professor Turo scenario. So the INO Disruption will need to stick at this point, otherwise Sebastian will be out of options, and Pedro will be looking to try and take 2 big knockouts across 2 turns. So Gardevoir attack into the active.
And with Gardevoir attacking into the active, we do have Darkness Energy and Turo in hand for Sebastian. And Monkey Dory going to be able to use 3 times Adrenabrain, and is going to be able to Turo scenario up this Jellicent, go Artisan for Screamtail, and finish out this game 2, getting ourselves into game 3 for the finals of the Latin America International Championships.
Sebastian Leschmet doing it in a remarkable fashion. Stability was the key to that game. Never rushing, never going too aggressive. Just knew he was ahead from the start and kept it that way down to the final moments. So much resource management, thinning the deck down, using the Ultra Ball. We saw it in the very last moment, discarding 3 cards he didn't want to see. And even then, when Iono down to 2, drew for turn, had the Turo in hand. So amazing use of all of those skills that have allowed him to get to this final.
And it's these small differences here, Mike. The small differences that discarding these free cards from your hand that could be used or drawn from the Lily. And we do get to see a replay here. Such a tight and bitey game here. We do see attachments onto Monkey Dory were the name of the game with these top decks. Potentially a little bit of a wrong energy placement here, though.
Yeah, the dark energy meant to be going onto that Monkey Dory, but getting the Jellicent in the active early on for Sebastian really helped him stay in the lead and kept taking these big knockouts when he was ready. Not when he could, but when he was ready. And on that occasion, it was to take out the Jellicent to go down to 3 prize cards remaining. Pedro started taking knockouts in this mid-game. Despite trying to force a Pheasantipity knockout in the active, was able to then use that Screamtail to take some vital knockouts on Monkey Dory.
And we can always see from the start of the game, starting that Pheasantipity, as I mentioned, was going to be that target number 1 for those 2 last remaining prize cards. Throughout the game here, Pedro was slowly grinding back into the game. Sebastian going down to 2 prize cards here, and then Pedro playing Iono. But the 2 Adrenaline Brains onto that Pheasantipity, that Turo, that Artisan for the Screamtail was enough to wrap up that game too on a silver platter. And we're going to be seeing here whether or not Pedro wants to go first or second. Sebastian going first, which helped out massively in getting that Frillish first.
And I love the way Pedro was thinking at the end there. He recognized there was a route to victory. Sebastian played around that route to victory, and we are really seeing some high-class Pokemon from 2 great pilots of Gardevoir with that Jellicent. And it is the Oceanic Curse that was the story of game 1 and 2. The first player to lock up the board won the game. Will that be the case here in game 3? The winner of this will be your LAIC champion. Who's it going to be, Pedro or Sebastian?
And starting off here in game number 1, looking like Pedro told Sebastian, you could go first. That Ralts, that attachment, and just a pass over. What does Pedro have to start the game?
Well, an item lock here would be huge. Starting that Mew EX allows for a free retreat into it. Typically, a hard strategy for Pedro and Sebastian is to get that early Frillish off. As we see the Lily's Determination, 8 fresh cards here for Pedro.
And 8 fresh cards from Pedro indeed. Is going to need to get that Ralts. But if Pedro gets into something like Ralts, and out to a Ralts either, TM Evolution, maybe even Frillish on top so you can get both Jellicent and Curly into play, Pedro would already be so far ahead.
With 18 minutes left of this 75-minute final. Oh, a secret box there. Whoa, what a top deck.
That is the perfect card when you're thinking about, let's use Lily's Determination and try to get our perfect setup here. Even with that Earthbound Vessel on top, it's going to be able to get exactly whatever he wants at this turn.
Well, now going to be doing his first deck search, and as you can see, nothing too crazy in the prize cards. Maybe one of the Frillish could be a factor. The Artisan could be something to think about. Otherwise, everything in high counts.
You could be getting Supporter for next turn. Technical Machine Evolution, Nestball, Artisan. With that Artisan prize, though, it's going to be a little bit of an issue getting that out. Only playing one of the Artisan, but still going to be able to use that TM Evolution. Potentially, then you have to start thinking about, do I want to get my Jellicent into play first, or do I want to get a Curly into play as well? But you also have to remember there's a Frillish prize, so potentially you're going to say, I'm going to race into a Jellicent.
Well, not only was it the player to use Oceanic Curse in both games first that won the game, it was the player that was able to use Secret Box in the early turns. And it will be Pedro now getting to use that incredible A-Spec. First the Earthen Vessel to get some energy, able to discard them now. And you can imagine the adrenaline these guys are feeling as they are in a singular game to become the champion of this very event. Secret Box for Lily's Determination, Technical Machine Evolution, and Nest Ball, and that Stadium to finish things off will be able to get the Mystery Garden.
Unfortunately, that Mystery Garden, one of these singular differences that are in this list. Sebastian playing 2 Artisan, and Pedro right now really wishing he was playing 2 Artisan, but no doubt that this Mystery Garden throughout the tournament has been a massive help. Going for the Ralts on the Technical Machine Evolution, really valuing Gardevoir in the setup over that Jellicent.
Yeah, the decks aren't built to use Jellicent early on, or Frillish, I should say, early on. as they typically don't have a way to retreat. MuEX is there, but the Frillish is in hand, does have the energy for it, will be able to retreat for free with MuEX. Pedro Patusi is going to be using Oceanic Gloom on turn 1 here, and this could be a huge way to start the game.
Deck typically not built for it, but still going to be hitting here on the turn 1. And with Sebastian here, the question is going to be, how do you get a setup here without no items?
And an Ultra Ball to get rid of the stadium. Doesn't want to give Sebastian any way out of this early turn. By locking up items, you take away a lot of the ways Sebastian can discard energy, and it'll also allow MuEX to draw a few cards here with Restart. As we see the Oceanic Gloom, 20 damage to the routes, no items. Sebastian needs to find a second basic here, does have some in hand, was actually holding on to that Artisan. Didn't want to give it away early on, but now under item lock is going to be struggling to set up as well.
If Sebastian is able to get into their own psychic energy here, going to be able to strike back with another Oceanic Gloom, and then we're just going to have a Oceanic Gloom war going back and forth about who can get their Monkey Dories into play afterwards.
Well, we know what time it is. It's prize check time. Sebastian, your first game had some horrible prize cards with those Monkey Dories. This time, that Technical Machine Evolution stands out as a bit of a frustrating card to prize early on, as it could be a way to get into the game. Other than that, seems fairly normal.
With the way that we had these games here, Mike, we wanted to go for that item lock a bit more aggressively, which is also nice that, I mean, both of our players have been pricing a Frillisher, but really valuing that item lock.
And without the Technical Machine Evolution and being under item lock, Sebastian won't be able to get into a Gardevoir this turn. Might even struggle to get into a Curlier this turn, which would be quite the challenge. But if he's able to get his own Oceanic Gloom off, that would also be the case for Pedro. Pedro wouldn't be able to evolve up quite as quickly. So an interesting back and forth with that early item lock. It really slows down both decks and their strategy. But as I mentioned before, Oceanic Curse was the key to victory for both of them. The first player to get an Oceanic Curse off won the game. And in game 3, I don't know which of them it's going to be from this current scenario.
We do already have Pedro with that Jelly Sand EX in hand. So if Sebastian goes for an Oceanic Gloom this turn, they'll be all right. Then you get the item lock going. But when Pedro is going to be able to then say, okay, I'll go evolve into Jelly Sand EX, attach an energy, and take the knockout, removing all of your item cards almost in perpetuity here, and get to take a prize card and disrupting your setup. Is that going to be okay for Sebastian? I really do doubt it.
Well, just a Iono there. Draws some more cards and does get the Monkey Dory. Unfortunately, with what we've described as the likely strategy of the Frillish this turn, might not be able to put the Dark Energy down because it's already been committed to the Frillish. So a retreat with the active Ralts into that Frillish. Does have a Bravery Charm attached as well to make it a little bit bulkier, and will now be doing an Oceanic Gloom. Both players, no item cards. What can you find this next turn?
Does get a top deck off that Curly, are going to be able to evolve into that. That's going to be splendid on Pedro's side here. Going to be able to use that Artisan. Now, we did see that Iono pretty much shuffling that Jelly Sand to the bottom of the deck, but going to be able to use Artisan to get his own Monkey Dory into play. Have both drawn Iono as a draw supporter, Darkness Energy, and Curly at this turn. Going to be able to further the setup. Yes, not going to be able to get that knockout with the Jelly Sand, but still going to be a tiny tad ahead in that setup war.
As we come to the end of this final here, we had over 2,000 players here in Sao Paulo competing at our largest ever LAIC, the 8th LAIC we've had since it first was introduced in 2017. And either one of these players could become the winner of the largest LAIC in history. And at this stage, they're both locking each other out of any progress, trying to get ahead. Who is the one who's going to race ahead and take that victory?
Sebastian keeping on drawing item cards, and it doesn't look like there's a lot in the hand here, Mike. Sebastian potentially getting punished by not evolving that Ralts last turn, and we do see it again, another Curlia in hand. There's only the out for Artisan. There's no draw supporter in Sebastian's hand. Going to be checking that discard power of Pedro's, but Pedro has Curlia in play. Can't go for a second Monkey Dory this next turn. And going to be able to take over the board. Again, really looking difficult for Sebastian in this game due to that item lock.
Well, there's two main goals of both of these players' deck. Get the Gardevoir in play, get the energy in the discard pile, and at that point you can pretty much do anything. And it looks like Pedro is going to be doing that quicker at this stage. But with the item lock, it really slows down both players. And at any given moment, a hand could just be full of resources that would be typically used to get that strategy on board. And that seems to be the case for Sebastian. There's only one energy in Pedro's discard pile and one on the active spot. So missing that part of the Gardevoir energy combo, and under item lock, it just becomes increasingly more difficult to do so. And with no Mystery Garden in play, which was a card discarded by Pedro earlier on, we're going to have to see manual attachments under item lock as the main way to get energy into play.
It is something that these Gardevoir decks, after the release of Mega Evolutions, have had to deal with. Playing this Lily's Determination instead of Professor's Research. Yes, it's nice when you're drawing 8 cards to start off the game, but you're not discarding any card slot just like Professor's Research would.
So, Sebastian now looking to try and find something of a resource at this stage to put him in a position where he can take control, but Pedro very confidently with that Monkey Dory in combination with the Oceanic Gloom takes a knockout on the bench Ralts. There is no Ralts on the board for Sebastian. The item lock continues. Pedro looks to be in the racing seat here, going ahead. First prize card taken. Board looking stronger. Gardevoir in play. And it's at this stage that Pedro will be feeling the pressure, knowing he's in the lead.
And got that Frillish from those prize cards, going to be able to attach the third energy. We're mentioning the difficulty of getting these psychic energies into a discard pile. This Frillish has a massive rack of 3 energies of retreat cost. Can be putting that extra Frillish down on the bench right here, be retreating into it, and thereby creating even more damage for that Monkey Dory, or even just retreat this turn into something like the Gardevoir and pump on that aggression.
Gardevoir taking a knockout at this stage. We take out the Ralts on the bench, we take out the Frillish in the active spot. What do you have left, Sebastian? Just some Monkey Dories.
And the crowd sensing hometown hero Pedro Pertusi inching ever closer to this title.
And when we look back on this final, that will be the moment where Pedro will feel he's raced ahead the most. Sebastian can stabilize at this stage, but without a Ralts and without a Frillish, neither of your main targets of Jellicent and Gardevoir will not be accessible on this turn.
No access to using Mind Bend. No access to Rakandi Gardevoir. Only the measly access of being able to use Artisan to potentially get more Ralts into play. But you know what Pedro then can do? He can just go ahead and go back into that Frillish again, an item lock, and keep Sebastian locked out of the game. This singular turn of aggression was timed perfectly.
And with time edging away, 7.5 minutes left. As we reach 0 on the clock, it's the player who's ahead on prize cards that takes the victory. And at this stage, it looks like Sebastian will need to come from behind. And that option is increasingly becoming less likely. So Pedro not only will be ahead, but will be in a great position should time run out.
Coming from behind here in this spot, without no Gardevoir in play, without no Frillish in play, without any access to getting that ever so important Jellicent into play, it seems here that it's just Sebastian versus the world.
Pheasantipity EX to draw some more cards, flip the script, drawing 3 cards should a Pokemon have been knocked out in the previous turn. Now has access to a Ralts. I think had access to that Ralts in hand last turn, in fact. And now wishing it was on the bench to be evolved. There is 1 Ralts down now. There's a Ralts in the discard pile. The Super Rod will be looking to get back that Frillish. As we mentioned before, both players had that Frillish prized. Pedro took it off the prize cards after that last turn knockout.
Going to be using that Super Rod here, thinking about what to get back here. Even though it seems a bit counterintuitive to be getting these psychic energies, it also is necessary for Sebastian to have something to retreat if, say, a Pheasantipity gets stuck in the active, or you need to have attachments that don't bring in any damage.
So commits that Dark Energy to the Monkey Dory on the bench. Recognizing the route to victory involves more Monkey Dory in play with Dark Energy. But Pedro just has so much control on that board. Gardevoir online, energy to play with. The Artisan is going to stay in play and going to stick in play. So we'll be looking to try and dismantle Sebastian's attempts to rebuild a board here, as the Curlier taken off that Ultra Ball, but cannot evolve this turn, as those Rolts were put into play just this turn earlier ago.
Just getting on with that pass from Sebastian, getting onto Pedro's turn. Pedro has so many opportunities, even using Artisan to grab something like a Monkey Dory. If Pedro has a Darkness Energy, we can't just be seeing Frillish getting into the active spot, starting to item lock. Pedro has the luxury of time on his side. You were mentioning 5 minutes left on that clock. If these 5 minutes go out, then we play plus one more turn, and after that turn, it will be the player ahead on prizes winning.
Well, before we get there, Pedro might just race so far ahead now. He can take it within this next 5 minutes. Gets another Monkey Dory down, as you alluded to. And with this Earthen Vessel, we'll be able to find another Dark Energy. And with 2 Monkey Dory with Dark Energy in play, you have so much stability behind this Gardevoir. You can move any damage found in play across. And should you want to put more damage in play, you are able to do so with that added benefit of the sprinkles over to the other side of the board. So this Dark Energy will be going straight down onto that Monkey Dory, and the Gardevoir in play will just be continuing to set up attacker after attacker.
Continuing to set up attacker after attacker, continuing to set up prize card after prize card, inching Pedro closer. 4 prizes left, and this Jellicent, being Ultra Balled, is going to be able to attach 2 energies to Frillish or Jellicent after the evolution of it. Move 30 damage over to this Monkey Dory in the active. Take the knockout. Item lock. Sebastian not able to move the Jellicent. Thereby, no Gardevoir next turn.
So the Jellicent is in play now, and we are seeing the writing on the wall. Pedro feeling all of that excitement as he sees the final finish line in front of him. He just needs to execute these next few turns to perfection. As we have the Jellicent now in the active spot, damage can be moved across. Oceanic Curse has been locked in the active spot. It's been the winning play for both players in the previous 2 games, and it might be the winning play here for Pedro as he sets up Power Press. Damage in play. Will move it across with that Adrenabrain and take a huge knockout to go even further in the lead here.
Gonna be doing that double Monkey Dory. 60 damage down to that bench Rolls. Power Press, 80 damage, setting up a potential 4 prize turn next turn. With something like the Professor Turo scenario and using double Monkey Dory, you could be setting up something like Fest. And there's the options galore here, putting that Curlia into play. Pedro has been setting up this game beautifully.
Just recognizing that Pheasantipity being on board for Sebastian by not taking a knockout has denied the opportunity for Sebastian to draw more cards. But you see a bit of a spring in Sebastian's step as that Lily's Determination plus 2 Monkey Dory in play has given him somewhat of a board control, despite having all of his Rolts and Frillish being taken out in that previous turn. So Sebastian feeling a little bit more confident now.
Pedro is virtually guaranteed a prize on the next turn. Even if Sebastian decides to move some damage away, there should still be around about the 80 damage left on that Monkey Dory in the active though, right?
He's moved it across already and is just past there. Pedro!
There's a prize there on the Rolls there on the bench, which means that we're going to be able to see at least 2 prizes this turn. Iono for Pedro.
Well, there we go. That quick turn from Sebastian, recognizing he didn't have much in terms of a turn outside of moving damage across and passing. And there we go. Sebastian has access to his items still, where Pedro has access to his items where Sebastian does not. And so we'll be using that Earthen Vessel, has an Ultra Ball there. The Mew EX in play will be a great way to draw up in those low hand sizes, so a bit of protection around disruption. And Pedro really just smartly taking his time in that previous turn, not taking a knockout, instead focusing on setting up that stability, which we alluded to in the last game.
Going to be using that Ultra Ball to thin out the hand entirely here. Could search out that Curlia, evolve the Rolls, restart for free, fresh cards, finning, inching closer to winning.
And it will be the most stable of boards. Curlia in play, Gardevoir in play, 2 Monkey Dory with Dark Energy, the Mew EX to help draw cards up as we see there, the restart for 3, drawing up to a hand size of 3. And even if this Jellicent in the active does get knocked out, Gardevoir has so many options to finish off the game. So a 2-prize turn here will put Pedro in range of the win.
And using that Night Stretcher, just in case a Frillish comes out from Sebastian, just in case an Iono's being played, to use that Artisan to get the Screamtail into play. Monkey Dory is going to take a prize card. Power Press can be potentially taking another prize card this turn with the aid of another Adrenabrain, meaning that if Sebastian takes a knockout, it's going to be the same situation from the last game.
2 prize cards remaining for Pedro. Sebastian with a mountain to climb. 6 prize cards on the board. Will be looking to take a knockout. Recognizes the time is small. Needs to get ahead quickly. Takes the knockout nice and fast. It's now on Pedro to win in this turn. And he's going to be moving a little bit slower now as time has been called.
Time has been called, and due to Pedro not having drawn for their turn yet, we're in turn number 1.
And he has a way to win this turn. Can he find it? Will he be able to spot it? Just taking his time in this moment. There's a lot of pressure.
Like, he's already won the game. He's ahead on prize cards.
He needs to try and find a way to guarantee it here. And with those nerves of the final, you can imagine everything in his mind is going crazy. As that Pheasantipity EX on the bench in turn 0 here. We're now in overtime, and for everyone at home, you get a turn each. So it's Pedro's turn now. Sebastian will get 1 turn following it. And at the end of that, whoever wins or is ahead on prize cards will win the final.
There's the Artisan here, being able to get that Screamtail here. We're going to be able to set up that knockout on the Pheasantipity.
And Psychic Embrace onto the active will leave enough damage. The Monkey Dory moves it across. Pedro, local superstar Pedro Bertuzzi wins LAIC.
Bora Brasil! Bora Pedro Bertuzzi! Hometown hero from Sao Paulo, taking the title as the Latin America International Champion with Gardevoir Jellicent.
A multiple regional winner. One of those regionals was here in Sao Paulo, but now can name himself an international champion. He's been to LAIC many times before, into the top 8, into the top 4, but never taken the title, and now has done so in front of the home crowd, and you can hear how much they love him, and they deserve to love him, as that was incredible performance throughout the tournament.
This is what we love about LAIC, Mike. This is why we love our crowd here, and how our champions are received. We get to see a replay here of our finals, and such excitement we got to see.
Well, what a game the first one was. It was the prize cards that were the story of game 1. All 3 Monkey Dory for Sebastian were prized. And it was the Oceanic Curse locking up the active spot for both players, winning the game. The first player to play their secret box, the first player to lock up the active with Oceanic Curse, won the game. And it's nice to see our players, even in the pressure of the final, having a bit of fun.
Having a bit of fun indeed. And top decks were many in these games. Jellicents were swinging back and forth here. Sebastian taking such an insurmountable lead, it seemed like, in that game 2, and finally got to finish that off with a Screamtail, although Pedro very close to taking that back.
And Sebastian played so well throughout the tournament, and in the final showed exactly why he's one of the top players from North America. Still that major win eluding him, but now an IC finalist to his resume, as it was these kinds of decisions in those tough moments where he recognized aggression was not the way, stability was the answer, and was rewarded for it, as the Iono did not disrupt him out of the game. Turo was in hand.
Turo was in hand. Artisan in play, Screamtail in deck, being able to take those remaining 2 prize cards and take us into that game 3.
Well, game 3 was a fascinating one to kick things off, as Sebastian really didn't get set up well. And there was that turn there where Pedro took out both the Frillish and the Ralts, leaving Sebastian with just 2 Monkey Dory, meanwhile having a Gardevoir staring him down. And from that point on, it just felt like too much for Sebastian to climb back, especially with the pressure of time, especially with the quality at which Pedro was setting up his board. It was completely stabilized and infallible to a return knockout from Sebastian.
and infallible for Sebastian here, doing their best, using Monkey Dory, using Miracle Force, trying to claw back into the game here in these last remaining overtime turns.
And it was an attempt to try and get it at the end. And I respect this from Pedro, just taking the time in those final moments as there's so much pressure on the line. Did not want to make a mistake and rewarded with a roar from the local fans. Our champion, Pedro Pertusi, has taken down LAIC 2026. 2,000 players kicked off the tournament. And now there is just one standing at the top as the local player, the local superstar, Pedro, wins the tournament.
The Gardevoir superstar, the Gardevoir Jellicent superstar. As we saw the tournament going on from phase 1 through to phase 2, through to our top cut, we saw one deck being inching itself out as one of the very best decks in the format, and we had to tell it, we had to say it. It was that Gardevoir Jellicent again and again, showing that dividing force between being able to take some of these late game aggressive lines upon also closing down all of your opponent's options.
One thing that's been great recently with Pokémon TCG is when you talk to people from the other games, you know a very surface level amount about our game. You mentioned Gardevoir, and it has transcended beyond the trading card game. Such a powerful deck, and has been so since it came out back at EUIC a few years back, where it made a top 4 at the time. And now, since then, it has been the best deck in format, the most underrated deck in format, back to the best deck in format, and now such a strong deck that many players choosing their archetypes based on its matchup into Gardevoir. But these two players able to find their way around all of those dark type attackers into this final, and Pedro the better of the Gardevoir Jellicent on this occasion.
And just on this occasion, such a riveting finals match we got to see. We got to see the good sides and the bad sides of prize cards. The good sides and the bad sides of that Gardevoir Jellicent mirror match. And I couldn't have wished for a better finals to have here at our first LAIC together here on Mike. But second of all, also a new champion born in Pedro Pertusi.
And this wasn't the only final we had here on Championship Sunday. We had all 3 of our age divisions. And it's so amazing to see these seniors and the juniors getting a chance to compete on the stage. And there we have our seniors champion, Luca, coming through in those final moments. And I think that is really credit to him for making his whole way through the tournament.
And Luca Levon getting that first place against Kamil Bitsinski in that finals. That Golden Go versus Pitchok Control, and Nathan Osterkatz having such a powerful start to the season. Usually been playing around with that Dragapult Charizard deck. But yeah, again, topping regionals, playing regionals almost every single weekend into getting that top 4 here at LAIC.
Yeah, Luca playing Golden Go. What a pick. One of the most popular archetypes at the moment, and piloted by our strongest trainers, has been able to win multiple tournaments now. And in juniors division, I think it's fair to say I can get a little bit excited about Haruki's deck. Marnie's Grimmsnarl taking the win. I think that's the first major victory in Latin America, North America, and Europe for Marnie's Grimmsnarl, as it is a deck that often is there or thereabouts, but Haruki played like a man beyond his age, as it was just incredible recognition, the maths done so calmly, but also Reed in that final with Charizard looks so established as a player, you know, and I think this is what's really key now, is these juniors and seniors are just getting better and better.
They're getting better and better indeed. In the words of Juancho, we couldn't even see these were juniors players. They were playing with master excellency, and with that third place finishing out, Charles Ryan. Such a great tournament we see from these juniors players, and again, someone we'll be getting to see in the future will be all of them.
As a Marnie's Grimmsnarl player myself, I'm going to be looking up Haruki's list for some inspiration, as that was incredible from him. And well done, Charles, as well. Third place, still an amazing finish for any of these players making the top 4 at the International Championship. So much on the line throughout the season, trying to get those Worlds invites, trying to get the CP, the prize money as well. And it really is special at these internationals. Only 3 during the season, Latin America kicking things off, and then we'll have European International Championship in the middle of the season and North America to finish things off. But this one is such a big stop because it starts your season so strong.
And for some players, we already started this season giving out World Championship invites for that 2026 World Championships held in San Francisco, California. 10-year anniversary for myself heading out there. But then again, we get to birth champions every single time we have these international championships. And one thing that does excite me is that we're at least going to be seeing 12 players from the TCG getting their automatic invitations to there.
As a player who's lifted a trophy before, Jesper, you know how special this moment is. So let's allow our players to lift a trophy to the sky, over to the stage to crown our champions of LAIC.
Our trading card game finalists have pushed themselves to the limit during this competition this weekend. So now let's bring them to the stage and celebrate their achievements. Give it up for your junior finalist, Reed Hartman. The junior's so full of energy. If you lose sight of him for just a second. Round of applause for our trading card game junior champion, Haruki Okunishi. Next in the senior division, congrats to our senior finalist, Kamil Budzinski. Give it up for our trading card game senior champion, Luker Levin. Finally, in the Masters division, let's hear it for our Masters finalist, Sebastian Lashmet. And now let's bring down the house for your trading card game Masters champion, Pedro Pertusi. Trainers, raise those trophies high, and let's give one more thunderous round of applause for your 2026 Pokémon Latin America International finalists. It has been an absolute honor to celebrate these trainers today, but we're not done yet. It's time to round out our championship Sunday with Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet. They've got their junior, senior, and master divisions ready to go for you beautiful folks today. So we're going to kick things over to the casting desk and get the next stage of Championship Sunday underway.
Yes, thank you so much. We are so excited to be able to finally be here. Video game time, everybody. And this is, of course, the 2026 Pokémon Latin America International Championships, where we will be featuring our 3 divisions across the board with the goal of being able to crown champions across all of them. I'm Costa, this is David, and we are here to be able to bring you all that lovely action, kicking us off shortly with the junior division.
We definitely are. I think we're going to have a lot of success here this weekend for sure, and a lot of amazing matches are definitely coming up as well. And here you can see who we will be featuring for you over the next few whiles here. On the junior finals, on your left is Isaac Ugi and Magnus Kjær Andreasen. Two titans of the junior division, honestly. I think, Costa, you know a little bit about these two.
Yeah, exactly. I think just from the fact of there being multiple regional and special champions, each to their own, Isaac having 3 of those titles, Magnus having 4 of them, and also the factor of them not having gone up against each other just once, not twice, an overall astounding 11 times previously of this event. So it'll be really, really exciting to be able to feature them. Of course, we've got the bracket in terms of the roadmap of their adventure thus far in this event. Due to the lower amount of attendance, we did only feature a top 4, but such an exciting turnaround from both of these trainers, as we mentioned, which will be facing off once again for the 2nd time this tournament.
Yeah, definitely is. A really interesting one too, because I believe it was Magnus that took the win over Isaac earlier in the Swiss rounds of the tournament. But both of them have so many accomplishments to speak of that don't even fit on your screen at the moment here. But just to name a few, Gdansk regional champion of the 2025 season and of the 2024 season. More regional championships to the name as well in Stockholm and Dortmund from the previous season.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, back-to-back 2-peak dance regional champ is such a hard sort of achievement to be able to accomplish. And Magnus, of course, being able to do so, which at the moment rocking a very hyper-offensive-oriented team. But yeah, I think there's a lot going for Magnus, a very bright future indeed. And as we mentioned before, this isn't the first time that both of our trainers have gone up against each other, as Magnus at the moment is actually sitting 2nd place on the overall leaderboard, only trailed by Isaac, 25 points behind them in 3rd place.
Yeah, so really, really close here. And regardless of the outcome, Magnus will still be just a little bit ahead there in terms of championship points, but they have already earned so much having got this far.
Yeah.
And there is Isaac on your screen as well, with the Lugia too. A great choice there, sir.
Nice.
And let's have a look at their accomplishments on the right there. NAIC finalist in New Orleans last season. Another Stockholm regional champion as well, so they've got 1 each for different seasons. We've got a Birmingham regional champion and a Sevilla special championship champion as well. So, but my eyes are glued to that Murkrow, Costa. Really happy to see that. One of my favorite Pokemon of all time.
And I mean, such a fascinating Pokemon as well, which has been sort of underutilized when it comes to regulations at H. So having access to that prankster ability allows it to be able to at least bypass any other regular priority-based move. That when it comes to the status side of these utility moves, you're able to get a very quick tailwind off in order to be able to enable the remainder of your Pokemon.
And I believe it's also carrying that Sunny Day as well. So actually, you can have a really nice matchup into all those rain teams that are going around as well. You just click that button, and then you shut down a lot of the strategies that your opponent can even do.
Yeah, exactly that. And as we mentioned, both of our trainers ran into each other quite a few times before. At the moment, it seems like Isaac has the lead. 7 wins overall in best of 3s versus Magnus. So Magnus has really gone here to try to prove a point with such a fascinating team as well.
Yeah, really interesting too. We don't see a lot of the so-called Psy spam, where you've got this Psychic Surge and DD combined with the Sneasel with that Unburden ability, which we often see now next to a Rillaboom with a Grassy Seed, but here it's with that Psychic Seed. Yeah. Now this dude was very popular in the kind of the first iteration of Regulation Set H last year, but it kind of fell out by the wayside. But it's definitely back here, and it makes a lot of sense when you want to give a special defense boost to a Sneasler in front of Ursaluna, which has been shining so bright throughout this entire weekend.
Yeah, in usage, at least when it comes to the Masters division of the competition. And like we said, there's a lot of great tools to be able to take advantage of. And that Dragonite actually having the Stomping Tantrum as opposed to either a Tailwind or an Extreme Speed, which usually Dragonites do tend to try to run, but not when it comes to you having your own Psych Terrain spam mode.
And here is Isaac Ugi on your screen as well, with their really cool team using that Murkrow to be able to support the rest of the team with the Tailwind, the Sunny Day, and the Haze to kind of get rid of any sort of pesky setup strategies like Volcarona strategies, for instance, too. And could be really interesting here as well versus that Sneasler that could get up that Psychic Seed special defense boost too, or any of those boosts that Dragonite might want to get with that Scale Shot.
Yeah, and it's also a great way to be able to essentially be immune to that Psy spam and force a, I'd say, targeting when it comes to into the Murkrow because, sure, it's there for support and utility, but Foul Play, you know, the same type attack bonus can actually pack a punch when it comes to more of the offensive tools over on Magnus's side.
Yeah, it's a great point, especially after the defense drop from a scale shot. Dragonite's suddenly going to take a lot of damage from that too. And Talonflame, not the bulkiest Pokemon either, doesn't also want to take that Foul Play. What I really like here as well is Izak has that Miracle Seed on the Rillaboom too, boosting that damage a little bit more rather than something like the Assault Vest, and that can suddenly put an Ursaluna, for instance, in range of a Woodhammer.
Oh, as we're going to start off game one with the leads between both of our trainers. Magnus on the left-hand side, rocking the Talonflame Dragonite versus Izak's Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Mousehold.
Okay, so we've got a lot of supportive options and we've got a lot of offensive options as well. So the Mousehold is a really nice lead here because you've got that Focus Sash, you've got the ability to use that Follow Me, and Follow Me does have increased priority on top of the Gale Wings boosted moves that Talonflame can go for too. Yeah. So that's going to keep that Ursaluna really safe here. And there's not a lot threatening it on this turn from either of the targets either. So Izak's probably in a really decent position to start firing off moves with that Ursaluna. It's that Assault Vest, so it might not be getting any KOs, maybe unless it's a Blood Moon into the Talonflame. But either way, this Talonflame should be able to get off that Tailwind if it wants to start setting up for the rest of the team, especially in front of any sort of trick from shenanigans that Izak is definitely lacking on their team.
Yeah, it seems to be that case exactly. Tailwind now set up will allow this Dragonite to be able to move first. No Follow Me from the Mousehold. Just going to be targeting that Blood Moon Ursaluna. And you can see this Pokemon is so bulky, especially when it comes to the Assault Vest variants that have a bit more of training invested in order to be able to take on some very powerful moves. And naturally speaking, Dragonite's defense will be dropping, but we still have yet to see Izak's Pokemon move. Super Fang targeting the Dragonite, bypassing the multi-scale, hoping that it's going to be put within range, but actually not quite enough to be able to pick up the KO with that Hyper Voice.
Yeah, not quite enough yet. You imagine if a Super Fang plus a Blood Moon might have then obviously gotten that KO on the Dragonite, but we can see that Izak is just playing the resource game at the moment. You don't need to throw everything at the wall right now because that Dragonite could have really punished that play with a Protect here. So getting just general damage on the board, which makes a lot of sense, especially when neither of these Pokemon are actually targeting or threatening that one-hit KO.
Yeah, as the redirection will be coming out, Izak wanting to make sure the Ursaluna does get another powerful move off, most likely going to be the Hyper Voice. At this range, will surely pick up the KO on both Magnus's Pokemon, but for now, that does mean this fourth hit of the Scale Shot will not, of course, be enough to pick up the Mousehold, and Izak's going to have to try to rely on this Blood Moon, of course, taking up the double KO at this point because Mousehold has completed its sort of purpose and role when it comes to this game one. The fact that Tailwind has already been essentially burnt in terms of 2 turns worth of its use is so big because it allows Izak a bit more room to be able to sort of either stall out or allow for a Pokemon in the back to be able to try to sweep a potential double of this inclusion from Magnus' side.
And a massive double KO there for Izak, just going for the 2 raw Hyper Voices. A very nice play there to kind of start clearing the board. Izak now has the opportunity to still switch around given their 3 Pokemon, whereas Magnus is down to their last 2. And that Rillaboom is maybe something that Magnus didn't really want to see in front of that Ursaluna, but at least he's got that trusty Sneasler as well. And this Sneasler does have that Dire Claw as well, so it can very much threaten both the Rillaboom and this Ursaluna with a lot of damage. Now, of course, Terra is still on the board for both of these trainers too, so Izak can easily respond. It's that Terra Water on the Ursaluna, so you can get around that close combat weakness, but it's still either way weak to this Grass typing. So Izak might need to go on the defensive here if this Ursaluna is going to come out of this turn alive.
Yeah, and it's such a great Pokemon to be able to bring back this Rillaboom in order to be able to forego any sort of a psychic option in the back if Magnus did, of course, bring that male Indeedee, but just going to be a defensive protect of the Sneasler as well as the Ursaluna. Great way to be able to at least burn that fake out turn, but also force Izak to go for that defensive terrestrialization already on the Ursaluna. So there's not going to be any sort of mind games when it comes to whether it's going to be a normal type to be taking the super effective fighting type of that slot. But also, this may even open up the door for any sort of Dire Claw shenanigans.
Yeah, it definitely does. You said the word there, Costa. But now we're going into the final turn of Tailwind for Magnus's end here. So Ursaluna has one more chance here to kind of get a lot of damage out on the board before it's probably maybe the slowest thing on the field here. Of course, we still don't know what Isaac has at the back here, but Magnus is very much now in the driver's seat here. Okay. Can a close combat come out here? You might need a double X KO that Ursaluna, but let's find out.
Yeah, going for maximum damage with the Terra Normal. This is, of course, Life Orb boosted. On top of it, we've got various multipliers stacking up at this point. Grassy Glide will not be dealing as much damage due to the foregoment of the ground typing, but Vacuum Wave not quite enough to be able to pick up with the double over the KO, and the Diaclaw not enough either. The Rillaboom's able to survive, but the Bloodman, of course, at this range of the HP is able to pick up the KO. You can see Madness celebrating with that slot, forcing Isaac now down to their final 2 Pokemon, whilst, of course, Tailwind will be petering out at the end of this turn.
Yeah, it definitely will be, but it's definitely been worth it for that last turn there. Really great call there to just Blood Moon straight away. Isaac couldn't really go on the defensive much there, right? You don't have Protect on the Ursaluna because it's Assault Vest, and this, even though the Rillaboom doesn't actually have Protect as well, because it's not the Assault Vest, it still isn't doing a lot of damage into that Ursaluna either. But Golden Go is the last one here. Now, this Sneasel on Magnus's end has Throat Chop, so it can actually still do a lot of damage into it, other than the other Sneasers that are around that we've seen with Close Combat and Acrobatics and Diaclaw. Right. So it's still a really nice position for Magnus here, even without like the Psychic Seed boost that Indeedee is usually here to provide. So Magnus is positioned this really nicely.
Yeah, and that Ursaluna is actually directly threatened right now due to the speed tiering of the Golden Go and the Rillaboom most likely being able to outspeed it. And we see the focus of the Grassy Glide into the Ursaluna. Diaclaw, however, will be able to finally pick off that Rillaboom, leaving the Golden Go on its own. Is it able to actually dispatch of this Sneasler to be able to allow itself more room to then dispatch of the Blood Moon? We're going to have to find out as the Make It Rain will be launched out, and Sneasler does survive on 26 hit points. And because of this, we're going to have to see the interaction of the drop of the special attack on the Golden Go to -1.
Yeah, and that's a really key thing there. If we'd seen maybe something like the Nasty plot here, we might have been looking at something a little bit different, because obviously the Terra has been spent on this Ursaluna and not on the Sneasler with the Terra Dark, so Throat Chop is likely not enough for a one-hit KO.
Oh, no, it's not, but it does guarantee the 2-shot. The question is, will the Make It Rain finish up the job? And it does. Isaac already 1 game up. That means, of course, they will be 1 game away from being crowned the Latin America International Champion. All of the pressure is now on Magnus's court. How are they going to be able to adapt against this sort of great strategy that Isaac was able to implement there when it comes to being able to take a lot of damage with that Blood Moon Ursaluna via the Assault Vest variant, pick up the quick KOs that it can, even though the Tailwind was set up from Magnus's side, but then dish it back out, have that Golden Go as sort of like a trump card in the back.
Yeah, we saw how that Rillaboom was really key there in dealing out so much damage in that endgame, getting that really critical amount of Grassy Glide damage, thanks to that key Miracle Seed that Isaac's been running on their team, which was a really nice call there too. And unfortunately, yeah, Magnus couldn't quite deal enough damage right towards the end there. Even though calling the Protect with the Ursaluna from the Rillaboom attack, it just wasn't quite enough versus just the raw power of the Golden Go.
Yeah, and that's sort of what you need to be able to essentially monitor in terms of the board states, because we didn't see Magnus opt in for the Psychic sort of spam mode of their team, most likely anticipating the Rillaboom on the other side of the field. So, David, do we feel like there could be a required change up from Magnus' side, either leading with it or having it in the back and trying to lure that Rillaboom out a bit earlier?
Yeah, possibly. And honestly, the Talonflame, I don't know if the Tailwind was super impactful there either. You already have the speed control from your own Dragonite Scale Shot, and there was so much priority in Isaac's end here. So I wonder if we might see a switch up there. But there's a Murkrow.
Oh, there it is. And another switch up from Magnus' side, now leading with that Amoonguss alongside the Blood Moon Ursaluna straight from the get-go. And the fact that Murkrow is on the field means that there's now the option for Isaac to go for that immediate speed control.
Yeah, the Tailwind is on the other foot at the moment now, because there's no Talonflame to speak of on Magnus's end either. So, the slower sort of momentum is definitely in Magnus' side here, because Amoonguss doesn't often require that speed control. It requires so much bulk to be able to do what it does, and it definitely has that. Rage Powder, Spore is really impactful here, and this Murkrow does not have Taunt either. So of course, Golden Go with as good as Gold is not going to be impacted by a Spore, but the Murkrow certainly is. And Murkrow is not the most offensive, so if it goes asleep and then stays on the field, it's kind of like having just a kind of useless slot as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that sort of play here coming out from Isaac.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing the terrestrialization committed for the water typing on the Golden Go. It will allow it essentially to be able to forego a super effective Earth Power in that slot. But Magnus, on the other end, going for the offensive Terra Normal yet again, hoping to even actually catch Isaac's defensive play out there and just go for the damage. Tailwind set up from Isaac's side. This will mean, of course, the Golden Go moves first, goes for a Make It Rain, deals a lot of damage, especially on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but because it's been able to survive and the Amoonguss hasn't been able to move, this may be a double up here. We're going to see if the read comes out. Magnus goes for it, goes for the Blood Moon, picks up the KO straight from the go. Amoonguss will be able to then connect with a Spore onto the Murkrow. So much momentum. This is exactly what Magnus wanted from this change-up going into Game 2.
An amazing call there from Magnus, going straight for what would have been a resisted hit, straight away getting that KO on that Golden Go, which was such a thorn in Magnus' side in that previous game here. And yeah, there's that Murkrow asleep there. Probably would have been preferred to even got KO'd here, because now Isaac actually has to pivot it out or wait for it to wake up. So it kind of makes this a 2 versus 1 situation going into the following turns here. So really great switch up bringing this Amoonguss in here for Magnus. And now we've got the responding Ursaluna instead here. Now, of course, this is that Assault Vest, so it can take on these attacks a lot better. Specifically because the Ursaluna has already gone for Blood Moon, so can't go for it on a second attempt either.
Yeah.
But we've got the Hyper Voice on Ursaluna's side, so that can get around any Rage Powder, but it does leave that then open for the Amoonguss to Spore it instead. So Isaac's going to make the decision. Do I Hyper Voice to KO the Ursaluna, or do I maybe go for the Blood Moon to get rid of the Amoonguss so I don't go to sleep?
Yeah, it seems like at least when it comes to the Blood Moon, Magnus is trying to avoid that Hyper Voice just in case, to be able to ensure that you can essentially dispatch as much damage as you can onto the opposing Ursaluna. But the Blood Moon is enough. Isaac correctly identifying the Amoonguss being such a key component there, ignoring the counterpart Blood Moon on the other side of the field. But this does allow Magnus an opportunity to be able to bring in either the Sneasler and now the revealed Dragonite, which seems to be the case. And the Murkrow is still yet to be able to wake up.
Yeah, unfortunately it is. It's taken that mandatory turn sleep. It could possibly wake up next turn, though. We've got 2 more turns of Tailwind as well. Now, of course, this Ursa King cannot quite go for the Blood Moon yet again, but Hyper Voice is still pretty safe at the moment to be able to dispatch the Ursaluna. And even so, maybe even a Vacuum Wave could actually be enough as well to kind of get around any other shenanigans too.
Right.
But Blood Moon is back on the table for Magnus' Ursaluna, so Isaac definitely has to respect it.
Yeah, and that seems to be the case, at least when it comes to the switch out of that Magnus, identifying the Vacuum Wave potential. But the Murkrow does remain asleep. Seems like it was trying to be able to go for the foul play in that scenario. Hyper Voice does get launched out. So Isaac respecting the switch out potential, just wanting to guarantee any sort of good damage or even a KO onto the Blood Moon on Magnus' side, but also more crucially, breaking the multi-scale on the Dragonite.
Yeah, a really big one there. We saw how Hyper Voice was so useful for Isaac in that first game there, just to be able to dispatch of 2 Pokemon all at once here, and we can see Sneasler taking so much damage on the switch in here. It's really wanting that Psychic Seed boost right now to be able to take those hits a little bit better here. Now, the question is, this Ursaluna is in Tailwind, but some Ursaluna aren't trained quite to be fast enough than a Sneasler as well. But it looks like Magnus is not going to be able to reveal that information just quite for us yet.
Yeah, not wanting to risk it either, as the Vacuum Wave actually trying to target down that Sneasler, only being met by the Protect, but the Murkrow, it has woken up. Oh, I was thinking there's a good case that I could have tried to target the Dragonite, especially with the defense drop and the multi-scale already broken, but it seems to be a double up into the Sneasler as the scale shot will now try to target down the Blood Moon. And at this range, unless it's a critical hit, it's not going to be enough to pick up a KO even with the 5th hit. Maybe marginal at this point, but most crucially, it's now within range of getting KO'd, but at least for Isaac's side, not only has the Murkrow woken up, the Tailwind has now expired.
Yeah, it has, and now Magnus is in a really strong position here. But of course, the Murkrow is still awake, and it is on the field. So even though Magnus has kind of been avoiding it, making sure it's not really been doing much, it can get up another Tailwind now. But now, another question now is, now we've got a Scale Shot speed boost on the Dragonite. That still may be enough then to outspeed this Ursaluna, even when Tailwind comes up.
Yeah, and it seems like Isaac does respect that, trying to at least deal any sort of damage onto the Sneasler, maybe put it within a range there. Stomping Tantrum will guarantee Magnus picking off that very crucial piece to Isaac's strategy. Diet Claw going into the Murkrow. Are we going to see any sort of shenanigans? We do. It's the paralysis status. This means that not only is the speed halved, there is a chance for the full paralysis. Not what Isaac wants to see, but Magnus definitely needs this momentum in their favor, especially as that Rillaboom now revealed to be the final 4th Pokemon on Isaac's side versus Magnus's 3.
Wow, that's big, yeah. So that Rillaboom coming in there, it only has grass moves here. It doesn't have that high horsepower, so it can't even hit the Sneasler for a good damage either. Maybe a Woodhammer would still KO if it's given the chance, but yeah, Murkrow with the paralysis here, it's going to be that main way that you're going to be able to do damage into the Dragonite, which at the moment quadruply resists those grass attacks. So Isaac needs to find a way to get that foul play over there. And it could happen, because we know we've got that Tailwind. Scale Shot has a chance to miss as well, and there is a chance that Murkrow could still be faster if given enough kind of changes as well, but it looks like Dragonite's going on defensive.
Yeah, Magnus absolutely respecting the Fake Out potential there, opting to go for the double protect. There's no real reason why you shouldn't go for this, as you're always going to be able to at least guarantee Dragonite outspeeding due to the 2 Scale Shot setup of the +2 speed, even against the Tailwind mode of Isaac, especially due to the training of these Pokemon. There is a small chance that the Rillaboom may be trained to be extremely quick and rapid, but most likely not the case.
Yeah, most likely not the case. So yeah, kind of stalling out a few more turns there. And we can see the Sneasler now locking into that Dire Claw, which we saw was a really close KO onto that Rillaboom there. But yeah, Dragonite looking really safe. You need to play this really slowly here if you're Magnus. Not throwing too much at the wind here, not too much caution. And obviously if you Scale Shot too many times, you could really lower your defense to maybe put yourself in range of a KO.
Yeah, and his, of course, the Protect from the Rillaboom, as we know, it's a Miracle Seed variant and not the Assault Vest, but the Scale Shot targets the Murkrow. It wants to make sure this cheeky little pranksterous bird does not get any sort of foul plays off, which could be quite detrimental to the Dragonite. And there's a 5th hit there, guarantee KO onto the Murkrow. This Rillaboom left on its lonesome self here, not even with the Sneasler moving as of yet. And this is looking like a rampant comeback from Magnus's side. No way, no shot this Rillaboom can bring it back.
Yeah, unfortunately not. And there's no Terra on the board either. We saw the Golem go for that Terra really early on too. So yeah, it's looking mostly over here, and we're going into a game 3 at this point. But yeah, we just need to see that Sneasler kind of click into that Dire Claw and get enough damage through. But we see maybe Magnus playing it extra super cautious to sort out that grassy terrain. But yeah, no, there is that game going to Magnus, and we're going into a game 3, folks.
I am so incredibly hyped. We've got the game 3. Both of our trainers are going toe-to-toe. They are, at the moment, the very best in the global state of affairs leaderboards. We've got multiple regional championships from each of these trainers. Hello, everybody. Let's make some noise for our 2 juniors going into this game 3. Give them all the love and support. They have put in so much time, so much love, so much effort, and here they are on the final stage. One of them will be crowned the Latin American International Champion of 2026. Very, very shortly, 1 game separates that title from either of these 2 young trainers.
Yeah, both trainers have been able to top cut previous international championships, but have not yet gotten that win. Isaac has gotten a 2nd place even at NAIC, and so has already matched that here, but obviously still really wants that win versus these 2 trainers who have been fighting out across the years between each other. So many battles, and it's all coming to a head now in this final.
Here we go. Turn 1, game 3. we've got the game 1 lead from Magnus, at least with that Talonflame coming out versus Isaac's own Tailwind Moan, yet again being prevailed here with the Golden Go to be able to position them as speed control being so crucial from either side.
Yeah, so we had Tailwind from Magnus on game 1, we had Tailwind from Isaac on game 2, and now we have Tailwind apiece on both sides here. But interestingly, it was the Tailwind user who then lost the game. So
right,
actually,
exactly.
But now we've got both here on the screen. So Isaac obviously quite confident with their lead here, putting all the eggs into the Golden Go basket and just making sure you get loads of damage on the board turn 1, so you can really start chipping things away from whatever you've got in the back.
Yeah, and this Dragonite Terra Steel means it's going to be able to resist any sort of Mega Rains that do come out from that slot, especially accompanied by that multi-scale that is still intact. Tailwind from one, let's say, priority user. Tailwind from another following suit immediately after the Mega Rain will break the Gale Wings and the multi-scale, but Magnus is in a spot where they're going to be able to directly not only threaten damage via this scale shot that does connect onto the Golden Go, but also get the speed advantage. You're now going to be at the cost of -1 defense, +1 speed. And any sort of chip damage onto a Golden Go, that is also the life of variant and takes its own recoil at the end of each attack, is so crucial.
Yeah, I really like this play from Magnus here. It seems like it was a bit of a misplay to scale shot into that Golden Go, but actually you kind of need that double up here. Golden Go is most likely bulky enough to maybe take a Flare Blitz from Talonflame, so you need some other attack to target into it. So just in case it terrors to kind of get around that Flare Blitz weakness, you're then getting maximum damage with that scale shot here. So either way now, Flare Blitz is still going to be enough combined with another attack from Dragonite.
Ooh, and now the target seems to be the Murkrow. It does connect. It's going to go for that 3rd hit right now. Obviously, if you're Magnus, you're hoping for all of 5 hits in order to be able to guarantee a KO in the following turn. With just 4 hits, seems to be the case this time round. At the cost of now -2 defense, +2 speed. Talonflame moves immediately after, trying to read a terrestrialization from Magnus' side that Isaac does not fall for. Goes for the Mega Rain, yet again a -1 special attack, not enough to pick up the K onto the Talonflame, but a double up may be able to do so, especially from this foul play. It targets the Dragonite, and it's enough to pick up the KO. Already such a valuable piece from Magnus' side out of game 3 and this set.
Yeah, that was a really big piece gone there, because Magnus was using that Dragonite so well versus the end game of Isaac in game 2 there, versus that Rillaboom right to the end. And also that Ursaluna too, where it was able to take off those attacks that it's just with its just natural bulk, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, this time here, even though that Golden Go is only kind of a -2 special attack, not offering a lot, it's most likely was quite crucial in getting that Dragonite in range of that foul play that Murkrow was crisply able to get out here. Now, of course, we've still got a couple of turns of Tailwind left on both sides, and Talonflame is making the most of it.
Yes, it is. It finally picks off the Golden Go at that range. Even if there was going to be a terrestrialization commit, it's just always going to get KO'd, especially because it's a 120 base power fire type move. That is same type attack bonus, and we have the double KO from Magnus' side, clearly showing the virtue of these faster, speeded sort of Pokemon, even when Tailwind conditions are prevailed from both sides. However, we've got the double free switch in from Isaac's side. It's going to be the Rillaboom, and it's going to be that trusty Ursa King Assault Vest, and it is ready to go on the offensive.
Yeah, it definitely is here. Now, this Talonflame is kind of in range of a Fake Out or a Grassy Glide, possibly at this point too, and doesn't have Protect.
Yeah, maybe even a Vacuum Wave as well.
Yeah, that's really true, Costa. Yeah, there's a lot of priority on that side there. I mean, Sneasel might want to kind of slow things down a little bit with a Protected, get around that Fake Out, but yeah, Talonflame might just go down here.
Yeah, as it seems like just wanting to ensure your board state does prevail. Fake Out going into the Sneasler, and of course, because of the Covert Cloak, the Talonflame always will move. At least try to, if it weren't for the Vacuum Wave KO. Really going to show the dividends as to why having a priority move such as Vacuum Wave on an Assault Vest variant set is so key towards these sort of mid to end game scenarios. Now, Magnus does bring their own Blood Moon, and this does change things.
Yeah, it definitely does here. We don't think we've actually seen the interaction, though, between the two speeds of the Ursalunas, because one player has gotten up tailwind in every sort of situation, but now we've got an equal amount of tailwind turns, and so we might actually finally reveal who is faster as well. And we've also not seen a Terra from Isaac's end either, so we might see that kind of defensive Terra from the Ursaluna come out into that water type to kind of avoid the super effective damage from the Sneasler here, but of course Magnus has already spent it on that Dragonite on turn 1, remember, so it really can't get around the grass type weakness from this Rillaboom, which is incredibly powerful. And of course another thing we might even see is the Terra Grass from the Rillaboom, if we really want to pack a punch with those Grassy Glides.
Yeah, no terrestrialization commit from Isaac's side. This could be quite crucial. Grassy Glide does try to target down the Blood Moon Ursaluna. You can see Magnus's anticipation. What will be the case of the Vacuum Wave? The double up into the Blood Moon. This allows the Sneasler so much room to take advantage of this damage going into the Rillaboom. Not enough to pick up a KO, but the sleep has come out. This will guarantee the Rillaboom cannot move in this turn, and Ursaluna is on its lonesome self right now.
Yeah, it's really not looking good now. Again, this Ursaluna is Assault Vest. It can't protect. So from Magnus's point of view, it's such a safe slot to target into. Rillaboom, as you said, Costa, cannot wake up either. So Magnus also has the Blood Moon move online as well, free to click into now. And even with a defensive Terra from Isaac's end into that Terra Water, I don't know if it's enough.
We're gonna have to find out, and guess what? The time is nigh. Terra Water, Blood Moon. Will you be able to get yourself out of this situation? How much bulk is there to allow you to survive close combat halfway through the Blood Moon's HP? Which Blood Moon will move next? It's going to be the Hyper Voice. The Rillaboom goes down. The Blood Moon over on Isaac's side does survive, but at this point, does it have enough resource to allow Isaac to be crowned the Latin America International Champion? Doesn't seem to be the case. We've got, even though the Blood Moon has been KO'd, Sneasler will be able to outspeed.
There's no chance now for this Ursaluna to be able to outspeed this quick little Sneasler here. It's just going to be one more attack that is needed to KO this Ursaluna. And there it is, Magnus Kjær Andreasen has done it, has defeated Isaac Uni, and is your 2026 Latin America International Champion!
There you have it! Magnus has done it! They are now the champion. They were in the lead before. Of course, they remain to be the same. But what a way to be able to cement yourself into the history books of VGC.
Incredibly well done there. Really came down to the wire, didn't it, in all of those turns. Big congratulations. We see you out there, the family looking so proud as well and so happy, as you should be. But congratulations as well to Isaac Ugi as well. He's come so far and done so amazingly well as well, and should be so, so proud.
Yeah, truly, especially up against Isaac, which has been such a fierce competitor, but also I even dare to say a rival in between both of these trainers. This was the 13th encounter. It seems like Magnus was able to bring it when it was necessary, was able to dispatch of Isaac earlier on in Swiss, was able to do it yet again. Second best of 3 win seems to be the secret recipe of what makes international champions.
Yeah, it was really the battle of the Ursalunas, wasn't it, there too? But interestingly, even though the Ursaluna was taking so much damage on Isaac's end, it was mitigated from the Assault Vessel all the time, but it was in that position where, because of the lack of Protect, Magnus was able to capitalize so heavily with his massive amount of offense from the Life Orb Ursaluna, the Sneasler as well that we saw too. Yeah. And I think that's what really made one of the differences in this final set.
Yeah, it truly did, and that's all it takes. The small, fine line margins to be able to either become a champion or remain a finalist. But huge congratulations, of course, to both of our young trainers. Truly, in the heart, they are both champions, but on paper, Magnus was able to go all the way. And now, as we said, has been able to put their own place and signature into the VGC history books.
Yeah, really fantastic done, honestly. And really cool to see the two teams as well. Like, I'm a little bit sad that Mirko didn't quite make it to the championship, unfortunately, but it remains to be said that like Magnus's team is also like really cool. Yeah. And like also just bringing that Sneasler, even though you kind of really want that Psychic Seed and that Unburden boost, just bringing brought twice without that Indeedee was so innovative and just shows the dynamic like capability of the team and also of the player in Magnus as well to kind of know exactly what you need to bring, and that actually Sneasler's got a lot of benefits on its own without that support. Yeah, and we did see the back and forth reads from both of our trainers, but that of course was the juniors. Now we have got the seniors coming up. It's gonna be none other than Matthew Henry versus Charlie Kim, an Australian representative versus a USA. And what a way to be able to keep all of the hype action going on Championship Sunday. Yeah, so there's your top cut bracket of the senior division here. You see a lot of 2-0s actually, which is really interesting here too. Yeah. But, and like a pretty stacked top cut as well. There's a lot of those players there who've got a lot of regional championship wins and top cuts behind them. But of course, it's going to be only Matthew Henry and Charlie Kim in the final. And it's going to be an interesting one as well, Costa, right? Yeah, exactly. And both of our players had to defeat a defending world champion in order to advance to the finals. Matthew had to get through Kevin Hahn, two-time world champion, once in juniors, as well as the defending seniors world champ, and Charlie had to defeat Luke Witter. What a way to be able to force your way through and prove to be one of the very best for both our trainers. So here's Matthew Henry, and you can see from those accolades that he is one who's very used to playing Pokemon VGC. We've got Brisbane Regional Champion, Melbourne Regional Champion, Perth Regional Champion, and a Brisbane Regional finalist only a few weeks ago as well in the 2026 season. So really is the king of Australia, as it were, in that area. But this is the first time he's gotten this far at the international level, and so he just seems to be just getting even better and better with every time he gets to that stage. Yeah, Matthew being an absolute beast of consistency and truly one of the, I would say, most prominent up-and-coming trainers. Actually has had a fair amount of practice on grassroots-based tournaments, even against Masters Divisions players, and has been able to come out on top. So not surprised to be able to see him at the bigger stage. And now Charlie Kim, his opponent. And yes, your eyes are not deceiving you. Those were the same 6 Pokemon they were. that Matthew had. Yes, we have got a 6th Pokemon mirror here. Ooh. Now, let's just quickly cover those accolades, though, because there's that big 3X there. 3X regional champion that they can't even fit on here. International top 8 3 times. And the Honolulu World's top 8. And if that was enough, also great at the closed team sheet, best of 1, online Grand Challenge 1 champion. Yeah, and both of our trainers did actually, similar to the junior trainers, face against each other earlier on within the last round of Swiss, where we saw Charlie coming out on top with a victory. So, will Charlie be able to make history repeat itself in terms of their matchup and their progress against Matthew in this tournament? Yeah, that remains to be seen here. I imagine it would have been very close given you've got a 6 Pokemon mirror here, but we'll be diving into the team sheets very shortly as well, and there is a couple of differences as well, into like Terra types and things too. But of course, these are two different players as well, so they might be able to play their teams slightly differently into each other. And of course, both players have had a little bit of time to kind of think about this matchup as well, and that might also change things a lot too, depending on the exact differences they may have found between each other's teams when they played earlier. Right. For instance, each Pokemon might be trained slightly differently. One might be a little bit faster, one might be a little bit slower. That can make a really big difference when it comes to either going for Tail Room or, well, Tailwind or Trick Room, basically. Truly. Yes, Tail Room. Yeah, exactly that. Like we said, there's sort of like different sort of branches that you could go down in terms of the flow chart between both our trainers, and there you go. There is Matthew getting all primed and ready. On the left-hand side, we will have Charlie on the right. And at this point, calm, cool, collected. Both of our young trainers. And it sort of tells and shows as to the experience they've been able to generate and pick up through all of the astounding accomplishments they've been able to build up to and gain, leading up to this moment where one of them will be crowned the next Latin America International Champion. Yeah, in Oceania versus the NA region here, so there is going to be a very significant win on the line for both these trainers. They've obviously both already locked up their Worlds invites, having already gotten to the top 4 here, but of course that win is so much sweeter, isn't it? Yeah. You've got so much more prizes and championship points on the line here too, and I'm going to be really hyped to see who is going to be able to take this out, who is going to be able to win the mirror, because then you've got mastery of this whole team as well.
Yeah, exactly that. Who will be the best? Kilowattrel P2 Ursaluna Hisui trainer. We're going to find out shortly, as we do have the 6 on the board right now. Notably, on Matthew's side, we do have the Incineroar having the Terra Water typing, the Golden Go being a Dragon Terra Life Orb, and the Amoonguss being the Water type variants. So these are already the first set of differences between both of our trainers, at least from the optics of Matthew's side.
Yeah, exactly. So we've definitely got a few differences there. And obviously, if you've got that Terra Water on your Incineroar, for instance, you're suddenly wanting to do that a lot more versus, say, something like the Golden Go there, which you can take on Make It Rain, but still be able to take on other moves that could hit your Incineroar for super effective, like the Ursaluna on the other side, for instance. Yeah, you can see this composition has been very popular in other previous tournaments as well, and it's been really able to pop off because you've got that sudden threat of like Incineroar plus Porygon 2 to set up Trick Room. You've got Incineroar plus Kilowattrel to set up Tailwind. Yeah. You can just swap in Ursaluna turn 1, get the Flame Orb activated as soon as someone plays defensive versus your Fake Out, for instance. And then you've just got a Golden Go, which is just an incredible Pokemon, and just really launch those super-powered Make It Rains.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why it's sort of one of the very best and most used Pokemon when it comes to the current regulation set H format, especially because the lower base power threshold in comparison to, sort of like the restricted formats in of themselves. But then over on Charlie's side, we've got the same 6 as we mentioned between both of our trainers, and the differences, as we will be able to feature on the graphic very shortly, will be on those 3 Pokemon yet again.
Yeah, they must be really feeling the pressure at the moment now. So on your right is Charlie's team that you can see here too. Obviously, we know it's the same 6 Pokemon there as well. There's plenty of options there that can be led and that can be put in the back too. I really wonder what sort of prep was kind of behind the scenes, right, leading up to today. The kind of support and the community around these trainers too.
Yeah, and as we can see from Charlie's side, we've got the Ghost Terra option on the Incineroar. The Golden Go has Terra Water instead of Dragon, and has the Agua Berry, not the Life Orb variant. This is the variant that we saw actually go ahead and pick up the Brisbane Regional Championship as well by Unatada, if I'm not mistaken, several weeks ago. And finally, the Amoonguss is Fire Terra rather than Water versus Matthews.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, really big differences, honestly, and they could be so pivotal into this matchup too, particularly having the Terra Water on your Amoonguss there, because there's no grass type like that Rillaboom to kind of really punish a Water Terra, right? The Mirror's obviously got that Kilowattrel, but it's nowhere near as powerful as a Rillaboom boosted by that grassy terrain. So that could be a really nice option here, particularly when looking at all of the Pokemon that don't want to take a Spore, particularly because Charlie's Incineroar, for instance, is Assault Vest, rather than it's that safety goggles that a lot of them run as well. Right. So you've got a really safe target there, especially for one that can't even protect.
Yeah, and like we said, there are fine margins that will be able to make the difference, especially when you're not able to capitalize off of defensive switches that may be forced due to the lack of those protects. But we're getting into the action, folks. Get ready and make some noise. Matthew Henry versus Charlie Kim. One of these trainers will be crowned the champion at the end of this set. Kilowattrel, Golden Go versus Golden Go, and Porygon 2.
Okay, so yeah, Golden Go is a good Pokemon, so let's bring it. But the supporting Pokemon is really key here. So Charlie may be going for more of a Trick Room strategy, possibly Ursaluna in the back, but obviously Matthew is then going with that Kilowattrel, but also probably Ursaluna in the back, as we can see too. Exactly. Often Ursaluna on these teams are trained to be in that kind of middling sort of speed tier, where it can benefit both from Trick Room, but also outspeed a lot of Pokemon once it's got that Tailwind up as well. So Matthew at this point probably doesn't want to go for that tailwind though, because Charlie can easily punish with that Trick Room here. And what we don't know either though is the speed interactions between the two Golden Go, which could be so huge given that both have that Shadow Ball move.
Yeah, especially because Matthew's Golden Go has actually got that Life Orb, which means it's going to be able to offer so much more damage output in comparison to Charlie's, and maybe force Charlie's Golden Go out, which seems to be the case, or at least utilize and burn up the terrestrialization option. But Charlie opting for that Blood Moon Ursaluna being brought in right now in anticipation of a Shadow Ball, which is so crucial and nullifies any sort of movement from that Golden Go as Trick Room has now been set up.
Yeah, an amazing switch in there. That's exactly what you want from your Ursaluna there. You get that switch in, Flamebolt immediately activates, and you've avoided the Intimidate from the Incineroar because the Incineroar came in first too. Now, obviously you're faced with a potential fake out from this point too, but the Ursaluna is Terra Ghost, so it could just go for that move and then attack regardless. And you're facing two Pokemon that are weak to ground at the same time, so just Terra Ghost Earthquake looks really safe right now, and Matthew really has to respect it.
Yeah, and that's why we're going to be seeing the switch in order to be able to preserve that Incineroar for a later Intimidate, but most crucially, allow the Kilowattrel to be able to avoid a ground type move is what I would say, but the Facade focus into the Kilowattrel, maybe anticipating the defensive protect from the Golden Go, which we don't see, and it's just going to be a raw double up. Kilowattrel is already down. Matthew remaining with their 3 pieces, but the Golden Go absolutely brave and bold, going for so much damage onto the Ursaluna, which is so crucial at this stage. Whilst now, even though Matthew's down a Pokemon, you've got that free switch into the Incineroar.
Yeah, you can bring that in indeed, but it looks like the Ursaluna is actually coming in here as well, which I like there, because if you're throwing in Incineroar, you're still playing that mind game as to whether Ursaluna just goes for the Terra Ghost instead and then just attacks anyway. Whereas if you bring in your own Ursaluna, you're kind of maybe saying, right, I might be the slower Ursaluna here actually when Trick Room's up, or at least it's a speed tie and I might try and go for it anyway. But it remains to be seen whether it actually can get off that move, right? It's going to be really dicey. Maybe these players know that speed interaction. We do not at this point. So it could be a very explosive turns once this turn comes out, because there's plenty of turns of Trick Rooms to go. And Matthew's Golden Go is looking very exposed versus this opposing Ursaluna.
Oh, as the Porygon 2 switches out, maybe even revealing the final Pokemon being that Incineroar. You can see the dismay in Matthew's face. The Intimidate does ensure that the Ursaluna from Matthew's side will most likely not even be able to pick up a KO, even if the focus of the Headlong Rush does come out first, ahead of the Ursaluna over on Charlie's side. And basically, a tick for tack for both of our trainers, both Incineroars being brought onto the field in order to be able to mitigate the damage output of the Ursas.
So here's a Terra coming out from the start of this turn, and it is going to be that Ursaluna going for that Terra Ghost to potentially get around any sort of fake out sort of option, but of course also facades that can come out from either of the Ursalunas too. There's no mind's eye on these ones here, but still very good. But it's Headlong Rush instead!
Headlong Rush instead! Not even enough to be able to guarantee a 2-shot at the current point without a burn status. Being applied Facade though, will be so close to picking up the KO. Does the burn do it? No, it doesn't! It survives on a slither of health, and what a way to be able to at least allow yourself a bit more breathing room. But David, let's talk about those speed interactions so far.
Okay, we will, yes. So, yeah, we've seen a lot of interactions here at the moment. So, I believe it was Charlie's Ursaluna that was able to go for that Headlong Rush first within the Trick Room here. And then Matthew's Ursaluna was able to release that Facade that was then able to be survived on the other end. Now, that's not to say that we know that Charlie's Ursaluna is faster for sure. It could still be that speed tie, because this is going to be a perfect speed tier that you want on this team, quite possibly. Yeah. But let's find out. We might find out if things swip around further in this game.
Yeah, and Porygon 2 does have the download ability proc, giving a +1 in its special attack, whilst Charlie finally committing the terrestrialization wants to forego any sort of fake out priority, KOs onto itself. Which bear will move first? We will find out very shortly after this interim fake out that is met with nothing. Headlong Rush picks up the KO into the Incineroar. Charlie has been able to at least guarantee the second KO, which is so crucial in what is a battle of attrition and resources between these two interactions. Headlong Rush, not enough at -1 of its attack to pick off the KO on the Porygon 2, which we know is so bulky with that Eviolite attached to it.
And there's the Flame Orb taking this Ursaluna down on this final turn. But what an amazing Terra Ghost to go for there for Charlie. Great play there, and one that maybe Matthew wasn't expecting there, given the fake out as well. Like, surely, yeah, your Ursaluna's on such low health, it's going to go down anyway. You don't want to spend your Terror on that option, right?
Right.
But we saw how valuable that was. Getting rid of Incineroar, an incredibly supportive piece, was so key instead. But so, Incineroar coming in on the other end as well for Charlie, and that Golden Go as well. Another key piece of information as well, Charlie's Ursaluna still outsped Matthew's Ursaluna for the second time this time. Yep. So is most likely now the faster of the two within those Trick Room scenarios.
Yeah, exactly. And as we can see, Trick Room being such a key component to this matchup, but Charlie does have the advantage in terms of remaining available Pokemon. And at this point, having the damage mitigated of the Ursaluna being so low is so crucial, because most likely the Incineroar can actually survive and maybe be able to pick off or damage incredibly that Golden Go, as we actually see the switch up from Charlie. Porygon 2 being switched out in order to be able to bring that Golden Go out, maybe anticipating the end of the Trick Room turns, but the Incineroar moving first, showing that indeed this may be a bit of a speedy bear to capitalize off of the Tailwind mode, which is so detrimental to this matchup from Matthew.
And there's the Make It Rain from Matthew's end, but that's not the move you want to use right now, especially versus those two targets. That's not doing any damage right now, and it's on its last little stacks of coin legs, and Matthew absolutely knows it. The game one is going to Charlie Kim.
Yeah, what a way to go, notably. And to be completely honest with you, David, it felt like the Kilowattrel essentially put Matthew a bit back in terms of a handicap, I would say, to an extent, because of the fact that it essentially just went down, not only very quickly, but it wasn't able to pay off any sort of oppressive pressure, which you require, especially when going up against a Porygon 2. So it felt like there was just so much more room for Charlie to be able to navigate in this game one.
Yeah, there really was. And like, if you're leading Kilowattrel, you are expecting, or at least you're wanting very much, an Incineroar lead, aren't you? Because that Intimidate comes out, it activates your competitive boost, you've got double special attack, and Kilowattrel is suddenly this really powerful offensive threat. But we saw, even when Matthew was pivoting it out, that Charlie made a really aggressive, really good play of facading and just a normal Terra Blast into that slot as it came in. Yep. So even with the Focus Sash, it just went down so quickly. But yeah, I think you're right, Costa. I don't think it still did a lot there either way. And so we might need to look at Matthew kind of switching up strategies. But what we have seen is that the Ursaluna, from Charlie's point of view, is still most likely faster in that Trick Room. And so very much wants it to get up, because otherwise Matthew's Ursaluna is going to have such a field day.
Do you think there is a case where, because of the mind games of that game one, we actually see Charlie lead with the Incineroar, anticipating the Kilowattrel not coming onto the field in order to be able to capitalize early on?
Well, maybe. And even if you do proc the competitive there, you can still fake out that Kilowattrel if it doesn't go for that Terra. But either way, we are certainly getting to, but there it is.
Okay.
Matthew is sticking with that Kilowattrel, but switching up to the Ursaluna instead. And it's that Porygon 2 and Golden Go for Charlie.
Yeah, and it does seem like the Porygon 2 has been able to get that proc in the download ability, giving it +1 in its special attack, making it so much more of an oppressive threat.
Yeah, really good catch there, especially versus that Ursaluna that's got a really big defense, much more likely to get that special attack boost instead. So Matthews, though, is saying, right, that's definitely going to be worth it, because now with an Ursaluna lead, yes, Flame Orb's not activated, but it's threatening a lot of damage, especially into that Golden Go.
Yeah, which does switch out in favor of the Ursaluna. Clearly, Charlie opting to go for the Trick Room mode, as it has so much advantage, whilst also being able to bring the Ursaluna in parallel to proc the Flame Orb, give it the guts boosted damage that it needs. But the Terastallization already prematurely coming out from Matthew's side, wanting to make sure you go full offensive and do not fall susceptible to a Terra fighting commit from the Porygon 2, especially because of the download boost, whilst Kilowattrel actually going for the protect. This may well just be a Trick Room being set up from Charlie at the cost of not as much damage being dealt on either side of the field, and Charlie's been able to do just that. And I would even have argued, could there have been a scenario where Matthew, in order to respect the Porygon 2, going for the Air Slash and maybe even trying to buy for a flinch?
Yeah, I think that was definitely a missed opportunity there for Matthew to kind of really capitalize on what Charlie wants to do and what Charlie wanted to do in game 1, right, which was set Trick Room. And Charlie's yet again been able to get in Ursaluna for the maximum amount of turns in Trick Room with the Flame Orb activated and with very minimal damage taken as well. So yeah, a really great position. Unfortunately, Matthew missing opportunity to capitalize there. So yeah, it's Matthew on the defensive yet again here, but we're still in Ursaluna, there's still a way here, and it's not intimidated yet either.
Yeah, unlike Charlie's Ursaluna, which is due to the Incineroar now making its way through onto the field. It's going to have Fake Out available in the subsequent turn as Facade. Not quite enough to pick up the KO at -1, but guess what is the Terra Blast connect of the double into the Incineroar. Already such a pivotal Pokemon, now out yet again for Matthew. Game 2 is not looking that tight right now. However, the headlong rush commit into the Ursaluna does give Matthew a bit more of a leeway in terms of now being the dominant Ursaluna that can outspeed Charlie's Pokemon, excluding what we saw that interaction in game 1, the Incineroar.
Yeah, good catch there, Costa. Yeah, this Incineroar still is very much a threat here, and with that knockoff now being super effective versus that Ursaluna, it's going to deal a lot of damage. Not quite get the KO, because Ursaluna is just a very bulky Pokemon, but still a critical one. And now Kilowattrel also coming in at quite the right time. Well, the Trick Room's up, so maybe not the exact right time, but Focus Sash is still intact here. So, yeah, you could say go for a double Protect here, stall out a few more turns of Tailwind, stall out your Fake Out as well. And the worst that Charlie can do here is maybe recover the rest of that HP on Porygon 2, which you're not too worried about. Right. Or maybe switch into that Golden Go as well, which is then most likely then going to outspeed the Ursaluna outside of Trick Room, but we're still in Trick Room.
Yeah, as the Ursaluna, respecting the double up into its slot, goes for the Protect, as understandably the knockoff will want to try to target it down and deal as much damage as it can at neutral. Ice Beam will not only break the Focus Sash of the Kilowattrel, brings it down to a 1 hit point scenario. It doesn't look like there is a proc of a freeze, which means Kilowattrel goes for the Thunderbolt into the Porygon 2. Because of how bulky this Pokemon is going to be able to take that hit even at +2 of special attack.
So 2 more turns of Trick Room left. And yeah, Kilowattrel is so far the one sweeping in Trick Room, unusually at the moment. But yeah, if Matthew can really get around the rest of these last 2 turns, maybe protect, maybe keep it safe for 1 more turn, it can then really thrive once Trick Room has expired here. Now, going to the next turn, if Ursaluna is able to survive a double up from this Porygon 2, which it might be able to here, given that its only offense is that Ice Beam plus that knockoff, it can deal so much damage. But with that special attack boost that you pointed out earlier, Costa, it might still be enough with that double up, and Charlie might be going for that play this turn.
Oh, this is gonna be close, folks. Every single mind game right now is at play and so crucial. Charlie trying to fight for that position of getting crowned the title champ right now. Matthew trying to stay in this set and force a game 3. Knockoff goes into the Golden Go, doesn't quite pick up a KO, and will at least act as some sort of sponge to be able to take the double up there. 10 hit point survival, as it seems like the turns of Trick Room are really reaching the point where they're not going to be able to sustain Charlie's speed control mode.
Now we're in the last turn of Trick Room now, and Matthew has like a genuine chance to just kind of protect this Golden Go, as we can see, and then fire off an attack with that Kilowattrel, and then Ursaluna comes in and then outspeeds both the Incineroar and the Porygon 2, being able to dish out a lot of damage. But of course, Charlie needs to now respect the fact that he's got a Golden Go still in the back that he can really utilize once Trick Room does expire. But again, what are the speed interactions between the 2 Golden Goes? We still don't know that.
We do not, as the knockoff will ensure the KO onto the Kilowattrel, but at least what Matthew was looking for is the opportunity to not only have the Golden Go on the field outside of Trick Room, but also most crucially that Ursaluna, which at least we've been able to confirm is faster outside of Trick Room conditions in comparison to Charlie's Incineroar, whilst Golden Go surely should be able to pick up a KO onto the Porygon 2 at this range and not get self-KO'd because the Life Orb was knocked off previously.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a really nice play down, a really good touch. So Charlie is now in this weird position where you really want Trick Room to go up again, but yeah, you're so low HP here. And yeah, Matthew unleashing that Naked Rain is definitely going to be enough for this Porygon 2 to go down.
Here we go. Headlong Rush is all you need to be able to go through, pick up the KO onto this Incineroar, and hope there still is room for you to be able to bring this back. Not even Headlong Headlong Rush is required here. Such a well-advanced play from Matthew's side, guaranteeing not only the KO, but not allowing the drop in your special defense, which is so crucial up against the final boss in order to try to break your way through to Game 3, Golden Go.
Yeah, there's the Golden Go now. Yeah, you can just really safely kind of go for that ground move there and just really kind of like make a lot of damage come out at this point. We see Matthew capitalizing on a potential protect play as well from Charlie too. So yeah, you can just kind of go for that nasty plot, start boosting up really nicely. You can see Charlie kind of looking a little bit perturbed by this game as well and thinking about that Game 3 potentially here. But first, there is that Terra first of all. We still need to contend with that. It's going to be the Terra Water here, and so high horsepower, or the Headlong Rush rather, even more powerful of a move, might not get the KO here, but you're unintimidated, and let's be honest, it's an Ursaluna Hisuian.
And I am curious to see if we are going to actually see a commit of the Facade, maybe to try to ensure the KO. Shadow Ball, of course, will be able to not only move first from Charlie's side, but pick up the Golden Go. Question is, Matthew, what have you connected with? You have committed with the Headlong Rush. It is enough to pick up the KO! Matthew is in with one final opportunity, forcing the Game 3. The match is still on and up for grabs between both our senior trainers.
Massive congrats to Matthew to kind of really bring that back there, and he's got so much support it looks like as well in the crowd. We see we're really rooting for both of these trainers right now. They are putting everything they have got into this right now and so want that title. Now, we're of course going into our Game 3, and this could well be a Game 6 between these two so far this weekend as well. So much back and forward too. But we did see there how Charlie's still trying to commit to that Trick Room mode, but Matthew just responded a little bit better there, playing a little bit more aggressive actually with his own Ursaluna, leading it, just attacking as well, and it really paid off.
Yeah, and not only that, the fact that he was able to preserve the Kilowatt Roll under Trick Room conditions, which on a regular day-to-day basis should not be possible, but enough to be able to put the Porygon 2 within range of a KO with the Ursaluna later on, or even the Golden Go, should I say, once Trick Room expired.
Yeah, exactly, and yeah, really key kind of speed interactions that we've seen throughout this game too.
Hey.
So, yeah, nice. Yeah, there we go.
Well played,
very well
sportsmanship.
coordinated. Yeah, love that. Love to see that. So, going into this Game 3 here, we've got to think about any potential adaptations. But first of all, let's hear it for your two finalists in the seniors division, Charlie Kim versus Matthew Henry. Let's get into it.
As we see Incineroar, Porygon 2 now being led by Matthew's side. Interactions, we've got the attack boost of the Porygon 2 from Matthew's end versus the Golden Go and Porygon 2 from Charlie's. So quite a big change from Matthew.
Yeah, definitely a big one here. So maybe just wanted to go for that Porygon 2, which is just a nice bulky Pokemon, right? And can maybe even have an option to reverse a Trick Room that Charlie might then want to set up. But given the leads at the moment, Matthew might want that Trick Room instead here, and we can see him locking into it too.
Yeah, and that will prove to be quite crucial, especially because of the interactions. As we said, Charlie has usually been trying to opt for the Trick Room, so this could have even been a scenario where Matthew could have considered reversing the Trick Room upon the Trick Room, but Charlie opting to go for the setup right now. Nasty plot, and we know this set is so bulky when it comes to its defenses. Having the Agua Berry, wanting to be able to capitalize off of it, even at the cost of not having the additional damage output, which at this point, Nasty Plot plus 2 special attack is so powerful on the Golden Go. And we have the Ursaluna Hisui on the field, now actually absolutely flipping the board states onto their head versus Charlie's strategy from Game 1, Game 2. Now Matthew saying, you know what? I want it for Game 3.
Yeah, exactly. Getting that Ursaluna in on turn 1 of Trick Room, Flame Orb activated, not intimidated. Yeah, absolutely perfect conditions for Matthew right now, especially when Charlie's really committed into that Golden Go now, trying to set it up with that Nasty Plot. And we even know that if this Golden Go goes for a Terra, it can still get KO to a Headlong Rush.
Ooh, maybe considering the switch in there, trying to go for the read. Critical hit picked up on Assault Vest can actually add up in terms of the resource availability of the HP. But U-turn into Porygon 2, as we said, any little chip damage does count, and may even have to force the Porygon 2 to go for a recover in the future turns. Headlong Rush goes into the Golden Go though. There was no terrestrialization, no switch. That is a raw KO, and Charlie already down trying to go for the read there and anticipating Matthew to respect Charlie's anticipation of the board state.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate turn for Charlie there. Maybe just hoping that Matthew kind of overextends and just expects that protect and goes into the other slot. But at least Charlie has now brought in this Ursaluna, which seems to be most likely the slower of the two Ursalunas. We've got 3 more turns of Trick Room as well, so Charlie still has plenty of opportunity to start really ripping in with that damage, with those facades, with those headlong rushes as well. Now, Matthew does have that Incineroar in the back, though, that would really love to come in at some point to lower the attack of that Ursaluna and start mitigating the damage that this Ursaluna can do. So yeah, we see that little target over there. It's a really nice option too. You can then switch out your Ursaluna as well, which has got the defense drops from the previous headlong rush. It's a really nice safe play.
And given the fact that Charlie's already a Pokemon down, it just forces Matthew to be in such an advantage in terms of board states that we saw Charlie was in Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, absolutely good point there too. And I mean, it's like a really sort of flip around, isn't it, for this Game 3, which we love to see as well. So there's that Ursaluna switching out to the Incineroar, but if there's a headlong rush from Charlie, it could still go down.
Yeah, Charlie's going to have to try to commit with a potential read here as Porygon 2, like we said, it's just so bulky on either side. It allows so much more longevity options, especially with that self-recovery option, if it truly wants to try to extend the game in order to be able to round off the game for a win condition of their trainers. But the terrestrialization commitment of the ghost typing from Charlie's side, Facade into the Porygon 2, clearly trying to go on the offensive, respecting the Ice Beam and not wanting to get down any sort of range for a KO pickup and Terra Blast. This is hitting same type attack bonus hard in terms of, you know, how much you can whittle it down.
So we can see maybe Charlie trying to predict that protect maybe from the Ursaluna from Matthew on the previous turn, maybe recognizing I'm a Pokemon down, I need to be making some plays here. So targeting to that Porygon 2, which cannot protect, deal as much damage as possible. But we've seen it be able to hang on now, which is really critical as well. So it could be that this Porygon 2 can just recover up as well, given any sort of chance. And now Matthew has fake out advantage, potentially to U-turn, keep pivoting out as well, because it's in now probably Matthew's interest to stall out this Trick Room.
Oh, as the fake out will connect, of course, into the Porygon 2. Headlong Rush is enough to pick up the KO onto the Incineroar. Charlie is actually trying to find a way through to break Matthew's composition. Finally getting rid of Incineroar is so key in order to be able to forego any sort of drops in the future of Intimidate. Ice Beam will now bring the Ursaluna down to half. No status condition due to, of course, the burn via the Flame Orb. But now, Matthew has been able to bring in their own Ursaluna. There was no Terra fighting commit of the Porygon 2s before. Could we potentially see one now?
Yeah, potentially as well on this side, but you got to argue though, like this Ursaluna on Charlie's end is not looking that offensive either at the moment. It's got his defenses dropped too. It's really in that position where, again, Incineroar wants to switch in. And that's where Matthew can try and capitalize with that headlong rush yet again. If he can call the slot where it's coming in, it's going to go down completely, and that means no fake out for the future of this game.
Oh, let's see if Matthew's going to be able to find the slots in order to be able to potentially lock up this game. Ursaluna now down to -1 of its attack. Matthew connecting with the terrestrialization. Ghost type Ursaluna from one trainer to another. Let's see. Where are you going to focus, Matthew? Could this be a winning turn play? Terra Blast into the Porygon 2 from Charlie's side. Might even try to double up into that slot. Now, the Porygon 2 not actually picking up the KO. 3 hit point survival. Facade will deal so much damage because it's a critical hit, putting Matthew so far ahead right now. 2 more Pokemon remain on Charlie's side versus Matthew's 3 as Trick Room does now expire.
Huge momentum swing there for Matthew. That Trick Room is now expired. We know that Matthew's Ursaluna is now naturally speedier than the Incineroar on Charlie's end, and the Ursaluna there too. It's just a headlong rush into that Incineroar and an attack from this Porygon 2, and Matthew still has an unrevealed Pokemon in the bag.
Here we go, headlong rush into the Incineroar, picks up the KO. Matthew is feeling so joyous right now. We've got a scenario where he may just well be wrapping up this game. Ursaluna on its own from Charlie's side. The Porygon 2 moves first. It's able to recover half of its HP. Has the Headlong Rush. Is it enough to pick up KO? It is, because no Intimidate was on the field. Hits neutral, hits so powerful. But Matthew, one Pokemon remaining in the back, unrevealed.
But yet another time, Matthew's Ursaluna has outsped this Charlie's Ursaluna. It is most likely the faster of the two. I'd say most likely, it still could be a speed type, we don't know. Maybe these traders do, but either way, Golden Go is on the field now. It can offer those Shadow Balls and lock this game.
As Golden Go makes it rain, Matthew is now crowned your 2026 Latin America International Champion.
Wow. Huge congratulations to Matthew Henry. What a comeback. After taking one game loss after that first game, it seemed like his back was against the wall and it was going to be over. But he was able to capitalize on that defensive play, positioning that Ursaluna of his in such masterful fashion and claiming the title.
What a way to go up and do what you have set out to do at the start of this tournament. Everyone has the hope of becoming the champion. Matthew has been able to accomplish that goal, that dream, paying off all of the consistency that he's been building up. He is now the champion of LAIC. What a way to go about it. Huge congratulations, commiserations to Charlie, but Matthew, this is your moment. And what a way to go about it.
Huge congratulations. Yeah, oh my goodness. That's so well played. And Matthew hasn't even top cut an international yet, let alone won one as well. Whereas Charlie has multiple times made it into that top cut, not quite making that win just yet, but has still bettered their chances. They have been improved on their multiple top 8s at NAIC and EUIC last season.
Yeah, and it's just the constant back and forth between both of these trainers has been incredible with the strategies, with the modes that they want to apply. Killer Watch being brought in game 1 and game 2, but then opted out of game 3. And Matthew saying, you know what, I want to take the initiative. I want to take the advantage of the trick room conditions and catching Charlie off guard in a couple of turns there. Obviously, as we said, the critical hit was quite crucial in order to wrap up this game, guarantee the KO onto the Porygon 2, but you need to be able to put yourself in that position in order to be able to get that result.
Yeah, 100% there, yeah. So many great plays there. People sticking with their guns as well as to what Pokemon they wanted to bring to. Like, we had still the Killer Watch kind of pivot for Matthew in a couple of those games, but then getting back to that Porygon 2 in that final set as well, able to kind of position that amazing duck into the position where it could just sponge up those attacks and help stall out those turns of Trick Room to be able to capitalize at the end with that Golden Go.
Yeah, and both of our trainers always committing to that Terra Ghost of the Ursaluna, identifying that is such a key piece to their strategies. And yeah, it was absolutely incredible between both of these trainers that, as we've said, have proven time and time again they are capable of greatness, now being able to prove it on the biggest stage.
Incredible work, honestly. Really incredible action that we've seen so far. But of course, it's not over yet. We've had our juniors, we've had our seniors, and of course, it's time now for our masters. So, before we get into it, grab a drink or something because you need to be ready for this match.
Let's go, we've been waiting all year and we're so ready for We got some new tricks up our sleeves. Let's give them something to remember. We can give it all that we got tonight. We're not going home till we win the fight. So let's put on a show.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to Matthew Henry, who has just become our international champion in the seniors division. But if you could not hear the crowd at home, we could hear it backstage. Everyone is ready for this Masters Division Finals.
I believe that was probably Juan Salerno's brother leading the crowd in a chant to send him his energy. But you know that waking up bright and early over in Japan, Yunaki Mugawa's fans are also going to be cheering him on, and they have had quite the road to get here to this incredible Masters Finals. And if you have missed any of these matches after this finals, check out youtube.com/Pokemon for the past broadcast so you can catch up on all the action. But for now, there are only 2 trainers remaining in our quest to crown our next Masters International Champion.
Yeah, and 2 well-deserving finalists we have indeed in Juan Salerno from Argentina and Yuma Kinugawa from Japan. I got a chance to catch up with both of our trainers before this event, and both of them are so excited by the prospect of becoming an international champion. Juan shared with me the moment back in 2018 when he watched Paul Ruiz become a world champion in my home city of Nashville, Tennessee, thinking to himself, I want to be the first person to ever win an international championships for Latin America. Right then and there, 7 years later, he's got a shot.
And he has a great shot with the team that he's bringing with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, Incineroar, Sneasler, Rillaboom, Dragonite, and Gholdengo. All of these Pokemon are tried and true throughout the Regulation H format. Now, going up against an incredible competitor like Yuma Kinugawa, he's going to have to lean heavily on the Dragonite, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and that Sneasler in particular, because so many of his Pokemon are weak to that incredible Sun mode that Yuma Kinugawa has. But Juan Salerno has his entire country cheering for him, and he has some incredible friends who helped him prepare all last night for this tournament. If anybody can bring the title home for LATAM, it's Juan Salerno.
Yeah, in fact, only 2 people have ever won an international championship in any age division for Latin America, and one of them, the very first person to do it, was none other than Juan Salerno himself.
And here's a fun trivia fact for you all as well. That was back in Oceania. He's wearing the same t-shirt he won that day, hoping to carry that luck forward.
Well, he is going to be an incredibly difficult trainer to beat, and someone that we have been seeing all over the globe compete. He traveled to Europe, competed in 2 European regionals just in the last month. Got top 4 at Gdansk, and he went there because he wanted to compete with the best of the best. And he knew he needed to keep his chops up if he was going to compete here in the international championships for the title.
It's incredible that you mentioned that, because our other finalist, Yuma Kinugawa, has also been on an international quest, not just to become the next international champion, but to become the next world champion, competing just last week in Las Vegas at a regionals championship, and I think planning his trip across the globe to prepare for Worlds this upcoming summer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yuma Kinugawa told me that his goal this season is to win the World Championships, and he is the 2025 Japanese national champion, and he told me it feels unreal to be here in the finals of the international championships in the same calendar year as the time he became the Japanese national champion. But he also told us he was inspired by the words of one of his friends who told him and wrote out there on a blog post that shared with the Japanese community that if you truly want to win, you have to be willing to put in the time and the effort and face uncomfortable choices. And that is exactly what Kinugawa has been doing all season long, and it has gotten him here in the finals.
And with an incredibly built team, perfect for the meta game this weekend. We've seen this Whimsicott with the Prankster ability and Sunny Day change the tides of the match time and time again, allowing the Hisuian Typhlosion to go on the offense with some incredibly powerful eruptions. But in this matchup against Juan Salerno, even though the Typhlosion is an incredibly scary Pokemon for a majority of his team, I think it's actually going to be the Ursaluna Blood Moon that is going to be the scariest Pokemon for Yuma Kinugawa to yield. Blood Moon, Life Orb, Terra type of normal. If you get all 3 of those lined up together, Juan's Pokemon are going to be knocked out in almost a single hit. We saw just how much damage it did throughout the tournament yesterday. Yuma Kinugawa has to prioritize landing those big hits early and fast and just not give Juan time to adapt. Because when Juan is given time to adapt, he finds ways to succeed.
Absolutely. This is a competitor and a player who is absolutely able to adapt on the fly. And that is exactly what this balance team that Juan is running excels at. It can always find itself in a good position or come back from a bad one just by punishing a single mistake, a positioning mistake by the opponent, and then rearranging your Pokemon so you get right there in the driver's seat. And here we go, turn one, game one, Masters Finals here in Latin America. Juan Salerno on the bottom of your screen and Yuma Kinugawa on the top. And there is the Incineroar and Ursaluna Blood Moon for Yuma, and the Ursaluna Blood Moon and Dragonite for Juan.
And we already have the two Ursaluna Blood Moons staring each other down now. Yuma Kinugawa's Ursaluna Blood Moon, again, Life Orb, Terra type of normal. It's going to be dealing so much damage compared to the opposing one, but I'm very curious about how they're about to match up.
Yeah, both of these Pokemon on the field, we know that these Pokemon have the same speed type stat. That means that there will be a coin flip to decide which of those Pokemon will move first. That's why you can see that Juan and Yuma are switching their Pokemon art here to reposition and gain an upper hand. Rillaboom out on the field now, and Kinugawa will be bringing in the Whimsicott. With that Protect and Whimsicott alongside of the Ursaluna, there's a possibility for Yuma Kinugawa to take control of the speed.
And that will be completely negated by the fact that Juan has brought a fake out user onto the field alongside of his Ursaluna. The Whimsicott on Yuma Kinugawa's side of the field does not hold a Covert Cloak. It's going to be a Babbery Berry, which means it will be able to be flinched, which means Tailwind can be stopped. And now also that the grassy terrain is set up on the field, we see that Juan Salerno brought his own Sneasler in the back. So this is the perfect situation for him to start pivoting these Pokemon around to look for an opportunity to go on the offense.
Yeah, both of these players are trying to reposition their Tailwind setters so that they can finally get control of the game, but it's actually a Farigiraf coming out from Yuma Kinugawa's side that will prevent any priority moves from going into effect. And the Ursaluna will switch out from Juan for the Sneasler, activate that Grassy Seed to boost its defense, but more importantly, activate the Unburden, so it will now be the fastest thing in the game. And here it comes. That's a big terrestrialization. The Kinugawa special Terra Normal on the Ursaluna Blood Moon.
And if this is a Blood Moon being used by this Ursaluna, one of these Pokemon is probably going down.
Yeah, no fake out, not with the Giraffe on the field. Unfortunately for you.
There it is.
Blood Moon rising, targeting down that Rillaboom. Oh, the Sneasler on the switch, and it goes down immediately. That is the biggest threat offensively and speed-wise on Juan Salerno's team, and a pull has been poked through immediately by Kinugawa.
That close combat Sneasler had would have threatened the Incineroar and that Ursaluna Blood Moon immensely, but now it is gone. Juan does have the opportunity to bring his own Ursaluna Blood Moon back out onto the field, and there is no second turn of Blood Moon. You have to wait one more turn, but still, you can still take so much damage from a Hyper Voice here. Juan Salerno has to find the opportunity to get some momentum back.
Kinugawa has had the Farigiraf do exactly what it needed to do. It blocked a singular fake out and allowed him to take a KO. So now the Incineroar will switch in to limit the offensive power of the Rillaboom on Juan Salerno's side. And just a nice little passive turn here. Kinugawa going for the Protect.
Exactly. With the Intimidate and with the loss of the ground typing on the opposing Ursaluna, Woodhammer would not have knocked out anyways, but why not keep full health if you can?
Yeah, and also the Earth Power into the Protect. Kinugawa gets both attacks whipped into the Protect on that Ursaluna.
Yuma Kinugawa just very calm and collected. It seems like he's been reading Juan Salerno like a book. One step ahead, has Blood Moon available to him once again. The big question is, will he be able to land it against Juan's own Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is the big offensive threat remaining on the opposing side of the field. Juan could switch his Ursaluna out, but that's going to be such a huge cost to pay.
All right, the fake out connects onto Rillaboom on Juan Salerno's side, and the Blood Moon Ursaluna for Kinugawa will go first. There's the Blood Moon into Rillaboom, and you know when the Blood Moon rises, a Pokemon falls.
So Yuma Kinugawa getting the speed tie that turn, but this does mean that Juan Salerno's own Ursaluna is firing off its own Blood Moon.
Oh, but it just barely fails to pick up the KO, and that is the difference between the Life Orb and the Leftovers right there, folks.
It's also that normal type terrestrialization as well. Juan Salerno opting to just invest a little bit more in bulk, which in your average matchup is very consistent, but Yuma Kinugawa's team is just so oppressive in its offense.
I just can't believe this Pokemon is still on the field. The Ursaluna Blood Moon has been there from turn 1, just punching holes into Juan's team.
Juan does have the opportunity now to try and set up some speed control on the field, but now there's Whimsicott here to match it.
Yeah, Whimsicott will be totally able to set a tailwind of its own. But there's the scale shot into the Whimsicott, the fairy typing blocking all damage from that Dragonite. And in fact, that Dragonite cannot touch Whimsicott.
Exactly. I think Juan making a very smart call there, knowing that speed control would not necessarily bail him out of this position, hoping to catch that Incineroar by surprise. Unfortunately, though, Whimsicott more than happy to take an Earth Power, definitely happy to take a Scale Shot, and now with its access to Prankster Tailwind, or maybe even Prankster Encore in this situation, Yuma Kinugawa should have the ability to once again go for one of those critical Blood Moons if that is what he chooses.
Yeah, and Juan right now really needs to be thinking about what went wrong in this first game if he's going to force a third 3-game set here in our international championships, because things have just gone horribly wrong, starting from the moment that Farigiraf switched in to block that fake out.
I think bringing the Farigiraf was a bit of a surprise for Juan, because we've seen the Farigiraf be used mostly as a Trick Room setter for Yuma Kinugawa in past matches, but in this matchup, it's just been a fake-out stopper.
Okay, 3 Blood Moons is that 3 KOs into the opposing Ursaluna. You already know. 3 for 3 on Kinugawa's Blood Moon Ursaluna.
It is just going to be that Dragonite remaining on the field for Juan Salerno, and it does find a target to finally take that Blood Moon Ursaluna down, but
Salute, Ursaluna.
It has done its job. It has certainly taken plenty of knockouts to earn its own rest until the next game.
Absolutely. Ursaluna Blood Moon in the back, resting up for game 2 right now, will allow this Whimsicott and the Incineroar and Farigiraf to finish this off. Now, like I mentioned, this Dragonite literally has no way to damage the Whimsicott. So right now, Juan is going to be using all of this time, if he does decide to keep playing through the match, to think about the next game.
Well, it looks like he considered not utilizing the time, but we are going to take a moment here to play through a couple of turns. And I'm really glad you brought that up, because you're absolutely right. That turn 1, the Farigiraf switching in to block the fake out was just a critical miss for Juan Salerno. So going into game number 2, you want to think of ways that you can avoid putting yourself in a position where a single missed fake out is enough to turn the tides. You do have Protect on your Sneasler. If you think about it, the Sneasler got caught on the switch-in as well, and that was absolutely detrimental. So you could try switching up your leads. Maybe Rillaboom next to Sneasler will buy you a little bit more time. You can also threaten a fake out directly to the Whimsicott, and if that does not work out, you can go just straight for an Acrobatics at that point for some big damage. But you're gonna have to do something completely different, because Yuma Kinugawa was just one step ahead every turn of that match.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Once Kinugawa got an advantage, he pressed it the entire way, and there are options there. Juan did have an opportunity to protect that herb, otherwise not let that Sneasler fall the moment it showed up on the field, and Kinugawa just went for some amazing aggressive offensive plays, and that's why Kinugawa has been one of the most exciting players to watch, and why I've been so thrilled to see him competing in our circuit.
And I also think he has this incredible ability of knowing when to go on aggressive offense offense versus when to play it very slow and defensively. Because if you look at the Incineroar and the Farigiraf he brought to that match, those Pokemon can really slow the pace of play down. But I think we're jumping straight into game number 2.
Yep, we are absolutely jumping into game number 2, and there is a big adjustment Juan has shown in the back. Seeing the 4 Pokemon that Kinugawa decided to bring in game 1, Golden Go, which otherwise would be scared off by the Typhlosion, has made an appearance.
You know, Golden Go is such a great adaptation as long as you are positive there is no Typhlosion in play. I do think that Juan can save the Terastallization at least for that Golden Go. It was something that he did not have a chance to utilize previously in the game. So if you're able to get it out on the field and maybe sneak in a Nasty Plot or 2, you can match some of the aggression that your opponent has. But it could potentially take a significant amount of damage on this switch. This is a risky play.
The risky play and the big shakeup from Juan Salerno as a Terastallization is going to come through from Kinugawa. You already know, Terra Normal on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Now the Golden Go at least can resist the damage of normal type attacks, but it does not get to be immune to them because of the Ursaluna's ability, and the fake out this time connects onto the Dragonite, and here it comes, another Blood Moon. Is it going to be 4 for 4, Kinugawa?
All right, it's actually going to connect with that Golden Go, but it brings it down into the red.
No way, that's so much damage. Golden Go just barely hanging on there, but the Golden Go has gotten in, and it is fully capable of threatening big damage back itself.
And it should be a little bit faster, especially knowing that Dragonite now has the opportunity to set up Tailwind for its partner. You're going to struggle to find some damage here, and I do think that it protects this turn to feel out what Yuma's doing here would be important, and I think that's exactly why we see the Whimsicott. You have to threaten to match Tailwind.
Oh, take a look at that, a throwback. The Babiri Berry being eaten by the Whimsicott on the switch-in allows it to remove its steel-type weakness for 1 turn and 1 turn only, but that is all Kinugawa needs, as the Scale Shot is not going to deal any damage into that fairy typing.
All right, Incineroar has 1 opportunity to attack here and will Parting Shot, giving Yuma Kinugawa yet another opportunity to pivot.
Yeah, another opportunity to pivot. You could just bring in the Blood Moon Ursaluna once again and have the Tailwind pressure, or even just go on the offense with the Moonblast from Whimsicott. I think Juan was trying to scope out how much damage that Moonblast was going to do at the end of that first game, and let's see if that helps.
Well, this is also a risky play now that he's considering. I saw him just hover over the Steel-type Terastallization on the Dragonite, which would certainly help it take a huge Blood Moon, but then make it very susceptible to an Earth Power in future turns. You're making an investment here 1 turn, trying to ensure that Golden Go gets 1 more opportunity to attack, but will it be enough to change the tides? I'm not quite sure, as Ursaluna will then be free to just do whatever it wants.
Well, that is the Terastallization coming through from the Dragonite. The Steel typing will allow it to resist the Fairy type Moonblast and any normal type attacks from the Ursaluna on Kinugawa's side. But look, resisting attacks is good, but ask your buddy Golden Go how that went for it when it switched in on the Blood Moon.
There's the Tailwind, though, from Whimsicott, ensuring that the Blood Moon Ursaluna will be moving first, and this time it is going to be a Hyper Voice.
A Hyper Voice will connect only onto the Dragonite because of the Protect from the Golden Go. Vaughn making the correct call there to know that could not guarantee the safety of that Pokemon as Tailwind goes up because of Whimsicott's Prankster ability.
And the nice thing is that because the Tailwinds are matched, Whimsicott will not be able to take down the Dragonite, but Whimsicott could Encore the Dragonite into Tailwind, which would also similarly shut it down. Juan needs to find a way to either let this Dragonite switch out and get something safely in, or otherwise just let it go down at this point in time so that whatever does come in can take advantage of the fact that the speeds are even once again. But Yuma Kinugawa, sensing that the Ursaluna Blood Moon is now in danger, will send in his own Incineroar to get an Intimidate down on the field and otherwise just make things that much harder for Juan.
Yeah, very good Intimidate here. Here comes the Make It Rain, faster than the Whimsicott, so the Whimsicott now does go down. That will drop the special attack of the Golden Go, but Juan made an incredibly heads-up play here. Instead of going on the offensive, we'll be going, oh, but the Life Orb, actually Recoil will delete the Golden Go.
That was such a good call there because he used Haze, which had the Golden Go stuck around, it would have reset the special attack drops. You also drop your own Intimidate at least, so you have that benefit, but overall, I think getting another Make It Rain there without those special attack drops was the intended goal.
Yeah, but at least getting the 2 attack drops off from the Dragonite with that Incineroar on the switch-in means that this Dragonite now is going to be able to deal real damage to any Pokemon remaining, especially now that that pesky little Whimsicott has been removed from the field.
I think Juan's really stressing out about this decision on who to send in, as you do still have your own Ursaluna Blood Moon, which does have the ability to deal a decent amount of damage, but here is another adaptation from Kinugawa. It's gonna be the Flamigo.
Everybody's amigo Flamigo is out on the field now, and that is the other way you can punish that steel terrestrialization on Dragonite with the fighting type attacks coming out from the Flamigo, which doesn't care about Intimidate because of that scrappy ability.
It doesn't care about the Intimidate. It's more than happy to use Detect for a turn to block a turn of Fake Out, and I think most importantly of all of those things, it's naturally fast and it's so powerful, it's gonna be able to knock out of, honestly, probably all of Juan's Pokemon at this point in time. It's very unfortunate that he locked in that Steel-type Terrestrialization, because had he saved it for the Water typing on that Ursaluna Blood Moon, he would be in such a better position.
Oh, this Flamigo is about to be a main attraction, the leading actor, the star itself, threatening super effective damage on all 3 Pokemon remaining on Juan's side. That's going to be a protect from the Dragonite to avoid the first close combat, but going to be risky to do it the next time around.
And it looks like Incineroar did attack into that Dragonite as well, and Juan was able to sneak the Ursaluna Blood Moon onto the field for free, but that can't be something that's going to last for a long time. It's great that Juan was able to call that protect that previous turn. It did open things up for him once again, but now both of these Pokemon are susceptible to the attacks from the Flamigo. The speed is still also relatively similar. You know, there's no Tailwind staggered on the field just yet, so the Ursaluna is going to be stuck slower, and as long as Yuma Kinugawa targets down this Dragonite with a close combat to stop a Tailwind, things are going to be tricky.
Things are getting real dire for Juan Salerno as we head into the end game here, and Kinugawa can taste it. The victory, the one step below the World Championships that he is seeking this season. The Earth Power will connect onto the Incineroar and knock that Pokemon out, bringing both players down to their final 2. Now, this is going to be the Ursaluna Blood Moon for Kinugawa alongside the Flamigo, and the Incineroar alongside the Ursaluna Blood Moon for Juan. But Juan does have Fake Out pressure here, likely just going to do, all that's going to accomplish is create a double protect situation.
It's going to create a double protect situation. I absolutely agree. And then after that, we're once again in this weird position where we know that the Flamigo is the fastest thing on the field, probably going to try and target down the Ursaluna Blood Moon. And then you have Yuma Kinugawa's own Ursaluna Blood Moon with that Earth Power to target down the Incineroar. Juan has to think of something to catch his opponent off guard this turn if he can find his way back into this match.
This is going to be it for Juan. Can he mix up Kinugawa here and seize victory from the jaws of defeat here? That's going to be a detect.
He called it!
The Flamigo.
He called it!
Juan called that the Flamigo would protect, but also the Ursaluna Blood Moon will protect. Totally safe play there from Kinugawa to protect both Pokemon here.
Yeah, that Fake Out going into the double protect. I got a little bit excited there, but you're absolutely right. The Blood Moon was used up, though, on his Ursaluna, too, so that just makes his endgame even safer for Kinugawa.
Yeah, and this Flamigo has to take 2 hits to be knocked out because of its Focus Sash as well. Kinugawa is so close to becoming a champion here in Brazil.
Who would have thought that it was going to be a Flamigo and a will and a way to find his way closer to this title? The protection on the Ursaluna Blood Moon here was a good call, but Yuma Kinugawa one step ahead, picking up the KO with that close combat on the opposing Incineroar.
Another one-hit KO from Yuma Kinugawa, but this time it's from the Flamigo, showing that it can deal just as much damage as its buddy, the Ursaluna Blood Moon. And An incredible moment here for Yuma Kinugawa as his fans out in the crowd are cheering for him. This is the longest trip he has ever taken internationally to attend the international championships, and with one final attack. Yuma Kinugawa, the Japanese national champion.
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
We'll be able to take down the Ursaluna Blood Moon first.
There is that one pesky speed tie here.
And honestly, you know, I think that Juan Salerno does have to take a little bit of credit for that, because that Pokemon really was the key to Yuma Kinugawa's win conditions here. And I guess if you wanted to try and bring this game a little bit longer, you could consider, if your opponent used enough PP ups on their Flamigo to max it out to the full 8. You could try and stall out the close combat. So it looks like Juan is searching for that out, and you have to respect it. When you have your entire country, your entire continent cheering for you, you take every single out you can.
Absolutely. That is now 3 close combats used by, or 4 actually, because 1 went into the Protect. So 4 close combats used by the Flamigo. If it's possible, there would be another, but no. Gets the KO, and that's going to be Yuma Kinugawa as your Latin American international champion, traveling all the way from Japan, competing globally in the circuit, and he has done it. One more stepping stone on his path to world champion.
If you want to be the next world champion, sacrifices have to be made. You have to put in the time, you have to put in the dedication, and that's exactly what got Yuma Kinugawa here. Using this team last week at the regional championships as a test run, being able to fine-tune it so that he had this moment. Flamigo, the one adaptation he made after that tournament, being the Pokemon that allowed him to take home the title.
Absolutely, the biggest change from the Las Vegas regional championships was that Flamigo, and that was why you saw exactly why Flamigo was added to this team, and it is why Yuma Kinugawa is our international champion.
But congratulations to Juan Salerno as well. He really, truly tried to find every single out in that matchup, and he really had the tools he needed to try and take down Yuma Kinugawa's team. It's just the power of that Ursaluna Blood Moon cannot be understated. And when you are able to dedicate the other 2 or 3 Pokemon on your team solely to supporting that Pokemon to open up opportunities for it to go on the offense, you can see just how incredibly detrimental it can be.
Absolutely. Kinugawa was so aggressive during that set, punching holes after hole after hole in Juan Salerno's team, and there just was nothing that Juan could do to outpace the aggression that Kinugawa showed, and that is why he is one of the most exciting players to watch and why I have always loved watching him play.
You have to wonder now if this was just his first international championship stop on his worldwide tour.
Yeah.
It'd be incredible to see him compete again at the European International Championships later on this year, and who knows, maybe even get closer to winning that title too.
Yeah, that's right. You've got 2 more international championships before the World Championship. So let's go ahead and toss it down on stage to our newly crowned Latin American international champion, Yuma Kinugawa.
They're coming to us. Hello everyone, welcome back to the big stage. Right before we get to the trophy ceremony, I had a chance to get a quick statement from Yuma. Congratulations, how are you feeling? Is there anyone you want to thank?
絹川さん、勝つおめでとうございます。今気持ちどうですか？最高の気分です。I finally won it.
Yeah, 最高。Short and sweet, he's feeling good, but now we're going to send him backstage so that we can head to our trophy ceremony. Let's go!
There we have it, our first ever Japanese international champion, Yuma Kinugawa. What a way to go about it on the biggest stage here in Latin America against Juan Salerno, one of, if not the most informed trainer this entire season. What a display.
incredible, honestly. Like, we thought maybe there was a chance that with a little bit of preparation time, that Sub would be able to fell Yuma, who seemed to be just calling those reads of all of his opponents constantly throughout the weekend. But no, it was just so dominant, wasn't it? The perfect plays made every time. Blood's Moon came out every single time as well in that game 1-2, taking so many KOs, and it was just a perfectly played set.
Yeah, it was so well utilized at the most key turns as well. You see that Sneasler one shot, which was so crucial because, like we were sort of analyzing that Evan and Gabby were too, it's the fact that Sneasler feels so good going into this matchup as long as you're able to better position it and not get caught out by that Farigara. And unfortunately for Juan, he was always one step behind. Yuma was so well versed in what needed to be done and absolutely took advantage of that Blood Moon every single time they needed to.
Yeah, it was honestly so well played, and obviously our first Japanese International Championship of LAIC and International Champion, full stop.
Yep.
Like, really incredibly well done. And being from the Japanese region, doesn't get the championship points, but obviously still gets that World's Invite and all those wonderful prizes.
Yeah, and you saw Yuma popping up from that game 1 going into the game 2 there, and like we said, it was so close. There could have been a case there that Juan could have been able to bring it back. It really did come down to the speed interactions that we were talking about just before, David, in terms of both Blood Moons. But yeah, that's all that it takes to become a champion, especially.
That's all.
No, I say that's all, obviously with the preface of it, but regardless, you know, it has been such a monumental Latin American International Championships here over the entire week, and of course we featured the junior division earlier on where we crowned Magnus Kjær Andreasen as the champ over Isaac Odi 2-1.
Yeah, really well played from Magnus there, and in such good fashion too there, with a really cool team as well. Bring it so close versus Isaac, with so many KOs coming back and forward. We have the Mirror of the Tailwinds as well, Talonflame versus Murkrow, a really great match, and you can see the full teams there on your screen.
Yeah, and both trainers first and second respectively in the global CP leaderboard. And yeah, it's sort of the poetry at this point because two of the best trainers globally facing off against one another for their 13th encounter where Magnus was able to get 2 best-of-3 wins from the entirety of this weekend over Isaac.
Yeah, so there's been such a natural rivalry that I hope will continue throughout the years as well. Obviously, they're only juniors, and they're playing it so well as well. Like, locking in so quickly, too. They know exactly what they need to be doing in that situation. And Magnus, obviously, using that Sneasler to great effect, even without that Ndidi to support it.
Yeah, and it's so crucial, like we said, in terms of being able to take advantage of the board position with your aggressive pieces. But that wasn't the only division we were able to crown a champion in. We had the seniors, Matthew Henry versus Charlie Kim. Matthew, now our newly crowned international champion of the seniors in what was a pure mirror match with all same 6 Pokemon and slight changes in terms of terrestrialization and item choice.
Yeah, and those really small changes were so critical in how those matches were played. Charlie wanting to try and go for that Trick Room because he had the slower Ursaluna, whereas Matthew had to play the game and trying to deny it and make the most of it and get rid of that Ursaluna too. So you can see, yeah, there's the mirror there. And of the Oceania region, Matthew taking that title, really going for that win versus how Charlie actually beat him earlier in the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, just absolutely capitalizing off of the consistency Matthew has been able to display, absolutely running riot in the Oceania region. Charlie put up such a powerful fight. Unfortunately, it just seems like it came down to the smallest of margins with the different modes that each of our trainers were trying to apply. Like you sort of said just now, David, Charlie going for the Trick Room game 1, game 2, Matthew bringing Trick Room of his own in anticipation and absolutely running away with that set, crowning himself as our new champion.
Yeah, now, of course, we've just seen the Masters Division 2. So let's take a look at that top 8 bracket that we can see as well and the journey that our trainers have made there. We had so many incredible trainers. We had multiple regional championships, top cut championships across the recent regionals that we've had. Han Solono making it all the way to the final, but just dropping at the last hurdle versus Yuma.
Yeah, and Yuma running wild in that bracket. 2-0 wins all around. Wow. Not slowing down. on with this hyper-aggressive team that they've been able to feature and run away with. Who would have thought, David? Manuel Sun, Blood Moon Ursaluna, and wait for it, Flamigo is an international champion now too.
Yep, it's just a Flamigo. Yep, it is just so good, and the perfect bring in that final game as well. But obviously, congratulations to all of our competitors here in that top cut. Really, really well played.
Yeah, it's not just a Flamigo, it is the Flamigo that's been able to rise above all. And there we have it, of course, our 3 champions across the video game championships here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, as we will be looking to crown them right now. So make sure to stay tuned for the award ceremony coming up very shortly.
Yeah, with all those incredible prizes and those trophies as well. So our trainers can have their moment and celebrate it with their friends and family as well. So let's take a look at what they will be getting.
Yeah, exactly. The juniors and seniors will get $5,000 US apiece in order to be able to further reward them for their fantastic achievement of becoming the #1 over the weekend. And we've got Yuma Kinugawa now being able to grab up that 15,000 USD prize award. Yes, you heard it right, folks. 15,000. What a way to be able to wrap up what has been such an amazing, I would say, breakout performance, but we've seen Yuma do this again at lower levels. The Japan National Champion 2025, NAIC top 8 from the previous season, just been able to naturally progress on to becoming an IC champ.
Yeah, on top of all those prizes, Juan Solano particularly has earned another 480 championship points on top of his already 1,200 plus championship points, where he was already the #1 in the world for championship points. He's now even further ahead.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of Eric Rios' breakout performance in 2022, where he was able to break the 2,000 championship point threshold. Juan Salerno really making a run for his money so early on in the season. We're not even halfway through.
Yeah, we've had, what, September, October, and November? Just about, almost.
Yeah.
So it's been like 2 and a bit months, and there's a lot more months in the year, if I know correctly.
I believe so. or at least in terms of the competitive season's year. And yeah, what a way to be able to do it. One of the best representatives of not only the Latin American international region, but also of the Argentinian region. One step close to being able to be crowned the first LATAM champion. Unfortunately not being able to do it, but has absolutely made everybody proud.
They certainly have, of course. Now let's get into it. Let's crown our champions of the LAIC 2026 International Championship.
Hello everyone, Championship Sunday is winding down, but please stick around because we still have our closing ceremony to give a final send-off to this beautiful weekend. But now we do have to give credit where credit is due, moving into our amazing video game finalists for LAIC. Starting off with our video game junior finalist, Isaac Ogi. And a round of applause and congratulations to our video game junior champion, Magnus Andreasen. Moving on to the senior division. Go absolutely bananas for our video game senior finalist, Charlie Kim. Now let's hear it for our senior champion, Matthew Henry. And now it's time for the Masters division. Let them hear you across the globe. It's your video game Masters finalist, Juan Salerno. And a huge round of applause for your video game Masters champion, Yuma Kinogawa! All right, trainers, lift those trophies high. Let them see it and drink in this moment. You earned it. One more round for them, folks. Let's hear it. These are your 2026 Pokemon Latin America International finalists. And thank you, of course, once more, trainers, for putting on such exciting battles for us this weekend. It has been a pleasure, and now we can let you head backstage so you can continue your own celebrations. All right, you're free to go. What a great crowd. Thank you so much, folks. Really appreciate that. Alrighty. That was an amazing trophy ceremony, but now it's time to wrap up our first international championship event of the 2026 season. So thank you once more, Sao Paulo! This was an unbelievable event, stacked to the brim with energy, hype, and love. Really can't thank you enough. LAIC never disappoints, and no doubt this energy is going to carry forward into the next few events we have set up for our calendar. So let's take a quick look. First up in Europe, we've got Stuttgart. This will be the last streamed regional of the year for that region specifically. But across the pond in North America, we're going to be kicking off the 2026 calendar year, of course, with the Toronto event, streaming that. That's going to be really big. And then right after Toronto, we've got the next weekend giving us a double header in both Europe and Oceania. So make sure you stay tuned for that one, folks. And if you would like more information on our events, make sure you do head to championships.pokemon.com. They're going to have all of the info you need there. And then be sure to head to pokemon.com/broadcasts to keep up with all of the action. Follow our YouTube and Twitch channels as well. We've got VODs there, videos. That way you'll be able to relive all of these amazing matches, catch up on anything you might have missed. Furthermore, we'd like to thank all of our wonderful staff, judges, production crew, and countless others who have made this amazing event possible. So please, everyone, give a huge round of applause to everybody who makes these events pop off, just like you do here in the audience and just like you at home. And lastly, we appreciate the hunger and passion of the Pokemon community itself, here supporting Pokemon GO, Pokemon UNITE, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game. We're going to keep coming back, making each event better and better year after year. And we'll continue down the road to Worlds 2026 and Pokemon XP. But that's going to be it for us. Good luck, have fun, and good night.
among us, going for the ultimate goal. We came from all over, every one of us with a different story. Competition unites us. Now it's time to claim your glory.
We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Travels from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Let's go!
Come on! We came to win.
We came to win. Yeah.
We came to win.
Let the games begin. The lights and the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home.
We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin.
Come on.
Travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Let's go. Come on.
We came to win. We came to win.
Yeah.
We came to win.
Let the games begin.
We came.
Here we go. Yeah.
We came to win.
We came to win. Yeah.
We came to win.
Let the games begin.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes.